Lin Ze traversed into an era where everyone possessed beast companions. As the imminent college entrance examination approached, he found himself with merely a small Snowball, referred to as an ornamental pet beast. Little Snowball? It merely pleases the eye, it serves no practical purpose. He heard the voices of skepticism. What use is a pet beast that cannot evolve? The potential is far too low, it will never surpass the first tier in its lifetime. Dreaming of being admitted to the Beast Tamer Academy? Impossible. Criticism, mockery, and derision poured in relentlessly. Lin Ze, maintaining a calm demeanor, glanced at his pet beast panel and discovered the hidden evolution path. Empress route, an evolution method with limitless potential, capable of ascending to the royal level. Little Snowball, Ice Crystal Soul, Snow Maiden, Frost Blue Maiden, Ice Queen. The Ice and Snow Empress. The crowd exclaimed, "What? Little Snowball has an evolutionary form? Goodness, how come your pet beast is of never-before-seen variety? And it's so formidable." Chapter 1, Achievement System Activated. At Pinghai No. 1 High School, at the school gate during dismissal time, a group of 17 to 18-year-old boys ambled through the entrance, engaging in casual conversation. Next month is the college entrance exam. Have you decided on which academy to apply to? Isn't there just one local institution? What else could you choose? Perhaps he intends to apply to the Beast Tamer Academy in Ningjiang City. Dream on, he doesn't even have a trainee Beast Tamer qualification certificate, so he cannot register. Cut out, you're no better. Lin Ze, what about you? The boy addressed shook himself from his reverie and replied, I haven't decided yet. The others chuckled, not pressing further. They were all aware of each other's circumstances. The individuals present were all students of modest talent, with little hope of being admitted to the Beast Tamer Academy. Unless something unexpected occurred, their future was likely to involve attending a regular school, graduating, and becoming diligent office workers, leading a life of mediocrity. People tend to flock together, which is why they found companionship in one another. Moments later, they parted ways at the intersection. After waving goodbye, Lin Ze turned back, a hint of bitterness flashing across his face. Having traversed into this world for over half a month, he still felt somewhat out of place. That it was perplexing. He had merely taken a nap, only to awaken in an unfamiliar realm. Moreover, he had become a high school student on the brink of the college entrance examination. This experience was undeniably bizarre. For a time, Lin Ze could hardly shake the feeling that he might be dreaming. Regrettably, reality proved this was not an illusion. He had indeed traversed worlds. Having read so many stories of transmigration, I never expected it would happen to me. Lin Ze sighed, stepping in the direction of home. He was not one to wallow in self-pity. There was no customer service for such a phenomenon, nor could one alter their fate through sheer will. Since the situation had arisen, it was futile to obsess over how it came to be. He could only confront the reality, compelling himself to adapt to his new identity in the new world. In the days that followed, Lin Ze had largely absorbed the memories left by his predecessor and gained a preliminary understanding of this world. In summary, it was a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. Centuries prior, during a cataclysmic era, countless ferocious beasts emerged from dimensional rifts, wreaking havoc on humanity. Humanity rose to retaliate, gradually developing techniques to tame these beasts and harness them for battle amid brutal warfare. Thus, the profession of beast tamer was born, ascending to the global stage. Subsequently, as numerous powerful beast tamers emerged, humanity gradually began to repel the onslaught of the ferocious beast. In fact, they even gained the upper hand in their struggles against these beasts. To this day, humanity has established a resplendent civilization of beast tamers, controlling the most resource-rich regions of this planet. Consequently, in this era of beast taming, beast tamers naturally became symbols of status and class. One could argue that becoming a beast tamer signified entry into the elite echelon of society. Almost all young people aspired to become beast tamers. Lin Ze was no exception. Not to mention that mastering extraordinary powers was something he had yearned for in his past life, merely wishing to survive better in this world. Becoming a beast tamer was the quickest and most effective route. Only the strong could dictate their own destinies, a truth that transcends all worlds. Regrettably, this goal seems exceedingly difficult to attain. Lin Ze felt a pang of bitterness within. In this world, every young person who turns 18 can contract their first pet beast. The strength of the initial pet beast is primarily influenced by two factors. The first is soul strength. The higher the soul strength, the greater the tier of pet beast one can contract, thus broaden selection. The second is financial capability. Pet beasts are quite costly. Even the weakest first-tier pet beast is priced in the thousands. Those with even a modicum of potential can easily reach hundreds of thousands. Ordinary families find it challenging to afford. The vast majority of individuals, when contracting their initial pet beasts, often have no choice but to select inexpensive, weaker ones. Unfortunately, Lin Ze's predecessor lacked advantages in both aspects. His parents had passed away in an accident 3 years prior, though they left behind a considerable inheritance. After accounting for expenses over the years and future living costs, the amount he could access was quite limited. He could only afford the cheapest pet beast. Moreover, his soul strength was dismally low, with a test result of merely 0.8. This was below the average line of 0.9 for college entrance examinees. It could be said that his predecessor possessed virtually no qualifications for a beast tamer. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat and insisted on contracting a pet beast. Ultimately, he had no choice but to settle for a small Snowball. Lin Ze summoned his pet beast. Before him, a flash of light appeared in the void that a pure white snowball, roughly the size of a basketball, materialized before him. It hovered about a meter above the ground, gazing at Lin Ze with a pair of clear, innocent azure eyes. Its petite and exquisite form, coupled with its innocent gaze, rendered it immensely adorable, particularly captivating to humans, especially women. However, in the realm of pet beasts, a cute appearance was merely an embellishment. What truly mattered was combat prowess and growth potential. According to the Beast Tamer Association's classification standards, Little Snowball was deemed a lowly dire pet beast. It had no evolutionary forms, with its initial state being its highest tier. Even if fully nurtured, its maximum level cap would only reach the second tier of the first level. The awakened skill was limited to Frost Breath. As the name suggests, the effect is merely to exhale a puff of cold air. Its potency was akin to the chilly breeze that greets one upon opening a refrigerator. To be candid, it was a mockery of the term skill that in terms of combat capability and growth potential, Little Snowball undeniably occupied the lowest echelon among pet beasts, its weakness utterly disgraceful. Thus, it was often labeled as an ornamental pet beast. With only half a month until the college entrance exam, relying on such a pet beast to gain admission to the Beast Tamer Academy is nothing but a delusion. Lin Ze lamented, rubbing his brow in distress. If traversing worlds was not enough, he was dealt such a hellish hand from the start. Was he destined to live as an ordinary person, leading a life of mediocrity? He was unwilling to accept this fate. At that moment, a mechanical, monotonous voice suddenly resonated from deep within his mind. System charging complete, activation commencing. Activating system. Activation successful. Achievement system officially online. Lin Ze was taken aback, then quickly came to a realization. This is a game changer? He felt a surge of exhilaration within. It seems that after traversing through time for quite a while, the system has yet to manifest, perhaps due to energy accumulation. Regardless, I have finally acquired a golden finger. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ze suppressed the overwhelming joy within and was about to pose a question when suddenly, a semi-transparent light screen materialized before him. Lin Ze, physique 1.0 sur 0.8. Level none. Soul power, 80-80. Soul technique, none. Pet, Little Snowball. Achievement points, none. Note, the physique and soul attributes an ordinary adult male are set at 1. Chapter 2. Unexplored Hidden Evolution Pathways. Data panel. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused intently on the screen. The soul strength of 0.8 matched the results obtained during the unified assessment conducted at school. A physique score of 10 was quite commendable. For a high school student whose development was not yet complete, achieving the average level of an adult male was remarkable indeed. This was largely thanks to his consistent physical training over the days. As for the level, according to standard procedures, after forming a contract with an initial pet, one must undergo an evaluation by the Beastmaster Association and participate in a baptism to become a trainee Beastmaster. Currently, Lin Ze could not even be considered a trainee Beastmaster, thus he possessed no level. Was the soul power of 80 equivalent to the soul strength multiplied by 100? Lin Ze continued to explore further. What was the significance of achievement points? Completing achievements grants achievement points and reward items. Achievement points can be used to enhance pet growth, unlock pet skills, and strengthen Beastmaster attributes, among other things. How extraordinary! Lin Ze found his breath quickening. Typically, to enhance a pet's strength level, a Beastmaster must either feed them precious rare resources or engage in systematic training. The former demands substantial financial resources, attainable only by a select few from affluent backgrounds. The vast majority of Beastmasters must invest considerable time and effort in gradual cultivation of their pets. If this achievement system could rapidly enhance a pet's strength, the assistance it would provide him was self-evident. With this golden opportunity, becoming a powerful beast master was no longer a distant dream. With this thought, Lin Ze felt a surge of excitement. After a considerable time, he managed to calm himself and shifted his gaze to the little snowball nearby. A new translucent screen appeared. Name, Little Snowball. Element, Ice. Level, First Tier, First Segment. Growth Value, 2348. Skill, Frost Breath. Growth value can be increased through combat or by consuming energy-rich items. Reaching a growth value of 100 will trigger evolution, significantly enhancing the pet's strength level. Pets are categorized from weakest to strongest, ranging from first tier to ninth tier, with each tier further divided into 9 segments. First tier, first segment, is undoubtedly the weakest level. Just then, Lin Ze's attention sharpened. At the bottom of the panel, 2 lines of text caught his eye. Selectable evolution paths. Giant Path, an evolution method that strengthens melee capabilities, focusing on enhancing physique and strength while diminishing ice element control. Next evolution form, Snow Monster, with a maximum evolution to 5th tier. Queen Path, an evolution method that enhances affinity for ice elements, focusing on spellcasting abilities while weakening melee attributes. Next evolution form, Ice Crystal Soul, with a maximum evolution to royal level. This was unexpected. Lin Ze was taken aback. As far as he remembered, Little Snowball should not have any evolutionary forms. Otherwise, it would not have been classified as a pet of the lowest tier. Could it be that he was mistaken? Lin Ze quickly took out his phone to search online. However, all the information he found confirmed that Little Snowball indeed lacked any evolutionary forms. His memory was not in error. This meant that these were unexplored hidden evolution pathways, and there were 2 in total. Lin Ze couldn't help but inhale sharply. There were countless types of pets, with humans having discovered less than 1/10 of them to date. The evolutionary directions for pets were similarly scarce. Humanity had spent hundreds of years traversing numerous detours to painstakingly uncover over 100,000 evolutionary pathways. However, this number paled in comparison to the yet undiscovered evolution paths. Nowadays, at least 1,000 new evolutionary routes were unearthed every year. Researching pet evolution pathways was a long and arduous journey. Lin Ze never anticipated that this system would possess the ability to display pet evolution pathways. Moreover, it appeared that all potential evolution routes for a pet could be displayed. Truly remarkable. With just a moment's thought, Lin Ze grasped the immense power of this function. He could select pets with tremendous evolutionary potential for contracts. At the very least, he could become an exceptional pet cultivator. Truly a golden opportunity. Its capabilities were astonishing. Lin Ze was immensely thrilled. The pet, classified as ornamental, Little Snowball, surprisingly had 2 hidden evolutionary pathways, one of which could evolve to the royal level. According to the classification standards of the Beastmaster Association, pets with royal level potential were invariably the highest tier. The disparity between levels could hardly be overstated. If this were to become known, countless individuals would be left astounded. Bursting with excitement, Lin Ze promptly clicked to examine the 2 evolutionary pathways. Giant Path. Next evolution form, Snow Monster. Requirements. Growth value 100, 10 units of lower level ice essence, 100 grams of horn powder. Queen Path. Next evolution form, Ice Crystal Soul. Requirements. Growth value 100, 20 units of lower level ice essence, 1 soul jade. The requirements for the second evolutionary pathway were evidently much higher than those for the first. However, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze resolutely chose the Queen Path. After all, this was the route that could evolve to the royal level. In the entirety of Pinghai City, few beast masters possessed royal level pets. The next step was to find a way for Little Snowball to evolve. Lin Ze let out a sigh of relief, feeling elated. The long-standing dilemma had finally found a solution. With this golden opportunity, gaining admission to the Beastmaster Academy was no longer a mere fantasy. The college entrance examination would take place on the 13th of next month, and prior to that, he must obtain the qualification of a trainee Beastmaster. According to federal regulations, all students wishing to apply to the Beastmaster Academy must first undergo an assessment by the Beastmaster Association to obtain a trainee qualification certificate. This was essentially a filtering process, eliminating the majority of students who did not meet the criteria and harbored a sense of false hope, thereby facilitating a more efficient admissions process. Alright, achievement points. Following the prompts, Lin Ze located the achievement list. There were only a few achievements listed. First pet. Successfully contract your first pet. Achieving this grants 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Achieved. Rewards pending collection. Trainee Beastmaster. Pass the Trainee Beastmaster qualification assessment and complete the first baptism. Achieving this grants 200 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Enrollment. Successfully receive an acceptance letter from any Beastmaster Academy. Achieving this grants 300 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 strength crystal. Lin Ze glanced through the list and decisively claimed the reward for the first achievement. Gained 100 achievement points, 1 soul crystal. In an instant, there appeared in Lin Ze's palm a gem-sized object, shimmering silver and translucent like a precious stone. Soul crystal, a peculiar crystal imbued with soul power. Merging it can enhance soul strength, with the degree of enhancement depending on the user's inherent soul strength. Without hesitation, Lin Ze immediately used it. In an instant, the soul crystal transformed into liquid, flowing into his body through his pores. Lin Ze felt a jolt of energy, and he became invigorated. Looking once more at his personal panel, his soul strength had increased to 18. Chapter 3. Achievement unlocked, full growth value. Such a powerful effect. A glimmer of delight flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. Though the increase was only by 1 point, the newly enhanced soul strength was more than double the original. It is worth noting that this year's average soul strength among test takers was merely 0.9. With a soul strength of 18, he undoubtedly qualified as a genius. It appears that the student with the highest soul intensity at Pinghai is only 18 years old. The strength of a beastmaster is closely tied to their soul intensity. The higher the soul intensity, the more powerful the beasts they can contract, as well as the greater the number of beasts. Additionally, soul power increases with soul intensity. Whether summoning beasts for battle or casting soul techniques, soul power is essential. In a sense, the qualifications of a beastmaster essentially refer to their soul intensity. A soul power of 180 points is sufficient to sustain a second-tier beast in the external environment for 7 to 8 hours. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction, redirecting his thoughts to achievement points. According to the system prompt, achievement points can enhance the growth rate of beasts. Lin Ze focused intently on the beast panel, and a number suddenly appeared next to the growth rate. He tentatively clicked on it. The growth rate instantaneously increased from 2348 to 2448. Simultaneously, his achievement points decreased by 1. Does 1 achievement point correspond to 1 growth rate? Lin Ze decisively waved his hand and directly raised the growth rate to 100. Name, Xiao. Type, Ice. Level, First Tier, Second Stage. Growth rate, 100. Skill, Cold Breath. Queen Route. Next evolution form, Ice Crystal Soul. Requirements, growth rate 100. Lower Tier Ice Element Essence 20, Soul Jade 1. As the growth rate of the beast increases, so does its strength level. The extent of improvement varies among different beasts. It is quite disappointing that a complete growth rate only results in a minor level increase. Classifying Xiao as a tier beast seems entirely justified. Lin Ze shook his head but quickly became invigorated. Now he just needed the lower tier Ice Element Essence and Soul Jade. He decided to head home to retrieve some money and visit the beast shop later that evening. Lin Ze glanced at Xiao, sensing her master's excitement. Xiao emitted a soft chirp and floated gently to Lin Ze's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling him. Little one, I did not expect your true potential to be so immense. The future will depend on you. Lin Ze gently patted Xiao's head, feeling the icy touch as if caressing a mass of snow. Xiao let out a joyful trill. Lin Ze chuckled, soothing her for a moment before putting her away and continuing on his way. Before long, he returned to his residential community. The house was purchased by his parents before their passing. It was somewhat old, yet the location and environment remained quite pleasant. He arrived at his apartment building with familiarity, pulling out his keycard. Beep. The somewhat worn iron gate creaked open. Lin Ze lived on the 3rd floor. As he ascended the dimly lit stairs, he spotted a youthful figure standing in front of his door. Upon hearing his footsteps, the girl turned around. A radiant smile blossomed on her lovely face when she saw Lin Ze. Brother, you're back. I was just about to look for you. What's up? Lin Ze smiled in return. The girl was Guan, his neighbor, with whom he had grown up. Their relationship was exceptionally close. They were both in their 3rd year at Pinghai. Notably, the girl was actually a year younger than Lin Ze, which is why she called him brother. It is worth mentioning that their parents were also good friends, and the two families frequently visited each other. After the death of his parents, Guan family helped arrange the funeral. Without their support, it would have been challenging for a high school student like Lin Ze to manage alone. Even if money was not an issue, Lin Ze felt deep gratitude toward the Guan family, having inherited the memories and emotions of his predecessor. Lin Ze naturally held a favorable impression of Guan. My parents asked me to check if you want to come over for dinner tonight, Guan said cheerfully. Sure. I'll head over shortly, Lin Ze replied casually while taking out his keys to unlock the door. Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Guan. By the way, Ning, there's an internship qualification assessment for Beastmasters at the association tomorrow. Are you going? Unlike Lin Ze, who had mediocre qualifications, Guan was a renowned Beastmaster prodigy. Not only did she possess a soul intensity of 17, but her initial contracted beast, the Mo Yin Niao, was also rated as a tier beast, with 2 evolution forms and a potential upper limit of 6 tiers. Under Guan Ning's careful nurturing, the Mo Yin Niao had achieved a strength level of 1st tier, 9th stage. In terms of pure strength, she ranked among the top 5 in Pinghai Yizhong, undoubtedly the school's ace student. Yes, I'll be going tomorrow morning, Guan Ning nodded. Lin Ze gently acknowledged her response, casually saying, then I'll accompany you. Huh. Guan Ning was taken aback and quickly waved her hand. No need, brother. I can go by myself. I'll have classmates with me. Guan Ning assumed Lin Ze was concerned about her going alone. But she understood that he had always dreamed of becoming a beastmaster, yet felt disheartened due to his lack of qualifications. To avoid reopening old wounds, she never mentioned anything related to beastmasters in front of Lin Ze. Therefore, she could not allow Lin Ze to accompany her to the internship qualification assessment. It's settled then. Lin Ze did not elaborate further, smiling as he ruffled the girl's hair before stepping inside. Guan Ning hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Lin Ze stayed at home until dinner time, and then followed the girl to the Guan family's residence next door. Xiaoze, you're here. Guan Chongshan, sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, looked up and smiled warmly. Uncle Guan, Lin Ze greeted. Xiaoze is here. Guan Mu happened to emerge from the kitchen with dishes in hand, smiling as she said, perfect timing, we can eat now. The couple treated Lin Ze with the same warmth as their own son. During the meal, Lin Ze felt a fleeting sense of family. A warmth he had not experienced for a long time since he had been alone in his previous life. After 7 o'clock, Lin Ze left the Guan household. He returned home to retrieve his bank card, and then hurried to the nearest beast shop without delay. Tonight, he would gather the materials needed for Xiao Xueqio's evolution. Lin Ze had prepared beforehand, researching online. Both the lower-tier ice element essence and soul jade were common materials for low-tier beasts and could be found in beast shops. Acquiring them was quite straightforward. After about 10 minutes, Lin Ze arrived at a spacious and brightly decorated shop. Welcome. How may I assist you today? As soon as he pushed the door open, a young woman in professional attire greeted him with a smile. Lin Ze got straight to the point. I would like to purchase lower-tier ice element essence and soul jade. Certainly, please follow me. The young woman led Lin Ze to a transparent glass counter filled with a plethora of beast materials. Each item had a brief description and a price tag beside it. Lin Ze quickly found what he wanted. The lower-tier ice element essence resembled a small ice cube that would not melt, exuding visible wisps of cold mist. Each was priced at 3,000 credit points. The soul jade was thumb-sized, entirely black, resembling obsidian. Each piece cost 20,000 credit points. Lin Ze couldn't help but silently grumble. These 2 materials could at best be considered low-tier materials, yet their prices were quite steep. Purchasing 20 lower-tier ice element essences and 1 soul jade would total 80,000 credit points, equivalent to nearly half a year's salary for an ordinary white-collar worker. The reputation of the beastmaster profession as a bottomless pit for wealth was indeed well-deserved. Though he harbored his doubts, Lin Ze made his decision without hesitation, swiftly selecting his items before proceeding to the checkout. As he settled the bill at the counter, the well-dressed salesgirl couldn't help but steal a few glances at him, her expression tinged with surprise. Having worked in this field for a considerable time, her knowledge of pet materials surpassed that of many novice beast tamers. The lower-grade ice element essence was relatively common. Many beast tamers often used it to nourish their ice-type pets. However, the soul jade was a different matter entirely. This rare item was predominantly utilized for pet evolution. Yet, the young man before her appeared to be merely a student from a nearby high school. Typically, individuals of his age had only recently contracted their pets, and it was illogical to assume he could have nurtured his pet to the evolutionary threshold so swiftly. Could he be a prodigy from a certain elite high school? The young woman in her professional attire seems to be brimming with thoughts. At such a tender age, she is on the verge of advancing her beloved beasts, undoubtedly marking her as an exceptional beast tamer. Her future undoubtedly shines with immense promise. It is a pity that she is so young, otherwise, I would certainly pursue her. I wonder if she would be open to a relationship with an older partner. Lin Ze remained utterly unaware that within just a brief moment, the young lady across from him had already entertained numerous thoughts. He vaguely sensed that her gaze upon him induced a certain discomfort. After settling the bill, he swiftly departed from the pet shop, leaving behind the reluctant gaze of the young woman. With less than 40,000 credit points remaining in his account, he realized he needed to devise a means to earn some money. Otherwise, he would soon be unable to afford pet food. Lin Ze muttered to himself. In truth, if he found himself truly in need, he could borrow from the Guan Chongshan couple, who would undoubtedly not refuse him. Initially, when Lin Ze contemplated acquiring a pet, Guan Chongshan had even considered assisting him financially. However, Lin Ze's own soul strength was too low to support a powerful pet, compelling him to contract a weaker creature like the small Snowball. The funds required were modest, manageable on his own, thus rendering assistance unnecessary. Of course, unless absolutely unavoidable. Lin Ze was not inclined to resort to that option. Upon returning home, Lin Ze immediately summoned the small snowball. Come, little one, consume these items, and you shall evolve. He produced a lower-grade ice elemental essence and a soul jade, feeding them to his pet. The small snowball, albeit somewhat confused, obediently opened its mouth and began to eat diligently. Lin Ze observed quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Upon reaching the evolution node, specific materials were required to facilitate the pet's successful evolution. The types and quantities of materials varied according to the desired evolutionary direction. Any minute discrepancy could potentially lead to failure in evolution. The pet might suffer injuries, or worse, experience a drastic decline in strength, reverting to a state akin to its initial form. Consequently, beast tamers adhered strictly to established evolutionary formulas when pairing materials for supplementary feeding. No one dared to take liberties. Those who did often faced dire consequences. The fortunate few who inadvertently stumbled upon new evolutionary paths were exceedingly rare. However, Lin Ze was different. With the achievement system at his disposal, he could clearly discern all the hidden evolutionary routes of his pets. He could freely select routes with immense potential for his pet's evolution. This singular advantage positioned him for a future of unparalleled potential, far surpassing that of other beast tamers. Lin Ze held unwavering confidence that he would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of strength in this world. Moments later, the petite snowball devoured all the materials. Its surface suddenly erupted with a dazzling azure luminescence, and its form expanded dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it swelled from the size of a basketball to nearly half a meter in height. This entire transformation transpired within a mere 4 to 5 seconds. As the radiant glow dissipated, a figure resembling a 7 or 8-year-old girl appeared in the center of the living room, her entire being exuding a semi-transparent, cerulean essence. Name: Bingjing Han. Attribute: Ice. Level: Second Tier, Second Stage. Growth Length: 0. Skills: Ice Spike, Frost Breath. Empress Path: Next Evolution Form. Xuannu. Requirements: Growth Length 100. Intermediate Ice Element Essence 20, Heart of Ice, and Snow 1. Astonishingly, it had ascended an entire rank. A look of ecstatic joy surfaced on Lin Ze's face. The augmentation of strength brought about by evolution exceeded his expectations immensely. He soared directly from the first rank, Second Stage, to the second rank, Second Stage. In Pinghai Yizhong, the senior students typically possess pet beasts whose power levels range from the first tier, Third Stage, to the first tier, Fifth Stage. Elite students' pet beasts can reach the first tier, 7th, or 8th stage. Even prodigious students like Guan Ning possess pet beasts that only attain the first tier, 9th stage. Lin Ze, however, has remarkably surpassed them by a considerable margin. At that moment, a mechanical and monotonous voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Initial evolution, achievement accomplished. Earning 100 achievement points and 1 shiny crystal. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him. He had not anticipated the sudden attainment of an achievement. It was indeed a delightful surprise. It seemed that, in addition to the listed achievements, there were likely many hidden ones that would only be revealed upon meeting certain conditions. Lin Ze pondered silently, realizing that this achievement system still held numerous avenues awaiting exploration. Regaining his focus, Lin Ze gazed at the Qiangti crystal resting in his palm. Qiangti crystal, an extraordinary crystal infused with the essence of life, which, upon integration, can comprehensively enhance physical attributes, with the degree of reinforcement contingent upon the user's innate physical strength. Without hesitation, Lin Ze decided to use it. As the Qiangti crystal melded with his body, he distinctly felt a surge of vigorous vitality erupting from his abdomen, swiftly coursing throughout his limbs and bones. His muscles, skeleton, and skin grew denser and more resilient. Moments later, as the sensation faded, Lin Ze began to test his capabilities on the spot and was pleasantly surprised to discover a marked improvement in his strength, speed, and reflexes. The results were indeed impressive. As Lin Ze gazed at the panel reflecting an increase of 1 point in his physique attribute, a delighted smile graced his face. Although beast tamers do not need to engage in battle personally, possessing a robust physique is undeniably advantageous. In the event of danger, one's survival capabilities are significantly enhanced. Suddenly, the ice crystal soul floated to Lin Ze's side, affectionately nuzzling against his shoulder, exuding an unmistakable aura of admiration and closeness towards its master. The evolved ice crystal soul bore a resemblance to the legendary ice sprite, its petite form enchanting and delicate. Aside from its azure, semi-transparent body, it bore no significant difference from an adorable young girl. Well done, Lin Ze remarked as he gently patted the ice crystal soul's head, before directing his attention back to the panel. Previously, enhancing the little snowball's length had consumed 77 achievement points, leaving him with a total of 123 points. As he attempted to increase its length, Lin Ze was astonished to discover that the cost had escalated from 1 achievement point to 5. Did the increase in strength also amplify the necessary expenditure for enhancement? With a slight grin, Lin Ze decided to invest all of his achievement points. In the blink of an eye, the length of the ice crystal soul surged to 24, and its level ascended to the second tier, 4th stage. Its power had once again experienced a remarkable surge. The next day, anticipation filled the air as Lin Ze prepared to visit the Yuki-onna Association for his internship qualification assessment. He gazed out the window, his eyes reflecting a depth of thought. Chapter 5. The Challenge of the Assessment. After breakfast, Lin Ze and Guan Ning set out towards the Yuki-onna Association. Accompanying them were 2 of Guan Ning's classmates. The designated meeting point was at the entrance of their residential community. The weather was rather warm, and after standing for a short while, both of them began to bead with perspiration. Lin Ze glanced at a nearby supermarket and turned to Guan Ning, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I will go buy some water." "All right," Guan Ning replied obediently. Shortly after Lin Ze departed, 2 vibrant young ladies rushed towards them from the distance. "Xiao Yun, Xian, over here." Guan Ning waved to greet them. "Sorry, and Ning, have you been waiting long?" Zhang Xiaoyan rushed over, panting, her hands clasped in apology. It was all Xian's fault. She overslept. Another girl, fair-skinned and clad in a powder-gray floral dress, blushed slightly and explained bashfully, "I couldn't sleep last night and only dozed off around 3 or 4. Zhang Xiaoyan shot her an exasperated glance, saying, "It's merely an internship qualification assessment. Is it really necessary to be so anxious? Unlike you and Aining, both of you are so capable. Passing the internship qualification assessment is definitely not an issue for you. I, on the other hand, am worried." Lu Siyuan muttered. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoyan narrowing her eyes, she quickly apologized, "I'm sorry. I'll treat you to some shaved ice later." Satisfied, Zhang Xiaoyan decided to let it go. "By the way, Aining, where's your brother? Isn't he supposed to join us at the Beastmaster Association?" "He went to buy water," Zhang Xiaoyan replied knowingly. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she curiously asked, "Aining, I heard Zhou confess to you yesterday. Is that true?" "What? That happened?" Lu Siyuan's eyes ignited with curiosity. Guan Ning, however, merely pursed her lips, a flicker of disdain crossing her face. "That did happen, but I ignored him. That guy has a girlfriend from another high school. He thinks no one knows and wants to play both sides. Wow, I didn't expect Zhou Hong to be that kind of person. What a scumbag." Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Lin Ze returned with the water. Seeing this, Guan Ning changed the subject and introduced him. "This is my brother, Lin Ze." She then pointed to the 2 girls. "These are my good friends, Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan." "Hello, Lin Gu." Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan greeted him cheerfully. Lin Ze handed the water to the 3 girls with a smile, saying, "You are all the same age as me. Just call me by my name." The 2 girls nodded in agreement, still smiling. "All right, let's set off. The Beastmaster Association isn't far from here. We can walk there." Guan Ning's suggestion received unanimous agreement. Without further delay, the group headed toward the Beastmaster Association. Along the way, the 3 girls quietly discussed the internship qualification assessment. "Aining, have you decided which difficulty level to choose?" "Yes, I plan to challenge the high difficulty." "Wow, that's impressive. I wouldn't dare. I'm preparing to select the low difficulty." "Me too. I don't ask for much. As long as I can pass the assessment, I'm happy." The difficulty levels for the Beastmaster qualification assessment are categorized as low, medium, high, and super high. The higher the difficulty, the more substantial the rewards upon passing, benefiting future development. However, higher rewards come with greater risks. For each level of difficulty, the challenge increases exponentially. Most Beastmasters can only manage the low difficulty, with very few able to pass the medium level. Those who succeed at the high level are truly exceptional talents, with only a handful emerging each year in the vast Pinghai City, all of whom are outstanding individuals. As for the super high difficulty, Pinghai City has not seen anyone achieve that in many years. This is merely for the internship qualification assessment. In the higher level qualification assessments for Beastmasters, let alone the super high difficulty, even high difficulty challenges are rarely successfully tackled throughout the entire Federation. Although the Beastmaster Association organizes numerous qualification assessments each year, each Beastmaster only has one opportunity to challenge a given assessment per year. Thus, when it comes to selecting the challenge difficulty, all Beastmasters proceed with utmost caution, fearing failure and wasting a year. Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan, not possessing the same strength as Guan Ning, rank only in the middle tier at Pinghai High School. Naturally, they do not dare to overestimate their capabilities by challenging medium difficulty or above. They would be quite content simply passing the low difficulty. Lin Ze was not surprised by Guan Ning's choice. Given her ability, the likelihood of her passing the high difficulty was still considerable. He pondered quietly about what the assessment content for the super high difficulty internship qualification assessment could entail. Brother, Guan approached him at some point and whispered, "The qualification assessment will probably take a lot of time. If you want, you can find a nearby beverage shop outside the association and wait for us." The girl, being thoughtful, worried that Lin Ze might become melancholic inside the association, reflecting on his lack of Beastmaster qualifications, and thus offered a gentle suggestion. Lin Ze, recognizing her intentions, chuckled and replied, "That won't do. How can I participate in the internship qualification assessment if I stay outside?" Guan was taken aback, and after a few seconds, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother, you also want to participate in the qualification assessment?" Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan, having overheard Lin Ze's words, stood frozen in place. As Guan friends, they were also aware that Lin Ze's companion beast was a small Snowball, an ice-type pet known for its ornamental quality, possessing virtually no combat strength. It could barely defeat even the weakest ferocious beasts. To challenge the internship qualification assessment with such a pet would yield predictable results. They could not fathom how Lin Ze could consider participating in the internship qualification assessment. Guan was equally bewildered. Just as she was about to inquire further, a sudden shout disrupted their conversation. "Guan, stop right there." The abrupt voice startled them, and they turned to see a pair of individuals approaching with unfriendly expressions. The man, clad in a black tight-fitting tank top, was muscular, adorned with tattoos on his arms, and appeared to be in his 20s, exuding a youthful bravado. The woman, about the same age as Guan and her friends, wore heavy makeup and sported bright red hair. She stormed up to Lin Ze and the others, pointing at Guan and addressing the tattooed youth beside her, "Cousin, it's this woman who is trying to seduce my boyfriend." Chapter 6, Fierce Skills. The red-haired girl's accusation left Guan and the others momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, Zhang Xiaoyun was the first to respond, furrowing her brows. "Who are you? And who is your boyfriend?" "I'm Wu Ying, Zhou Hong's girlfriend," the red-haired girl sneered, ignoring Zhang Xiaoyun and glaring at Guan. "Shameless hussy, seducing someone else's boyfriend." Guan raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure crossing her delicate features. Just as she was about to speak, Zhang Xiaoyun could no longer contain herself. "Hey, don't slander. When did Aining ever seduce your boyfriend?" It was clearly Zhou Hong who wanted to play both sides, and he kept coming on to her, but Aining never paid him any mind. Wu Ying laughed coldly. "Are you saying she dares to do it but not admit it? If it weren't for this woman seducing my boyfriend, how could he have cheated? Huh? What is there to explain when a scumbag cheats? It's obviously your lack of charm that led to you losing control of your boyfriend. After discovering his infidelity, you're trying to shift the blame onto others. You should be ashamed." Surprisingly, Zhang Xiaoyun proved to be quite formidable in the art of verbal combat. Her incisive words caused Wu Ying's face to change color. Realizing she couldn't win the argument, Wu Ying turned to the tattooed youth for help. "Cousin, help me teach them a lesson." The tattooed youth chuckled and strode toward Guan and the other two girls. "Little girl, you chose the wrong person to mess with by provoking my cousin Zhao Kong. Don't blame me for making you suffer." As he spoke, Zhao Kong cracked his knuckles, producing a sharp, loud sound. Guan and Zhang Xiaoyun instinctively took a step back, their faces paling slightly. They were merely high school girls, obedient and innocent, having never encountered a delinquent like Zhao Kong before, which instilled a sense of fear within them. At that moment, Lin Ze stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the three girls. "Brother," Guan exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. Zhao Kong sneered derisively. "Thinking you can be a hero to save the damsels, huh? You ought to consider your own strength." As he spoke, he launched a powerful punch at Lin Ze. The three girls gasped in alarm. Compared to the burly Zhao Kong, Lin Ze appeared delicate and slender. To the onlookers, it was evident that in a confrontation, Lin Ze would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. However, the reality was astonishing. With a casual motion, Lin Ze effortlessly grasped Zhao Kang's fist. Taken aback, Zhao Kang's anger surged as he attempted to retract his hand, only to find it ensnared by Lin Ze's surprisingly firm grip, akin to an iron vice. No matter how much he strained, he could not break free. What on earth has this kid been consuming to possess such strength? Zhao Kong was both shocked and furious, and he swung his other fist in retaliation. Yet, before he could act, Lin Ze countered with a swift punch that connected squarely with Zhao Kang's face. A dull thud echoed in the air, accompanied by a pained cry. Zhao Kang's robust form was sent sprawling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away. An abrupt silence enveloped the surroundings. Whether it was Wu Ying or the three girls, they stood in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. The anticipated scenario of Lin Ze being beaten did not materialize. Instead, it was Zhao Kong who lay defeated on the ground. This unexpected turn of events left them utterly astonished. Zhang Xiaoyun swallowed hard and quietly asked Guan, "Ning, I never knew Brother Lin was such a formidable fighter. Yet, Guan Ning wore a similarly bewildered expression. She had never witnessed Lin Ze in a fight. In her recollection, her brother was merely an ordinary high school student, seemingly lacking any exceptional combat prowess. To her astonishment, he had effortlessly taken down the towering Zhao Kong. Meanwhile, Lin Ze gradually retracted his fist, his demeanor calm and composed. The enhancement from the evolutionary strengthening crystal had significantly elevated both his reaction speed and strength, far surpassing that of an average adult male. Even with minimal fighting experience, his extraordinary reflexes and power enabled him to easily handle multiple opponents. 3 or 4 individuals like Zhao Kong would pose no challenge to him. Cousin Wu Ying, having regained her senses, hurried to assist Zhao Kong, only to be brusquely shoved aside by him, his face flushed with rage. Having just mocked Lin Ze, to be knocked down in an instant was a humiliation he could scarcely bear. In his fury, he summoned his beast companion. A flash of light revealed a massive wolf, its sleek black fur glimmering, nearly the size of a calf. You damned brat, I refuse to believe you can defeat my beast. Zhao Kong glared menacingly at Lin Ze. The expressions of Guan Ning and the others shifted dramatically. Although the spectral wolf was merely a level 1 beast without an evolved form, even in its mature state, it would typically only reach level 2. However, unlike the girls who had recently contracted their beasts, it was evident that Zhao Kong had nurtured this wolf for a considerable time, achieving a mature state. In other words, its strength was at least level 2. They were no match for it. After all, Guan Ning, the strongest among them, had a beast at only level 1, while Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Xiyuan's beasts were at levels 1 and 7 and 1 and 6, respectively. As for Lin Ze, his companion's combat ability could hardly be considered. Even with his fighting skills, he could not possibly contend with a level 2 beast. This is bad. What should we do, Ning? Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Xiyuan exclaimed in panic. Guan Ning was equally at a loss. Only Lin Ze remained unperturbed. His calm demeanor only fueled Zhao Kang's rage further. No longer hesitating, Zhao Kong gritted his teeth and commanded, attack. He could not fathom that a mere high school student could rival his level 2 spectral wolf. While he dared not kill, he could certainly teach Lin Ze a lesson, relishing the thought of seeing him cower beneath his beast's claws. The spectral wolf's advance startled the 3 girls. Guan Ning's expression shifted as she prepared to summon her own beast. Even if she could not defeat the opponent, she could not allow the spectral wolf to harm Lin Ze. However, before any action could be taken, an icy chill suddenly enveloped the air, causing the temperature to plummet. A tiny, ethereal ice sprite, resembling a charming human girl, appeared before Lin Ze, seemingly out of nowhere. In the face of the ferocious spectral wolf, it merely raised a delicate hand. With a crack, countless sharp ice shards materialized in the air, momentarily suspended before hurtling forth like a tempest. The piercing sound of the shards slicing through the air filled the atmosphere. In an instant, the spectral wolf was engulfed by a barrage of ice shards. The sudden turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Xiyuan gaped in disbelief at the suspended ice entity. What in the world is that? They wondered. Wasn't Lin Ze's beast a small snowball? How had it transformed into this unfamiliar creature? Guan Ning was equally astonished, for she knew Lin Ze better than her friends and had seen the snowball's form, which was entirely different from this adorable ice elemental. What could possibly explain this transformation? Confusion clouded Guan Ning's face. As the girls watched in bewilderment, the multitude of ice shards crashed into the charging spectral wolf. In the blink of an eye, the wolf was left battered and bruised, its body encased in a thin layer of frost as it emitted a pitiful howl of distress. Impossible. Zhao Kang's eyes widened in horror. His spectral wolf was of level 2, and yet it had been injured by a mere high school student's beast in a single encounter. This could only mean that the opposing beast was also of level 2. Was this kid a star student from some prestigious high school? But that couldn't be. The beasts of high school students rarely exceeded level 1. Zhao Kong was both astonished and enraged. While Guan Ning might be the ace of Ping Hai No, one high school, her beast was still only level 1. Although the difference between level 1 and level 2 seemed minor, it was a substantial gap nonetheless. The spectral wolf could easily overpower the flamebird. This was precisely why Zhao Kong had agreed to stand up for his cousin. Yet, he had not anticipated that one of Lin Ze's companions possessed a level 2 beast as well. Damn it. At this point, retreat was not an option. Zhao Kong could only grit his teeth and command the spectral wolf to continue its assault. After all, Lin Ze was just a high school student. He had likely contracted his beast not long ago, and even if it was level 2, its level was probably low. He must have been fortunate to awaken a powerful skill. The factors influencing a beast's combat effectiveness include not only its strength level, but also its skills. A potent skill could significantly enhance a beast's fighting capability. However, skills are not without limitations. Each use incurs a cooldown period. If they could defeat it before it unleashed its skill again, they would prevail. With this thought, Zhao Kong felt a slight sense of reassurance. But in the next moment, he beheld the ice crystal soul extending its palm, its delicate lips parting slightly as it gently blew into its palm. A chilling mist, imbued with the essence of extreme cold, surged forth, sweeping towards the Yi-ling. The breath of frost. Crack, crack, as the icy mist passed. The air crystallized into visible ice particles. The Yi-ling, rushing forward, offered no resistance, instantly transforming into a pale blue, translucent ice sculpture. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stood there, dazed, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. A second-tier Yi-ling was defeated so effortlessly? It had no chance to fight back at all. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing this, the crowd would scarcely believe such a spectacle. Zheng and Li Syn stared at the ice crystal soul, astonished. What sort of pet beast was this? Its power was astonishing. Gu-ning was equally taken aback, her eyes wide. Compared to the others, her shock was undoubtedly the greatest. After all, she had spent considerable time with Lin Ze, yet she had never known him to possess such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Zhong and Wy stood frozen in place, their faces pale. They could not fathom that this would be the outcome. At that moment, they finally understood. Lin Ze's pet beast was certainly not merely second tier. It likely reached the third or even fourth tier. Otherwise, even with skill enhancements, it would be impossible to so easily vanquish the Yi-ling. When did this local high school gain such a monstrous genius? Zhong felt a bitterness in his mouth. Crack. The surface of the ice sculpture suddenly cracked, followed by a thunderous shatter. The Yi-ling within was obliterated, reduced to shards scattered across the ground. Zhong grunted, his face paling even further. The death of the pet beast inflicted a backlash on him as its tamer. After defeating the Yi-ling, the ice crystal soul showed no signs of halting, drifting languidly towards Zhong and Wy. This action sent both men into a panic. Wait, brother, we were wrong. Please, have mercy on us. Zhong promptly conceded and apologized. Lin Ze remained unmoved, replying coolly, "You are not apologizing to me." Realizing this, Zhong immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle to Gu-ning, forcing a fawning smile onto his fleshy face. "Classmate Gu-in, I apologize. It was our foolishness. Please forgive us this once. I will teach that scoundrel Zhong a lesson when I return, ensuring he will not trouble you again." Gu-ning pursed her lips and remained silent. Lin Ze then glanced at the hesitant Wy. Zhong, however, acted decisively, slapping Wy hard across the face. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and apologize." Wy, stunned by the blow, took several seconds to recover, then bowed in a mix of dejection and fear to Gu-ning and the others. Observing this, Lin Ze waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away flies. Zhong and Wy dared not linger, hastily turning to leave. Letting them off so easily was too lenient. Zhong quietly spat at their departing figures. A lesson was warranted, but surely not death. Gu-ning bit her lip and advised, moreover, reviving a pet beast requires substantial resources. Their losses this time are considerable. Upon hearing Gu-ning's words, Zhong felt somewhat appeased. The girl then turned to Lin Ze, her eyes sparkling. "Brother Lin, you're incredible. That was a second-tier Yi-ling. Yet you defeated it with such ease." Lin Ze smiled but remained silent. In the past, he might have felt prideful. However, with the achievement system now in place, his aspirations had soared to greater heights. Defeating a second-tier pet beast was hardly noteworthy. "Brother, where is your little Snowball?" Gu-ning could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, puzzled. Lin Ze gently stroked the head of the ice crystal soul that had come closer, casually responding, "This is the little Snowball. It has evolved into the ice crystal soul." Evolved? Gu-ning and the others were left speechless, as if they had heard something utterly unfathomable. The little Snowball could evolve. They had never heard of such a phenomenon. The three were filled with astonishment, wanting to question it, yet the evidence lay before them. If it were not an evolution, where had Lin Ze's previous little Snowball gone? One must remember that prior to advancing to an apprentice beast tamer, one could possess at most one pet beast, without exception. Could it be that the little Snowball truly had an evolved form? An undiscovered evolutionary path that had never been recognized? Gu-ning and her companions exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Chapter 8. The Source Stone Tablet. Instances of discovering pet beast evolutionary paths occurred annually. However, the vast majority were related to new species of pet beasts. For a pet beast like the little Snowball, which had undergone over a century of domestication and had been thoroughly studied by humanity, it was logical that no new evolutionary path should emerge. Yet it had happened. Moreover, the example stood vividly before them. At that moment, Guan Ning and her companions felt as if they were caught in a dream. After a while, they regained their senses, their faces alight with delight. Brother, this is a monumental discovery. Indeed, if others were to learn that the little Snowball possesses an evolved form, it would surely cause a sensation. Brother Lin is truly remarkable. The three girls chattered excitedly, expressing their astonishment and joy, especially Guan Ning, who felt genuinely happy for Lin Ze. Previously, Lin Ze had only a little Snowball, making it nearly impossible for him to become an apprentice beast tamer, let alone gain admission to the Beast Tamer Academy. But now, it was different. The evolved ice crystal soul was evidently formidable. Even if it could not evolve again, its strength upon reaching maturity would undoubtedly be formidable. At the very least, it was more than sufficient to pass the apprentice beast tamer qualification assessment. It was no wonder that brother said he wanted to participate in the qualification assessment. He had such a trump card hidden away. Guan Ning glared playfully at Lin Ze. Yuki-onna and Lin Ze exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat awkward. Just moments ago, they had internally criticized Lin Ze for his efforts being in vain. Now, it was clear that he had been entirely confident. After all, that was a second-tier pet beast. Passing the apprentice assessment was practically guaranteed. They even believed he could tackle higher difficulty levels with ease. Upon realizing this, the two girls looked at Lin Ze with a renewed sense of regard. Previously, he had merely been the brother of a friend in their eyes, without any other thoughts. But now it was different. A high school student with a second-tier pet beast was undoubtedly deserving of the title genius. A young talent with potential would always be viewed differently. Lin Ze was unaware of the girl's shifting perceptions. On the way, he took a moment to check his achievement list. Just moments ago, a new achievement had been unlocked. First Battle Victory. Achieved victory in the first pet beast battle. This achievement grants 100 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Achieved. Rewards pending. Lin Ze promptly claimed the rewards and immediately used the soul crystal. Watching the soul attribute on his panel rise to 28, he nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he invested all 100 achievement points into growth, elevating the growth rate of the ice crystal soul to 44. Its power level surged to the second tier, 6th segment. With this, his chances of passing the apprentice assessment had significantly increased. A smile crept across Lin Ze's lips. After more than 10 minutes, the group arrived at the Beast Tamer Association building. It was the time for the bi-monthly apprentice beast tamer qualification assessment. The entrance was bustling with people, predominantly young students like Lin Ze and his companions. Their expressions varied from anxious and apprehensive to excited and exuberant. Observing this, Yuki-onna and Lin Ze began to feel a mix of anticipation and trepidation. After all, this is the final assessment for the qualification of the high school entrance examination. If they were to fail, they would be unable to apply to the Yushoshu Academy, a consequence that was utterly unacceptable to them. Don't be nervous, relax. You will surely pass, Guan Ning gently encouraged her two friends. They queued at the counter, completed the registration, filled out the necessary information, and received their numbers. The entire process took nearly half an hour. Afterward, the group sat quietly in the waiting room until their numbers were called. A total of 30 individuals rose and followed the staff to the second floor of the building. Lin Ze glanced around and noted that among the 30, only a little over 10 appeared to be students. The rest were older, with the youngest in their 20s and several middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s. This was not surprising, although the title of apprentice Yushoshu was the lowest rank. Obtaining it was no simple task. Many had participated in the assessment over a dozen or 20 times before finally passing. Countless individuals would never achieve the rank of apprentice Yushoshu in their lifetimes. After a brief moment, they were led into a spacious, brightly lit room. The area was as large as a standard basketball court, largely empty except for a 2-meter-high stone tablet standing in the center, adorned with intricate and complex patterns. The source stone tablet, someone in the crowd exclaimed quietly. Many cast curious glances toward the tablet. The source stone tablet was a remnant from the era of Cataclysm. Hundreds of years ago, when ferocious beasts descended from dimensional rifts, the source stone tablets also appeared across the world. Its origins remain a mystery, but it is known that the first Yushoshu derived their ability to command ferocious beasts from this tablet. Subsequently, Yushoshus aspiring to advance must pass the assessment of the source stone tablet and undergo a baptism to succeed. Today, the source stone tablet has become an exceptionally precious artifact, receiving high regard and protection from the Federation and the Yushoshu Association. Ordinary Yushoshus could only encounter the source stone tablet during qualification assessments. Is that the source stone tablet? It doesn't look particularly remarkable, Zhang Xiaoyan whispered. Shoo. Guan Ning signaled her to be quiet. Someone is coming. 5 or 6 individuals clad in uniforms of the Yusho Sure Association entered the room. The leaders were 2 middle-aged men, each displaying a silver badge on their chest, indicating their status as silver Yusho Shures. The hierarchy of Yusho Sure ranks from lowest to highest is apprentice, bronze, silver, gold, and legendary, with the mythical king level above. In the third-tier city of Pinghai, a silver Yusho Sure could be considered a figure of great significance. The crowd looked at them with a blend of respect and envy. Welcome to today's Apprentice Yusho Sure Qualification Assessment, one of the tall, slender, middle-aged men announced. I am Hijinwen, an officer of the Pinghai branch of the Yusho Sure Association. The other middle-aged man, with a calm demeanor, added, Lu Peixin, also an officer of this branch. As they spoke, staff members behind them approached and distributed items to the attendees. Lin Ze soon received a small copper plaque, which was divided into 4 sections by 3 horizontal lines, inscribed with the terms low, medium, high, and super. You now hold the key to enter the virtual realm of the Source Stone Tablet. The upcoming assessment will take place within. Hijinwen surveyed the room, his tone measured. Before that, you need to choose the difficulty level of the assessment you wish to challenge. A massive screen embedded in the wall on the right suddenly lit up, displaying rows of text. Low difficulty, pass to upgrade to Apprentice Yusho Sure, Soul 1, designated Pet Growth 5. Medium difficulty, pass to upgrade to Apprentice Yusho Sure, Soul 2. Constitution 1, designated Pet Growth 10. High difficulty, pass to upgrade to Apprentice Yusho Sure, Soul 3. Constitution 2, designated Pet Growth 20, unlocks second pet position. Super difficulty, pass to upgrade to Apprentice Yusho Sure, Soul 5. Constitution 3, designated Pet Growth 30, unlocks second pet position. Chapter 9, the assessment begins. A stir swept through the crowd as everyone fixated on the screen, eyes gleaming. The disparity in difficulty between each assessment level was immense. However, the rewards for passing were equally astonishing. The baptism under super difficulty enhanced soul strength 5-fold compared to low difficulty, not to mention the increases in constitution strength, designated pet growth, and the unlocking of a second pet position, rewards that were tantalizingly desirable. Such high rewards for super difficulty. How alluring. If only I could pass the super difficulty, someone exclaimed. Don't dream in broad daylight. Just passing the low difficulty would be a blessing, another retorted. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyun gazed enviously at the rewards for super difficulty, yet both understood that it was beyond their reach. What a pity. Even super difficulty is out of the question. If we could just pass high difficulty, it would be sufficient, they sighed in unison. The number of pets one could contract undoubtedly played a crucial role in determining a Yusho Sure's strength. Securing a second pet would allow them to surpass over 90% of Yusho Shures, establishing themselves as leaders among their peers. However, given their current abilities, even passing medium difficulty was a lofty ambition, let alone high difficulty. Only Lin Ze and Guan Ning had confidence in their ability to conquer high difficulty. At that moment, Hijinwen's voice resonated once more. Before selecting your assessment difficulty, I advise you to think carefully. This decision will impact your future development. So please choose a level that suits your abilities. Do not aim too high and squander this precious opportunity. Whispers of uncertainty rippled through the crowd. Although many had contemplated their choices beforehand, facing the decision brought hesitation to several faces. Lin Ze maintained his usual calm demeanor. As soon as Hijinwen finished speaking, his finger decisively pressed down on the copper plaque, selecting the super difficulty option. Guan Ning, who had been closely observing Lin Ze's actions, was taken aback at this moment, her eyes widening in astonishment. Brother, she exclaimed impulsively. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyun, drawn by Guan Ning's voice, turned their gazes to the copper plaque in Lin Ze's hand, and were equally stunned. The words super difficulty on the plaque began to glow. Lin, did you really choose super difficulty? They gasped in disbelief. Having witnessed Lin Ze's strength in his battle against Zhao Kong, they had never imagined he would opt for the super difficulty. After all, that was a level akin to a hellish trial. It had been years since anyone in Pinghai had successfully attempted such a challenge. Previous candidates with second-tier pets had tried their hand at this level, but all had failed without exception. Therefore, including Guan Ning. The 3 girls had never considered that Lin Ze would choose super difficulty. They had assumed he aimed for high difficulty, just like Guan Ning. The outcome was utterly unexpected. Brother, what are you thinking? Why did you choose super difficulty? Guan Ning fretted, as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. If you fail the assessment, you won't be able to apply to the Yusho Academy this year. I understand, Lin Ze replied with a faint smile, his expression composed. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Guan Ning did not feel reassured and bit her lip, her mind racing with thoughts. If I were to explain to the examiners that it was merely an accidental mistake, might I be granted another opportunity to choose? However, Before she could take action, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin, standing beside the Benyuan Sherbei, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, their sharp gazes swiftly locking onto Lin Ze. As the examiners for this assessment, they possessed the ability to sense the difficulty level choices made by all present. It was only moments after Lin Ze selected the super difficult level that they immediately became aware of it and quickly pinpointed his location. He Jinwen scrutinized Lin Ze with a penetrating gaze and spoke solemnly, "Young man, did you not hear what I just said? You must consider your choices with utmost caution." Lin Ze replied calmly, "Examiner, this choice was indeed made after thorough contemplation. You are a third-year high school student this year, correct? Have you considered the consequences of such a decision? Should you fail the assessment, you will be unable to apply to the Yusho Academy. I will take responsibility for my own decision. Are you implying that you believe you can succeed at the super difficult level?" He Jinwen's words fell like a bombshell, igniting a furor among the crowd. Many were initially puzzled by why He Jinwen was addressing a young person in such a manner. But soon they grasped the situation. This audacious individual had chosen the super difficult level. In an instant, countless gazes converged upon Lin Ze, filled with curiosity, doubt, mockery, and pity. What a reckless youth. To dare challenge the super difficult level, he must be out of his mind. Given his age, he likely was still a student, probably participating in the qualification assessment for the first time, ill-prepared and unaware of the terrifying nature of the super difficult level. Poor fellow. He would surely be unable to apply to the Yusho Academy this year. Whispers of speculation arose, and no one held hope for Lin Ze's decision. This was to be expected. If the super difficult level were easily surmountable, Pinghai City would not have gone for years without a successful challenger. Lin Ze's determination caused He Jinwen's expression to darken. He recognized Lin Ze as a potential third-year student and did not wish for him to fail the assessment out of impulsiveness and miss the opportunity to apply this year. Hence his kind-hearted warning. However, he did not anticipate the other's stubbornness, as Lin Ze was resolutely intent on challenging the super difficult level. Youthful bravado. He Jinwen sighed inwardly, shaking his head and choosing to disregard the matter. Lu Peixin was more direct, casting a frown at Lin Ze before snorting coldly. Overestimating oneself. Guan Ning tugged at Lin Ze's sleeve, her expression laden with concern. "Brother, are you truly not reconsidering?" Lin Ze smiled and did not respond. Yet his demeanor clearly indicated he would not alter his decision. Seeing this, Guan Ning's expression grew complex. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan exchanged glances, both letting out quiet sighs. Neither believed Lin Ze could succeed at the super difficult level and could not comprehend why he was being so impulsive. 5 minutes later, everyone present had made their choices regarding the challenge difficulty. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin refrained from further discussion, promptly announcing the commencement of the assessment. The participants seated themselves cross-legged on the ground, gripping their copper tokens tightly and closing their eyes. Soon, a peculiar wave of energy began to spread. All seated individuals felt their bodies relax suddenly, as though entering a state of slumber. Concurrently, He Jinwen pressed gently on the stone tablet. With his motion, a massive light screen abruptly appeared above the tablet, segmented into 30 scenes depicting each individual undergoing their assessment. Chapter 10, Super Difficult Level, 5 Challenges. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Ze found himself in a brightly lit square. Surrounding him were towering walls and densely packed spectator stands. Yet, the stands were devoid of any audience, filled only with countless empty seats. Approximately 20 meters ahead loomed a gigantic iron door. So this is the interior of the Benyuan Sherbei's virtual realm. It resembles an arena. Lin Ze surveyed his surroundings with interest while stretching his body. The sensation was strikingly real, as if he were still in the physical world. Nonetheless, Lin Ze understood that everything was merely an illusion. His body remained outside. Within this virtual realm resided only his consciousness and projection. In this context, any injuries sustained within the virtual realm would not affect his real self, including the death of his pet. Even if his pet were to perish in the virtual realm, it would return to reality unharmed, requiring no sacrifice whatsoever. Quite fascinating. Lin Ze clicked his tongue and summoned the Bingjing Han. "Little one, it's time for you to shine." "Oh woo." The Bingjing Han understood its master's words, thumping its chest in a gesture of confidence. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed through the void. "The assessment is about to begin. There are a total of 5 challenges at the super difficult level. Participants, please prepare yourselves. 10, 9, 8, 7, assessment begins." As the countdown concluded, the iron door 20 meters away creaked open with a thunderous sound. A colossal lizard, its skin a fiery red, with a length exceeding 2 meters, slowly emerged. Oh, a flame lizard. Lin Ze instantly recognized the creature before him. The flame lizard, a fire attribute pet, upon reaching maturity, possesses a strength level of up to first rank. 7th tier. Indeed, as expected of the super difficult level, the opponent for the first challenge is a first-rank, 7th-tier pet. While he felt a sense of awe, Lin Ze's expression remained steadfast. With a mere thought, the Bingjing Hun floated forward. Upon witnessing its prey daring to initiate an attack, the flame lizard roared in fury and lunged forward. Midway, it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of fiery flames. The Bingjing Hun stood its ground, opening its mouth to exhale an equally frigid mist. Frost breath. With a resounding clash, the crimson flames and icy mist collided fiercely in the center of the arena. A violent shockwave erupted, sweeping outward like a tempest. Within less than half a second of stalemate, the ice mist surged forward, overpowering the flames, shattering and obliterating them, then relentlessly engulfing the flame lizard. Crack! Crack! The crisp sound of ice forming rang out in succession. The flame lizard barely had time to emit a cry before it was instantly transformed into a block of ice. Battle concluded. An emotionless mechanical voice resonated in the void. First challenge passed. The challenge continues. Lin Ze's expression remained unchanged. The Bingjing Hun's strength level completely outmatched that of the flame lizard. Victory was anticipated and not worthy of surprise. There were still 4 challenges ahead. Soon, the massive iron door opened once more. A creature entirely composed of gray-white bandages, resembling a skeleton, drifted into view. Suspended about half a meter above the ground, it possessed only its upper body, the lower half vanishing into thin air, leaving only a few dangling gray-white bandages. The bandage ghost, a necromantic pet, upon reaching maturity, boasts a strength level of up to first rank, 9th tier. Skilled in utilizing corrosive bandages for attacks, Lin Ze's mind swiftly conjured information about the bandage ghost, and he promptly commanded the Bingjing Hun to initiate the attack. Inside the stone tablet chamber, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin watched intently at the light screen. Due to the earlier interruption, their focus was primarily on Lin Ze's assessment. When they witnessed the Bingjing Hun defeat the flame lizard in a single blow, both were taken aback. He Jinwen was somewhat surprised, noting, "This young man possesses commendable strength. No wonder he dares to challenge the super difficult level." Lu Peixin, expressionless, remarked, "The ice attribute counters the fire attribute. His pet holds the advantage." He Jinwen dismissed this notion lightly, saying, "Even so, being able to defeat the flame lizard in a single strike indicates that his pet is at least of first rank, 9th tier strength, and it is highly likely it is 2nd rank. This level of power would make him a top-tier student in any high school." Lu Peixin remained silent, evidently conceding to He Jinwen's assertion. However, he soon shook his head again. What difference does it make? The outcome remains unchanged. How many ace students have fallen at the ultra-challenging level over the years? It was now He Jinwen's turn to fall silent. Indeed, being an ace student does not guarantee success in overcoming the ultra-challenging difficulties. He Jinwen vividly recalled a certain student from 2 years ago, a genius reputed to be the strongest in a particular high school, who confidently challenged the ultra-challenging level with his 2nd-tier, 3-stage pet beast during the assessment. Unsurprisingly, he failed and was forced to repeat a year, only obtaining the qualification to apply to the Beastmaster Academy the following year. In that time, many of his peers, less qualified than him, had already surpassed him. That student regretted it deeply. He Jinwen was the examiner at that time. It was precisely because he had personally experienced that event that he had kindly advised Lin Ze against it earlier. Unfortunately, the latter did not appreciate the caution. With a sigh, He Jinwen suppressed his distractions and refocused his attention on the screen. On the display, the Bingjing Hun and the Bengdai Gui had already engaged in battle. In a mere moment, a rain of ice spikes overwhelmed the Bengdai Gui. By the time the ice spikes dissipated, the Bengdai Gui was nowhere to be seen. Only a ground strewn with ice shards remaining. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin exchanged glances, their expressions slightly shifting. "It seems you were right. This young man's pet truly is of the 2nd tier." Lu Peixin nodded slightly, his gaze towards Lin Ze softening significantly. For an ordinary student to challenge the ultra-challenging level would be an act of folly. Yet, with a young genius possessing a 2nd-tier pet beast, it merely indicated an excess of confidence. The implications of the 2 scenarios were entirely different. In an instant, Lu Peixin's impression of Lin Ze changed dramatically. Of course, he still held the view that Lin Ze would not succeed in his challenge. He Jinwen, however, felt an increasing sense of regret. Such an outstanding young talent, wasting a year of time, was indeed lamentable. Just as the 2 were lost in their thoughts, the 3rd challenge commenced. This time, a creature resembling a humanoid shrub adorned with thorny branches emerged from behind the iron gate. Its head, shrouded in withered branches, bore 2 glowing orbs that were quite intimidating. The Kuowei beast, a plant-type pet beast, could reach a strength level of 2nd tier, 1 stage in its mature form. A 2nd-tier pet beast? This would not be easy to handle, He Jinwen murmured. However, before he could finish his thought, he saw the Bingjing Hun wave its small hand. Countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, shooting forth like a tempest, instantly shredding the Kuo Wei beast into fragments. He Jinwen was left gaping in astonishment, utterly dumbfounded. Lu Peixin beside him was equally wide-eyed, his face a mask of disbelief. The two stared at the screen, momentarily questioning their own perceptions. Chapter 11. An effortless annihilation, leaving the crowd in shock. Previously, when at the fourth stage of the second tier, the Bingjing Han had easily crushed the second tier, one stage Yulang. Now, having ascended to the sixth stage of the second tier, facing a fellow second tier, one stage Kuo Wei beast was almost trivial. A swift kill was hardly surprising. However, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin were unaware of this. In their expectations, a fierce battle should have erupted between the Bingjing Han and the Kuo Wei beast. Yet, the unfolding events were utterly astonishing. The Bingjing Han had effortlessly eliminated the Kuo Wei beast. This scene left the two of them dumbstruck, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. This young man, He Jinwen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He realized he had underestimated Lin Ze. Initially, he had assumed that despite being young, even with a second-tier pet, its level would not be particularly high, at most, the first or second stage of the second tier. But now it was evident he had been gravely mistaken. Observing the ease with which the ice-type pet had dispatched the Kuo Wei beast, it was clear it must be at least at the fifth or even sixth stage of the second tier. Such prowess was truly remarkable. In that moment, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. In past assessments, second-tier pet beasts had appeared, yet most were at the first or second stage, rarely exceeding the third stage. A young talent like Lin Ze, possessing a second-tier, fifth or sixth stage pet beast, was virtually unheard of. Though the difference of a few minor stages may seem trivial, the implications were vastly different. At just 18 years old, to possess a second-tier, fifth or sixth stage pet beast, such talent would certainly attract attention even in bustling cities known for their concentration of beastmaster prodigies. What a remarkable young man, hiding such a capability. He Jinwen gazed at Lin Ze on the screen, his eyes brimming with admiration. It appeared that this year, a promising talent was emerging from the local high school. Lu Peixin instinctively nodded in agreement. Lin Ze's strength genuinely exceeded his expectations. Old Lu, do you think he can pass the ultra-challenging level? He Jinwen suddenly inquired. Lu Peixin furrowed his brow, revealing a hesitant expression. Just a few moments ago, he would have scoffed at He Jinwen's words, utterly disbelieving that Lin Ze could succeed in overcoming the ultra-challenging level. But now, things were different. Having witnessed Lin Ze's extraordinary power that surpassed his peers, he could not help but feel uncertain. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Peixin slowly replied. It's hard to say. While Lin Ze's abilities are exceptional, the opponents in the latter two stages of the ultra-challenging level are formidable. I can only say he has a chance of passing. He Jinwen nodded non-committally, refraining from further comment. The two continued to watch the screen, where the fourth challenge had already begun. This time, the pet beast was a fierce claw fiend. By now, several participants had begun to exit the virtual realm. Those who succeeded wore expressions of joy, while the defeated appeared dejected, sighing repeatedly. Damn it, I was so close. I could have defeated that beast. One lamented. I didn't expect the lower difficulty to be this challenging. My opponent was a first-tier, sixth-stage beast. Sigh, failed again this year. Haha, I did it. I'm now a trainee beastmaster. The speaker beamed with pride, drawing envious glances from many. Although the title of trainee beastmaster was the lowest rank within the beastmaster hierarchy, it nonetheless marked a step into the elite social class. With this title in hand, the future appeared exceedingly bright. The newly minted trainee beastmaster intended to boast further about his accomplishments when he noticed the person in front of him suddenly widen his eyes, displaying an expression of sheer disbelief. What on earth is that? The claw fiend. Isn't that a second-tier beast? How could it appear in the trainee assessment? A wave of uncontrollable gasps erupted. The newly appointed trainee beastmaster turned to see what the commotion was about, and in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. Right in the center of the screen, two pet beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. One was an unfamiliar creature resembling an ice sprite, while the other was the claw fiend. The claw fiend was a standard attribute pet beast, capable of reaching a strength level of second-tier, 3-stage in its mature form. How could such a powerful beast appear in a trainee assessment? What was going on? Soon, someone noticed Lin Ze's presence. Wait, isn't that the student who just said he would challenge the ultra-challenging level? Indeed, it is. So this is an ultra-challenging assessment. It must be. Look at the label in the bottom right corner. This is the 4th stage. Wow, as expected of the ultra-challenging level, a claw fiend appears in the 4th challenge. All the participants present were taken aback. They were astonished not only by the dangers of the ultra-challenging level, but also by the fact that in just the 4th challenge, a second-tier, 3-stage beast had emerged. What would the final challenge entail? However, What astonished them even more was Lin Ze's performance. That young man's pet was actually holding its ground against the claw fiend and even gaining the upper hand. In other words, that pet beast is also of the second tier. Moreover, its level undoubtedly exceeds the third segment of the second tier. This strength has far surpassed all the participants present. How impressive, it can actually subdue the fierce claw monster. TSK, I knew that anyone daring to challenge the super high difficulty must possess remarkable skills. TCH, just moments ago, you were mocking others for their lack of self-awareness. Ahem, I was merely speaking offhandedly. By the way, which high school does this person attend? Their strength is astounding. I don't know. I remember the top students from local high schools, but it seems I've never encountered this individual. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. Everyone looked at the screen, shocked by Lin Ze. They could not fathom that the arrogant youth just moments ago was, in fact, a genius possessing a formidable second-tier pet beast. At that moment, Guanning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Siyuan emerged from the virtual realm in succession. As soon as they stood up, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan excitedly embraced each other, jumping and cheering loudly. We passed. I successfully completed the internship assessment. Me too. Now we are both apprentice beast masters. And Ning, what about you? Zhang Xiaoyun asked Guanning with a beaming face. Guanning nodded, a hint of uncontainable joy on her face, clearly having passed the assessment as well. Moreover, she had achieved a higher difficulty level, gaining rewards that far exceeded those of Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan. However, Guanning quickly composed herself, her expression tense as she gazed at the screen. I wonder how my brother fared in the assessment? Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan recalled this and quickly looked up. Upon doing so, the three girls, like the other participants present, were left in stunned silence. On the screen, the ice crystal soul had successfully killed the fierce claw monster and was now hovering beside Lin Ze, softly chirping in delight. Lin Ze gently stroked the pet beast's head as a token of encouragement. In the void, a cold mechanical voice rang out. The fourth stage has been cleared. The challenge continues. Chapter 12, Skill Achievement, Challenge Successful. Brother Lin is amazing. Zhang Xiaoyun covered her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide as she stared at the screen. Although she had long known that Lin Ze was formidable, the current scene still left her utterly shocked. In the mere minutes that she completed the low difficulty level, Lin Ze had effortlessly advanced to the final stage of the super high difficulty. It was simply unbelievable, unlike the previous 3 levels, which had only 1 stage. The super high difficulty was feared by many for its 5 stages, each more challenging than the last. It is said that the 3rd stage introduces second-tier pet beasts. The difficulty of the last 2 stages is unimaginable. However, Lin Ze surged through to the final stage in less than 5 minutes. Such a pace is terrifying. Brother, Guanning was equally astonished. During the assessment, she had worried whether Lin Ze had failed. Yet, she had not expected to see such a scene upon emerging. Not only did he not fail, but it seemed he was on the verge of success. This is incredible. This is the final stage. This must break the record. I remember that the best challenger of the super high difficulty previously only reached the 4th stage before failing. It seems to be so. Whether or not it breaks the record is irrelevant now. It is the final stage. If he can pass, then that would mean he has succeeded in the challenge. I feel anxious. The fierce claw monster in the 4th stage is already at the 3rd segment of the 2nd tier. And the pet beast in the final stage must be at least the 5th segment of the 2nd tier. That is true. Look, the final stage has begun. The crowd quickly focused their attention. Accompanied by a rumbling sound, the steel door slowly opened. A massive figure emerged from within, with a lithe and graceful physique, glossy fur, and sharp teeth resembling blades. It was none other than a saber-toothed lion. Upon recognizing the creature on the screen, all participants could not help but gasp in shock. What on earth? It is a saber-toothed lion. I remember that a mature saber-toothed lion possesses a strength level of at least the 5th segment of the 2nd tier, right? Indeed, this is a particularly challenging pet beast. That young man is in trouble now. Lions are already known as the king of beasts, not to mention a saber-toothed lion, a transcendent creature above ordinary beasts. In terms of combat prowess, the saber-toothed lion is undoubtedly a standout among its peers. Guanning instinctively clenched her fists, her pale knuckles betraying her inner anxiety. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan also held their breath in anticipation. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, fearful of missing any moment of the unfolding scene. The battle soon erupted once more. The saber-toothed lion moved with agility and ferocity, each strike imbued with the primal ferocity characteristic of a beast hunting its prey, inducing a sense of trepidation. Fortunately, the ice crystal soul floated in the air, equally nimble, managing to evade at critical moments while counterattacking with its skills. For a time, both sides engaged in a fierce exchange, thrilling the spectators. In contrast to the tension and excitement of the onlookers, Lin Ze appeared remarkably composed and tranquil. The ice crystal soul's level was already superior to that of the saber-toothed lion, and it mastered the formidable skills of frost breath and ice spikes, ensuring its combat power surpassed that of the saber-toothed lion. Although it could not dispatch the opponent as swiftly as in the previous stages, victory was not difficult. It would merely require some effort. At that moment, a notification suddenly rang in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. Lin Ze was taken aback and quickly opened the notification log. Upon viewing it, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had unknowingly accomplished a new achievement. Skill initiation. The cumulative number of skill casts by the pet beast has reached 10. Achieving this grants 100 achievement points and unlocks the pet beast skill function. Achievement completed. Rewards pending collection. To his astonishment, using skills also yielded achievements. A glimmer of joy sparked in Lin Ze's eyes. What is this skill unlocking function? He immediately summoned the pet beast panel and scanned it, noticing new information that had appeared at the bottom. Extreme ice chains. A control type skill that manipulates ice elements to form solid chains to bind the target's movement, requiring 40 achievement points to unlock. Ice shield. A defensive skill that manipulates ice elements to form a frost shield, allowing for defense against attacks from any direction, requiring 60 achievement points to unlock. Frost Nova, an area damage skill that compresses a large amount of ice elements in a specified area into a point and releases it instantaneously, dealing explosive ice attribute damage, requiring 80 achievement points to unlock. New skills. Lin Ze's eyes brightened. It is well known that the two critical factors influencing a pet beast's combat power are its level and skills. While it is undoubtedly challenging to elevate a pet beast's level, the difficulty of learning new skills is no less formidable. Aside from the skills inherently possessed, a pet beast must undergo rigorous training countless times, expending a significant amount of time and effort before it can successfully learn a new skill. Often, beast masters spend months, even half a year, for a pet beast to master a new skill. The arduous nature of skill cultivation is thus evident. However, the achievement system allows Lin Ze's pet beast to instantly master skills at the mere cost of some achievement points. This is undoubtedly an incredibly powerful function. Remarkably powerful. Lin Ze silently praised, glancing at the ice crystal soul engaged in battle. Moreover, it arrived at a most opportune moment. Without hesitation, Lin Ze decisively unlocked the extreme ice chains skill, simultaneously investing the remaining 50 achievement points into the ice crystal soul's growth, elevating its growth to 54. In an instant, the ice crystal soul's strength level surged to the 7th segment of the 2nd tier. Inside the stone tablet chamber, the onlookers were astonished to witness a sudden shift in the battle. The originally slightly dominant Bing Jinghan intensified its assault, overpowering the Jianqi Shi with remarkable force. Had it achieved a breakthrough during the fight? He Jinwen and Lu Peixin exchanged glances, their expressions betraying their astonishment. Their keen eyes discerned a significant surge in the strength of Bing Jinghan, suggesting it had indeed experienced a level up. Yet, the timing of this breakthrough seemed too fortuitous. Just then, the scene revealed Bing Jinghan extending its delicate hand and pointing towards the Jianqi Shi as it murmured softly. In an instant, the temperature in the air plummeted dramatically. Crack, crack. Around the Jianqi Shi, numerous ice crystals rapidly coalesced, forming 3 azure, ring-like chains of frost that intertwined to create a circle. Before the Jianqi Shi could react, the circle abruptly constricted inward, ensnaring it within the icy chains. Roaring in desperation, the Jianqi Shi struggled, causing the chains to creak ominously, yet it could not break free. At that moment, Bing Jinghan raised its slender hand and swept it downward with force. Countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, engulfing the Jianqi Shi in an overwhelming avalanche. The sound of sharp points piercing flesh echoed incessantly. Trapped in place, the Jianqi Shi could not evade the terrifying onslaught, and before it could even emit a cry of anguish, it was mercilessly shredded into a flurry of blood-red ice particles. 5th stage cleared, challenge completed. Congratulations, challenger. You have successfully passed the ultra-difficult novice assessment. The cold, mechanical voice resonated, echoing through the spacious stone chamber. At that moment, the crowd fell silent. Their mouths agape as they stared at the glowing screen, rendered speechless. Chapter 13, The True Genius. An enveloping silence descended upon the room. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally murmured, "Incredible, simply incredible." This utterance shattered the stillness, igniting a wave of astonishment among the spectators. How powerful! They truly succeeded in the challenge. What was that last skill? Its might was astonishing. Ultra-difficult level. I never imagined I would witness someone succeed in such a challenge. The exclamations of awe surged forth, as everyone found themselves engulfed in intense shock and disbelief. Until today, they could never have fathomed that anyone could pass the ultra-difficult assessment, let alone an 18-year-old high school student. It was beyond belief. He Jinwen stared blankly at Lin Ze on the screen, and after a prolonged moment, he exhaled deeply. I never expected this. Beside him, Lu Peixin wore a similar dazed expression, his eyes reflecting his astonishment. Both were silver beastmasters of high standing, well versed in the talents of many young beastmasters. They had encountered countless prodigies before, but Lin Ze, this paragon of excellence, was unlike any they had ever seen. At merely 18 years of age, he had successfully passed the ultra-difficult novice assessment, showcasing a level of strength and talent that was truly unprecedented in their lifetimes. A genuine genius. He Jinwen mused with profound admiration. If only he were not a student. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly recruit him into the association. Such a prodigious talent. If missed, may never be encountered again. Lu Peixin nodded in agreement. Having witnessed Lin Ze's prowess, his earlier doubts had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming admiration. In that moment, he could not help but feel a burgeoning desire to nurture such talent. Alas, Lin Ze intended to apply to the Beastmaster Academy, making it impossible for him to join the Beastmaster Association. Meanwhile, Guan Ning and her companions, after recovering from their shock, were swept into a fervor of excitement. The three girls embraced one another, bouncing with joy as they expressed their exhilaration. Incredible! Lin Ge is truly remarkable. That was ultra-difficult, Guan Ning exclaimed, her face beaming with happiness. She had always thought Lin Ze was merely accompanying her to the Beastmaster Association, never imagining he would participate in the novice assessment, let alone succeed in such an extraordinarily challenging endeavor. The scene before her felt surreal, as if she were in a dream. She gazed at Lin Ze on the screen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ze was entirely focused on the system panel before him. Following his successful challenge, the promised rewards began to manifest. An invisible yet palpable wave enveloped him, invigorating his spirit and revitalizing his body, reminiscent of the sensations experienced during the integration of the soul crystal. Upon examining the system panel, Lin Ze noted an impressive increase of 5 points in his soul attributes. This was merely the beginning. In the next moment, a warm current surged from his abdomen, invigorating him with boundless vitality, as if his body had been refined and strengthened thousands of times. Once the warmth dissipated, Lin Ze's physical attribute had increased by 3 points. Lin Ze, physical, 50 soul, 78. Level, novice. Soul power, 780,780. Soul technique, none. Pet, Bing Jing Han. Achievement points, 3. Gazing at the data on his personal panel, a smile crept across Lin Ze's face. Under normal circumstances, it is exceedingly challenging to enhance one's soul strength. Besides consuming rare treasures and undergoing purification, improvement can only be achieved through diligent practice over time. According to the official data released by the Beastmaster Association, the soul strength of novice Beastmasters typically ranges between 25. Only a select few who pass higher difficulty assessments, while utilizing a significant quantity of soul-strengthening treasures, may reach a level of around 6. Yet Lin Ze's soul strength was an astonishing 78, far surpassing this benchmark, leaving others of the same rank in the dust. His strength was even comparable to that of some low-ranked bronze beastmasters, and as for his physical prowess, even bronze beastmasters would be hard-pressed to match him. Please select a pet for enhancement. The sudden mechanical voice jolted Lin Ze back to reality. He recalled the reward for designating a pet with a growth level of 30 during the purification. Without hesitation, Lin Ze chose Bing Jing Han, for it was the only pet he currently possessed. Moments later, a dazzling light enveloped Bing Jing Han's surface. Name, Bing Jing Han. Type, Ice. Level, Phase 1. Tier 3. Growth level, 84. Skills, Ice Spike, Frost Breath, Extreme Ice Chain. Queen Path, Next Evolution. Snow Woman, Requirements. Growth level 100, Intermediate Ice Element Essence 20. Heart of Ice and Snow 1. To his surprise, it had reached Tier 3. Lin Ze was filled with delight. The strength of a Tier 2 pet and that of a Tier 3 pet are not comparable. A Tier 1. Phase 3 pet could easily contend with 4 or 5 Tier 2, Phase 9 pets, showcasing the vast disparity in their power. Without a doubt, this enhancement heralded a monumental leap in his strength. Truly, the purification of ultra-difficulty level was astonishingly effective. Not to mention, it had unlocked a second pet slot. The only means for a Beastmaster to increase the number of contractable pets is through the qualification assessment, receiving the baptism of the original stone tablet. There is no other way, and it requires at least a high difficulty level purification to achieve this. Many beast tamers are willing to delay their participation in the qualification assessment until they feel confident in their abilities to challenge higher difficulties. It is noteworthy that the second pet that can be contracted has a level cap, with the highest level not exceeding Tier 3. It seems I must find time to visit the pet shop and see if there are suitable pets available for contract. Lin Ze pondered quietly. As the baptism concluded, a prompt indicating the achievement followed closely behind. Apprentice Beast Tamer. By passing the Apprentice Beast Tamer qualification assessment and completing the first baptism, an achievement has been reached. Granting 200 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Completed. Reward pending collection. Lin Ze immediately claimed his reward. Just as he completed this, a sudden blur enveloped his vision. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he found himself back in reality. Brother. Just as he stood up, Guan leaped towards him joyfully. Wrapping her arms around his, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyuan approached as well, their gazes filled with admiration. In an instant, the eyes of the surrounding crowd converged upon him, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and awe. At that moment, Lin Ze was the focal point of everyone's attention. Chapter 14. Generous Invitation Conditions. Brother, you are incredible. Guan looked at Lin Ze with adoring eyes, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Congratulations, Lin Ge. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyuan chimed in with cheerful congratulations. Lin Ze patted Guan head and smiled, nodding towards the others. At that moment, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin approached. Young man, your performance was astonishing. I retract my previous statement. Your confidence stems from your strength, not from impulsiveness or recklessness. Surprisingly, He Jinwen openly admitted his prior error right away. Lu Peixin also straightforwardly added, I apologize for my earlier comments. Both examiners, who were silver beast tamers and regarded as significant figures in the eyes of the public, were apologizing to an apprentice beast tamer. Witnessing this scene surprised not only the crowd, but also Lin Ze himself. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head. It's all right. Both of you had good intentions. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin exchanged approving glances, their admiration for him growing. Not only was he young and exceptionally gifted, but he also maintained a calm demeanor, showing no arrogance or hubris. Such a mindset is indeed commendable. This young man is destined for remarkable achievements in the realm of beast tamers. The two examiners shared a thought. Your name is Lin Ze, correct? Would you be interested in joining our Beast Tamer Association? He Jinwen suddenly inquired. Lin Ze paused slightly, but I am still a student. No worries. He Jinwen waved his hand with a smile. I can apply for a reserve cadre position for you, which entails no responsibilities, but still offers corresponding benefits and treatment. Moreover, this does not conflict with your enrollment in the Beast Tamer Academy. You can still attend, and upon graduation, you will immediately receive a position as an associate in the association. What do you think? The crowd was left speechless. The conditions proposed by He Jinwen were exceedingly generous, effectively providing Lin Ze with a substantial allowance for 4 years without any obligations. Upon graduating from the academy, he would directly obtain a position as an associate in the Beast Tamer Association without needing to undergo assessments or competitions. This was simply enviable. Guan face also lit up with joy upon hearing this. Among the numerous paths available to graduates of the Beast Tamer Academy, the Beast Tamer Association ranks above the military and the wealthy families of the Federation. After all, the military has stringent regulations, and contracts from wealthy clans are often overly restrictive, effectively akin to selling one's soul. In contrast, the Beast Tamer Association, a semi-official and semi-private organization, is much more lenient, offering attractive benefits. It is undoubtedly the most sought-after organization for Beast Tamer students. Each year, numerous students aspire to join the association, with competition as fierce as 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. Now, an opportunity has presented itself to Lin Ze, an immediate entry into the Beast Tamer Association without competition, and directly becoming an associate. How could this not evoke envy and jealousy? In an instant, many gazes directed at Lin Ze were tinged with unmistakable envy and jealousy. To everyone's surprise, Lin Ze shook his head and rejected the offer without a moment's hesitation. Thank you for your kindness, but I apologize. I have not yet contemplated my plans after graduation and do not wish to make a decision at this moment. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin were momentarily taken aback. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned. No one expected that Lin Ze would turn down such generous terms. Perhaps you could learn more about our association before making a decision. He Jinwen suggested, believing Lin Ze might not fully understand the significance of the associate position. However, Lin Ze interrupted him mid-sentence. Examiner, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have thought this through and prefer to plan after graduation. Lin Ze's expression remained calm, showing no signs of wavering. The benefits promised by He Jinwen were indeed substantial, but there is no such thing as a free lunch. The more one receives now, the more one will have to give in return later. Lin Ze did not wish to be tied to the Beast Tamer Association at this moment. Even if he were to join, it should be after graduation. Given his rate of growth, by that time, his strength would undoubtedly surpass his current abilities by 100 or 1,000 times, allowing him to negotiate for higher benefits and treatment from the association, rather than settling for such modest advantages now. Lin Ze was clear-headed about this matter. Seeing Lin Ze's resolute demeanor, Jinwen sighed inwardly and chose not to press further. In that case, I will not insist. However, you have just been promoted to apprentice beast tamer, and there are likely many aspects of pet taming that you are still unfamiliar with. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out. I am usually in this building. Jinwen's words once again stirred admiration among many for Lin Ze. This was a gesture of goodwill from a silver beast tamer, demonstrating just how highly Jinwen regarded Lin Ze. Upon reflection, it was clear this was a genius who had passed an extraordinary difficulty assessment. Moreover, he was only 18 years old, destined for a brilliant future. Such an unparalleled talent warranted early attempts to build rapport. With this in mind, many began to stir with ideas. Jinwen encouraged Lin Ze a few more times, left his contact information, and then departed with Lu Peixing. As soon as the two examiners exited the room, the crowd erupted in a flurry around Lin Ze. Lin Ze, you are from Pinghai No. 1 High School, right? We are fellow alumni. Lin brother, would you like to join an adventure team? We can take you out to hunt fierce beasts for free. Lin Ge, wait. Do you have time to grab a meal together? Lin Ze, let's exchange contact information. I have some questions regarding pets that I would love to consult with you. The crowd encircled Lin Ze like planets orbiting the sun, either seeking camaraderie or requesting contact information, desperately trying to flatter him, making their eagerness almost embarrassing. Unfortunately, Lin Ze had little interest in such social interactions. He casually brushed them off with a few words and hurriedly left with Guan Ning and the other two girls. Upon exiting the building, the four of them simultaneously wiped their brows. They nearly could not leave. Those people were far too enthusiastic. Guan Ning patted her chest, still feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. Lu Siyuan laughed. What can we do? Who told Lin Ge to be so remarkable? Everyone wants to be close to him. Zhang Xiaoyan scoffed. I even saw a few women asking Lin Ge for contact information. They were clearly older than us, yet still calling him Lin Ze Gij. It's disgusting. As she spoke, the girl made a gagging motion. Guan Ning and Lu Siyuan burst into laughter at this. Lin Ze's lips curled slightly. Zhang Xiaoyan glanced at him, her eyes twinkling, and leaned closer, speaking in a sweet voice. Lin Ze Gij, let us exchange contact information so we can chat together in the future. Guan Ning and Lu Xian chimed in. I want to exchange contact information too. Lin Ze Gij. Lu Xian, whose cheeks flushed crimson, felt somewhat shy compared to Zhang Xiaoyan. Lin Ze, bemused, had no choice but to exchange contact details with them. With the internship assessment concluded, the outcome was favorable for all four, and they decided to find a nearby place to have lunch. During the meal, Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Xian eagerly served Lin Ze water and dishes, showering him with attention, their enthusiasm almost embarrassing. Guan Ning watched from the side, feeling a twinge of jealousy. She had witnessed other girls fawn over Lin Ze before, as he was quite handsome and popular among the girls. Yet, while she had felt indifferent in the past, now, inexplicably, she felt a hint of displeasure, her mouth sour like a bite of green citrus. As evening approached, Lin Ze and Guan Ning returned to their residence. At the door, as Lin Ze fumbled for his keys, he casually remarked, sleep early. We need to go back to school to register tomorrow. Guan Ning glanced at him, hesitated to speak, and finally responded obediently. Lin Ze, oblivious to the girl's expression, entered the house. Settling onto the sofa in the living room, he immediately summoned his personal panel. Lin Ze, Constitution, 50. Soul, 88. Level, in turn, Soul Power, 880880. Soul Techniques, none. Pet, Ice Crystal Soul, Achievement Points, 203. He had already utilized the reward of the achievement points from the Intern Beast Tamer title, successfully increasing his soul strength to 88. Additionally, he had 200 achievement points remaining. The Ice Crystal Soul was just 16 points away from its full growth, requiring only 80 achievement points to reach completion. Lin Ze contemplated, deciding against immediately maxing out its growth. He wished to experiment with how pets could grow through combat in reality. According to system data, pets could enhance their growth through battle. Lin Ze sought to test the extent to which combat, under the system's influence, could amplify a pet's growth. If the results were favorable, he could save a considerable amount of achievement points for unlocking pet skills or enhancing his constitution and soul attributes. He first unlocked the two new skills. Lin Ze summoned the pet skill panel and examined the skill list at the bottom. Ice Shield, a defensive skill that manipulates ice elements to form a frost shield, allowing for free defense against incoming attacks. Requires 60 growth and 50 achievement points to unlock. Frost Nova, an area damage skill that compresses a large quantity of ice elements in a designated area into a point, releasing explosive ice attribute damage instantly. Requires 80 growth and 100 achievement points to unlock. Unlocking both skills would cost a total of 150 achievement points. Without hesitation, Lin Ze unlocked them both. Name, Ice Crystal Soul, Element, Ice Level, 3 Stage 1 Segment Growth, 84 Skills, Ice Spike, Frost Breath, Extreme Ice Chain, Ice Shield, Frost Nova, Queen Route. Next evolution form, Snow Woman. Requirements: Growth 100, Intermediate Ice Element Essence 20, Heart of Ice, and Snow 1. He decided to reserve the remaining 50 achievement points for now. With just 16 more points needed for full growth, he anticipated reaching this milestone soon. The next challenge was acquiring the evolution materials. Lin Ze rubbed his forehead in worry. Having research prices online, the price for Intermediate Ice Element Essence was 20,000 credits per piece. Thus, 20 pieces would cost a staggering 400,000 credits. The Heart of Ice and Snow was even more exorbitant, priced at 150,000 credits each. In total, acquiring all the evolution materials for the Ice Crystal Soul would require at least 550,000 credits, a sum far beyond his current savings. Additionally, purchasing new pets would also demand a significant amount of money. The prices for pets fluctuated greatly based on their potential rating and tier, with similar tier pets sometimes differing by tens of times in price. A second-tier pet of first rank generally cost around 100,000 credits, while a second-tier pet with multiple evolution forms could be priced as high as 1,000,000 credits. Of course, with his special advantage, Lin Ze could easily target those with hidden evolution routes and lower ratings, significantly reducing the financial burden. Even so, he would still need several 100,000 credits. Consequently, combining the amounts needed for both evolution materials and new pets, he estimated requiring close to 1,000,000 credits. For someone like Lin Ze, who had only recently managed to save a little over 100,000, this was undoubtedly an astronomical sum. This was merely during the intern beast tamer phase. As he progressed, his financial needs would only increase, leading to larger expenditures. Lin Ze grimaced, feeling the weight of his financial situation. Fortunately, while beast tamers were notorious for their lavish spending, they were equally renowned for their earning potential. Lin Ze had already devised a plan. Tomorrow, he would take some time to visit the Beast Tamer Association and accept bounty missions for extra funds. Interns and higher-ranked beast tamers could undertake bounty missions at the Beast Tamer Association, receiving a certain amount of compensation upon completion. The higher the mission rank, the greater the reward. Even the lowest-level tasks typically offered several thousand credits, making it one of the quickest ways for beast tamers to earn money. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze had already formulated a strategy in his mind. He closed the panel, summoned the Ice Crystal Soul, played with the pet for a while, then rose to wash up and prepare for rest. The following morning, Guan Ning knocked on the door to wake Lin Ze, urging him to join the Guan family for breakfast. Guan Chongshan and his wife had learned the previous evening from Guan Ning about Lin Ze's promotion to intern beast tamer. They were both astonished and delighted that he had succeeded in passing the exceptionally difficult assessment. Guan mother prepared a lavish breakfast, calling it a celebration. Consequently, as they set out for school, Guan Ning teased Lin Ze, saying he seemed more like the son of her parents than she did. "Isn't this a celebration for you too? Don't forget that we both passed the internship assessment together." "Who said that?" "Mom only decided to prepare a feast after hearing that you passed the assessment." The two joked, and soon they arrived at Pinghai No. 1 High School. As they entered the school gate, Lin Ze sensed something amiss. In the past, when he accompanied Guan Ning to school, although they attracted attention, most of the gazes were directed at her, as she was renowned as the genius beauty of Pinghai No. 1. However, today was different. Lin Ze keenly observed that most of the students' attention was focused on him. Many were pointing and whispering. He could vaguely hear snippets of discussions. "Look, Lin Ze is here. Ah, he is the genius who passed the exceptionally difficult assessment? Unbelievable, he actually succeeded in challenging the super difficulty. I didn't know we had such a remarkable person at our school. Wow, he is quite handsome. Let us ask for his contact information." "You go ahead, I wouldn't dare." Especially with Guan Ning next to him. Lin Ze twitched his mouth. The speed at which this news spread was astonishing. In just one day, it had reached the entire school. Chapter 16. Changing relationships. "Brother, you've become quite the celebrity." Guan Ning, noticing the surrounding situation, chuckled as she patted Lin Ze's arm. Lin Ze rolled his eyes, ignoring the gazes around him, and headed straight for the teaching building. Their classes were on different floors, and after parting ways at the stairs, Lin Ze soon arrived at his classroom. Upon entering the classroom, he once again experienced the sensation of being the center of attention. In an instant, all the gazes of the students converged upon him. Shock, envy, jealousy, and curiosity, an array of emotions focused on his figure. Lin Ze, a boy who often acted alongside him, approached, casting a peculiar glance in his direction. "I heard you participated in the internship assessment and actually passed. Is that true?" "Indeed," Lin Ze admitted calmly, feeling no need for concealment. "Was it of extraordinary difficulty?" "Yes." A collective gasp echoed around the room. Although they had heard about this event, hearing the affirmation directly from the person involved still left the students in a state of astonishment. After all, unlike others outside, They were classmates who had shared nearly 3 years of study with Lin Ze. Throughout this time, he had exhibited merely average, if not poor, performance. Many classmates were aware that his pet was a small Snowball, seemingly destined to remain far from the path of an intern beastmaster. Who could have anticipated that such an unremarkable individual would suddenly rise to become an intern beastmaster, and a prodigy at that, passing the assessment of extraordinary difficulty? He had ascended to a height that felt unattainable to them, a stark contrast that many found difficult to accept. Yet Lin Ze appeared remarkably composed, indifferent to the surrounding gazes, as he returned to his seat with a graceful demeanor. Moments later, the class bell rang. The homeroom teacher entered, carrying a stack of documents, and his gaze immediately landed on Lin Ze's desk. It was evident that he was aware of the events from the previous day. Before we begin, I have some good news to share, which some of you may already know. Our classmate Lin Ze has successfully passed the extraordinary difficulty internship assessment and is officially promoted to intern beastmaster. Let us applaud him for this achievement. As the teacher's words concluded, a resounding applause filled the classroom. The girls seated near Lin Ze gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. This is a pride for our class and the school. Everyone should learn well from Lin Ze. After offering a few encouraging remarks, the homeroom teacher swiftly shifted the topic to more pressing matters. Without further ado, today marks the day to fill out college entrance examination preferences, and I will distribute the forms now. Please fill them out carefully. The classroom quickly buzzed with activity. The entire process did not take long. Especially for the few intern beastmasters, their only option was Ningjiang Academy, requiring no contemplation. Lin Ze completed the form promptly. When he handed it to the homeroom teacher, the latter patted his shoulder and expressed, "You have brought honor to the school." Early this morning, the academy's higher-ups held a meeting and unanimously decided to award you a bonus in recognition of your contributions. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a timely stroke of fortune. Just as he was pondering how to earn some money, a bonus was being offered to him. Truly, power equates to wealth. He silently mused, yet maintained his composure and inquired, "Thank you, teacher. May I ask how much the bonus is?" 100,000 credit points. It should be issued tomorrow. Lin Ze nodded discreetly. 100,000 credit points was a substantial sum, undoubtedly a fortune for a student, though it still fell short of addressing his financial needs. Oh, and here is this as well. The homeroom teacher handed Lin Ze a book. Lin Ze focused his gaze and discovered it to be a text related to soul techniques, titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Soul Techniques. This book contained methods and techniques for cultivating basic soul techniques, which were essential courses for intern beastmasters. Although you will have the opportunity to study this course upon entering the Beastmaster Academy, I believe it would be beneficial for you to familiarize yourself with it in advance. It may help you achieve better results during the admissions assessment at Ningjiang Academy, the homeroom teacher explained gently. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. Gaining admission to Ningjiang Academy required merely the qualification of being an intern beastmaster, but that was not sufficient. As one of the top 10 Beastmaster academies in the Federation, Ningjiang Academy was renowned for its fierce competition. Even the admissions assessment incorporated a competitive mechanism, requiring candidates to undergo an entrance test on the day of the exam, with classes assigned based on test scores. Higher-ranking classes would receive more resources throughout their academic journey. Thus, many candidates were determined to excel on the day of the admissions assessment, and Lin Ze was no exception. Without indulging in pleasantries, he thanked the teacher and accepted the book. With only half a month remaining until the college entrance examination, the homeroom teacher advised, "Do not slack off during this time. Strive to master soul techniques as soon as possible." He gave Lin Ze's shoulder a reassuring pat and offered a few more encouraging words before allowing him to leave. However, just as Lin Ze was about to exit the classroom, a group of girls surrounded him excitedly. "Lin Ze, you're amazing. You actually passed the internship assessment." "Yes, and at extraordinary difficulty. Can you tell us about the assessment process?" "Lin Ze, do you have time later to grab a drink?" The girls chattered around him, their youthful energy radiating vibrantly, captivating the attention of many envious boys. Several of Lin Ze's close male friends stood at a distance, their expressions complex, tinged with a sense of estrangement. This was hardly surprising. Birds of a feather flocked together. Previously, they had all been mired in the same struggles. Marginal figures in the class, naturally finding camaraderie in their shared circumstances. Yet, when one person emerged from the mire and transformed into an eagle soaring in the skies, the intense feelings of inferiority and jealousy compelled them to distance themselves. They could no longer gather as they once did. The vast chasm of talent and strength created an insurmountable divide that separated them. Lin Ze noticed this scene out of the corner of his eye. His psychological maturity far exceeded his biological age, and having experienced much, he quickly grasped the underlying dynamics. However, he remained unaffected. After considerable effort, Lin Ze finally extricated himself from the girl's entanglement and swiftly exited the classroom. Subsequently, he sought out a quiet, secluded corner on campus and began to peruse comprehensive guide to basic soul techniques. Soul techniques could be considered the primary means of combat for beastmasters, aside from their pets. A powerful beastmaster who had mastered soul techniques could even defeat ferocious beasts without relying on their pets, solely through the use of soul techniques. However, most of the time, soul techniques served merely as a means of protection in the hands of beastmasters. After all, while beastmasters could command powerful pets in battle, they themselves were quite frail compared to ferocious beasts. In outdoor combat, beastmasters often had to employ soul techniques to ensure their own safety and avoid harm. Thus, defensive soul techniques were essential for beastmasters. Achievement points can enhance physical and spiritual strength. I wonder if they have any effect on soul techniques. Lin Ze pondered as he continued to flip through the book. There were only a few defensive basic soul techniques, with the most practical and popular being Soul Guardian. Chapter 17. Speculations on achievements. The effect of Soul Guardian is to consume soul power to create a protective shield of soul energy enveloping the entire body. It can withstand all forms of harm from all angles, including but not limited to physical damage, elemental damage, and mental attacks, providing comprehensive protection. The only drawback is its significant consumption of soul power. In addition to the fixed cost of casting the soul technique, it also expends soul power when mitigating damage. The greater the damage, the more soul power is consumed. If the battle becomes overly intense, a beastmaster with insufficient soul power will soon find themselves drained, making it difficult to maintain even the presence of their pets. However, for Lin Ze, this was evidently not a concern. He cast a glance at his personal panel, where the soul power section displayed an astonishing figure of 880. This soul power was even higher than that of some bronze beast tamers, placing him far ahead among his peers. This soul technique seemed quite suitable for him. Lin Ze quickly made a decision and chose Soul Guardian as his first soul technique. Without hesitation, he began to peruse the details. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Ze had firmly etched the cultivation methods and techniques of Soul Guardian in his mind. Subsequently, he summoned the panel and was pleasantly surprised to find a new soul technique listed. Soul Guardian, uninitiated, requires 50 achievement points for upgrade. Indeed, the system had an influence on soul techniques. Lin Ze was filled with joy. With the assistance of the system, he could swiftly master a multitude of soul techniques, avoiding the extensive time and effort typically required by ordinary beast tamers for cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ze decisively spent 50 achievement points to upgrade the soul technique. The text on the panel instantly transformed. Soul Guardian, Level 1, requires 100 achievement points for upgrade. Before Lin Ze could fully absorb his joy, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Achievement unlocked. First soul technique. Successfully mastered any soul technique. Achievement grants 100 achievement points. Achievement completed. Reward pending collection. A faint smile crept onto Lin Ze's lips. Over time, he had gradually discerned the patterns behind achievements. Essentially, any actions related to beast taming, including contracting beasts, cultivating soul techniques, and battling with beasts, yielded corresponding achievements. Suddenly, Lin Ze recalled something. There were achievements associated with the number of skills released by contracted beasts. By this logic, there should also be corresponding achievements for soul techniques. The more he pondered, the more logical it seemed, and without further ado, he decided to test it practically. With a mere thought, a translucent barrier radiating a gentle glow materialized around him. The barrier, as thin as a gossamer, surprisingly exuded an indomitable quality. The basic consumption was 10 points of soul power. Lin Ze glanced at the panel, canceled the soul technique, and then cast it again. Repeating this process, with his impressive soul power of 880, he could release Soul Guardian 88 times. His prediction proved correct. Upon the 10th release of Soul Guardian, the familiar notification resounded in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Soul technique initiated. Accumulated casting of soul techniques reached 10. Achievement grants 100 achievement points. Soul recovery potion X1. Achievement completed. Reward pending collection. Indeed, he knew it all along. A look of delight spread across Lin Ze's face. It was evident that both soul techniques and beast skills had corresponding achievements based on the number of times cast. Moreover, judging by the description, there were undoubtedly multiple achievements, likely forming a series. As long as the number of releases reached a new threshold, it was highly probable that the second achievement in the same series would activate. Lin Ze's heart brimmed with happiness. Achievement points were a guarantee for rapid enhancement of strength. However, until now, he had relied more on luck to earn achievement points, as he was unaware of the system's available achievements. But now things had changed. Having validated his hypothesis, he had a preliminary understanding of how to acquire achievement points. To say nothing of other avenues, the achievement series of soul techniques and beast skills held significant potential for exploration. After a considerable time, Lin Ze finally calmed his excited heart and continued to peruse the comprehensive guide to basic soul techniques. After a thorough review, he selected 2 more soul techniques, Soul Arrow and Soul Impact. Both were offensive techniques, with the former being a single target attack and the latter a ranged attack. Lin Ze immediately spent 100 achievement points to elevate both techniques to level 1. He then expended another 100 achievement points to upgrade Soul Guardian to level 2. After these transactions, all the achievement points he had just acquired were completely depleted. Lin Ze. Physique 50, Soul 88. Level, Apprentice. Soul Power, 780-880. Soul Techniques, Soul Guardian, Level 2. Soul Arrow, Level 1. Soul Impact, Level 1. Beast, Ice Crystal Soul. Achievement points, 3. Lin Ze then checked the reward for the Soul Technique Initiated achievement, which was a Soul Recovery Potion. Its effect was to instantly restore all soul power. A highly practical effect. Lin Ze joyfully stored the potion away. Products from the system were undoubtedly of the highest quality. Such a potion was akin to a lifeline in critical moments. Its value is self-evident. Considering he would need to undertake bounty tasks at the Beast Tamer Association and possibly venture outside the city, Lin Ze suppressed the urge to refresh the release count of soul techniques. He sent a message to Guanning, informing her that he had matters to attend to, and then departed from the school. Upon returning home to stow away his books, Lin Ze hurried to the Beast Tamer Association. Approximately half an hour later, he stepped through the entrance of the association's building. The bright and spacious lobby was bustling with people, beast tamers gathered in small groups, quietly discussing. Many beast tamers were dressed in practical attire and carried tactical backpacks, resembling adventurers. Lin Ze surveyed the area and quickly located his target, a row of neatly arranged self-service kiosks at the far end of the lobby. Aside from registering and verifying tasks at the manual counters, querying and accepting tasks could all be done through the self-service kiosks, significantly saving time for the beast tamers. Lin Ze briskly approached an unoccupied kiosk and activated the electronic screen, which instantly displayed a plethora of task options. According to the regulations of the Beast Tamer Association, apprentice beast tamers were only permitted to accept apprentice-level bounty tasks, team tasks being an exception. Furthermore, bounty tasks could be broadly categorized into 3 types based on their content: the hunting and extermination of ferocious beasts, the collection of specific materials, and the investigation of a certain area or exploration of ruins and caves. While collection and investigation tasks, despite being less dangerous, were quite time-consuming, extermination tasks were the opposite. Among these 3 types, Lin Ze preferred the more time-efficient extermination tasks, which would allow him to earn sufficient credit points more quickly. After setting the filtering criteria, the myriad of tasks was reduced by over half. Lin Ze's spirits lifted, and he focused intently on the remaining options. Chapter 18. I cannot stand the distress caused by handsome men. Expel the ghost dragonflies near Yangshan village. Eliminate the fierce eagles over Highway 302. Clear the bottom-dwelling demon fish swarm occupying Looming Lake. Eliminate the iron tooth rat swarm in sewage area number 2 of Pinghai City. Lin Ze meticulously reviewed each task, taking nearly half an hour before finally selecting his target. Task content. Eliminate the death bell beetles in the Bell Canyon. Task level, Apprentice. Task type, Extermination, Individual. Task reward, 1,000 credit points for each death bell beetle. Task deadline, no time limit. Related information. In the past month, the number of death bell beetles in Bell Canyon has surged, with a trend of migration, posing a certain threat to nearby villages and towns. Please exterminate as many death bell beetles as possible. The kill count will be based on combat recorder data. Precautions. Death bell beetles are a group-type ferocious beast, with strength levels ranging from stage 5 to stage 7, and they typically appear in numbers exceeding 10. Please exercise caution while executing the task. Among all the available tasks, the task of eliminating the death bell beetles was the only one linked to the reward with no upper limit on the number of kills. In other words, as long as the kill count was sufficiently high, one could obtain a substantial reward in a short period. This task undoubtedly aligns perfectly with Lin Ze's aspirations. With merely 2 weeks remaining until the Gaokao examination, excluding the time spent traveling to Ningjiang City and familiarizing himself with the surroundings, he has approximately 13 days left. During this period, he must amass sufficient funds to facilitate the successful evolution of his ice crystal soul and to contract a second pet beast. Lin Ze swiftly made up his mind and resolutely accepted the task. Subsequently, he proceeded to the counter to pay the deposit and received a combat recorder. This specialized auxiliary equipment, crafted by the Beastmaster Association, possesses the capabilities of agile flight and real-time video recording, allowing it to capture the entire battle and transmit data back to the association instantaneously. Many bounty tasks, which are linked to the number of kills, ultimately determine their rewards based on the footage recorded by the device. After completing these arrangements, Lin Ze left the building without looking back. Camp No. 12 is a civilian camp located to the south of Pinghai City, serving as a transit point and supply station for wilderness exploration. Many adventurers replenish their supplies and sell their spoils within the camp. Inside the tall circular walls, one finds a chaotic array of temporary wooden shanties and scattered stalls. The open area is bustling with voices, filled with the laughter and shouts of adventurers, creating an extraordinarily lively atmosphere. Lin Ze was taken aback by the sheer number of people. It seemed there were hundreds of beastmasters present. Such a gathering of beastmasters is a rare occurrence. After surveying the scene with interest, Lin Ze finally recalled the purpose of his visit. He needed to rent a vehicle. The distance from Camp No. 12 to the Death Knell Gorge is nearly 30 kilometers, making walking impractical. He must rent a means of transportation. However, to his surprise, after visiting 3 rental shops, he was informed that all vehicles had already been rented out. Is this the usual situation? Not quite, the shop owner shrugged. Recently, there has been an influx of adventurers heading to the Death Knell Gorge, leading to a shortage of vehicles. If you had arrived a few hours earlier, you might have found one. Lin Ze furrowed his brow, realizing this was troublesome. Was he to walk to the Death Knell Gorge? By the time he arrived, it would likely be dark. If only he had a mountable pet beast. With a sigh, he lamented his plight. Just then, a melodious female voice interrupted his thoughts. Hey there, handsome, are you heading to the Death Knell Gorge? Lin Ze turned to see a beautiful female adventurer in her 20s approaching him. He scrutinized her for a moment. Indeed, I am. I am Wang Shuiyun. She smiled cheerfully. Our team has rented a vehicle and is also heading to the Death Knell Gorge. If you don't mind, we could give you a ride. Lin Ze was slightly taken aback. It was a fortunate coincidence that someone offered assistance just as he was worrying about how to reach the gorge. However, he couldn't help but wonder why she would go out of her way for a stranger. Sensing his hesitation, Wang Shuiyun laughed. I simply cannot stand to see a young, handsome guy in distress. I felt compelled to lend a hand. It's not as if I have ulterior motives. Oh wait, that sounds like I do. Lin Ze found her demeanor somewhat eccentric, but harbored no suspicions about her intentions. After all, he was alone and clearly lacked any valuable materials. Only a fool would attempt to exploit him. Even if someone did harbor ill intentions, he was confident in his ability to turn the tables. In an instant, numerous thoughts traversed Lin Ze's mind. He nodded. Thank you. By the way, what is the rental fee? Count me in. Wang Shuiyun waved her hand dismissively. But after Lin Ze's insistence, she eventually acquiesced. With the transportation issue resolved, Lin Ze felt a wave of relief wash over him. The two exited the shop and headed to where Wang Shuiyun's teammates awaited. As they walked, Lin Ze casually introduced himself. Upon hearing his name, Wang Shuiyun furrowed her brow, muttering to herself, that name sounds vaguely familiar. However, her attention was soon diverted by other matters. Are you a student taking the Gaokao this year? She exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Although she had suspected he was young, she was still taken aback to learn he was merely a student. In the next moment, realization dawned on her. You're going to the Death Knell Gorge, so you must have accepted the task to eliminate the insect swarm, right? Lin Ze nodded. At this, Wang Shuiyun slapped her forehead in dismay. That task is too perilous for you. A Gaokao candidate is roughly 18 years old, and at that age, a novice beastmaster typically possesses pets of only first tier, level 7 or 8. To venture into the Death Knell Gorge with such meager strength is akin to courting death. Wang Shuiyun immediately regretted her decision. Despite her carefree nature, she understood the gravity of the situation. Had she known he was a student, she would never have offered him a ride. That would be sending him into danger. Contemplating this, she hesitated. Lin Ze, I believe the task of clearing the Death Knell beetles is too risky for you. Before she could finish, a loud voice interrupted her. Wang Shuiyun, where have you been for so long? Hurry up, we're about to depart. Lin Ze turned to see 3 male adventurers striding toward them. The newcomers included a burly man with a hearty demeanor, a slender young man, and a mature-looking middle-aged man with a square jaw. The burly man, having called out earlier, paused upon noticing Lin Ze's presence. A moment later, as if realizing something, he slapped his forehead in exasperation. Wang Shuiyun, have you developed a crush? What did you promise him? Hey, Zhang Lei, who has crushing on whom? Wang Shuiyun shot him a glare before introducing Lin Ze. This handsome guy has accepted the same task as us and wants to go to the Death Knell Gorge. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a rental vehicle. So I offered him a ride. You're going to the Death Knell Gorge? Zhang Lei exclaimed, studying Lin Ze closely. Little brother, judging by your appearance, you must still be a student, right? Lin Ze nodded confidently. I'm from Pinghai No. 1 High School and will be graduating this year. Upon hearing this, the other 3 exchanged glances, each wearing an expression of disbelief. A novice beastmaster who was still a student, likely without even a second-tier pet, dared to venture into the Death Knell Gorge. It was hard to determine whether he was audacious or simply naive. Zhang Lei, straightforward and honest, scratched his head. Listen, little brother, the Death Knell Gorge is too dangerous for you. You should return and choose a simpler task instead. Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly. I believe I can handle this task without issue. That's an understatement, Zhang Lei muttered under his breath. The slender young man, seemingly losing patience with Lin Ze's defiance, frowned and said, as a student who hasn't even graduated, how can you expect to deal with the death knell beetles in the gorge? Do you think you're Lin Ze? Wang Shuiyun paused in surprise. Lin Ze? Zhang Lei explained, you've forgotten? We just talked about him yesterday, the prodigy who passed the exceedingly difficult novice assessment. Wang Shuiyun abruptly turned to Lin Ze, her mouth agape. She recalled that the young man had indeed introduced himself as Lin Ze. The same name, coupled with the audacity and confidence to undertake the task of exterminating the insect horde, has made the identity of the young man before them unmistakable. You are Lin Ze. Wang Shuiyun stammered, her sudden exclamation momentarily startling the other three. However, they quickly regained their composure, their astonished gazes converging upon Lin Ze. Lin Ze candidly acknowledged, indeed, I just passed the exceptionally challenging apprenticeship assessment yesterday. What? Zhang Lei exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. The other three were equally taken aback, their faces registering a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. They never imagined that the legendary genius, who had been the talk of the Beastmaster community in Pinghai City, would suddenly appear before them. Wang Shuiyun, who had brought Lin Ze along, was particularly flabbergasted. I must be incredibly lucky, she murmured in disbelief. After a moment, they finally collected themselves, their astonished eyes scrutinizing Lin Ze. At this juncture, no one dared to suggest that Lin Ze should retreat. A prodigious beastmaster who possessed a second-tier pet capable of slaying a saber-toothed lion was undoubtedly not inferior in strength to these seasoned adventurers, making the task of confronting the insect horde a trivial matter. The lean young man felt exceedingly awkward, having just mocked Lin Ze by invoking his name. He was now confronted with the very individual he had ridiculed. The slap in the face was resoundingly loud and undeniably embarrassing. Fortunately, Lin Ze appeared to harbor no ill will. A middle-aged man stepped forward and extended his hand towards Lin Ze. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Pei, and I am the captain of this small team. I sincerely apologize for my earlier remarks. We meant no offense. I understand, Lin Ze replied, shaking his hand with a smile, signaling that he bore no grudge. As for the matter of transportation, Li Pei promptly declared, no problem, we'll take care of that. Compared to his earlier nonchalant demeanor, Li Pei's attitude now radiated warmth and enthusiasm. His companions were accustomed to this shift, as Lin Ze, a genius who had passed an exceptionally difficult assessment, was bound for greatness. Provided he did not meet an untimely demise, he was destined to become a formidable beastmaster. Such a promising prospect was an opportunity they could not afford to overlook. Even the lean young man offered Lin Ze a conciliatory smile, entirely shedding his earlier impatience. Under the deliberate camaraderie cultivated by Li Pei and his companions, the atmosphere swiftly became harmonious. The group then arrived at the location of their vehicle, preparing to set off. The vehicle was a reinforced and modified jeep, equipped with sturdy alloy steel plates on both sides and at the front and rear. Even the tires were specially designed for rugged terrain. Given the numerous ferocious beasts in the wilderness, it was imperative that their mode of transport be robust and durable. Sangzhong Gorge was renowned for the Sangzhong beetles, with these creatures being the most abundant inhabitants of the area. Along the way, Wang Shuiyun relayed information about Sangzhong Gorge to Lin Ze. Although the Sangzhong beetles were not particularly powerful individually, they often attacked in swarms, posing a significant threat. Yet this could be easily managed through coordinated group efforts. Overall, Sangzhong Gorge was an ideal location for apprentice beastmasters to embark on adventures, and many would team up to hunt in this region. As she spoke, Wang Shuiyun covertly glanced at Lin Ze, feeling a surge of admiration. Only a genius like Lin Ze would dare to venture into Sangzhong Gorge immediately after his ascension to the rank of apprentice beastmaster. True talent cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Lin Ze casually inquired. The mission briefing mentioned that the insect swarm has been exhibiting migratory tendencies. Is that correct? Wang Shuiyun nodded. Indeed. Under normal circumstances, the Sangzhong beetles remain docile within the gorge, rarely straying far. However, for reasons unknown, they have become agitated over the past month, migrating in large numbers and even launching attacks on nearby human settlements. Nowadays, even outside the gorge, one could easily encounter these swarms, with the risk increasing the closer we get. Thus, we must exercise caution on our journey ahead. Before she could finish, Li Pei abruptly interrupted. A swarm has appeared 200 meters ahead, numbering between 100 and 200. Prepare for battle. Wang Shuiyun was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Lei, seated in the front row, chuckled. Your predictions are spot on. The girl shot him a glare before quickly opening her tactical backpack, retrieving a battle recorder, and tossing it into the air. The palm-sized device emitted a low hum as it unfurled its gossamer spiral wings, soaring to a height of approximately 10 meters above the ground. Meanwhile, Li Pei, Zhang Lei, and the lean man Zhao Mingshan swiftly summoned their pets. With a flash of light, 3 beasts materialized before the jeep. Zhang Lei's pet was a horned rhinoceros, a common attribute beast, evidently having reached maturity, with a strength level of at least 2nd tier, 5th stage. Zhao Mingshan's pet was a wind-slicing mantis, a wind attribute beast, also at maturity and approximately 2nd tier, 6th stage. Li Pei boasted the strongest pet among them, a mature rock bear, a 2nd tier, 9th stage beast, just a step away from breaking into the 3rd tier. Soon enough, Wang Shuiyun summoned her own pet, a rare flying-type beast, a 2nd tier, 5th stage terror bee. Altogether, this adventuring team possessed 4 2nd-tier pets, the strongest reaching 2nd tier, 9th stage. This level of strength was already sufficient to rank them among the mid-tier adventurers in Pinghai City. After all, Pinghai City was merely a 3rd-tier small city, and the overall proficiency of its adventurers was not particularly high. Over 90% of adventurers were apprentice beastmasters, with their pets generally at the 2nd-tier level. Individuals like Lin Ze, who had just ascended and possessed a 3rd-tier pet, were exceedingly rare. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lin Ze retrieved his battle recorder and summoned his pet. With a flash of light, the ice crystal soul materialized beside him, a refreshing chill radiating from it, dispelling the heat in the air. Li Pei and the others immediately noticed the presence of the ice crystal soul, casting puzzled glances at it. What kind of pet is this? It seems unfamiliar. Despite their curiosity, they refrained from asking further questions, as probing into the strength and secrets of others was a significant taboo within the adventurer community. Furthermore, it was not uncommon for them to encounter unfamiliar beasts. The insect swarm advanced rapidly, soon approaching the vehicle. As they drew closer, Lin Ze finally discerned the appearance of the Sanzhong beetles. They were roughly the size of a wolf dog, resembling oversized black armored beetles. Each had a horn-like protrusion on its head, resembling a colossal trumpet. From this horn, they could unleash powerful sonic wave attacks, which is how they acquired their name. As they came within 10 meters, the Sanzhong beetles suddenly halted, their fleshy protrusions retracting inward before abruptly expanding outward. With a resounding hum reminiscent of a death knell, an ear-splitting roar erupted, transforming into invisible sonic waves that surged toward Li Pei and Lin Ze. The surrounding air distorted dramatically, creating a visible trajectory. The group had long been prepared, promptly casting their defensive soul arts. 5 soul power shields enveloped both the individuals and their pets, with the distorted sonic waves crashing against the barriers, merely creating ripples and leaving them unscathed. Wang Shiyun had initially intended to include Lin Ze and his pet in the protective barrier, but was astonished to discover that he too had mastered the Soul Guardian ability, which was typically limited to personal defense at the 1st level. Only at the 2nd level could it be expanded to encompass additional targets. Lin's age was evident. He had only awakened for less than a year, having just been promoted to a novice beastmaster yesterday. Remarkably, he not only grasped the skill of Soul Guardian, but had also cultivated it to the 2nd level. What terrifying speed of cultivation was this? Truly monstrous. Wang Shuiyun was momentarily taken aback. Li Pei and his companions, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in shock. It was no wonder he was a genius who had passed the exceptionally difficult novice assessment. A similar thought flickered through the minds of the 4, filled with awe. Lin Ze, unfazed by their astonishment, commanded the ice crystal soul to launch an attack. The ice crystal soul emitted a melodious cry, extending its palms forward. With a resounding crack, numerous ice spikes materialized and surged forth, crashing down upon the densely packed swarm of insects. In an instant, more than 30 bell beetles were pierced and pinned to the ground by the ice spikes, reducing the swarm by about 1/5. Impressive, exclaimed the still recovering Li Pei and the others, who were once again left speechless. Although the bell beetle was merely a 1st-tier beast, it possessed strength levels ranging from 5 to 7 segments. To eliminate over 30 bell beetles in a single blow was beyond even the most formidable Li Pei, whose rock bear was a 2nd-tier, 9-segment beast. This indicated that Lin Ze's beast was undoubtedly superior to the rock bear, implying it was a 3rd-tier beast. Upon realizing this, Li Pei and his companions couldn't help but inhale sharply. Wasn't it rumored that Lin Ze's beast was at the level of 2nd-tier, 6 to 7 segments? How had it suddenly transformed into a 3rd-tier beast? Zhang Lei murmured in a daze. No one answered his question. The others were equally bewildered and astonished. An 18-year-old novice beast master possessing a 3rd-tier beast was simply astounding. Could it be that Lin Ze was actually a direct descendant of a prestigious beastmaster family? supported by countless resources and guided by esteemed mentors throughout his life? Without such backing, it was inconceivable for a young man of humble origins to achieve such remarkable feats. As the ice crystal soul began to unleash its second skill, a chilling breath filled with extreme cold emanated from its mouth, freezing a dozen bell beetles that had rushed forward into ice sculptures. Li Pei and the others quickly snapped back to reality and commanded their beasts to join the fray. United, they swiftly eradicated the insect swarm, with Lin Ze alone accounting for nearly half of the bell beetles, yielding significant results. After the battle concluded, the glances directed at Lin Ze were tinged with a hint of reverence. In any context, strength commanded respect. This principle held particularly true within the adventurer's circle, where the powerful garnered admiration and deference. Though young, Lin Ze had already demonstrated his prowess, naturally earning the respect of Li Pei and the others. The earlier enthusiasm towards him as a mere genius had transformed into genuine admiration. Lin Ze, however, was indifferent to their reverence. Instead, he felt greater joy from the spoils of battle. Over 70 bell beetles signified a reward of over 70,000 credit points. Such a bountiful reward from a single encounter was astonishing. No wonder it was said that beast masters made money easily, Lin Ze mused. The others nearby could only smile wryly. Which beast master could be as extraordinary as Lin Ze, possessing a third-tier beast at such a young age and single-handedly dispatching 70 to 80 bell beetles? Most novice beast masters only manage to nurture a second-tier beast by their 20s, exercising extreme caution during wilderness adventures. Li Pei and his companions risked their lives in the wild, returning from arduous hunts with merely tens of thousands to share among 4 of them. Such earnings were far from easy. As they moved onward, the bell beetles, lacking valuable materials, were left behind. After some 10 minutes, their jeep came to a halt in a forest over 500 meters from the canyon. Li Pei retrieved a camouflage cloth from the trunk to cover the vehicle, ensuring concealment before they proceeded on foot towards the Bell Beetle Canyon. Since the Beastmaster Association had issued a pest control mission, a multitude of adventurers flocked to the canyon daily. Along the way, Lin Ze encountered numerous adventurers, most operating in groups of 4 or 5, with few solitary wanderers like himself. He did, however, spot one, a tall, slender man in his 30s, known as Luo Da, a bronze-level beastmaster well-regarded in the adventurer community. Noticing Lin Ze's gaze, Wang Shuiyun quietly explained. Realizing this, Lin Ze understood why the man dared to venture alone. Even a bronze-level beastmaster, despite being promoted through a lower difficulty assessment, would have a beast with at least third-tier capabilities. Lin Ze soon returned his attention to Li Pei and the others, stating, "Let us part ways here. I appreciate your assistance." The group quickly waved him off, insisting it was no trouble. After exchanging a few polite words, they separated, and Lin Ze ventured alone into the Bell Beetle Canyon. Watching him depart, Zhang Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "Today, I have truly witnessed what it means to be a genius. If only Lin Ze could join our team." Li Pei chuckled, shaking his head. "Don't get your hopes up. Such a genius is destined for greatness, far beyond what our small pond can accommodate." Zhao Mingshan and Wang Shuiyun nodded in agreement, with Wang Shuiyun expressing regret. "What a pity. If I were a few years younger, or if Lin Ze were a few years older, I would certainly pursue him. Such potential and looks are rare." The 3 men present rolled their eyes at her infatuation. Upon entering the Bell Beetle Canyon, Lin Ze pressed onward without pause, heading deeper into the area. The bell beetles near the entrance had been nearly exterminated, leaving only a few stragglers, unworthy of his time. His objective was a larger swarm of insects. Soon enough, he encountered a cluster of bell beetles, numbering around 70 to 80. As soon as they caught sight of him, the swarm rushed forward with ferocity, their crimson eyes gleaming with savagery. Without needing Lin Ze's command, the ice crystal soul emitted a melodic sound and unleashed an ice spike. Following that, it executed a breath of cold. In an instant, the number of insects was halved. Simultaneously, Lin Ze joined the fray, channeling his soul power into sharp arrows that soared towards a bell beetle. Soul arrow. The targeted bell beetle had no time to scream as its head was pierced, its body convulsing violently before collapsing lifelessly. Impressive power, Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. With only 10 points of soul power, he had dispatched a fierce beast of the first tier, 6 segments. Quite an achievement. Next, he prepared to use soul impact. With his palm open and facing forward, he focused his mind, compressing the silver-gray soul power into a spiraling shockwave that surged forth like a hurricane, detonating amid the swarm. In an instant, several bell beetles were torn to shreds. Excellent. Lin Ze's expression brightened. While still inferior to the ice crystal soul's ice spike or cold breath, its power was formidable. After all, it was a soul technique executed by a beast master and could not be compared to that of a beast. Its only drawback was its considerable soul power consumption, totaling 50 points. Lin Ze possessed an abundance of soul power. If he were to substitute another novice beast tamer, they would likely be drained after merely 5 or 6 applications of soul shock. While contemplating this, a familiar notification echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. 100 beast slaughter. The cumulative number of ferocious beasts slain has reached 100, earning 300 achievement points and 1 burst seed card. Completed. Rewards awaiting collection. 100 beast slaughter? Lin Ze paused momentarily. Is this akin to the concept of 100 men slaughter? It appears to belong to the same series of achievements as soul techniques and pet skills. Perhaps there are further achievements such as 1,000 beast slaughter or 10,000 beast slaughter. A glimmer of contemplation flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. Regardless, this was an unexpected delight. He promptly collected his reward. Burst Seed Card, a card infused with mysterious power that allows a pet to temporarily transcend its limits, gaining a higher echelon of strength. Upon use, it designates any one pet to elevate its level by an entire realm, lasting for 30 minutes without side effects. Such a treasure. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled. This Burst Seed Card is undoubtedly a formidable item. If utilized on the Ice Crystal Soul, it could elevate its power level to the first segment of the 4th tier. Although its effectiveness lasts only 30 minutes, if employed wisely, it could serve as a life-saving trump card in critical moments. Lin Ze gleefully stowed away the Burst Seed Card. At that moment, the Ice Crystal Soul had finished dispatching the remaining bell bug. Without pause, Lin Ze continued to lead the Ice Crystal Soul in search of the insect swarm. With the motivation of the achievement reward, he felt invigorated. Half an hour later, Lin Ze eradicated the 3rd wave of the insect swarm. He summoned the pet panel and, upon closer inspection, noted that the growth progress of the Ice Crystal Soul had increased to 87. Having slain approximately 300 bell bugs, the growth progress only increased by 3. This efficiency was rather dismal. Could it be that the bell bugs are too weak, yielding insufficient experience points? Lin Ze pondered deeply. At this rate, it would likely take another 2 days to fully enhance the Ice Crystal Soul's growth progress. If starting from 0, it would take at least half a month to reach full growth. This is rather slow, Lin Ze muttered, then shook his head, chuckling to himself. Typically, a beast tamer would require years to cultivate a pet to full growth and maturity. Even with rare materials to expedite the process, it would still take several months or even half a year. With the aid of the system, he would need less than half a month. Feeling that this was too slow was indeed a touch greedy. There is no rush. After all, the evolution materials have yet to be fully gathered. Lin Ze, accompanied by the Ice Crystal Soul, sought a secluded area to rest. After a series of battles, the Ice Crystal Soul was beginning to show signs of fatigue. His soul power had also been considerably depleted. It would be wise to recuperate before continuing the hunt. After about an hour, when Lin Ze felt sufficiently restored and was about to resume hunting, he suddenly heard a cacophony of noises from a distance. The sound resembled a chaotic mix of hurried footsteps and shouts. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, leaping atop a nearby rock to survey the scene. Indeed, he spotted a group of adventurers rushing towards him, their faces marked by terror, as if some fearsome creature was pursuing them. What on earth is happening? Lin Ze murmured in confusion. However, he soon had no need for further contemplation. Behind the fleeing adventurers, a massive swarm of monsters suddenly emerged from around a corner. Bell bugs. An astonishing number of bell bugs, densely packed as if a tidal wave was surging forth. Chapter 22. Is it any wonder they are deemed geniuses? Damn. How can there be so many bell bugs? The numbers are overwhelming. Where did they come from? I can't run anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Run faster. Do you wish to die? Panic-stricken cries echoed. The adventurers wished they could sprout extra legs, fleeing for their lives. Behind them surged a relentless tide of insects. An endless sea of bell bugs. Is this an insect tide? Lin Ze inhaled sharply, regaining his composure and turning to flee without a moment's hesitation. The oncoming swarm was estimated to be no less than 10,000. Even the most confident among them would recognize that facing such a multitude of bell bugs was beyond their capabilities. The sheer force of the insect tide was staggering. The adventurers still within the canyon quickly sensed the gravity of the situation, making a frantic dash towards the entrance. Yet upon arrival, they were horrified to discover that the entrance was also clogged with a dense mass of bell bugs. The entire entryway had been barricaded by the swarm. What should we do? Think of a way. The insect tide is closing in. We must break through. No way. With so many bell bugs, we can't possibly break through right now. If we get surrounded, it would be disastrous. Then what can we do? We can't just wait to die? The panicking adventurers fell into chaotic arguments, many showing signs of despair. Lin Ze, a voice suddenly called out to him. He turned to see Li Pei and Wang Shuiyun among others. The 4 of them appeared somewhat pale, clearly at a loss regarding the dire situation before them. Although the number of adventurers present was substantial, the vast majority were merely novice beast tamers, utterly incapable of confronting such a vast insect tide. The only option was to hold out until rescue arrived. Many adventurers carried combat recorders, capable of transmitting live footage to the Beast Tamer Association. Surely the association was already aware of the events unfolding here. Rescue would likely be on its way, although the insect tide was terrifying. Deploying a few silver beast tamers would make it manageable. The prerequisite was that the adventurers present could endure until help arrived. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes, surveying his surroundings before his gaze suddenly fixed upon a particular area. He pointed towards a concave rock face 100 meters away and spoke in a low voice. "We shall head there." Li Pei and the others turned to look, realizing Lin Ze was indicating the recessed area against the rock wall. Their eyes brightened instantly. This concave area, backed by the rock face and flanked by walls on either side, would provide an excellent vantage point to defend against the insect tide, requiring them only to contend with attacks from the front. Li Pei and the others felt a flush of embarrassment. Here they were, seasoned adventurers. Yet in the face of danger, they were outdone in calmness and composure by a student. It was quite a shameful moment. With the situation dire, they set aside their thoughts and rushed towards the indicated location, urging others to follow as they ran. Soon, the adventurers all took note of the existence of the concave area. Like drowning individuals grasping for a lifeline, they surged towards that refuge. Fortunately, the area was spacious enough to accommodate all the adventurers. However, this also resulted in a certain degree of chaos. With the insect tide closing in within 500 meters and the group yet to establish an effective defense, a man finally stepped forward. "What are you panicking for? Stay calm. Everyone, position your pets at the front. Tank-type pets should take the outermost position, followed by melee types and ranged attackers at the back. Hurry." The speaker was Luo Da, a well-known bronze beast tamer within the adventurer circle of Pinghai City. His reputation and level played a crucial role at this moment. In their panic, many adventurers instinctively followed his commands. Before long, a rudimentary defensive line was swiftly established. In the next instant, the dark wave of insects surged forward, crashing violently against the line of defense. A brutal melee erupted in an instant. The outermost 10 or so pets were almost instantly torn to shreds by the insect tide. Yet their sacrifice took with them hundreds of bellbugs' lives. The two sides were soon locked in a fierce battle. Adventurers daring to venture into SNGZH in Shiji typically have contract beasts of the second tier. While their individual strength far surpasses that of the SNGZH in GCH, they are vastly outnumbered. The population of SNGZH in GCH is at least 100 times greater than that of the contract beasts. Fortunately, due to the terrain, the SNGZH in GCH cannot leverage their numerical superiority, allowing the contract beasts to hold their ground for the time being. Among all the adventurers, the most remarkable performance undoubtedly belongs to Lu Di. His contract beast is a Jyn Gui, a terrestrial-type creature of an impressive 3rd tier and 9th rank. Composed entirely of hard granite, it possesses immense strength, capable of dispatching over 10 SNGZH in GCH with a single punch. In mere moments, the number of insect beasts perishing at the hands of the Jyn Gui exceeded 100. Indeed, he is a bronze beastmaster. Lin Ze silently praised him, then shifted his gaze back to the battle at hand. Unlike the other adventurers, Lin Ze harbored no significant concerns about the situation. On the contrary, he felt a sense of exhilaration. After all, the current circumstances presented an excellent opportunity to accumulate kills against the ferocious beasts. With contract beasts holding the front line, BNGJ HN could safely remain in the back, unreservedly unleashing its skills. While achieving kill counts, it could also contribute to the advancement of contract beast skills. In fact, it could be considered a threefold gain, as it would also enhance soul technique achievements. Lin Ze extended his palm, unleashing a silver-gray wave of soul power that surged forth, crashing into the densely packed swarm of insects. The violent shockwave erupted instantaneously, sweeping outward in all directions. Nearby SNGZH in GCH had no time to resist, swiftly being shredded and crushed. Lin Ze continued unabated, casting soul power shockwaves again and again. After unleashing 10 consecutive strikes, he paused. By the end of his bombardment, nearly 100 SNGZH in GCH lay slain at his feet. Even amidst the chaos, this spectacle captured the attention of numerous adventurers. My goodness, did he unleash so many soul power shockwaves? Just how high is his soul power? It's nearly comparable to that of a bronze beastmaster. Who is that person? He appears so young, and his face is unfamiliar. Countless astonished gazes fell upon Lin Ze. Even Lu Di regarded him with surprise. If a bronze beastmaster were to unleash such a series of soul power shockwaves, it would not incite much astonishment. But when the individual was a youth who seemed to be under 20, it was indeed astonishing. In an instant, many began to speculate on Lin Ze's identity. Even LPI and his companions, who were already aware of Lin Ze's formidable prowess, were taken aback. The prowess of his contract beasts and soul techniques was one thing, but the sheer magnitude of his soul power was simply exaggerated. Li's eyes widened. Murmuring in disbelief, LPI sighed in response, remarking, "Is it any wonder they call him a genius?" Chapter 23, The Bell Ringer. After a round of soul technique bombardment, Lin Ze's soul power dwindled to below 200 points. Considering the need to maintain the presence of SLZHSH and BNGJ-HN, he ceased his attacks. However, BNGJ-HN continued to unleash its skills. Ice Spire, Frost Breath. After casting these two skills, BNGJ-HN extended its little hand, pointing toward the densely populated swarm. In an instant, numerous threads of white ice mist surged forth, spiraling rapidly towards the center, coalescing into a crystal-clear ice shard, resembling a brilliant blue diamond. The next moment, the ice shard exploded, sending a visible ring of ice spiraling outward. Frost Nova, under the astonished gazes of the adventurers. Every SNGZH swept by the ice ring was, without exception, frozen into ice sculptures. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was adorned with hundreds of crystalline ice statues. Gasp! The adventurers collectively inhaled sharply, staring in disbelief at this scene. To obliterate hundreds of SNGZH with a single strike, what tremendous power! This is incredible. What skill is this? How impressive! Its power undoubtedly exceeds the second tier. Surely that contract beast is of the third tier. A third-tier contract beast? Could there be another bronze beast master among us? The adventurers present were primarily novice beast masters, with their contract beasts only reaching the second tier. Only Lin Ze, the bronze beast master, possessed a third-tier creature. Thus, they naturally assumed BNGJ-HN belonged to some other bronze beast master. Many began scanning their surroundings in search of that individual. Even Lin Ze could not help but glance around. Despite his JYN being a formidable third-tier 9th rank, it lacked any large-scale attack skills, making it impossible to achieve the feat of instantly slaying hundreds of ferocious beasts. Soon, someone recognized BNGJ-HN's master, who was none other than the previously impressive Lin Ze. My heavens, that contract beast belongs to him too? Unbelievable. That is a third-tier creature. Could this person be a direct descendant of a beastmaster lineage? Once again, the crowd was engulfed in intense astonishment. With astonishing soul power, coupled with a third-tier beast, a young man barely 20 years old embodies both attributes, undoubtedly qualifying as a prodigy. When did PNGHISH produce such a figure? At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I remember now. Wasn't there a rumor about an 18-year-old high school student who passed the ultra-difficult novice assessment yesterday? Now that you mention it, I recall such a person. I believe his name was Lin Ze, a student from PNGH the first high school. So this person is indeed Lin Ze? A genius high school student passing an ultra-difficult novice assessment had already spread like wildfire within the Beastmaster community of PNGHISH. Many had heard of this event. As soon as it was mentioned, everyone began to recollect. In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Ze were imbued with unmistakable awe. Truly the legendary prodigy. At just 18 years old, possessing such formidable strength is simply inconceivable. Even Lin Ze could not help but reveal a hint of admiration in his eyes. To be this powerful at the novice level, such talent is indeed exceptional. Noticing Lin Ze's gaze, Lin Ze slightly nodded in acknowledgement before returning his attention to the battle ahead. Among BNGJHN's 5 skills, 3 were of large-scale damage types, perfectly suited for dealing with the numerous but individually weak SNGZH. The alternating use of these 3 skills allowed BNGJHN's output to remain nearly uninterrupted, functioning like a mobile artillery. The number of SNGZH falling to its might increased at an astonishing rate. Moments later, a familiar notification echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. 1,000 Beast Slaughter. Accumulated kills of ferocious beasts reached 1,000. Achievement unlocked, granting 500 achievement points, and a burst card, completed, rewards pending collection. As expected, this is a series achievement. A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Ze's eyes. Following this pattern, the next achievement should be the 10,000 Beast Slaughter, requiring the accumulation of 10,000 kills. This condition is quite challenging. I must seize the moment to slay more ferocious beasts. Lin Ze's gaze turned fervent as he surveyed the swarm. To him, the SNGZH had transformed into mere points of achievement. Meanwhile, the valiant display of Lin Ze and BNGJHN greatly boosted the morale of those around them. As time passed, Despite the continuous loss of contract beasts, the defensive line remained steadfast, unbroken by the swarm. Lin Ze observed this, nodding in approval, and called out, "Everyone, hold on. In no more than 10 minutes, the association's reinforcements should arrive." The adventurers' faces brightened at his words. However, just then, a deep, thunderous growl reverberated through the air. The crowd, struck with astonishment, turned towards the source of the sound, only to witness a swarm of insects parting, revealing a colossal creature shimmering with an obsidian-like luster. This giant insect, comparable in size to an elephant, left distinct shallow impressions on the ground with each heavy step, exuding an overwhelming and majestic presence. Nearby, the morning bell beetles bowed their heads deeply, as though in homage to a sovereign. The moment Lin Ze discerned the creature's form, his countenance shifted dramatically, and he gasped in alarm. The morning bell striker. The mere utterance of this name seemed to hold a certain enchantment, causing every adventurer present to turn pale, their expressions reflecting sheer terror. Lin Ze, perplexed, leaned towards Wang Shuyun and inquired softly, "What manner of beast is the morning bell striker?" Wang Shuyun's face paled slightly, her expression tinged with bitterness as she replied, "The morning bell striker is an exceedingly rare beast, said to be the king among the morning bell beetles. Only one emerges among hundreds of thousands, and it is not merely a fourth-tier beast. It possesses the ability to command swarms of insects. I now understand why the morning bell beetles in the canyon have been in revolt. It is likely this creature manipulating them from behind." Lin Ze nodded in realization, but then furrowed his brow. The crowd was already struggling to contend with the insect tide. The addition of a fourth-tier beast would likely lead to an immediate collapse of their defenses. The adventurers grasped this grim reality, their faces contorting with fear. "This is hopeless. How can we possibly face the morning bell striker?" Someone lamented. "I don't want to die. Mr. Luo, can you contend with that beast?" A voice called out. Casting hopeful eyes towards Luo de regrettably, Luo de shook his head gravely. "I am sorry. My geology beast is merely a third-tier pet. It cannot possibly defeat the fourth-tier morning bell striker." His words shattered the last flicker of hope among the crowd, a wave of despair sweeping through them. Observing this, Luo de hesitated momentarily before adding, "The insect revolt began a month ago, which means the morning bell striker has likely just evolved, and its strength has not yet reached its zenith. If I am not mistaken, it is at most a fourth-tier, first stage. If we unite our efforts, perhaps we can hold it off for some time." No one responded to Luo de's words. The assembled individuals were far from foolish. They understood that his words were merely a form of consolation. Even if the morning bell striker were only a fourth tier, it was still formidable. Once it launched an assault on their defenses, they would be utterly unable to withstand it. The outcome was painfully evident. "If only we could hold on a little longer for rescue." Wang Shuyun's voice came through clenched teeth. Lin Ze turned to see her pale face filled with bitterness. Noticing his gaze, she raised her head and offered him a sorrowful smile. "It seems we shall all perish here today. I can accept it, but you, with such remarkable talent, it is a pity. I should never have suggested giving you a ride. My good intentions have instead brought you harm." Lin Ze chuckled softly and shook his head, pausing before suddenly saying, "In truth, there is no need for such pessimism. I have a way to deal with the morning bell striker." Wang Shuyun was taken aback for several seconds before realizing Lin Ze's intention, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You have a plan?" Nearby adventurers caught wind of Lin Ze's words, casting astonished glances his way. Li Pei, eager, pressed him, "What is your plan?" "To kill it," Lin Ze replied nonchalantly. A hush fell over the crowd. Many who had initially shown hope now let their gazes dim again, some unable to suppress their sighs and head shakes. "Easier said than done. Kill it. How? Can your pet possibly surpass Mr. Luo's geology beast?" This sentiment echoed the thoughts of the crowd. While Lin Ze indeed possessed exceptional talent and was far stronger than most present, his pet was still merely of the third tier, even weaker than the geology beast. If the geology beast could not contend with the morning bell striker, how could Lin Ze's pet? Many adventurers could not help but silently criticize him. This young man, talented as he was, seemed a bit arrogant to claim he could handle the morning bell striker, not fearing to speak such grandiose words. Luo Da's expression revealed disappointment. He had hoped Lin Ze truly possessed a means to escape their dire predicament. Alas, even Wang Shuyun, who trusted Lin Ze the most, showed signs of doubt. She did not believe him to be a braggart, but found it hard to believe he could confront the morning bell striker. The disparity between third-tier and fourth-tier strength was vast. To bridge such a formidable gap was no easy feat perhaps, as Luo De suggested. They would indeed have to fight with their last breath. In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Lin Ze remained remarkably calm. If he were in their position, he too would find it hard to believe had another apprentice beastmaster made such a claim. With that in mind, he ceased further elaboration and summoned his pet's panel. After a fierce battle, The growth rate of his ice crystal soul had risen to 92. Without hesitation, he expended achievement points to elevate it to 100. The ice crystal soul's strength level thus progressed to the 3rd tier, 2nd stage. Subsequently, with a swift motion of his wrist, he revealed a card in his palm. As he flicked his hand, the card transformed into a streak of light, merging into the ice crystal soul. The creature shivered slightly, and in the astonished gazes of the onlookers, its aura surged dramatically, attaining a new height in the blink of an eye. An overwhelming and powerful presence descended, causing the surrounding air to feel as though it had thickened. Including Luo-da, everyone stood frozen, their faces filled with confusion and bewilderment. What is happening? That pet's aura has intensified significantly. Is it due to that streak of light? Could it be some kind of extraordinary item? The mention of an extraordinary item startled many. Such items are defined as supernatural artifacts possessing unusual powers, originating from the era of cataclysms, the result of dimensional rifts colliding with their world. Their functions vary widely, from enhancing the combat abilities of beastmasters and their pets to offering immense storage space or prolonging life, depending on their use. The strength and value of these items can differ greatly, yet they are invariably precious. It was evident that Lin Ze had just utilized an extraordinary item capable of augmenting his pet's combat prowess. There could be no other explanation for the sudden surge in his pet's strength. Lin Ze, aware of the crowd's conjectures, welcomed their assumptions, refraining from divulging the truth. His silence was naturally interpreted as affirmation. In an instant, the adventurers exchanged glances, none having anticipated that Lin Ze possessed such an extraordinarily rare item, particularly one as valuable as a combat-enhancing artifact. No wonder he had dared to make such claims earlier. Initially thought to be mere bravado, it turned out he genuinely possessed the means to back it up. After the initial shock, a wave of exhilaration swept the crowd. Perhaps they truly could hold out until rescue arrived. Under the myriad of hopeful and expectant gazes, the ice crystal soul advanced towards the morning bell striker. Along the way, numerous morning bell beetles attempted to obstruct its path, only to be effortlessly frozen into ice sculptures with a mere flick of the ice crystal soul's tiny hand. Requiring no skill activation at all, the vast disparity in strength rendered the morning bell beetles utterly incapable of posing any threat to the ice crystal soul. Meanwhile, the morning bell striker quickly took note of the approaching ice crystal soul. With the keen intuition of a ferocious beast, it immediately sensed the threatening aura emanating from the Bingjing Han and halted its advance, redirecting its aggression toward the latter. Under the watchful eyes of many, the bell ringer slightly lowered its head, and the massive growth on its forehead suddenly contracted and expanded, erupting with a deafening roar akin to the tolling of a bell. A violent, distorted sound wave surged forth toward the Bingjing Han. The terrifying sound reverberated so intensely that the soul shields of the nearby adventurers trembled violently, causing many to change color in shock. Yet, the Bingjing Han displayed no sign of fear. It made no motion but conjured a massive ice shield that materialized in front of it. With a thunderous impact, the sound wave struck the ice shield, creating a cacophony of cracks that spread across its surface. Though the shield wavered on the brink of collapse, it ultimately withstood the blow. The Bingjing Han then retaliated by waving its hand, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes that pierced the bell ringer, causing it to howl in agony as a thin layer of frost quickly coated its shell. In this initial clash, it was evident that the Bingjing Han held the advantage. Observing this, the adventurers felt a surge of hope. Incredible! We are saved. It can actually subdue the bell ringer. How formidable! The Bingjing Han, initially possessing the strength of a 3rd tier, 2nd stage creature, had surged to the 4th tier, 2nd stage upon utilizing a burst card. Coupled with its plethora of skills, its combat prowess was sufficient to firmly overpower the bell ringer. Lin Ze remained unfazed by this display. While those around him were in awe, Luo-da secretly exhaled in relief. Regardless, their defense was now secure. As long as they steadfastly held off the onslaught of the insect swarm until help arrived, they should be fine. Li Pei and the others were equally elated, with Wang Shuiyun gazing at Lin Ze with admiration. In a moment of despair for everyone, it was only this man who stepped forward, decisively turning the tide and rescuing them from hopelessness. Such a remarkable act was truly commendable. Zhang Lei, with his straightforward nature, could not contain his excitement and playfully patted Lin Ze on the shoulder, grinning widely. Well done, Lin Ze. As long as you keep the bell ringer at bay and don't let it approach, we will definitely win. Lin Ze cast a knowing gaze in his direction before turning his attention back to the bell ringer, his eyes deep with resolve. Keep it at bay? No, I intend to slay it. Chapter 25. The astonishing power of the 5th tier soul arrow. Normally, Lin Ze would indeed only need to hold off the bell ringer, patiently awaiting rescue. There was no need to exert effort in killing the 4th tier beast. However, Lin Ze harbored an inkling that slaying the bell ringer might fulfill a certain achievement, presenting an excellent opportunity to explore the nature of achievements. Thus, upon utilizing the burst card, he had already resolved to eliminate the bell ringer. His declaration left Zhang Lei and the others momentarily speechless. The surrounding adventurers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Although the Bingjing Han held the upper hand in its battle against the bell ringer, that advantage seemed insufficient to guarantee its victory. Even if a victor was determined, it would likely require an extended struggle. Given the multitude of bell ringer beetles surrounding them, the ultimate outcome of this battle remained uncertain. If given the choice, it would be wiser to simply entangle the bell ringer, as time was on their side. Should they harbor intentions of killing it and end up failing, it would lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, with Lin Ze's prowess evident, no one dared to question or ridicule him. Instead, many secretly speculated whether Lin Ze possessed hidden cards, perhaps even a second extraordinary item. Finally, Luo-da could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Lin, do you happen to have another extraordinary item?" "None," Lin Ze replied succinctly. While he possessed another burst card, it could only be utilized on his beast and could not be stacked, rendering it useless in this scenario. Upon hearing Lin Ze's denial, the confusion on everyone's faces deepened. Without an extraordinary item, how did he plan to defeat the bell ringer? Surely, he wouldn't confront it barehanded? Lin Ze offered no further explanation and directly summoned his personal panel, his gaze settling on the soul technique section. The achievements from Baishou Zhan and Qinshu Zhan had collectively granted him 800 achievement points. After deducting the points spent to enhance the Bingjing Han's growth, he still had over 700 points remaining. Without hesitation, Lin Ze consumed 100 achievement points to elevate the Soul Arrow to level 2. Soul Arrow, level 2. Requires 150 achievement points to upgrade. Continue upgrading. Soul Arrow, level 3. Requires 200 achievement points. Continue. Soul Arrow, level 4. Requires 300 achievement points. Soul Arrow, level 5. Requires 500 achievement points. It was only when the Soul Arrow reached level 5 that Lin Ze finally halted. Then, he lifted his gaze toward the distant bell ringer. Luo-da and the others had been closely observing Lin Ze's actions, puzzled about how he intended to defeat the bell ringer. As they noticed him preparing for something, they focused intently, fearing they might miss any moment. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze extended his palm, conjuring a silver-gray soul power arrow that materialized before him. Soul Arrow? The crowd paused, their expressions filled with astonishment. They had never anticipated that Lin Ze intended to utilize soul techniques against the bell ringer, and specifically, the Soul Arrow. It was known as one of the most basic and widely used soul techniques. Among the 10 beast masters present, 9 had mastered the Soul Arrow and were well aware of its power. Considering Lin Ze's age, he likely had only recently begun his journey into soul techniques, at most having cultivated the Soul Arrow to level 1 or 2. Such a level of Soul Arrow might suffice against first or second tier beasts, but against a fourth tier beast, it would likely be akin to merely tickling it. What impact could it possibly have? Disappointment washed over the crowd. However, in the next moment, they witnessed Lin Ze's Soul Arrow dart forth, crossing 100 meters in a flash and striking the bell ringer's shell with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. It was as if the sound of a cannon explosion resonated in their ears. Amidst the deafening roar, the bell ringer's hardened shell suddenly burst open, spewing forth flesh and blood. Roar. In agonizing pain, the bell ringer emitted a mournful cry. Luo-da and the others stood frozen in place, their mouths agape as they beheld the spectacle before them. This is the Soul Arrow? Its power exceeds that of a cannon by several folds. In that moment, everyone was engulfed in a surreal sense of disbelief, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. This truly was the Soul Arrow. It could not be mistaken. Yet, its potency was astounding. This was the first time witnessing such a Soul Arrow. Gasps of amazement filled the air. Everyone was left in awe by Lin Ze's formidable Soul Arrow. Even Luo-da's face was painted with astonishment. The power of that Soul Arrow had undoubtedly reached at least level 5. As a seasoned bronze beastmaster with considerable expertise in soul techniques, Luo-da recognized the level of the Soul Arrow immediately. Heaven knows, he had immersed himself in soul techniques for over a decade, with his highest level technique being merely level 4. And Lin Ze, at such a young age, how long had he been practicing soul techniques? Perhaps not even a year. Remarkably, he had also simultaneously trained in Soul Guardian and Soul Impact. To achieve a level 5 Soul Arrow under such circumstances was a testament to his extraordinary talent in soul techniques. Was this young man perhaps honing his skills since birth? Including Luo-da, similar thoughts involuntarily flashed through the minds of the adventurers present. Lin Ze remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, his focus entirely devoted to supporting the Bingjing Han. The power of the 5th level Soul Arrow surged significantly, yet the consumption remained a mere 10 soul points. Moreover, He had acquired new techniques for multiple releases. With over 100 soul points still at his disposal, Lin Ze decided to conjure 10 soul arrows in one go, launching them all at the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH. Its massive size rendered the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH sluggish in evasion. It could not dodge in time and endured the full brunt of all the arrows. In an instant, the creature erupted in a shower of blood, its mournful wails echoing relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, Bingjing-hun unleashed a relentless barrage of skills upon the foe as if they were free. In a brief moment, the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH was left battered and bruised, its defeat all but assured. At this juncture, victory was no longer in question. Lin Ze ceased his attacks, entrusting the finishing touches to Bingjing-hun. Moments later, accompanied by a sorrowful cry, the massive form of the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH collapsed, its blood pooling beneath it until all signs of life faded. Its demise sent the swarm into a panic, with many SNGZH in GCH in fleeing in terror, while others flailed about like headless flies. Their once coordinated movements now a chaotic mess. The air was filled with the incessant cries of the insect beasts. In stark contrast, the adventurers stood in stunned silence, all gazing at the unfolding scene, their minds momentarily lost in a daze. Chapter 26. First Kill, Turning the Tide. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the entire concave rock wall. Everyone was engulfed in an indescribable shock. No one had anticipated that Lin Ze would truly follow through, successfully slaying the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH. The sight before them was an immense shock to their senses. After a prolonged moment, they gradually returned to their senses, their gazes towards Lin Ze now tinged with unmasked reverence. Remarkable. He had indeed vanquished a fourth-tier beast. His prowess rivaled even that of a bronze beastmaster. In comparison to the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH, Lin Ze seemed more like a monster. This sentiment resonated with many. Who could argue otherwise? At just 18 years of age, he possessed a third-tier companion beast, not to mention his mastery of soul techniques and his astonishingly high soul points. Each of these attributes, if possessed by an apprentice beastmaster, would warrant the title of genius. To have all three combined is nothing short of monstrous. Luo cast a complex glance at Lin Ze, feeling both a sense of melancholy and awe. A talent like Lin Ze's, if he does not meet an untimely end, is destined to become a formidable figure renowned throughout the Federation. In comparison, Luo felt his own years of training had been utterly futile. The disparity between individuals can indeed be disheartening. After the swarm dispersed, Bingjing-hun returned to Lin Ze's side. Despite the hard-fought victory, Bingjing-hun had also expended considerable energy, her delicate face betraying an unmistakable fatigue. Well done. Lin Ze smiled as he gently patted his companion beast's head. Bingjing-hun emitted a soft chirp, nuzzling happily against his palm. After praising his companion, Lin Ze redirected his focus to the achievements. The moment the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH perished, the familiar notification resonated in his mind. Achievement unlocked. First kill, defeat a beast king, requiring a level of 3 or above. Achieving this grants 300 achievement points and 1 soul recovery potion. Completed. Reward pending collection. Achievement unlocked. Turning the tide. Successfully reverse a dire situation, requiring a rescue of at least 10 individuals. Achieving this grants 500 achievement points and 1 revival potion. Completed. Reward pending collection. As anticipated, Lin Ze felt a surge of joy. Just as he had surmised, slaying the SNGZH in Chi, New Jersey ZH indeed activated new achievements, with 2 achievements unlocked in succession. All the achievement points he had just expended were instantly replenished, with some despair. This was an exceedingly profitable endeavor. Lin Ze promptly claimed his rewards and took a moment to examine the revival potion's description. Revival potion, a miraculous elixir infused with vast life force, instantly restoring all injuries upon consumption, effective for both beastmasters and their companion beasts. Such a practical effect. Lin Ze was pleased as he stored the potion away. Suddenly, a stir arose in the crowd. Lin Ze looked up to see a shadow racing towards them from a distance. As it drew near, he realized it was a gigantic eagle, its body entirely black, but its head a striking white. The Bytujdo, a 6th-tier wind attribute companion beast. The eagle's flight was exceedingly swift, reaching them in no time, folding its wings as it landed gracefully on the ground. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures leapt down from its back. Lin Ze squinted and recognized them as familiar faces, the 2 assessors from his evaluation, He Jinwen and Lu Peixin. He Jinwen surveyed the scene with astonishment, his expression laced with confusion. He and Lu Peixin had rushed to assist after receiving word from the association about a bug tide in the SNGZH Gorge, where numerous adventurers were trapped. Yet, upon arrival, while many bug carcasses lay scattered, the living SNGZH-ing were few and far between. There was no sign of a bug tide whatsoever. Could it be that the tide had been repelled? He Jinwen glanced at the adventurers, feeling a wave of astonishment. There were only a little over 100 adventurers present, the majority being apprentice beastmasters. This level of strength should suffice to fend off a bug tide. But repelling it was another matter entirely. Otherwise, they would not have sought help from the association. He Jinwen found himself utterly perplexed. Lord Lu. Luo-da approached respectfully, greeting the two. I recall your name is Luo-da. What is the situation now? He Jinwen inquired firmly. Luo-da promptly recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. Upon hearing this, both He Jinwen and Lu Peixin were left dumbfounded, their gazes instinctively falling upon Lin Ze amidst the crowd, their faces etched with disbelief. A third-tier companion beast. 5th level soul arrows. An extraordinary object that enhances companion beast combat power, single-handedly defeating the 4th-tier beast king, the SNGZH-ing New Jersey ZH. They felt a momentary disorientation, as if caught in a surreal dream. Just yesterday, during the evaluation, Lin Ze's companion beast was only at the 2nd-tier level. How had it transformed into a 3rd-tier beast in just a day? Given its unchanged appearance, it seemed unlikely to be an evolution. What could have possibly occurred? More importantly, Lin Ze had mastered 3 soul techniques, with the soul arrow trained to the 5th level? Good heavens, he was only 18 years old. Even if he had begun practicing soul techniques from the moment he contracted his companion beast, it could not have been more than a year. To achieve such mastery in such a short span was indeed astonishing. He Jinwen and Lu Peixin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with profound shock. Though they were already aware of Lin Ze's exceptional talent, they now recognized that they had underestimated him. Even those hailing from prestigious beastmaster families, meticulously nurtured from childhood, could not compare to Lin Ze. This young man was undoubtedly an extraordinary genius the likes of which they had never encountered. After a considerable time, they began to digest the implications of this revelation. He Jinwen exhaled deeply, stating, "We arrived here first. The main force of reinforcements sent by the association is still on the way. Please relay the detailed events to them once they arrive." "Yes, my lord." Luo-da replied respectfully. He Jinwen nodded and approached Lin Ze, a warm smile now adorning his face. "Lin Xiaoyu, we meet again. This time, you have accomplished a great feat, saving countless lives. On behalf of the association, I extend my gratitude to you." Lin Ze responded calmly, "You flatter me, sir. I acted out of self-preservation." His demeanor, unperturbed by flattery or insult, further deepened He Jinwen's admiration for him. "Regardless, a substantial portion of the credit for repelling the insect tide rests with you. Moreover, you also vanquished the bell ringer, effectively quelling the source of the insect uprising in the Bell Canyon. For this alone, the association ought to express its thanks." Lin Ze, disinterested in such gratitude, smiled and replied, "There is no need for thanks. I merely came to fulfill my mission." He Jinwen understood immediately and responded with a grin, "Indeed. You can say this mission was flawlessly executed. Once matters here are settled, the association will surely grant you a satisfactory reward." Lin Ze chuckled and nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lu Peixin suddenly spoke up. "Lin Xiaoyu, may I purchase the corpse of the bell ringer from you?" Chapter 27, The Stony Monster, Divine Route. The bell ringer was slain solely by Lin Ze. According to the adventurer's code, the corpse rightfully belonged to him as his spoils. If Lu Peixin wished for it, he would have to negotiate with Lin Ze. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in acknowledgement. "That is certainly agreeable." The corpse of the bell ringer held little value for him. Selling it for money would be beneficial. Lu Peixin pondered for a few seconds before slowly stating, "The bell ringer is a beast king, its value far surpassing that of an ordinary 4th-tier beast. I want to take advantage of you. How about 3 million credit points?" Lin Ze's heart raced. The materials from an ordinary 4th-tier beast would not exceed 2 million credit points. Although the bell ringer was a beast king, it did not warrant a price 50% higher. Lu Peixin's offer was indeed generous, even allowing Lin Ze to benefit considerably. It was no wonder he was a silver beastmaster, wealthy enough to offer 3 million without a second thought. Lin Ze silently admired him and readily agreed. Deal. Both parties were pleased, and the transaction was completed on the spot. Lu Peixin acquired the rare corpse of a beast king, and a seldom-seen smile graced his usually expressionless face. Lin Ze, having received 3 million credit points, was equally elated. With this, he had sufficient funds to purchase evolution materials and a new pet. He initially thought it would take 10 days to half a month to earn enough money. Yet he achieved his goal in a single outing. Though the experience was perilous, the rewards were exceedingly rich. Lin Ze found himself eagerly anticipating his return to Pinghai City. Seeing that he had no further business to attend to, Lin Ze bid farewell to He Jinwen and departed from the Bell Canyon, including Luo-da and Li Pei. Many adventurers gazed at Lin Ze's receding figure, lost in thought for a long while. They all understood that after today, Pinghai City had gained a dazzling new star on the rise. Upon returning to Pinghai City, Lin Ze hurried to the pet shop, the same establishment as before. The receptionist, upon noticing a customer enter, was about to extend a welcome when she joyfully recognized that the visitor was the outstanding young man from their last encounter. "Ah, it's you," she exclaimed, quickly realizing her lapse in professionalism and smiling sheepishly at Lin Ze. "Welcome. How may I assist you?" "I wish to purchase a pet," Lin Ze stated directly. In such a large pet shop, they typically offered pet sales as well. The receptionist smiled faintly and gestured, "Please, this way." Under her guidance, they ascended to the second-floor hall. The spacious and bright hall contained more than a dozen transparent glass cabinets, each meticulously arranged with beads the size of longan fruits. There were at least 1,000 of these, all sealing beads used for storing tamed pets. These contain first to third-tier pets, and you may browse at your leisure, the receptionist explained. Lin Ze thanked her and approached the nearest cabinet, pausing to scrutinize the contents. Beside each sealing bead was a card filled with information about the pet, including its name, type, level, potential rating, evolution route, and more, remarkably detailed. The vast majority of the pets were rated below Tier 2, with the highest potential reaching only Tier 5. Understandably, truly high-rated pets would not be sold in shops. They would be auctioned for maximum profit. However, Lin Ze's aim was not to acquire these high-rated pets. Their exorbitant prices were one concern, but the highest level cap only reached 7 or 8 tiers. Far from his aspirations, his focus remained on those with hidden evolution routes and significant potential. Disappointingly, after spending over an hour, Lin Ze had yet to find a suitable candidate. While several pets possessed hidden evolution routes, 3 to 4 out of every 10, most had limited potential, with the highest capping at 8 tiers, still a significant distance from Lin Ze's desired king-level ceiling. If necessary, he would have to visit several more pet shops or even nearby cities in search of better options. Lin Ze furrowed his brow in contemplation. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. Just as he was about to give up, a pet's information suddenly caught his eye. Name, Stony Monster. Type, Earth. Level, Tier 2, Stage 5. Growth length, 21. Skills, Earth Spikes, Stone Projectile. Optional evolution routes, Rock Giant Route. An evolution path that enhances melee capabilities, focusing on strengthening physique and power while diminishing Earth element control abilities. Leading to the next evolution form, Rock Giant, with a maximum evolution potential of Tier 4. Divine Route. An evolution path tracing ancient bloodlines, uncovering a fragment of extraordinary divinity within the bloodline, enhancing both melee and Earth element control capabilities, leading to the next evolution form, Rock Demon. With a maximum evolution potential of king level, Lin Ze's eyes brightened. He was aware of the Rock Giant evolution route of the Stony Monster. Luo Da's Rock Giant had evolved from the Stony Monster, ultimately capping at Tier 4, which was not particularly high. In the Beastmaster Association's ratings, it barely approached Tier 3. However, the second evolution route's potential ceiling reached king level, clearly indicating an undiscovered hidden evolution route. This perfectly aligned with Lin Ze's needs, being a blend of melee and spellcasting. Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with joy. Earth-type pets were already renowned for their exceptional defenses, commonly regarded as tank-type creatures. If it could further enhance its Earth element control abilities, it would be extraordinary. The thought of a spellcasting tank ignited his enthusiasm. Without hesitation, Lin Ze selected this sealing bead. "I'll take this one." Lin Ze held the bead in his hand and then turned to the receptionist. "Additionally, I wish to purchase some materials. Besides the evolution materials for the Ice Crystal Soul, Lin Ze intended to acquire the evolution materials for the Stony Monster as well. Divine Route. Next evolution form, Rock Demon, requires the following conditions. Growth length 100. 20 units of intermediate Earth element essence. 500 grams of spirit cultivation earth. The total cost for the evolution materials of both pets amounted to 940,000. The Stony Monster was, in fact, the least expensive at only 150,000 credit points. In addition, Lin Ze purchased some lower-tier elemental essences, intending to provide them as treats for his pets. This would not only keep his pets in good spirits, but also slightly enhance their growth lengths. When it came time for the final checkout, Lin Ze had spent a total of 1.69 million. The freshly acquired 3 million credit points had barely warmed in his hands before more than half was spent, a testament to his extravagant spending. However, the expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Upon obtaining the materials, Lin Ze immediately returned home. The next step was the evolution and contract of his new pet beast. Chapter 28, Fourth Order Pet Beast, Xuannu. Upon returning home, Lin Ze promptly summoned the Ice Crystal Soul. The petite and delicate ice sprite cheered joyfully upon appearing, gliding to Lin Ze's side. He produced the intermediate ice element essence and the heart of snow, presenting them before the ice crystal soul. Here, consume these, and you shall evolve. Pet beasts possess an innate yearning for evolution. Upon hearing this, the ice crystal soul's eyes sparkled, and it eagerly grabbed the ice element essence, stuffing it into its mouth. In no time, its cheeks were puffed out, resembling a little squirrel. Once the last heart of snow was ingested, a radiant glow enveloped the ice crystal soul. Within that luminous aura, its stature gradually increased, its body taking on graceful curves, hinting at an alluring elegance. The entire evolution process lasted for more than 10 seconds. When the light finally faded, the pet beast revealed itself, having undergone a profound transformation. No longer did it resemble a delicate young girl. Instead, it had transformed into a beautiful maiden clad in white garments. Her silky, light blue hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her skin was as pale as snowflakes. Almost translucent, she radiated an aura of coldness and aloofness. Yet, when her gaze fell upon Lin Ze, that frigid demeanor melted away like snow encountering flame, replaced by a radiant smile reminiscent of blooming flowers. The maiden stepped closer, playfully throwing herself into Lin Ze's embrace, her exquisite face nuzzling against his chest, embodying the same affection and intimacy as before. Name, Xuannu attribute, ice. Level, 4th order, 2nd stage. Growth length 0, skills, ice spike, frost breath, extreme ice chains, ice shield. Frost nova, queen route, next evolution form, frost blue maiden. Requirements, growth length 100, advanced ice element essence 30, ice blue tier 1. As with the previous evolution, this time too, it elevated an entire realm, 4th order. Lin Ze exhaled deeply, suppressing the elation swelling within him. Typically, pet beasts belonging to third-year high school students only possess first-order levels, with second-order beasts being exceedingly rare. The prospect of attaining higher levels is almost unimaginable. How many can claim to possess a 4th-order pet beast before even enrolling in the Beastmaster Academy? It seems that even the prodigies from prestigious families cannot boast of such fortune. Lin Ze couldn't help but revel in his joy. With Xuannu by his side, he felt confident in achieving outstanding results in the upcoming entrance assessment for Ningjiang Academy. With that thought, he looked down at Xuannu and gently stroked her head. The maiden immediately broke into a delighted smile. Humanoid pet beasts are exceptionally rare, and those resembling humans, like Xuannu, are even scarcer. Such creatures are often highly coveted, with many beast masters desiring to acquire one. However, there are always those who harbor darker intentions in secret. Throughout the centuries of pet beast history, there have been humanoid beasts capable of articulate speech and fluent communication with humans. It remains unclear how they mastered human language. It is said that they seem to possess this ability innately. It can only be described as a miracle of creation. Regrettably, Xuannu did not possess such a skill. As Lin Ze gazed at Xuannu, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Shall I give you a name? How about Xiao Xue? Xiao Xue's eyes brightened, and she nodded earnestly. After calming Xiao Xue, Lin Ze turned his attention back to the interface. Following her evolution, Xiao Xue had acquired several new skills. Ice Waterfall, an advanced skill of Ice Spike, a range damage skill that gathers numerous ice blades above a designated area, cascading down like a waterfall, causing extensive area damage. Unlocking requires a growth length of 20 and 100 achievement points. Xuannu's Sigh, an advanced skill of Frost Breath, creating a cloud of ice mist imbued with extreme cold, dealing significant ice attribute damage to a fan-shaped area ahead. Unlocking requires a growth length of 30 and 200 achievement points. Ice Crystal Mirror, an advanced skill of Ice Shield, a defensive skill that manipulates ice elements to form a mirror of ice crystals, deflecting attacks while rebounding a portion of the damage. Unlocking requires a growth length of 50 and 300 achievement points. Blizzard, a range damage skill that generates a blizzard in a designated area, dealing immense ice attribute damage to enemies and applying a slowing effect. Unlocking requires a growth length of 80 and 500 achievement points. In total, there were 4 new skills, 3 of which were advanced skills requiring a substantial number of achievement points. Lin Ze couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. To unlock all 4 skills, a staggering total of 100 achievement points would be needed. Currently, he possessed only 813 achievement points. It was evident that he was still lacking. With a soft sigh, Lin Ze attempted to increase Xiao Xue's growth length by 1. As expected, the cost for further enhancement after the second evolution had notably increased, now requiring 110 achievement points. After contemplating for a few seconds, he expended 200 achievement points to elevate Xiao Xue's growth length to 20. He then used an additional 100 achievement points to unlock Ice Waterfall. The data on the Pet Beast panel shifted once more. Name, Xuannu attribute, Ice. Level, 4th order. 4th stage. Growth length, 20. Skills: Ice Waterfall, Frost Breath, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Shield, Frost Nova. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ze refrained from further enhancements and allowed Xiao Shui to stay by the side. Subsequently, he retrieved the sealing orb he had just purchased. Taking a deep breath, he began the process of contracting his new pet beast. The procedure was remarkably simple. He merely needed to manipulate his soul power to merge the sealing orb into his being. Before long, Lin Ze completed the contract. Deep within his mind, an inexplicable connection emerged. Steadying himself, he summoned the rock golem. The rock golem was comprised entirely of bluish-gray stones, standing less than a meter tall and resembling a humanoid figure. Its face bore only a pair of amber eyes and a dark, gaping mouth. Upon its appearance, it energetically scurried about, curiously inspecting the living room that seemed entirely new to it. Lin Ze paid little mind, allowing the rock golem to roam freely. With a mere thought, he summoned the pet beast panel for the rock golem. Its current growth length stood at 21, with each increase requiring 5 achievement points. Lin Ze elevated it to 100 in one go, consuming a total of 395 achievement points. Consequently, the rock golem's level rose to 3rd order, 4th stage. Next, Lin Ze's gaze fell upon the bottom of the panel, where only one unmastered skill remained. Clay Bomb throws a meticulously crafted clay bomb that explodes upon hitting the target or upon landing, dealing explosive damage. Unlocking requires a growth length of 50 and 100 achievement points. This skill seemed rather intriguing. Lin Ze murmured to himself and decisively unlocked it. The next step was evolution. With the materials prepared, Lin Ze beckoned the rock golem to him. Sensing something, the rock golem became exceedingly excited, hurriedly trotting over to Lin Ze. Then came the feeding. 20 intermediate earth element essences and 500 grams of spirit cultivation soil. After consuming all the materials, the rock golem finally glimmered with the light of evolution. Like a balloon being inflated, its form dramatically expanded, soon matching the height of an adult male. Moments later, the light dissipated, revealing a robust and imposing rock warrior standing before Lin Ze. Chapter 29. The talents of these childhood friends are simply too formidable. Name: Yen-Gui. Attribute: Earth. Level: 4 tier, 4th segment. Growth length: 0. Skills: Earth Spikes, Stone Projectile, Clay Bomb. Divine Path. Next evolution form: Spirit of the Earth. Requires conditions: growth length: 100. Advanced Earth Element Essence 30, Spirit Stone 3. Is it truly a 4 tier, 4th segment? A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. While both are at the same tier, Xiao Shui has managed to elevate her growth length to 20. From this perspective, the potential of Yen-Gui seems to surpass that of Xiao Shui. However, upon glancing at Yen-Gui's fierce visage, Lin Ze mused that it was far more endearing in its previous form as a stony monster. Perhaps this is the price of becoming stronger. Lin Ze shrugged and continued to examine the skills displayed on the panel. Earth Spikes, an upgraded skill of Earth Spikes. Summoning multiple spikes from the ground to inflict Earth attribute damage on enemies requires a growth length of 20 and 100 achievement points to unlock. Stone Blast, an upgraded skill of Clay Bomb, condensing Earth elements to create a stone imbued with explosive energy, which can be thrown to inflict massive explosive damage upon impact or when it lands, requiring a growth length of 50 and 200 achievement points to unlock. Rock Guardian, a defensive skill that summons stones made of earth elements to encircle the user for protection, shielding against attacks from any direction, requiring a growth length of 70 and 300 achievement points to unlock. Giant Stone Impact, an upgraded skill of Stone Projectile, condensing earth elements to create a massive rock and hurling it at the enemy, requiring a growth length of 80 and 300 achievement points to unlock. Like Xiao Shui, Yen-Gui possesses 4 new skills. Regrettably, having already expended most of his achievement points, Lin Ze could not further enhance them. With a hint of reluctance, he closed the panel. However, he soon regained his enthusiasm. This expedition to Sangzhong Gorge had undoubtedly yielded gratifying results, granting him 2 4-tier beast companions. Such strength surpasses that of most bronze beast tamers, certainly more formidable than Luoda. With approximately 12 days remaining before heading to Ningjiang City, there is ample time to further elevate the power of his 2 beast companions. Starting tomorrow, he plans to venture into the wilderness daily, completing bounty tasks for income while simultaneously enhancing his achievement points and the growth length of his beasts. Lin Ze quickly devised a plan in his mind. The efficiency of the Beast Tamer Association is remarkable. By the second day following the bug tide incident, the corresponding task rewards had already been deposited into Lin Ze's account, an astounding 3.7 million credit points. Among this, the bounty for eliminating the Sangzhong beetle alone accounted for over 1 million. The remainder consisted of rewards for defeating the Sangzhong striker and neutralizing the source of the insect swarm. Coupled with his previous savings, Lin Ze now possessed over 5 million credit points, which, while substantial, is hardly noteworthy for a beast tamer. In the ensuing days, Lin Ze dedicated his energy to strengthening his abilities and accumulating wealth, alternating between hunting, completing achievements, and leveling up. Time flew by in this whirlwind of activity. Soon, the day to depart for Ningjiang City arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Ze bid a fond farewell to the Guan Chongshan couple, carrying a plethora of bags as he and Guan Ning took a taxi to Pinghai No. 1 Middle School for assembly. All students applying to Ningjiang Academy gathered at the school gate, preparing to board a school bus destined for Ningjiang City. It was not yet 8 o'clock, yet a throng of students had already congregated outside the school gate, numbering no less than 50. The air was thick with a palpable excitement. Students were either bubbling with enthusiasm or apprehensive, each feeling a tumult of emotions about the impending journey to Ningjiang City. After all, successfully passing the admission assessment of Ningjiang Academy would allow one to remain in Ningjiang City and become a part of this top 10 Federal Beast Tamer Academy, paving the way to join the elite ranks of society post-graduation. Conversely, those who fell short would face the humiliation of returning to Pinghai City empty-handed. Among these spirited youths, none were willing to accept such a fate. As they disembarked from the vehicle, Lin Ze took the initiative to carry both their belongings. "Brother, don't carry everything. Let me help a bit," Guan Ning protested, attempting to take some of the luggage from Lin Ze's hands. Lin Ze playfully sidestepped her, saying, "No need, I can manage. I wouldn't want you to tire yourself." The result of his impressive physique, boasting a high score of 5 in constitution, granted him strength far beyond the average person. With his current strength, he could easily lift not just a few bags, but even a small car without breaking a sweat. Guan Ning's cheeks flushed slightly at his words, and she lowered her head in silence. Previously, Lin Ze would jest with her, and it didn't seem to matter much. However, ever since their assessment day, hearing such remarks made her heart race and her cheeks burn. "Brother, why do you always say such things?" she thought to herself, secretly reproaching him, yet deep down, she craved to hear more. Such a contradiction. Meanwhile, as Lin Ze arrived, the clamor at the school gate escalated. Many students turned their attention towards him, their expressions a complex mixture of surprise, awe, admiration, and envy. In recent days, the bug-tied incident at Sangzhong Gorge had stirred considerable buzz within the beast tamer community in Pinghai City. Almost every beast tamer had heard of a high school student named Lin Ze, who single-handedly thwarted the rampaging Sangzhong striker, a 4-tier beast king. This incident had caused a significant uproar, and Lin Ze's reputation as a prodigy spread rapidly. He had become a prominent figure at Pinghai No. 1 Middle School, with many younger students idolizing him. While the students at Pinghai No. 1 might not know the principal's name, they certainly knew of Lin Ze. Ning Lingu, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Siyuan rushed over, waving their hands. For reasons unknown, the two girls had been frequent visitors to Guan Ning's home over the past few days, which allowed them to meet Lin Ze several times. With their deliberate attentiveness, their relationship had become quite familiar, and their conversations were more casual than before. Upon seeing them, Zhang Xiaoyun immediately turned to Guan Ning and lamented, "What should I do, Ning? I'm so nervous. What if I fail to get into Ningjiang Academy? That would be terrible." Although Lu Siyuan said nothing, it was evident that she too harbored some anxiety. "If only I could evolve my beast like you, Ning," Zhang Xiaoyun remarked enviously. During the time since passing her assessment, Guan Ning's beast, the magical flame bird, had successfully evolved into the blazing dragon bird, with its level now reaching the 2nd tier, 9th segment. This level of strength almost guaranteed her admission to Ningjiang Academy. It was nearly a certainty that she would pass. As for Lin Ze, possessing a 3rd-tier beast, it would indeed be odd if he did not succeed. Reflecting on this, both Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan could not help but express their admiration. The prodigious talents of this childhood pair were simply remarkable. Chapter 30, The Thoughts of a Girl. After receiving a few comforting words from Guan Ning, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan regained their spirits and turned their curiosity towards Lin Ze, inquiring about his experiences in the wilderness. They were aware that Lin Ze had been hunting in the wild recently, and they were both astonished and in awe, often pressing him for tales of his adventures. Even Guan Ning was quite intrigued. After all, as a beast tamer, there would inevitably come a time when she would have to confront ferocious beasts in the wild, making such topics irresistibly captivating. After more than 10 minutes, everyone had assembled. They boarded the bus in succession, with Guan Ning and Lin Ze sitting together, while Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan took seats at the opposite end of the aisle. As the engine roared to life, the vehicle gradually pulled away from the school. About an hour later, the bus finally departed Pinghai City and entered the wilderness area. The scenery outside the window transformed from towering buildings and bustling streets to desolate and barren landscapes. Many students were filled with excitement, leaning against the windows, their wide eyes curiously gazing at the scenery outside. It is no wonder they were so astonished. In this era where countless ferocious beasts roam the wilderness, venturing outside the city is no trivial matter. A moment's carelessness could lead to life-threatening encounters. Apart from beast tamers who dare to traverse the wild alone, ordinary humans often require military or beast tamers escorts to travel. For instance, in the front row of the bus, 2 bronze-level beast tamer teachers were responsible for safely escorting the students to Ningjiang City. Under such circumstances, many young individuals had never left their birth city until adulthood, naturally fostering a strong curiosity about the wilderness. Guanning was no exception. The girl had deliberately chosen a seat near the aisle to converse with her friends, but now, in order to admire the scenery outside, she found herself kneeling on her seat, her upper body leaning over Lin Ze to peer out the window. Unbeknownst to her, this posture appeared quite intimate to outsiders, resembling Lin Ze cradling her in his arms. Lin Ze felt somewhat uncomfortable with Guanning so close. He could even catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance, evoking a sensation akin to holding soft jade. Despite his mature psychological age and experience from a past life in deep interactions with girls, his current body lacked such experience. Especially in this youthful and impetuous stage of life, it was impossible for him not to feel a stir within. Soon, Guanning regained her composure from her excitement. Once she calmed down, she immediately became aware of the awkwardness of her position. The girl blushed fiercely, stealing a glance at Lin Ze before hurriedly pretending to be nonchalant and retreating back to her seat. Just as she settled in, her peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan stifling their giggles, their expressions teasing as they looked at her. Guanning's face grew even rosier, and she couldn't help but glare at her 2 friends. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan, undeterred, merely smiled back at her. Moments later, Lu Siyuan suddenly tugged at Zhang Xiaoyun's sleeve and whispered, "I say, Xiaoyun, could it be that Guanning has feelings for Lingo?" Zhang Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood her meaning, hesitatingly responding, "Perhaps. Girls are often the most sensitive when it comes to such matters." Although Guanning frequently mentioned Lin Ze to them before, her tone and demeanor were more akin to that of a close sister. However, recently, whenever she brought up Lin Ze, her tone and expression had completely transformed, almost as if infused with honey. Perhaps she herself had not even noticed. But weren't they siblings? Siblings? They were merely childhood friends who grew up together, lacking any blood relation whatsoever. So, you mean Guanning really has feelings for Lingo? Isn't it obvious? It's glaringly apparent. Lin Ze remained oblivious to the discussion about him behind the 2 girls. After Guanning returned to her seat, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. To divert his attention, Lin Ze promptly opened the system panel to check. After several days of hunting, he had successfully activated 2 new achievements. Skill proficiency. The cumulative usage of pet skills reached 100, earning 300 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Soul technique proficiency. The cumulative usage of soul techniques reached 100, earning 300 achievement points and 1 soul replenishing potion. As he had previously speculated, both pet skills and soul techniques had corresponding series of achievements. It was evident that this would become one of the most crucial sources of achievement points for him in the future. Regrettably, he had yet to achieve the 10,000 beast slaughter achievement. Lin Ze felt a twinge of disappointment. Although he had slain numerous ferocious beasts in recent days, the count had yet to surpass 10,000. However, opportunities for large-scale slaughter like the insect tide were exceedingly rare. Sole reliance on regular hunting was hardly efficient. As he pondered, Lin Ze casually switched to the pet panel. After continuous battles over several days, both Xiao Shui and Yin Gui had experienced varying degrees of growth. Xiao Shui's growth had reached 47, and her level had consequently advanced to the 4th stage, 6th tier. Yin Gui's growth had increased to 25, with his level also breaking into the 4th stage, 6th tier. Both had significantly strengthened, fulfilling the goals Lin Ze had originally set for himself. Speaking of which, he had yet to utilize the achievement points he earned. A thoughtful glimmer passed through Lin Ze's eyes. He had already used the soul crystal awarded from achievements, successfully increasing his soul strength to 98. However, he had not yet utilized the achievement points, having other plans in mind. The achievement points currently had 3 main functions: enhancing physical and soul attributes, boosting pet growth, and unlocking pet skills. Lin Ze had not yet practically used the first function. However, it was unnecessary, as physical and soul attributes could still be enhanced using the strong body crystal and soul crystal obtained from achievements. There was no need to waste precious achievement points. As for pet growth, it could be entirely improved through battles and consuming rare resources. Although the process might be slower, it was an acceptable trade-off compared to conserving achievement points. Conversely, pet skills could currently only be unlocked using achievement points, and skills were one of the key factors influencing a pet's combat power, making them indispensable. Therefore, after careful consideration, Lin Ze ultimately decided to focus on using the achievement points he acquired in the future primarily for unlocking pet skills. Unless there was a surplus or in a critical situation, he would strive to minimize the use of achievement points for enhancing growth. It was foreseeable that the demand for achievement points would only increase in the future, so it was wise to conserve them as much as possible. Lin Ze valued long-term development over immediate gains. As he regained focus, he continued to observe the panel. Following the increase in growth, both pets had skills that met the unlocking conditions. Xiao Shui's skill was Sigh of the Snow Woman, requiring 200 achievement points, while Yan Gui's skill was Earth Spikes, requiring 100 achievement points. Lin Ze decisively unlocked both skills. After completing these tasks, he closed the panel, leaned back in his chair, and began to rest his eyes. Time gradually passed, and by noon, the outlines of buildings finally emerged in the distance. Chapter 31. The Despised Chain Among Examinees. Ningjiang City is one of the top 10 cities in the Federation. In addition to Ningjiang Academy, many first-class beast tamer academies are also situated within this city. Compared to a small, obscure city like Pinghai, Ningjiang City enjoys a prominent reputation throughout the Federation, with a much richer atmosphere surrounding beast taming. While beast tamers are a rare sight in other cities, they are commonplace in Ningjiang City, though most are students from various academies. Upon entering Ningjiang City, it wasn't long before the bus stopped in front of a stylishly decorated, spacious hotel. "We have arrived. Please disembark," announced a teacher named Qin He from the front row. This hotel has been arranged by Ningjiang Academy for the examinees. From now until the admissions assessment is completed, you will all be staying here. All matters concerning the assessment will also be conducted within the hotel, so unless there is something urgent, please do not wander off to avoid losing contact. Alright, let's proceed to the front desk for registration. The students obediently disembarked one after another, led by Qin He and another teacher into the hotel. Although there were still 2 days until the assessment began, the hotel was already bustling with students. Most of these individuals came from cities far from Ningjiang City, arriving early to avoid any unexpected situations. Upon seeing Lin Ze and his group, many students began to whisper among themselves. "Another batch has arrived. I wonder which city they are from. I am already aware of this. I just saw the bus that brought them here outside. And the license plate was from Pinghai City. Pinghai City? Isn't that a small third-tier city? Can anyone from such a small city be admitted to Ningjiang College? Who knows?" Upon hearing that the newcomer was an examinee from Pinghai City, many lost interest immediately. Some even openly displayed disdain and contempt. There exists a hierarchy of disdain among examinees. Those from large cities look down upon those from medium-sized cities, and those from medium-sized cities regard those from small cities with scorn. Unfortunately, Pinghai City sits at the very bottom of this hierarchy. This is dictated by the realities of the situation. Large cities boast a larger population base, richer resources for education, and more intense competition. Examinees who emerge from such places often possess superior strength and talent compared to those from smaller cities, naturally instilling a sense of pride and confidence. Listening to the faint discussions around them, the students from Pinghai No. 1 High School felt their faces flush with anger and shame. Some impatient students were ready to retort, but were stopped by Qin He. "There is no need to concern yourselves with their words," he reassured them. "The admissions assessment speaks for itself. If you truly feel discontented, then excel in the upcoming assessment in 2 days." That would be the most powerful rebuttal to these individuals. As soon as these words were spoken, the students' expressions softened. Yes, the teacher is right. So what if they come from large cities? Those fellows are not necessarily stronger than us. Just look at Lin Ze. He can easily surpass all of them. Yes, we still have Lin Ze. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those who were aware of the details of the insect-tide incident would not doubt this. An apprentice beast master capable of defeating a 4th-tier bell ringer. Who would dare to challenge him? Even though the use of extraordinary items is strictly prohibited during the admissions assessment, Lin Ze's beast still possesses a strength of 3rd-tier caliber, sufficient to crush 99% of the examinees in the hotel. Those students from large cities who mock them are simply unworthy to even carry Lin Ze's shoes. With this thought, the group regained their morale, holding their heads high. Guan Ning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Yuki-onna also wore expressions of pride. They were unaware that Lin Ze's beasts had evolved to the 4th tier. In fact, there is more than one. Otherwise, their jaws would surely drop in shock. After registering at the hotel front desk, Lin Ze and his companions took their room keys, placed their luggage in their rooms, and then gathered on the first floor to head to the restaurant for a meal. It was noon. The spacious and bright hotel restaurant was bustling with people. All around were young men and women exuding youthful vitality. "So many people," Guan Ning exclaimed in surprise as she looked around. Zhang Xiaoyun explained, "I heard that this year's examinees for Ningjiang College are significantly more than in previous years. Nearly 5,000. Yuki-onna gasped, her pretty face showing signs of worry. Ningjiang College admits around 1,000 students each year. Given this year's application numbers, the acceptance rate is approximately 1 in 5. Although this ratio may seem favorable, it must be noted that the applicants are all elite students from high schools across the country, each a standout among ordinary individuals. To rise above such competition and secure a place is indeed a formidable challenge. All right, let's not dwell on this now. Let us fill our stomachs first, Zhang Xiaoyan encouraged, patting Lu Siyuan on the shoulder. The group tacitly moved past the topic. The lunch was served buffet style. Lin Ze and his companions took their trays from the counter, selected their food, and found an empty table to sit down and enjoy their meal. Despite the large number of people in the restaurant, the combination of 1 man and 3 women remained quite eye-catching, especially since all 3 girls were exceptionally beautiful. Guan Ning, with her fair skin and exquisite features, was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. In an instant, she attracted the gazes of many, most of whom were young men casting looks of envy and jealousy towards Lin Ze. That guy is so lucky, eating with such beautiful girls, and 3 of them at that. How can one not be envious? Why are all the people around me just guys? Ugh, say one more word, and I'll punch you. Lin Ze paid no attention to the surrounding stares, and ate his meal calmly and composedly. The food in this restaurant was indeed quite delectable. Suddenly, Lin Ze sensed someone approaching and looked up to see a chubby boy walking over with a tray. The boy, around their age, wore a warm smile. Excuse me, may I join you for a meal? Guan Ning and the other girls were taken aback, while Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, pointing to an empty table nearby. There are still open seats over there, you know? The chubby boy scratched his head and smiled. I wanted to get to know you all. You are examinees from Pinghai City, right? Though it was a question, his tone was quite certain, clearly already aware of Lin Ze and the others' origins. Lin Ze scrutinized the chubby boy for a moment, considered, and nodded. Go ahead and sit. The chubby boy immediately sat down with glee, choosing a spot right next to Lin Ze, several seats away from the girls. My name is Zhou Hong. What are your names? Zhou Hong, with a familiar demeanor, immediately asked after sitting down. Lin Ze and his companions took turns introducing themselves. Following that, Zhang Xiaoyan curiously inquired, if I may ask, why do you want to get to know examinees from Pinghai City? Zhou Hong grinned and replied, I heard that there is a high school student from Pinghai City who passed an exceptionally difficult apprenticeship assessment, and I wanted to inquire about his information. Chapter 32. Is this guy perhaps a humanoid beast? As soon as Zhou Hong finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present turned peculiar. Seeing this, Zhou Hong assumed they were doubting his words and quickly added, I am serious. I am not lying to you. Zhang Xiaoyan, known for her playful nature, flashed a cunning glint in her eyes and pretended to be curious, asking, why are you interested in that person? Isn't it just out of curiosity? Noticing Zhang Xiaoyan squinting her eyes, Zhou Hong quickly elaborated, besides, we might be classmates in the future. If I can understand each other early on, perhaps I can hitch a ride on a big leg. Clearly, it was this last statement that revealed Zhou Hong's true intentions. Guan Ning and the others understood immediately. Zhang Xiaoyan pursed her lips. You are quite proactive, thinking about making connections even before getting into Ningjiang College. It's about being prepared. Zhou Hong, thick-skinned, didn't mind and chuckled, not to brag, but I have a good understanding of all the outstanding examinees staying in this hotel. To prove the credibility of his words, Zhou Hong looked around and pointed to a boy not far away, saying, do you see that guy? His name is Li Pingyun, a well-known genius from his high school in Taiping City. He passed the high-level apprenticeship assessment 2 months ago, and his beast is a poison vine demon, a dual-type plant and poison beast, reaching the level of 3rd Tier 2 stage. And that beauty over there, her name is Guisini, also a renowned genius from Tsangsha City. She, too, passed the high-level apprenticeship assessment, and her beast is a steel-pattern young dragon, a dual-type steel and dragon beast, reaching the level of 3rd Tier 3 stage. And there's also that one, Tan Yong, from Shanzhou City. Zhou Hong listed 3 individuals in succession, providing detailed information, including their beast types and levels, leaving Lin Ze and the others exchanging glances. So this guy is quite the information broker. Coming back to his senses, Lu Siyuan couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect so many people to possess 3rd-tier beasts. That's not it. Zhou Hong shook his head. To my understanding, among this year's examinees, only 5 possess a Tier 3 pet beast, and the genius from Pinghai City happens to be one of them. Guan Ning and her 2 companions were finally relieved. It is only natural to deduce that such formidable beings as Tier 3 pet beasts would be exceedingly rare among the candidates. However, they could not help but glance at Lin Ze, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Brother, Lin Ge, is indeed impressive. He ranks among the top 5 out of 5,000 examinees. Zhou Hong, oblivious to the girl's subtle gestures, eagerly approached Lin Ze and inquired, can you tell me about that person now? Giggling, Guan Ning and her companions could no longer suppress their laughter. Zhou Hong, looking bewildered, asked, did I say something amusing? Zhang Xiaoyun waved her hand, stifling her laughter. Did you not wish to meet that person? This is him, she pointed at Lin Ze. He is the genius who passed the exceptionally difficult assessment. Zhou Hong was taken aback, staring at Lin Ze in disbelief. After a moment, he regained his composure, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. He had just boasted about his familiarity with the geniuses from various places, only to find the very individual he spoke of sitting right before him, unrecognized. I must apologize, brother. I was rather short-sighted. Lin Ze chuckled and waved his hand, indicating that he bore no ill will. After all, he was not a celebrity, so it was entirely normal for others not to recognize him. Zhou Hong, with his characteristic thick skin, soon brushed off the incident and enthusiastically engaged Lin Ze in conversation. Throughout their discussion, Lin Ze gleaned a wealth of information regarding the admissions assessment from Zhou Hong. Their meal concluded with a delightful atmosphere, and once they returned their trays, the group prepared to head back to their respective rooms. As they passed through the corridor outside the dining hall, a large group approached. Over a dozen boys clad in matching uniforms, likely from a certain school, were laughing and joking without a care in the world. The corridor, though spacious, became congested with their presence, forcing Lin Ze and his companions to halt and step aside, waiting for the group to pass. As the distance closed, the boys quickly noticed the three girls. The exquisite beauty of Guan Ning caught their attention, and they gazed at her with awe. Guan Ning, unfazed, had grown accustomed to such stares and typically ignored them. What stunning girls! Which school are they from? I don't know, they're not in uniform. The boys whispered among themselves, seemingly finding something amusing, erupting into loud laughter that drew disapproving glances from others in the corridor. Yet, they remained oblivious to the discomfort they caused. As they brushed past, one of the boys suddenly swayed, leaning his arm toward Guan Ning's chest with a smug expression, clearly intending to take advantage of the situation. Guan Ning's face paled as she attempted to evade him, but the wall was directly behind her, leaving her no room to retreat. Fortunately, in the next instant, a swift arm shot out from beside her, blocking the boy's advance with firm resolve. Brother! Guan Ning exclaimed in surprise, looking at Lin Ze with relief. The boy's expression changed, and he shouted, "Get your filthy hands off me! If not..." But before he could finish, Lin Ze retaliated with a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing backward, blood spewing from his nose. The boys behind him, taken off guard, fell like dominoes, tumbling to the ground in a chaotic heap. Silence enveloped the corridor as everyone stood in shock, unable to fathom the sudden turn of events. At that moment, Lin Ze's calm voice broke the stillness. "What will you do then?" The boy on the ground could hardly respond, clutching his nose in agony, blood seeping through his fingers, looking utterly miserable. "You dare to strike someone?" The leader of the group, a crew-cut youth, glared at Lin Ze with fury. Lin Ze met his gaze and replied coolly, "Consider this a lesson. Should you dare to misbehave again, it will be much worse than a nosebleed." The crew-cut youth, infuriated yet mocking, retorted, "Let us see what you can do." With that, he charged at Lin Ze, and his companions followed suit. Lin Ze gestured for Guan Ning and the others to step back, while he fearlessly faced the advancing boys. Although the three girls had witnessed Lin Ze's combat prowess before, they still felt a tinge of concern but obediently retreated to avoid becoming a burden. Zhou Hong, however, turned pale with worry. Despite Lin Ze's genius, it was unreasonable to think he could take on so many alone. He wanted to assist, but knew his own limitations. Stepping in would only result in him being another target. What should I do? Zhou Hong was in a state of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ze dashed into the fray like a tiger among sheep, and soon the sounds of rapid punches echoed through the air. The seemingly imposing boys couldn't even graze Lin Ze's clothing, and in no time, they were all sprawled on the ground, groaning in distress. The corridor reverberated with their cries of pain. Zhou Hong stood flabbergasted, mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. Could it be that this guy was a humanoid pet beast? How could he fight so effectively? Chapter 33, A Different Perspective. Lin Ze showed no mercy to those who dared to assault Guan Ning. He targeted their most vulnerable spots, striking at their faces and sensitive areas to ensure they were incapacitated with a single blow. The results were remarkable. All the boys lay on the ground, nursing their wounds and moaning, utterly stripped of their previous bravado. What is going on here? A middle-aged man approached, his expression one of anger. He was a teacher from Ningjiang Academy, stationed at the hotel to oversee the arrangements for candidates from various regions. To his dismay, he had received reports on the very first day of students engaging in brawls. In a fit of exasperation, he rushed over, only to be met with the sight before him. "Is one person taking down a dozen?" he asked, his gaze fixed on Lin Ze, clearly displeased. With no one else standing, all eyes were on Lin Ze. Before he could respond, Guan Ning stepped forward, pointing at the boys on the ground. "This group started it." Indeed, Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan chimed in, supporting her. They tried to take advantage of Guan. After being stopped, it was only then that Lin Ze could not hold back. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed as he assessed the three beautiful girls before turning his gaze to the boys sprawled on the floor. Many of them averted their eyes when caught in the teacher's stern stare. Recognizing the situation, the teacher did not jump to conclusions, but instead summoned hotel staff to review the corridor surveillance footage. After confirming that the boys had instigated the conflict, he turned his ire upon them. "Which school do you belong to?" The boys stammered, unable to answer. The teacher, noting their reluctance, snorted in disdain and promptly took out his phone to make a call. Moments later, he hung up and approached Lin Ze, his expression stern. "I have already informed their school. They will face consequences for their behavior today. Furthermore, although the provocation originated from the other party, your involvement in the brawl is an undeniable fact, and you too bear some responsibility. It is essential that you return to your room and reflect deeply on this matter." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyan displayed a look of dissatisfaction, ready to retort, but was discreetly halted by Guan. The middle-aged man appeared to admonish Lin Ze, yet in reality, he was simply raising his hand lightly and then letting it fall. Aside from the somewhat superfluous reflection, he imposed no further penalties on Lin Ze. This outcome is already quite favorable. After all, as an educator, one cannot simply ignore participants in a public brawl, can they? Lin Ze naturally understood this principle and responded with a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man continued to inquire, "What is your name, and which school do you attend?" Lin Ze replied, "I am a student at Pinghai-Zhong." "So you are Lin Ze?" The middle-aged man seemed familiar with Lin Ze's name and was taken aback. After scrutinizing Lin Ze for a moment, his expression softened considerably, a smile gracing his face. "So you are Lin Ze. I did not expect that. In addition to your talent as a beastmaster, you are also quite formidable in a fight. Indeed, you are a prodigy." This remark carried a hint of jest, starkly contrasting with the earlier formal tone, causing Guan and the others to exchange glances. Lin Ze, however, seemed contemplative. He did not elaborate further, bidding farewell to the middle-aged man before returning with Guan. Once they departed, another teacher who had arrived a bit late could not help but inquire, "Old Li, who is that boy? You seem to regard him with special favor. Could he be a scion of a beastmaster family?" Old Li chuckled softly and replied, "Do you recall the matter mentioned at the meeting a while ago? A genius from Pinghai City successfully passed the assessment for the ultra-difficult internship." The teacher was instantly intrigued. Could it be that individual from earlier? Indeed, it is him. This is a genius student personally endorsed by the dean to be recruited into the academy. How could I not regard him with special attention? I see, the teacher expressed with a knowing demeanor. A genius who has passed the ultra-difficult assessment. I wonder how he will perform in the admissions evaluation? After leaving the corridor, Zhou Hong could no longer suppress his anxiety and patted his chest. That was terrifying. I almost thought I was going to be beaten up. He then turned to Lin Ze, his expression filled with awe. "I knew you had a high talent as a beast master, but I never expected you to be so fierce in a fight. Wow. Taking on more than a dozen opponents and leaving unscathed. Incredible. From now on, you shall be my big brother," Zhou Hong said, adopting a sycophantic expression, which elicited laughter from Guan and the other girls. Lin Ze, however, regarded Zhou Hong with a bemused glance. He understood the underlying intentions. Despite Zhou Hong's seemingly simple and good-natured demeanor, he was quite shrewd, trying to ride the coattails of this incident to gain favor. As he had previously mentioned, he was looking to align himself with someone influential. Nevertheless, Lin Ze did not mind. Having an informant among the ranks was indeed advantageous. Which school were those individuals from? Lin Ze inquired casually. Baisha-Zhong from Baisha City, Zhou Hong replied without hesitation. By the way, Lin Ze, you should be cautious. Lu Gang from their school is the 5th student to possess a Tier 3 beast, a steel-armored dragon snake, with a level of Tier 3, Segment 2. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. He was not concerned about retaliation from them. Over the next 2 days, Lin Ze and his companions remained at the hotel, refraining from wandering about. Following the brawl, teachers from various schools sternly warned their students. Consequently, the candidates became much more subdued, and similar incidents did not recur. He did not reprimand Lin Ze. He merely exchanged a few words with him and moved on from the topic. In truth, he did not dare to scold him. Lin Ze was now a prized asset of Pinghai-Zhong and indeed of the entire Pinghai City. Although few interacted with him, many prominent figures in Pinghai City were secretly keeping an eye on him. Many were eager to see how far Lin Ze could advance on the path of the Beastmaster. Should Lin Ze reach the pinnacle of prowess as a Beastmaster, Pinghai City, as his place of origin, would undoubtedly reap significant benefits. He would have to be quite foolish to offend a potential peak powerhouse. Aside from this incident, another delightful piece of news emerged. Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan's beasts, which were already at the cusp of evolution, finally succeeded in evolving over the past 2 days, breaking through to the 2nd tier. The two girls sighed in relief, no longer feeling the previous anxiety. A Tier 2 beast has a good chance of passing the admissions evaluation. Time flew swiftly, and soon the day of the admissions evaluation arrived. Early in the morning, the candidates gathered at Ningjiang Academy. After passing through the grand entrance, rich in historical significance, everyone assembled in the square. All candidates had previously received a copper plate binding their identity. As per Ningjiang Academy's notification, this served as the key to entering the Origin Stone Monument's virtual realm. Similar to the qualification assessment of the Beastmaster Association, the admissions evaluation at Ningjiang Academy also took place within the virtual realm. Only in a theoretically infinite space could 5,000 aspiring Beastmasters be evaluated simultaneously. Chapter 34. The admissions evaluation begins. There are so many people, Yuki-onna exclaimed, her eyes wide as she surveyed the surroundings, a bit astonished. The vast square was teeming with candidates holding copper plates, nearly 5,000 in total. Zhang Xiaoyan smiled and said, ever since our beasts successfully evolved to Tier 2, both Yuki-onna and I have felt much more at ease. We no longer experience the same anxiety as before. In fact, the period leading up to major examinations often witnesses a surge in candidate strength. Many candidates' beasts successfully evolved during this time, rising from Tier 1 to Tier 2. These fortunate individuals had effectively secured their admission spots at Ningjiang Academy. The only question remaining was their final scores and which class they would be assigned to. Those whose beasts remained at Tier 1 would need to strive hard during the evaluation. As the clock struck 8, a group of teachers from Ningjiang Academy entered the square. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuding an air of authority. Silence. As soon as he stood still, the middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice. It seemed he employed some form of soul technique. Although his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. The murmurs in the square swiftly ceased. I am Gao Wenba, the principal overseer of this admissions evaluation at Ningjiang Academy. We will now commence the admissions evaluation, and I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Everyone, please sit on the ground and activate your keys to enter the virtual realm. All relevant instructions for the evaluation will be provided within. Gao Wenba's decisive manner instilled a sense of awe among all candidates, who promptly complied. Before long, the entire square fell into complete silence. All candidates sat quietly on the ground. A peculiar wave enveloped the square. When Lin Ze opened his eyes again, he found himself in an open space. Surrounding him was a vast emptiness, devoid of any other figures, with only himself present. 100 meters away lay a dense forest. Now, I shall explain the evaluation rules. Gao Wenba's authoritative voice echoed in the void. The evaluation adopts a point system. In the forest before you, a multitude of first to third tier ferocious beasts roam. Each beast you slay will yield points based on its strength level. The specific points corresponding to each tier can be reviewed later. You may encounter other candidates in the forest, but forming teams or providing any form of assistance to other candidates is strictly prohibited. Violation of this rule will result in disqualification from the evaluation. Moreover, you must traverse this forest and reach the plains on the other side within 5 hours. Any candidate who fails to cross the forest within the time limit, regardless of points accumulated, will automatically be deemed unsuccessful in the evaluation. Once one steps out of the forest, there shall be no return. Additionally, on the plain opposite the forest stands a stone tablet. Those fortunate enough to touch the tablet will not only receive 500 points, but also a special reward provided by the Academy. At the conclusion of the assessment, the top 1,000 students based on points will be admitted to the Academy, while the remainder will be eliminated. Furthermore, these 1,000 admitted students will be categorized into different classes according to their scores, which will ultimately influence their treatment within the Academy. Thus, exert your utmost effort to accumulate more points during the assessment. Now, I declare the assessment to commence. As the declaration echoed, Lin Ze felt a sudden warmth on the back of his right hand. Upon glancing down, he discovered a dark number had appeared, 0. As he focused his gaze, a list suddenly materialized before him. First tier, 5th stage ferocious beasts yield 1 point. First tier, 6th stage ferocious beasts yield 2 points. First tier, 9th stage ferocious beasts yield 5 points. Second tier, 1st stage ferocious beasts yield 10 points. Second tier, 2nd stage ferocious beasts yield 12 points. Second tier, 3rd stage ferocious beasts yield 14 points. Third tier, 1st stage ferocious beasts yield 50 points. Third tier, 2nd stage ferocious beasts yield 60 points. The weakest of companion beasts are indeed at least 1st tier, 5th stage. Lin Ze swiftly scanned to the bottom, where the most formidable was a 3rd tier, 6th stage beast, valued at 100 points. In this light, the reward of 500 points from touching the stone tablet appears quite substantial, equivalent to hunting dozens of 2nd tier beasts. However, It is all too evident that the vicinity of the tablet is surely guarded by ferocious beasts or fraught with other challenges. It is inconceivable that candidates would be allowed to easily acquire those 500 points. Moreover, beside the list, there exists a ranking board, clearly indicating positions numbered from 1 to 1,000. At this moment, however, no names have appeared. Is the ranking updated in real time? Lin Ze clicked his tongue. This means everyone can see their scores and those of others, with the top 1,000 indicating that anyone not on the list will face elimination. It is predictable that, under such circumstances, the intensity of competition will undoubtedly escalate. Rumor has it that Ningjiang Academy values competition and encourages students to progress through rivalry. This assessment indeed seems to embody that principle, as even the enrollment examination aims to intensify competition. Lin Ze silently scoffed, retracting his gaze from the ranking board and turning towards the forest. He must first locate the exit of this forest. Without knowledge of the forest's vastness, the duration required to traverse it remains uncertain. For prudence's sake, it would be best to reach the end of the forest, ascertain the location of the exit, and only then return to hunt ferocious beasts. Should he focus solely on hunting and later find himself without sufficient time to cross the forest, leading to failure in the assessment, it would be a source of deep regret. With this in mind, Lin Ze had already devised a plan and promptly summoned Xiao Shui. Since their arrival at the hotel, Xiao Shui had remained in the companion beast space. After 2 days without seeing her master, she immediately leaped into Lin Ze's embrace upon emerging, exclaiming with joy. Lin Ze smiled gently, affectionately stroking her hair. The girl emitted a contented purring sound akin to that of a cat. Let us go, the hunt begins. Lin Ze did not linger, striding into the forest with Xiao Shui in tow. As his vision dimmed, he found himself surrounded by towering trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. A thick layer of fallen leaves carpeted the ground, giving a sensation of walking on a soft rug. Given the forest environment, it is likely that there are numerous plant and insect-type ferocious beasts. Thoughts whirled in Lin Ze's mind as he cast a protective spell upon himself. This enrollment assessment differs significantly from the internship evaluation. Ferocious beasts will not overlook the presence of a beast master. Without proper protective measures, one risks being ambushed and killed. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, several dark figures suddenly descended from the trees ahead, spewing forth a barrage of unknown substances towards Lin Ze. Xiao Shui reacted swiftly, conjuring an ice shield to deflect the incoming projectiles. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze recognized them as clumps of white silk. The assailants were 3 ferocious beasts resembling caterpillars, clad in a coat of rain gear. These are known as Zuochong, insect-type ferocious beasts, capable of reaching first tier, 7th stage in maturity. With a flick of her hand, Xiao Shui instantly froze the 3 Zuochong into ice sculptures. The silk tethering them to the trees snapped, and the heavy ice blocks crashed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Lin Ze glanced at the back of his hand. The number had changed to 9. Evidently, the 3 Zuochong were all at the mature first tier, 7th stage, each yielding 3 points. Glancing at the leaderboard, he noted that in just a brief span, countless names had appeared. At the top was Tan Yong with 21 points, followed by Guisini with 18 points, and Li Pengyun with 15 points. The top 3 were all candidates possessing third-tier companion beasts, as mentioned by Zhou Hong. Lin Ze found himself ranked 234th, with at least 100 others sharing the same score. The pace was indeed swift. It seemed everyone was quite motivated. Lin Ze chuckled, remaining unfazed as he continued onward. Along the way, more ferocious beasts emerged, either launching ambushes or attacking head-on. Man-eating flowers, withered beasts, wind-cutting mantises, spotted spiders, thunder-patterned worms, and vermin ants. Just as Lin Ze had surmised, the encountered ferocious beasts were predominantly of plant and insect types. Moreover, as they ventured deeper, the strength of the encountered beasts progressively escalated, from initially encountering first-tier, 7th stage, to now frequently encountering second-tier beasts, significantly increasing the difficulty of their journey. However, this was clearly not an issue for Lin Ze. Regardless of whether they were first-tier or second-tier, they posed no challenge for Xiao Shui, who dispatched them with ease, not hindering their progress in the slightest. Apart from addressing the ferocious beasts they encountered, this duo had no intention of actively seeking them out, merely focusing on their forward march. After more than an hour, Lin Ze finally halted, squinting ahead. Just beyond a row of trees, a vast plain stretched out before him. In the center of the plain stood a towering stone tablet, resembling a pillar reaching for the heavens, strikingly conspicuous. Anyone stepping onto the plain would see it at first glance. Is that the tablet for acquiring 500 points? Lin Ze mused aloud, shrugging as he averted his gaze and turned back down the path they had traversed. The exit had been located, and now it was time for a full-throttle hunt. Outside the illusory realm, within the Ningjiang Academy Plaza, Gao Wenba and several teachers watched intently at the immense screen suspended in the air. The display showcased the points leaderboard of the assessment, clearly revealing the scoring status of the top 1,000 students. Almost every second, the rankings saw changes for over 100 students. The closer one was to the bottom, the more volatile the rankings became. Indeed, this year's candidates display a significantly higher overall strength compared to previous years, one teacher remarked with satisfaction. Yes, it has barely been 2 hours. And the points of the top 100 students have already surpassed 300. In past years, at this juncture, the top 100 would only have just over 200 points. Furthermore, the performances of the top 4 candidates were particularly impressive, with their scores far exceeding their peers. Many teachers nodded in agreement, pleased. Tan Yong, Li Pingyun, Guosini, and El Gang, all 4 had amassed over 700 points, tightly contesting one another. Their rankings fluctuated every few moments, yet regardless of the changes, they remained firmly entrenched in the top 4, their scores outpacing the 5th by over 400 points. Unless unforeseen events transpired, it seemed likely that this year's top freshman would emerge from among these 4. At this moment, a teacher suddenly voiced his confusion, stating, "Isn't there supposed to be 5 candidates with third-tier pet beasts this year? There are only 4 listed here. Where has the 5th one gone?" All the teachers were momentarily taken aback. It was only upon this reminder that they realized the discrepancy. Indeed, where had the 5th individual disappeared to? Being a fellow genius with a third-tier pet beast, it was reasonable to expect that this person's ranking would not differ significantly from that of Tan Yong and the other 3. Why was he not among the top 5? Or even the top 10? I recall that the remaining individual is named Lin Ze, correct? That's right. He is a student from Pinghai Zhong. I also remember now. He is the extraordinary talent who passed the supremely difficult internship evaluation and was personally acknowledged by the dean. How could such a person not be in the top 10? This is quite perplexing. The teachers were filled with bewilderment and immediately began to scrutinize the leaderboard. Soon, they discovered Lin Ze's position, 125th place with a score of 296. The moment they saw Lin Ze's ranking, expressions of shock spread across the teachers' faces. What on earth is going on? This ranking is far too low. He hasn't even reached 300 points. What is he doing? Could there have been some unforeseen circumstances? Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. It was no wonder they were so astonished. The current situation was utterly bizarre. A candidate with a third-tier pet beast could not even break into the top 100? This was unfathomable. Could it be that Lin Ze was merely a name without substance? His abilities not as formidable as rumored? At that moment, many teachers shared the same thought. Just then, Gao Wenba, who had remained silent until now, unexpectedly spoke. "Bring up Lin Ze's assessment footage." Upon his command, the teachers ceased their discussions. The staff standing by immediately responded respectfully. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ze's assessment footage appeared on the display screen. The video began from the moment he entered the forest and played at 5 times the normal speed. As they watched, the teachers gradually came to a realization. I see now. This young man is attempting to locate the exit of the forest first. No wonder his score is so low. He hasn't hunted many ferocious beasts. This approach is rather prudent, but as a result, the gap in scores between him and the others has widened significantly. Can he catch up? Indeed, while the other candidates were performing relatively well, the top 4 had already amassed over 400 points more than him, making it quite challenging to recover in the remaining 3 hours. Many teachers could not help but shake their heads in dismay. Being cautious is commendable, but if the cost is a substantial score disparity, it becomes a rather unwise trade-off. Given the current situation, even if Lin Ze were to make a valiant effort later on, he would likely not be able to catch up to Tan Yong and the others. Let alone securing the title of this year's top freshman, it seemed he might not even make it into the top 3. Perhaps he would have been better off searching for ferocious beasts while advancing, just like Tan Yong and the others. That would yield more points. One teacher sighed softly. His words echoed the sentiments of everyone present. Even Gao Wenba could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He was indifferent to the methods Lin Ze employed to pass the assessment. As long as the final results were commendable, that was sufficient. This was also the principle upheld by Ningjiang Academy. The process is irrelevant. Only the outcome matters. If Lin Ze ultimately fails to secure a position in the top 3, then this so-called extraordinary talent would be quite disappointing. Should that come to pass, he might have to advise the dean that this student is not worthy of such high regard from the academy's upper echelons. With this thought, Gao Wenba's eyes glittered as he began to formulate plans. However, in the next moment, Lin Ze's ranking on the leaderboard suddenly underwent a dramatic shift. Chapter 36, Rising from Behind, a Meteoric Ascent. In the virtual realm, at a clearing in the center of the forest, Tan Yong sat atop the corpse of a ferocious beast, fixated on the leaderboard before him. Beside him, a towering rock golem stood silently, dutifully fulfilling its role as a guardian. It's only a gap of less than 20 points. That's still too little, Tan Yong muttered, his brow furrowing. The current standings were as follows. First, Tan Yong, 754 points. Second, Guisini, 738 points. Third, El Gang, 732 points. Fourth, Li Pingyun, 725 points. Fifth, Kong Liang, 467 points. The competitors trailing closely behind were relentless. Tan Yong's gaze flickered momentarily. He could disregard Kong Liang in fifth place, but Guisini, El Gang, and Li Pingyun were formidable opponents not to be underestimated. The one with the largest score gap among them was still less than 30 points away. A moment's negligence could lead to being overtaken. Truly, Ningjiang Academy's recruitment assessment was teeming with talent, and encountering so many formidable competitors was no small feat. However, a flicker of doubt suddenly crossed Tan Yong's mind. Prior to arriving in Ningjiang City, he had meticulously gathered intelligence on all the strong contenders among this year's candidates. Of particular interest were the 4 other holders of third-tier pet beasts aside from himself. Now, 3 of them occupied the 2nd to 4th positions, closely trailing behind him. But what about the last one? Tan Yong focused intently and quickly located Lin Ze's name on the leaderboard. 125th place? This score is far too low. Not even 300 points? Guisini, glancing at Lin Ze's ranking on the leaderboard, displayed a look of confusion on her delicate face. Isn't his pet beast supposed to be of the 3rd tier? How could his score be so low? After pondering for a moment, she shook her head. Forget it. There's no need to pay attention to someone ranked over 100. My only target is Tan Yong, with just 16 points. I can catch up to him and then surpass him. Come on, we've rested enough. It's time to continue hunting. The steel pattern young dragon, lying on the ground, let out a soft cry, straightened up, affectionately nudged Guisini's cheek with its head, and then followed her into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, the air was ripped apart by a sharp sound. A thorny vine struck out like a whip, landing heavily on the airborne thunder pattern worm. The worm emitted a cry of despair, plummeting to the ground with a gory wound, dark blood oozing from the injury. Before long, the thunder pattern worm succumbed to the venom, twitching a few times before losing all signs of life. The victorious thorny demon excitedly waved its vine. Well done, Li Pingyun remarked casually, though his gaze remained fixed on the leaderboard. Lin Ze? Logically, he should be the strongest among the 5 of us. So why are his rankings and points so low? Could it be that the intelligence I received was incorrect, and he is not as formidable as stated? 125th place. Such an individual is merely a name without substance, and I cannot believe I was grouped with him. It lowers my standing. El Gang sneered contemptuously at the leaderboard. He had expected the rumored genius who passed the supremely difficult internship evaluation to be exceptionally capable, only to discover that he was merely a coward when faced with such fierce competition. How could he not even break into the top 100? It was a disgrace to the title of genius. It's absurd that Chun Xian and the others were beaten to a pulp by such a character. They are utterly useless. Never mind. A person as inept as him will surely have the opportunity to redeem himself in the future. For now, I shall focus on the assessment. Just wait. The position of the top freshman will surely be mine. Sensing his master's excitement, the iron-armored dragon snake flicked its forked tongue, raising its head high and emitting a sharp hiss. El Gang laughed heartily, reaching out to pat the beast's head. Yet, halfway through the gesture, he suddenly froze, his laughter abruptly ceasing. El Gang's eyes widened as he stared at the leaderboard, his face a mask of disbelief. 81st place. Lin Ze, 353 points. In an instant, Lin Ze's score surged by over 50 points, propelling him into the top 100. Had this fellow slain a 3rd-tier ferocious beast? El Jiang's face manifested an expression of bewilderment. Only a 3rd-tier ferocious beast could be valued at over 50 points. However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Lin Ze's ranking on the leaderboard changed once more. 68th place. Lin Ze, 387 points. This was merely the beginning. Subsequently, almost every few seconds, Lin Ze's rank surged upward. His score skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. In less than a minute, Lin Ze's score soared to over 400 points, and his rank reached 6th place, trailing only 10 points behind the 5th-ranked K. Ing Liang. How could this be possible? El Jiang stared at the leaderboard in astonishment. His expression transformed from surprise and confusion to sheer shock and disbelief. In less than a minute, his score had skyrocketed by over 150 points. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Was it possible that Lin Ze had encountered multiple 3rd-tier ferocious beasts simultaneously? Yet even so, how could he have resolved such numerous 3rd-tier ferocious beasts so swiftly? This was inconceivable. Meanwhile, all the examinees in the forest noticed the bizarre changes on the leaderboard. As Lin Ze's score ascended like a spring, everyone stood frozen in place. What in the world is happening? Why is the score increasing so rapidly? Lin Ze? Which high school prodigy is this? This is astonishing. He has already climbed to 6th place. Even T.N.Y.ing, Gu-X New York, and L.P.ing were left speechless. Just moments ago, they had been puzzled over Lin Ze's low rank. Now they were witnessing this individual charging forward with unstoppable momentum, rising from over 100th place to 6th in less than a minute. This speed was more explosive than a drug-induced high. What on earth is going on? Confusion swirled in their minds simultaneously. Just then, Lin Ze's rank leaped once more on the leaderboard. Under the collective gaze, his name eclipsed K.ing Liang, landing in 5th place. 5th place, Lin Ze, 489 points. Wow. This caused a stir among all the examinees. Is he really in 5th place now? This is unbelievable. My heavens, how did he achieve this? Could he have ventured into a den of ferocious beasts? Countless examinees expressed their incredulity. Some were curious, some were shocked. Some were envious, while others felt admiration and delight. Lin Gu is amazing. Li Syn gazed at Lin Ze's name on the leaderboard with sparkling eyes. I knew Lin Gu would surely rise to the top. Zhing Shi Oi In clapped her hands in excitement. In a certain part of the forest, Gu In gazed at the leaderboard with bright eyes, her face blossoming into a radiant smile. She had never doubted Lin Ze's strength. She also understood that this was merely the beginning. The first place position undoubtedly belonged to her brother. Chapter 37. Catching up and surpassing. Outside the virtual realm. In the plaza, silence enveloped the surroundings, leaving all the teachers, including GOWNBI, dumbfounded as they gazed at the leaderboard. The bizarre speed of Lin Ze's ascent rendered them speechless. Within mere moments, he had surged from over 100th place to 6th. This pace was utterly unfathomable. How could this be accomplished? Could Lin Ze have simultaneously slain several third-tier ferocious beasts? That was impossible. The third-tier ferocious beasts in the forest operated independently and were spaced apart, making it unlikely for them to gather together. Indeed, even if Lin Ze had encountered multiple third-tier beasts, with his strength, it would be impossible for him to dispatch them all in such a short time. As the crowd engaged in fervent discussions, perplexed, I decisively ordered the retrieval of Lin Ze's assessment footage. When the footage appeared on the screen, a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. A colony of FM ants. Just as one examinee had speculated, Lin Ze had stumbled into a den of ferocious beasts. This was a nest of FM ants he had discovered inadvertently while returning from a hunt. In this forest, the majority of ferocious beasts were solitary, often acting alone or in pairs at most. It was rare for them to appear in large groups. However, the FM ants were an exception. They were undoubtedly social beasts. After encountering a FM soldier ant, Lin Ze deliberately left one injured, allowing it to return to its nest. He then followed closely behind, successfully locating the ant colony's lair. What ensued was a relentless slaughter. FM ants were categorized into worker ants, soldier ants, flying ants, and the queen. Both worker and soldier ants were first-tier beasts. Flying ants were second-tier beasts, but only possessed a strength level of 2 or 3 during their mature state. The queen was slightly stronger, being a second-tier 7th-stage creature. Unfortunately, it lacked any combat capability, serving solely as a breeding tool for the colony. The greatest threat posed by the FM ant colony lay in their collective action. A single nest could contain at least 300 to 500 ants. Despite their individual weakness, their terrifying numbers intimidated many examinees. Even elite talents like T.N.Y. and Gu-X New York would not dare to face a FM ant colony alone. Only Lin Ze, a unique candidate among the examinees, faced them without fear, feeling instead as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Crack, crack. The sound of ice forming echoed through the forest. In the void, over 10 meters above the ground, countless sharp ice blades materialized, pausing momentarily before cascading down like a waterfall. Ice waterfall. Sizzle, sizzle. The flying ants, caught in midair, were instantly engulfed by the ice blades. Their struggles futile as they were torn to shreds, their broken bodies transforming into ice shards that plummeted to the ground. In just one strike, over 100 flying ants fell in defeat, and this was merely the beginning. Xiao-su let out a delicate giggle, extending her hand to point. In an instant, countless strands of ice emerged densely from the center of the ant swarm, rapidly coalescing into a brilliant azure crystal. The next moment, the crystal erupted violently, unleashing a wave of ice that swept in all directions. Frost nova. Crack, crack. In a series of crisp sounds, countless FM ants transformed into ice sculptures. In less than a breath, the ant colony diminished by over 100 ants. Faced with the overwhelming power of Xiao-su, the FM ants stood no chance of resistance. The teachers outside the virtual realm stared blankly at the screen, their mouths agape, unable to regain their composure. Even GOWNBI appeared somewhat dazed. This was an utterly one-sided massacre. A colony capable of intimidating any third-tier entity when acting collectively was effortlessly slaughtered under the control of Lin Ze's ice-type beast. Moreover, it was evident to anyone with functioning eyes that the beast had yet to exert its full strength. The implications behind this were unmistakable. 4-tier beast. A teacher stammered. The teachers present were all silver-ranked beast masters. Under normal circumstances, a 4-tier beast would not be considered significant to them. However, the appearance of a 4-tier beast in the possession of an 18-year-old student was genuinely shocking. GOWNB, I took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. I never expected our intelligence to be flawed. Lin Ze does not possess a 3rd-tier beast, but rather a 4-tier one. The teachers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting an undeniable shock. A candidate with a 3rd-tier beast could be deemed a prodigy, and among the nearly 5,000 elite students gathered from various regions, there were merely a handful. Yet Lin Ze's strength surpassed even this, as his beast had already ascended to the 4-tier level. What an extraordinary talent this is. Had it not unfolded right before their very eyes, they would have found it utterly unbelievable. This endowment is truly terrifying. We had indeed underestimated him before. The dean possesses remarkable foresight. Such a genius must not be overlooked. Indeed, with proper nurturing, he will undoubtedly become our academy's ace in the future. Perhaps he will shine brilliantly in the next academy tournament. After the initial shock, the teachers were quickly filled with excitement. Recruiting such an outstanding talent into the academy is undoubtedly a significant boon. No one would ever complain about having too many exceptional students. Even the usually stern Gao Wenbo displayed unabashed admiration on his face. He is undoubtedly a rare gem. It remains to be seen if he can surpass the previous 4 and seize the title of top freshman. Many teachers nodded in agreement. Previously, they would have never believed that Lin Ze could become the top freshman. Yet, after witnessing that astonishing scene, such thoughts had dissipated completely. Given Lin Ze's prowess, even though he still lags behind in points, it is not inconceivable for him to eventually surpass them and claim the first position. Lin Ze, however, was unaware of the thoughts swirling around outside. After vanquishing the Fermi ant swarm, he relentlessly continued hunting ferocious beasts alongside Xiao Shui. The fiercest beasts in the forest were only at the 3rd stage, 6th level. In one-on-one confrontations, they posed no threat to Xiao Shui. Typically, once their traces were discovered, they would swiftly be dispatched by Xiao Shui with remarkable efficiency. This extraordinary hunting prowess was reflected on the leaderboard, with Lin Ze's score skyrocketing at brief intervals. 501, 519. 531, 556. The terrifying rate of improvement left all the candidates agape. Approximately half an hour later, under the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Ze's score finally breached the 800 mark, and he ascended to 4th place, overtaking Li Pengyun. The rankings stood as follows. First, Tan Yong, 893 points. Second, Guisini, 885 points. Third, LV Gang, 864 points. Fourth, Lin Ze, 828 points. Fifth, Li Pengyun, 815 points. At this point, Lin Ze had finally caught up with the highest scores, even surpassing one of them. He trailed the first place holder, Tan Yong, by less than 70 points. There were still about 2 hours left until the assessment concluded. Chapter 38, The Sigh of the Snow Maiden. Is this fellow a monster? Guisini stared blankly at the leaderboard, her delicate face filled with astonishment. She never anticipated that Lin Ze would catch up to the front 4 in such a manner, even overtaking Li Pengyun. His rate of score accumulation was simply astonishing. A profound sense of crisis surged within Guisini. She had initially thought that only Tan Yong, LV Gang, and Li Pengyun were the targets she needed to focus on. However, it now appeared that Lin Ze was far more formidable than these 3. With 2 hours remaining in the assessment, if Lin Ze maintained this scoring pace, surpassing them to claim first place was merely a matter of time. No, I must accelerate my own progress. Guisini pressed her lips together, a resolute glint appearing in her eyes. Let us go, continue hunting. I cannot lose to those boys. The steel-patterned young dragon let out a triumphant roar, energetically echoing its master's sentiments. Meanwhile, it was not only Guisini who felt the formidable pressure brought by Lin Ze. Tan Yong also sensed it deeply. To avoid being overtaken by Lin Ze, he exerted all his strength to hasten his hunting pace. Damn it! LV Gang fixed his gaze on the leaderboard, his expression dark as a pot's bottom. The individual he had previously deemed a waste was now trailing closely behind him, with a mere 30-point difference. Only the gap of a 3rd-stage beast. Although no third party had witnessed his earlier disdain for Lin Ze, the self-important LV Gang felt a deep sense of humiliation. Want to surpass me? In your dreams. With a cold sneer, LV Gang marched deeper into the forest with his iron-armored dragon snake. He was determined to prove that he would never yield to a lowly peasant from a rural city. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance. Lin Ze halted in his tracks and turned toward the source of the sound. Such a commotion must be caused by a third-stage beast? He raised an eyebrow and strode toward the location of the noise. Let us go take a look. Xiao Shui immediately agreed, staying close to her master. Soon, Lin Ze arrived at the site of the explosive sound. Before him lay a ravaged clearing, pockmarked and uneven. An intense battle was unfolding in the clearing. One side featured a creature adorned with thorny branches, resembling a humanoid shrub standing upright. It bore a resemblance to a withering beast, but its entire body was golden, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. This was a golden withering beast. Lin Ze recognized the ferocious creature before him. The golden withering beast is an evolved form of the withering beast, reaching the third stage, fifth level upon maturity. This particular golden withering beast was evidently a mature specimen. The opposing side was a poison vine demon beast. Its master, a boy, stood not far away, anxiously observing the battle. Lin Ze scrutinized the individual for a moment. Feeling a sense of familiarity, after a brief recollection, he remembered that this boy had been introduced to him by Zhou Hong during a meal in the cafeteria. His name was presumably Li Pingyun. Though he recognized the individual and discerned that Li Pingyun's situation appeared dire, Lin Ze remained motionless, showing no intention of intervening. After all, the assessment rules prohibited any assistance to fellow candidates. Li Pingyun soon noticed Lin Ze's arrival, his eyes widening in surprise as he gazed at Lin Ze. Lin Ze? Li Pingyun exclaimed, astonished. However, after a moment's thought, he realized they were quite close to the forced exit, and most candidates should have reached the vicinity of the exit by this time. Encountering Lin Ze here was not particularly surprising. Of all people, it had to be him. Li Pingyun frowned. After being overtaken by Lin Ze in the rankings, he had to hasten his hunting pace to reclaim his position, inadvertently wandering into the territory of the golden withering beast and getting ensnared. Now, he had been caught in such an embarrassing situation before a competitor. Wait, this could be a great opportunity. Li Pingyun's eyes suddenly sparkled with a brilliant idea. He turned around and shouted to Lin Ze, Lin Ze, do you want to take on this golden withering beast? Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, gazing at Li Pingyun for several seconds before a half-smile appeared on his face. Then I shall not refuse. With someone willing to offer him points, he certainly would not decline. Upon seeing Lin Ze's agreement, Li Pingyun promptly commanded his poison vine demon to retreat. The two stood 20 meters apart, focusing intently on the battle. Li Pingyun was not genuinely benevolent in offering the ferocious beast to Lin Ze. His poison vine demon was indeed no match for the golden withering beast, and continuing would only lead to a hasty retreat. It was better to hand it over to Lin Ze, taking the opportunity to witness Lin Ze's true strength. Based on the previous scoring rate, Lin Ze's ability was undoubtedly formidable. He wondered what level his beast had reached. Was it the third stage, third level? Or perhaps the third stage, fourth level? If it were merely that, defeating the golden withering beast would not be an easy feat. As these thoughts swirled in Li Pingyun's mind, his eyes remained glued to the battlefield, not wanting to miss any moment of the unfolding spectacle. Lin Ze paid no heed to Li Pingyun's actions. Once the poison vine demon retreated, Xiao Shui immediately moved forward, successfully capturing the attention of the golden withering beast. The latter's eyes, shrouded beneath withered branches, suddenly flashed with a menacing crimson light. In the next moment, two thorn-covered tendrils shot forth like lightning, tearing through the air with a whip-like ferocity towards Xiao Shui. Yet, in the face of such a fierce assault, Xiao Shui remained composed, without any visible movement. The tendrils slowed abruptly as they approached within 3 meters of her. Almost immediately, frost began to form on their surfaces. In the blink of an eye, the tendrils transformed into ice sticks, shattering with a crisp sound, scattering into icy fragments upon the ground. Such formidable control over ice elements. Li Pingyun was taken aback. He discerned that the humanoid pet beast had not utilized any skills, but rather relied solely on its mastery of ice elements to seamlessly neutralize the attack of the golden withering beast. This alone illustrated the pet's power. At the very least, his own toxic vine demon lacked the proficiency in wood elements to rival it. Perhaps Lin Ze could indeed vanquish this golden withering beast. Li Pingyun's gaze flickered. In the next moment, he observed Xiao Shui extend her delicate hand, palm upward, her lips parting slightly as she gently exhaled towards her palm. It was as if a sigh resonated through the void. Visible tendrils of white cold air surged forth, rushing like the wind towards the charging golden withering beast. The Snow Maiden sigh. The golden withering beast instinctively sensed the impending danger. It let out a low growl, its arms suddenly spreading apart, transforming into countless branches that intertwined before it, forming a massive shield to block the oncoming chill. Yet, it was futile. The mist, imbued with an extreme coldness, engulfed it along with the shield. The moisture in the air froze instantaneously, the temperature plummeting below zero in an instant. A series of crisp cracking sounds erupted. The golden withering beast did not even have time to let out a scream before its body froze instantaneously, becoming a colossal ice sculpture. A gentle breeze swept past. Crack. Accompanied by a soft sound, the ice sculpture shattered, dissolving into countless ice particles that mingled with the air. Silence. An overwhelming silence. Li Pengyun stared in a daze at the scene before him, feeling his head buzz as he struggled to regain his senses. Chapter 39. Successful Ascendancy to the Pinnacle Position. The uneven ground had unknowingly been covered with a layer of frost. The tree canopies around had also crystallized with ice. A bone-chilling wind howled through, causing Li Pengyun to shiver involuntarily, finally snapping him out of his shock. His vacant gaze swept across the ground. There was no trace of the golden withering beast's corpse, only scattered ice remnants attesting to its former existence. In that moment, Li Pengyun could not help but gasp. A formidable beast of the third tier, fifth stage, had been annihilated without a hint of resistance. It shattered his preconceived notions. He could not fathom such a scenario. The anticipated fierce battle had not transpired at all. With merely a single strike, the golden withering beast had met its demise. This scene brought Li Pengyun an indescribable shock. This was undoubtedly not a third-tier pet beast. Even a third-tier, ninth-stage beast could not slay a third-tier, fifth-stage golden withering beast in such a manner. To achieve this, it must be at least a fourth tier. Li Pengyun instinctively swallowed, his gaze towards Lin Ze now filled with astonishment and reverence. Everyone assumed Lin Ze possessed a third-tier pet beast, yet in reality, they were gravely mistaken. Lin Ze did not possess a third-tier beast, but rather a fourth-tier one. It was only now that Li Pengyun truly comprehended why Lin Ze could so swiftly accumulate points. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Whether it was he, Taming, Guosini, or El Gang, they had previously been oblivious to the nature of the monster they were competing against. Facing such a prodigy offered no chance of victory. A hint of bitterness crossed Li Pengyun's face. Throughout his life, he had been adorned with the label of a genius. Though outwardly unexpressed, he had felt a sense of pride within. After all, possessing a third-tier, second-stage pet beast at the mere age of 18 placed him among the elite of his peers. However, that pride was utterly shattered today. In comparison to Lin Ze, his achievements at the same age seemed trivial and inconsequential. Once regarded as a genius by those around him, Li Pengyun now began to understand their mindset. He truly was a monster. Li Pengyun murmured softly. Just as his astonishment left him in disarray, the other candidates in the forest were also engulfed in an uproar. For on the leaderboard, Lin Ze had swiftly surged past the previous three contenders, claiming the top position. Rankings. First, Lin Ze, 918 points. Second, Taming, 903 points. Third, Guosini, 898 points. Fourth, El Gang, 884 points. Fifth, Li Pengyun, 815 points. What the hell? Lin Ze is already in first place. He just gained 90 points in an instant. How extraordinarily rapid. This scoring speed is simply outrageous. All candidates who witnessed the leaderboard's change were taken aback. Although they had anticipated Lin Ze might surpass the previous three, they never expected it to occur so swiftly. Guosini, who had just slain a fierce beast, stood frozen in place, her mouth slightly agape, her face a portrait of shock. Must he be this exaggerated? Taming was equally astonished, and upon regaining his composure, he could not help but smile wryly. Impressive, truly a genius who passed the extraordinary difficulty internship assessment. Conversely, El Gang's face turned ashen, his expression increasingly grim. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Guan Ning, who had been monitoring the leaderboard, beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling. I knew it. My brother would undoubtedly be the strongest. Outside the illusory realm, the teachers who had watched Lin Ze's hunting process from beginning to end were equally astounded. First place. It seems this year's freshman champion will undoubtedly be Lin Ze. Indeed, the dust has settled. No one believed that any candidate could usurp the top position from Lin Ze now that he had secured it. After all, Lin Ze's rate of accumulating points was evident to all. In the remaining hour, it would be commendable enough for Taming and Guosini to avoid being significantly outpaced. To surpass him? That was nearly impossible. Remarkable strength and talent. Gao Wenba gazed at Lin Ze on the screen with admiration. It appears our academy is about to welcome an unprecedented genius. This was undoubtedly a high commendation, especially coming from Gao Wenba, a prominent beastmaster at Ningjiang Academy, whose words carried significant weight. In that moment, all the teachers were inwardly astonished. The atmosphere grew somewhat quiet, as if to break the silence. One teacher suddenly spoke. Do you think Lin Ze can achieve the 500 points for the Stone Tablet Challenge? The others paused momentarily, many shaking their heads in amused disbelief. How could that be possible? No one has ever attained those 500 points throughout the years, and even Lin Ze would not be able to do so. This reward was not intended for candidates to claim. Indeed, the Academy established this rule solely to convey to newcomers the principle that there are always greater talents beyond their own, and that Ningjiang Academy is abundant in prodigies. Those who come to study here must temper their pride and self-satisfaction, and confront their own limitations. Thus, this challenge was not one that newcomers could pass. Even if Lin Ze possessed a fourth-tier pet beast, many teachers nodded in agreement, clearly resonating with this sentiment. The teacher who had inquired earlier did not believe Lin Ze would defy convention and, upon hearing this, smiled without retort. As the discussion ceased, everyone turned their attention back to the luminous screen. With the passage of time, the scores on the leaderboard continued to rise incessantly. Among them, Tan Yong, Guisini, L Gang, and Li Pengyun exhibited an astonishing rate of score increase, far surpassing their fellow candidates. The ranks among the four fluctuated as they vied for supremacy. Nonetheless, regardless of their movements, Lin Ze steadfastly maintained his position at the pinnacle. As the end of the assessment approached, the gap in scores between the four contenders and Lin Ze not only failed to diminish, but rather expanded gradually. With only 10 minutes remaining, the disparity exceeded 300 points. The standings were as follows. First, Lin Ze, 1638 points. Second, Tan Yong, 1321 points. Third, Guisini, 1295 points. Fourth, L Gang, 1263 points. Fifth, Li Pengyun, 1202 points. At this juncture, the outcome for the top position was devoid of suspense. Even if Lin Ze were to do nothing further, the remaining four could not hope to catch up to his score. Even L Gang, who harbored the most resentment towards Lin Ze, had to begrudgingly acknowledge this fact. Thus, the four reluctantly abandoned their pursuit of the top position and shifted their focus to contesting for the second place. Soon enough, the 5-hour hunting period came to a close. The surviving candidates gathered on the vast plain. Chapter 40. The Challenge of the Impassable Stone Tablet. On the boundless plain, thousands of candidates had assembled. Compared to the onset of the assessment, the crowd had diminished by nearly 1/5. Those eliminated early had either fallen prey to ferocious beasts, unaffected in reality, or had unfortunately failed to exit the forest within the allotted time. However, among the remaining 4,000 candidates, not all were filled with joy. The majority appeared despondent. After all, the rankings and scores were laid bare on the leaderboard. The ability to pass the assessment was painfully evident. Candidates who had failed to make the list were naturally disheartened. Amidst the crowd, Lin Ze calmly scrutinized the leaderboard. A clear space surrounded him, with the nearest candidates standing 7 or 8 meters away. This was not due to estrangement or exclusion, but rather a manifestation of respect for the strong and the talented. In the previous hunting rankings, Lin Ze had demonstrated his formidable prowess. His undeniable strength, coupled with a crushing lead to secure first place, had elevated his stature in the eyes of the candidates to unprecedented heights. A true prodigy. This was the unanimous impression of Lin Ze among nearly all candidates. Many girls gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. Yet, Lin Ze paid no heed to the surrounding attention. His focus was solely on locating the ranks of Guan Ning and her two companions on the leaderboard. 34th, Guan Ning, 1045 points. 428th, Zhang Xiaoyan, 720 points. 443rd, Lu Siyuan, 703 points. 34th place, a commendable achievement. A smile graced Lin Ze's face. Guan Ning's Mo bird was at the second tier, 9th stage. In terms of strength level, it ranked just behind him and Tan Yong among this cohort of candidates. Of course, aside from strength level, factors such as the number of pet skills, mastery of Beastmaster's soul techniques, and soul power also played critical roles in determining scores. In this regard, candidates whose pets were also at the second tier, 9th stage, but hailed from prestigious Beastmaster families and had been meticulously nurtured from a young age, undoubtedly held an advantage. Such candidates were not few among the participants. To stand out among them and achieve 34th place was a testament to Guan Ning's exceptional talent. As for Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan, their strength was not particularly remarkable, and their placement was as anticipated. Notably, the current standings for the top 5 were as follows. First, Lin Ze, 1772 points. Second, Tan Yong, 1369 points. Third, Guisini, 1352 points. Fourth, L Gang, 1340 points. Fifth, Li Pengyun, 1305 points. The final rankings remained unchanged from before. However, the score gap between the four and Lin Ze had exceeded 400 points, creating a disparity that was almost despairing. "Brother," a familiar voice called out. Lin Ze looked up to see Guan Ning running towards him, her face alight with joy, followed closely by Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan. "Brother, congratulations on achieving first place." Guan Ning beamed, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped with delight, as if she were the one who had secured the top spot. Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan also offered their congratulations. "Thank you." And congratulations to both of you for achieving such good results. The three girls beamed with happiness at his words, with Zhang Xiaoyan and Lin Ze displaying the brightest smiles. Their original goal had merely been to gain admission to Ningjiang Academy. Now, achieving this ranking far exceeded their expectations and was nothing short of a pleasant surprise. Silence. At that moment, a voice rang out from the void, Gao Wenbo's. The hunt has concluded, and all candidates ranked outside the top 1,000 are eliminated. You will now exit the virtual realm. As soon as the words fell, before the candidates, whose expressions had changed, could voice their concerns, they were enveloped in a brilliant light and vanished instantaneously. The once crowded gathering was suddenly reduced by more than half. All right, those unrelated have departed. Now, we can get to the main topic. First, congratulations on passing the admissions assessment and officially becoming members of the Academy. Upon hearing this, many candidates displayed expressions of joy. Once the academic year commences, all present will be assigned to classes based on their scores, with each class consisting of 50 students, ranging from Class 1 to Class 20. The classes ranked higher will receive more training resources each month, and the benefits within the Academy will be more favorable, including, but not limited to, opportunities for one-on-one guidance from mentors and extended access to training facilities. However, class assignments are not set in stone. Monthly assessments will be conducted, and class adjustments will follow based on the results. The majority of candidates had familiarized themselves with Ningjiang Academy's regulations in advance, so they were not particularly surprised by this announcement. However, Gao Wenbo then shifted his tone. Now, an opportunity to alter your rankings and ascend to a higher class is presented before you. Do you remember the initial rules? If you successfully touch that stone tablet, you will receive 500 points. Although the assessment has concluded, I can offer you one more chance. Is there anyone willing to take on the challenge? Lin Ze couldn't shake the feeling that Gao Wenbo's tone carried a hint of provocation and temptation. However, as he glanced around, he noticed many candidates wearing indifferent expressions, as if they had not heard Gao Wenbo's words. Guan Ning and her companions displayed similar reactions. Is there some significance to this challenge? Lin Ze whispered to Guan Ning. Guan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, you don't know? Zhang Xiaoyan and Lin Ze also looked at him in surprise. Should I know? Lin Ze pondered, wondering if this was common knowledge. Seeing his confusion, Guan Ning had no choice but to explain. The Stone Tablet Challenge is an old tradition of Ningjiang Academy. Although the rewards are substantial enough to significantly alter assessment rankings, historically, no one has ever succeeded. So, I suspect that during this assessment period, no one has attempted the Stone Tablet Challenge. Lin Ze finally understood. No wonder he hadn't heard anyone discussing the Stone Tablet Challenge. It seemed everyone subconsciously ignored it. Brother, since you weren't aware of this, why didn't you try it? Guan Ning inquired with curiosity. Lin Ze shrugged. Compared to that challenge, whose difficulty and content are unknown, don't you think hunting ferocious beasts in the forest is more prudent? I certainly didn't want to rush over to attempt it, only to find I couldn't secure those 500 points and end up wasting precious assessment time. Of course, if someone's score far exceeds Lin Ze's and they find themselves unable to catch up, it is not beyond them to take a risk. By the way, what is the content of the challenge? Lin Ze inquired. Just as Guan Ning was about to respond, a sudden flash of light appeared not far ahead. 3 figures materialized in the plain. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze discerned 2 men and a woman, their ages seemingly on par with the candidates present, though their demeanor exuded a slightly more mature air. As he pondered this, one of the young men spoke up. Ah, so you are this year's newcomers, right? Chapter 41. Second-year students. The young man, with his dyed blonde hair and earrings, spoke with a flippant demeanor. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am your senior, Jing Tao. And the 2 beside me are also your seniors. The candidates exchanged glances, rendered speechless. The female among the trio approached and playfully slapped Jing Tao on the back of his head. Behave yourself and introduce us properly. After reprimanding her companion, she turned to the gathered crowd and calmly stated, I am Zhang Man, and this here is Wu Tianze. We are all second-year students from Ningjiang College, responsible for overseeing this Stone Tablet Challenge. Overseers? Lin Ze felt a flicker of understanding. Indeed, Zhang Man continued, according to the rules, any candidate who can consecutively defeat the 3 of us will earn a special reward from the Stone Tablet Challenge. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd. Unable to contain their curiosity, someone boldly asked, Senior, what is the special reward? A baptism. Zhang Man replied nonchalantly. Although it's a scaled-down version and can only enhance the physique and soul strength of beast masters, it likely offers a reinforcement magnitude comparable to an intermediate assessment. The crowd erupted in astonishment. An intermediate assessment's baptism could enhance a full 2 points in soul strength and 1 point in physique. The enhancement of soul strength is notoriously arduous, and even a single point is exceedingly difficult to attain. 2 points is nearly half of what most candidates currently possess. not to mention the added improvement in physique. This was undoubtedly a tremendous temptation for them. Even Tan Yong and Guisini displayed signs of intrigue. In no time, numerous candidates were eager to try their luck. Observing this, Jing Tao suddenly wore a mischievous grin. Hold on, don't get ahead of yourselves. The rules are not yet fully explained. There is a cost to the challenge. If you fail, all the cultivation resources distributed by the college for the next month will belong to us. This statement poured cold water over the candidates' enthusiasm, extinguishing their excitement in an instant. Most promptly abandoned their intentions of attempting the challenge. The Stone Tablet Challenge had a reputation for never having been successfully completed, and the difficulty was evident. If there were no costs involved, attempting the challenge might be worth it. A successful attempt could yield great rewards. However, if the cost was a month's worth of cultivation resources, it was best to reconsider. I think I will forego the challenge. So will I? The cost is too steep. Mainly, the difficulty is far too high. TSK, second-year students are surely formidable. Discussions arose in waves. Jing Tao and his companions seemed to have anticipated this outcome, their expressions betraying no surprise. Is no one interested in challenging us? Jing Tao surveyed the crowd with a smile, but no one responded. After a few moments of silence, a voice suddenly rang out. I will. Everyone turned to see that the speaker was El Gang. Stepping forward, El Gang positioned himself not far from Jing Tao and the others, wearing an audacious expression. I wish to witness the prowess of the second-year students. Jing Tao, not at all annoyed, smiled and scrutinized El Gang. What is your name, Junior? El Gang. Oh, the fourth-ranked newcomer? No wonder you have such courage, Jing Tao remarked with a chuckle, stepping forward. Then, your first opponent will be me. The crowd quickly cleared a space, creating a battlefield for the two to face off. They stood 20 meters apart. El Gang's iron-armored dragon snake appeared beside him, hissing ominously, its forked tongue flicking in and out. With a flash of light, Jing Tao's insect beast materialized, revealing a giant mantis with an entirely emerald body and razor-sharp sides. It is the wind-cutting mantis. Someone recognized the fierce beast. A wind attribute pet? I recall this as its evolved form. Indeed, it is said to start at the 3rd tier and can reach the 4th tier at maturity. Wow, that is impressive. At maturity, the wind-cutting mantis develops wind patterns on its scythe-like blades, yet this one lacked such markings, indicating it remained at the 3rd tier. A melodious female voice interjected suddenly. Jing Tao turned to see the speaker was a stunning girl, her features delicate like a doll, causing his eyes to brighten. You have quite a wealth of knowledge, Junior. May I have your name? Guisini shot him a glance, but offered no response. Nonetheless, Jing Tao's words seemed to validate Guisini's assertion, and El Gang felt a surge of determination. However, facing a 3rd-tier pet, he still believed he had a chance of victory. Enough chatter, let us begin, El Gang huffed. The battle erupted swiftly. The iron-armored dragon snake let out a fierce cry and charged first. Its body, covered in tough scales and as thick as a barrel, slithered forward at lightning speed towards its opponent. Buzz! The wind-cutting mantis spread its wings and took to the air, resolutely charging forward as well. Just as the two were about to collide, the wind-cutting mantis deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the iron-armored dragon snake while its sides sliced through the air, landing a fierce blow on the latter. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal rang out sharply. The sides sparked against the scales, leaving a faint white indentation. Witnessing this, a smug smile crept onto El Gang's face. He had discerned that the wind-cutting mantis's power level was not particularly high, likely around the 2nd stage of the 3rd tier, comparable to his iron-armored dragon snake. Given their similar levels, the iron-armored dragon snake, known for its robust defense, was undoubtedly well-suited to counter the high attack. High-speed characteristics of the wind-cutting mantis. As long as the wind-cutting mantis could not breach the iron-armored dragon snake's defenses, El Gang was essentially assured victory. He could wear down his opponent. Many candidates around them recognized this as well. It appeared El Gang had the upper hand. Be confident, let's drop the seams. This second-year student's strength doesn't appear particularly formidable. One cannot say that. After all, El Gang is the 4th-ranked newcomer and possesses considerable strength. Listening to the chatter around him, Jing Tao maintained his expression, his mischievous smile unwavering. Having gauged his opponent's strength, El Gang no longer held back, commanding the iron-armored dragon snake to attack with full force. Under the fierce offensive, the wind-cutting mantis soon found itself on the defensive. However, just when everyone thought El Gang had secured victory, the situation on the battlefield took a sudden turn. At the moment, the wind-cutting mantis launched another attack. A brilliant flash of light surged across its sides. A layer of inky darkness enveloped the blades in an instant, filling the air with a chilling sharpness. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the wind-cutting mantis's sides sliced effortlessly through the iron-armored dragon snake's hard scales, plunging deep into its flesh. With a whoosh, Crimson blood erupted forth. Chapter 42. I haven't challenged yet. A piercing wail escaped the iron-armored dragon snake's mouth. The wind-cutting mantis's sudden, fierce assault had nearly cleaved it in two. The wound was merely a thin layer of skin and a delicate thread of muscle connecting it. Blood gushing forth like a fountain. Even from a distance, the severity of the injury was unmistakable. With a swift motion, the Zhanfeng Ting drew its sickle blade, sending droplets of blood scattering. After delivering a devastating blow to its opponent, it chose not to pursue further but retreated to the side of Jingto. The TGLNGSH collapsed weakly, lying in a pool of its own blood, still alive but completely devoid of combat capability. You have lost, Jingto remarked with a smile directed at LG. The latter's expression darkened considerably. At this point, he could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered by Jingto. The Zhanfeng TNGL had clearly possessed the means to breach the TGLNGSH's defenses. Yet it had concealed its capabilities until LG and the TGLNGSH had fully relaxed their vigilance, delivering a fatal strike. Upon realizing this, LG felt a surge of fury, yet he could not hold Jingto accountable. After all, employing strategy in battle was a commonplace affair. Rather, it was an essential skill for an exceptional beast master to devise tactics that suit the situation and resolve conflicts with minimal cost. Unable to vent his frustration, LG returned the TGLNGSH to the beast space and, with a scowl, rejoined the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Jingto inquired, surveying the surroundings. This time, silence did not ensue. As soon as Jingto's words fell, Guex New York stepped forth. I shall. The young lady strode confidently into the arena, casting a discreet glance at Lin Ze among the crowd. In truth, Guex New York was not entirely confident about succeeding in the stone tablet challenge. However, her innate pride as a prodigy compelled her to attempt it. The more exceptional the genius, the greater their self-assurance. Confronted with feats that had never been accomplished, they often felt a stronger desire to shatter the notion of impossibility. After all, what is a genius if not someone who can achieve what others cannot? Therefore, the stone tablet challenge, which had never been successfully passed, naturally ignited her eagerness. Moreover, should she triumph, the 500 points would be sufficient to surpass Lin Ze, reclaiming her position at the top. In comparison, the cost of failure, a mere month's worth of training resources, seemed trivial. Coming from a prestigious family of beast masters, Guex New York held little regard for such resources. What is your name, Junior? Jingto asked with keen interest, eyeing Guex New York. Such beauty was a rarity in the academy. Guex New York. Ah, the third-ranked newcomer, with a steel pattern young dragon as her beast. Guex New York had already summoned the steel pattern young dragon, and noticing Jingto's unwavering gaze upon her creature, she raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? None at all. I merely observed that, if I am not mistaken, your steel pattern young dragon has reached the third tier. Third stage, correct? And if so? Jingto shrugged. A dragon-type beast's combat prowess ranks among the top 3 within the same tier. A third tier, third stage steel pattern young dragon should have no trouble defeating an ordinary beast of the third tier, 5th stage. My Zhanfeng TNGLing would indeed be no match. With that, Jingto surprisingly recalled the Zhanfeng TNGLing. Guex New York was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. What does this mean? Are you conceding? Not at all, Jingto replied with a deepening smile. I merely wish to switch to another beast for our battle. As his words concluded, a brilliant flash of light appeared beside him, revealing a large lion, its form enveloped in a subtle whirlwind. Wind lion, a 4th-tier beast. Guex New York's complexion instantly paled. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs. A second beast. Goodness, it's a wind lion. Isn't that a 4th-tier beast? This fellow has been hiding quite well. It was not particularly surprising that Jingto possessed a second beast, as anyone who passed the higher difficulty apprenticeship assessment was granted a second beast slot. There were at least dozens of such individuals present. However, most had only recently passed their assessments and had not yet selected a suitable beast for contract. Some chose to concentrate on nurturing their first beast, avoiding distractions by not contracting a new one. For a second-year student like Jingto, having ample time to raise beasts, possessing 2 powerful creatures was entirely normal. Yet no one had anticipated that his second beast would be a formidable 4th-tier creature, far exceeding the Zhanfeng TNGLing in strength. Among the crowd, LG's face turned ashen. He had initially believed his loss was merely due to carelessness. Yet now it was clear that Jingto had not exerted his full strength in the previous battle. Otherwise, even without employing strategy, defeating him would have been effortless. A momentary silence enveloped the scene, as all were taken aback by the spectacle before them. So do you wish to continue? Jingto asked, smiling at Guex New York. The outcome of the battle was already evident. A 3rd-tier steel pattern young dragon could not possibly defeat the wind lion. Guex New York bit her lip. Though competitive, she was not obstinate. Despite her reluctance, she decisively shook her head. I am not your opponent. With that, she promptly returned the steel pattern young dragon and rejoined the crowd. A profound silence settled around them. An unspoken stillness enveloped the gathering. The candidates exchanged glances, each wrapped in contemplation. At that moment, they finally comprehended why no one had ever successfully passed the stone tablet challenge. Just Jingto alone rendered them all powerless. Not to mention the formidable Zhang M.N. and W.T.N.Z. yet to come. It was an insurmountable mountain. How could they possibly succeed? Even T.N.Y.ing, who had initially planned to challenge after GUX New York, now abandoned the thought. Jingto observed the shift in expressions among the crowd, gradually tempering his previously flippant smile, narrowing his eyes as he spoke slowly. So, do you now realize the disparity between us? This is the very purpose of the Stone Tablet Challenge. Our task is to instill a sense of humility in you newcomers. Indeed, you are all elites and even geniuses from various high schools. But Ningjiang Academy is never short of such individuals, including ourselves. However, we have an additional year of training under our belts, which makes us stronger. And beyond us are third and fourth year students, whose prowess is on a level you cannot even hope to reach. Therefore, no matter how exceptional your talents may be, you must temper your pride while in the academy and always remember one thing. There are many here who surpass you. After this speech, an eerie silence fell around them. The candidates bore complex expressions, their gazes flickering. Jingto had little interest in whether they absorbed his words. His mission was accomplished. Thus, we shall take our leave. Jingto shrugged, preparing to depart when a calm voice suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment, senior. I have yet to challenge. Chapter 43, A Destructive Onslaught. The sudden voice drew the attention of the crowd. When they recognized the speaker as Lin Ze, they were momentarily taken aback. Jingto turned abruptly, eyeing Lin Ze with a bemused expression. You wish to challenge? Lin Ze nodded calmly. Indeed. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Jingto's eyes. Lin Ze had already seen Jingto's beast, yet he still intended to challenge him. It was uncertain whether he was genuinely confident or merely harboring a sense of luck. What is your name, Junior? Lin Ze. Jingto's demeanor shifted slightly. Even Zhang M.N. and W.T.N.Z., who had remained silent since the challenge began, could not help but scrutinize Lin Ze closely. The title of first among the newcomers commanded respect, even from these second-year students. Jingto immediately reined in the mockery in his eyes, nodding with a smile. Very well, Junior, if you wish to challenge me, I shall accept. Upon hearing Jingto's agreement, the previously silent crowd erupted into a flurry of commotion. It was truly perplexing why Lin Ze would still choose to challenge. Indeed, with Jing Xuezhang's feng shui already displayed, how could a freshman possibly triumph over a fourth-tier pet beast? Even if Lin Ze held the title of the top freshman, this seemed excessively presumptuous. Perhaps it was a matter of misplaced optimism. Alas, it would be a waste of a month's worth of cultivation resources. Guan Ning, Zhang Xiaoyan, and Lu Siyuan could not help but reveal expressions of anxious concern. While they held great confidence in Lin Ze's abilities, this was not merely a competition among freshmen. Their opponent was a second-year student from Ningjiang Academy, whose strength far surpassed theirs. Against such an adversary, even Lin Ze would likely find it difficult to succeed. Unfortunately, the turn of events was too sudden. By the time Lin Ze spoke up, Guan Ning and the others had no opportunity to dissuade him. On the other side, Guisini looked at Lin Ze with a puzzled expression. What was he thinking? She simply could not comprehend why Lin Ze, knowing that Jingto possessed a fourth-tier pet beast, would still stubbornly seek a challenge. There was no chance of victory here. Tan Yong also wore a look of confusion, silently contemplating Lin Ze's intentions. LV Gang let out a cold laugh, a person devoid of self-awareness. The crowd buzzed with chatter. Yet, Li Pengyun remained silent, his face displaying an odd expression. Among those present, he alone understood the source of Lin Ze's confidence. Disregarding the murmurs and gazes of those around him, Lin Ze strode directly to the center of the arena, summoning his pet beast with ease. The moment Xiao Shui appeared, gasps of astonishment filled the air. What a beautiful girl. She is actually a humanoid pet beast. Goodness, her appearance is hardly distinguishable from that of a human. Does anyone know what kind of pet beast this is? No idea, I've never seen one before. Jingto, Zhang Man, and Wu Tianze also wore puzzled expressions, equally unfamiliar with the pet beast before them. Nevertheless, they did not dwell on it too much. There were countless types of pet beasts, and even the most knowledgeable could not recognize them all. It was not unusual to encounter a few unknown beasts. Among the crowd, Guan Ning and her companions widened their eyes in disbelief. What happened to brother's pet beast? Where is the Bingjing Han? Could it be a second contracted pet? The three exchanged glances, seemingly arriving at a realization, their eyes filled with shock. If it were indeed a second pet beast, that would be acceptable. However, if not, There was only one explanation left: evolution. This was the evolved form of Bingjing Han. The moment this thought crossed their minds, the three girls fell into a self-deprecating laugh. Dismissing it. That seems highly improbable. Lin Ze's little Snowball had only evolved into Bingjing Han a little over half a month ago. To evolve again in such a short span was simply inconceivable. Let the battle commence. Jing Tao scrutinized Xiao Shui for a moment. Due to his unfamiliarity with the pet beast, it was difficult to assess its strength merely by appearance. After a fruitless observation, Jing Tao decided to forego further contemplation and summoned his Feng Shui directly. Do not say I did not warn you. My Feng Shui has reached the second stage of 4th tier. Lin Ze smiled faintly, saying nothing in response. The battle quickly erupted. The first to attack was the Feng Shui. With a roar, it unleashed a visible azure hurricane, its massive form transforming into a tornado as it surged forward. The violent gusts tore through the air, creating a deafening sound of slicing wind, its ferocity undeniable. Even from several dozen meters away, the frontline observers found themselves holding their breath, feeling as though a tempest were sweeping towards them. What immense power! Truly worthy of a 4th-tier pet beast. How will Lin Ze respond to this assault? Countless curious and anticipating gazes fell upon Lin Ze. To everyone's surprise, even in the face of such a formidable attack, Lin Ze remained calm and composed, as if confronted by nothing more than a gentle breeze. Xiao Shui, the girl in white, giggled, extending her fair finger to point into the distance. With a crackling sound, the ice crystallization echoed in the astonished gazes of the crowd. Numerous crystalline formations suddenly emerged around Feng Shui, rapidly merging to form 3 azure ring-shaped chains of ice, interweaving into a circle. Before Feng Shui could react, the circle swiftly constricted inward, the chilling ice chains binding it tightly. Extreme ice chains. Feng Shui roared, struggling desperately, the howling winds surrounding it causing the ice chains to crackle, yet it could not break free. At that moment, Xiao Shui began to employ her second skill. Accompanied by an intense chill that penetrated to the bone, a multitude of ice blades materialized above Feng Shui's head, their sharp, transparent tips aimed directly downward. With a swift motion of her right hand, Xiao Shui sent the ice blades cascading down like a torrential waterfall, overwhelming Feng Shui. Ice waterfall. Boom. In an instant, a resounding explosion erupted, dust swirling into the air. The frigid air enveloped the debris, sweeping outward in all directions. The nearby observers felt the cold air rush towards them, involuntarily shuddering. However, they could not focus on this sensation. Their eyes were fixated on the unfolding scene. As the dust settled, the aftermath became clear. The arena appeared ravaged, with deep pits and a sight of devastation. In the center lay Feng Shui, motionless, its body marred by shocking wounds, covered in frost, clearly devoid of combat capability. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the space. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them, their minds in a daze, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. Chapter 44. Then I shall not hold back. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. All present stood frozen, mouths agape as they beheld the spectacle. They could hardly fathom that the battle would unfold in such a manner. The formidable 4th-tier pet beast Feng Shui had been vanquished in a single encounter. It was utterly inconceivable. After a prolonged moment, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. I must be seeing things, right? To have dispatched Feng Shui so effortlessly. Their disbelief was palpable. That was a 4th-tier pet beast. Exclamations erupted from the audience. Jing Tao's expression shifted to one of dazed disbelief, shock etched across his face. How is this possible? He murmured to himself for a while before snapping back to reality, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Ze. Is that truly a 4th-tier pet beast? The surroundings fell abruptly silent, all eyes turning to Lin Ze, awaiting his response. Lin Ze maintained his usual calm demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, the audience gasped collectively. Despite having suspected this all along, hearing Lin Ze confirm it elicited an involuntary reaction. After all, that was a 4th-tier pet beast. It was well known that freshmen like Taming and Guosini, possessing 3rd-tier pet beasts, were already hailed as geniuses. Their beasts were merely 3rd-tier 2nd or 3rd stage. Far from the 4th tier, that was a level that freshmen could only aspire to. The realization that it was indeed a 4th-tier beast was staggering. How was this possible? Lin Ze was of a similar age to them. Even those elite offspring from beastmaster families could scarcely achieve such a feat. In an instant, many felt as if they were caught in a surreal dream. The scene before them was indeed too extraordinary to comprehend. Guosini and Taming were left in a state of shock, their expressions vacant. Both individuals hail from esteemed families of beastmasters, nurtured under elite training from a young age, with countless resources invested to achieve their current accomplishments. They have always taken pride in their strength and talent. Even after being significantly outperformed by Lin Ze during the previous beast hunt, they did not perceive themselves as inferior. Instead, their fighting spirit surged, determined to surpass Lin Ze. However, it was only at this moment that they truly recognized the gap between themselves and Lin Ze. The disparity between the third and fourth tiers is akin to a chasm. As proud as they were, facing such a monumental divide, an intense sense of frustration began to stir within. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. Guasini bit her lip, her face etched with disbelief and shock. Having been lauded by countless admirers throughout her life, she was experiencing for the first time the complex emotions that ordinary people feel when confronted with an insurmountable genius. Meanwhile, Elgang's countenance turned ashen. Falling behind in the ranking of beast hunts was one thing, but the presence of Lin Ze's fourth-tier beast made him acutely aware of the immense power disparity between them. This realization struck him with an indescribable force. In contrast, Guan Ning, Zhang Xiaoyun, and Lu Siyuan were both astonished and delighted. They rejoiced that Lin Ze had defeated Jing Tao, yet were astonished that their earlier speculations had come true. It was evident that the humanoid beast, with its exquisite features resembling those of a human girl, was indeed the evolved form of the ice crystal soul. Lin Gu is truly remarkable. Indeed, in just a little over half a month, his beast has evolved once again. Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Siyuan exclaimed in awe, their gazes towards Lin Ze sparkling with admiration. Guan Ning said nothing, simply gazing at Lin Ze with a beaming smile, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Do I dare to dream that a freshman possesses a fourth-tier beast? Jing Tao wore a bitter smile, feeling a dryness in his mouth. Even as the top freshman, having a fourth-tier beast is exceedingly extraordinary. In the history of Ningjiang Academy, no such prodigy has ever emerged. Why did it have to be me who encountered this? Zhang Man and Wu Tianze exchanged glances, both filled with shock and disbelief. The current top student of the academy, when he initially claimed the title of the top freshman, seemed to possess only a third-tier ninth-stage beast. Nevertheless, that had caused quite a stir at the time. Yet now, in comparison to Lin Ze, it seemed utterly insignificant. Jing Xuezhang, Lin Ze suddenly spoke, snapping Jing Tao and his companions out of their stupor. Shall we continue? He referred to Jing Tao's other beast, the wind-cutting mantis. Upon hearing this, Jing Tao let out a wry laugh and shook his head. I have no interest in seeking humiliation. The wind-cutting mantis cannot defeat your beast. This round is lost on my part. The crowd erupted into a flurry of murmurs upon Jing Tao's straightforward concession. Who could have anticipated that Lin Ze would triumph over Jing Tao? This outcome was truly unexpected. Many examinees now looked at Lin Ze with awe and admiration. Regardless of whether Lin Ze could pass the challenge today, his position as the top freshman was unassailable. After conceding, Jing Tao stepped back, and Zhang Man moved forward. Lin Xuedi, your second opponent is me. Zhang Man's face, imbued with a commanding aura, bore a serious expression as she fixed her gaze on Lin Ze. I must admit, although you are a freshman, your strength is not significantly inferior to ours. Therefore, I will not hold back in our upcoming battle. As her words fell, a flash of light appeared beside her, and two beasts manifested simultaneously. One was a gigantic turtle clad in heavy armor, bristling with sharp spikes, and the other was a humanoid beast resembling an upright lizard, towering 2 meters tall. Lin Ze cast a swift glance, immediately recognizing the identities of the two beasts. The spike-armored turtle and the yellow sand lizard man are both fourth-tier beasts of the Earth attribute. It appears that this senior specializes in Earth attribute beasts. To enhance their cultivation and strength, many beast masters choose to specialize in a particular attribute. Much like Zhang Man before him, and Jing Tao, he specialized in the wind attribute, with both his beasts being of that element. Upon witnessing Zhang Man summon 2 fourth-tier beasts, the observing examinees gasped in astonishment. Strictly speaking, Jing Tao had shown restraint in their previous battles, summoning only 1 beast for each fight. Otherwise, had he unleashed both beasts simultaneously, Lin Ze might have won, but it would not have been so effortless. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone was eagerly watching Lin Ze, anxious to see how he would respond. Guan Ning displayed a nervous expression. Don't worry, Ning. Lin Gu will surely be fine. Zhang Xiaoyun comforted her friend. However, despite her words, she felt a twinge of unease. After all, Lin Ze was facing 2 opponents, a situation highly unfavorable for him. Ultimately, he was merely a freshman. Should they unleash their full power, it would be quite a challenge. Haha, Zhang Man is serious. This lad is in trouble now, Jing Tao remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Wu Tianze shot him a glance and replied coolly, do you still have the heart to mock others? Do not forget that you lost the duel, by the rules. You will receive half the resources this time. Jing Tao's expression immediately fell, and he grumbled in dissatisfaction. I was merely careless. Had I known that lad possessed a 4th-tier beast, I certainly would not have shown mercy. The outcome would have been uncertain then. As he spoke, Lin Ze's calm voice interrupted. Since the senior intends to give her all, I shall not hold back either. As his words echoed, a brilliant flash of light appeared before Lin Ze, and a robust figure materialized out of thin air. Roar! The rock demon let out a thunderous roar, making its debut before the crowd. The sound resonated like thunder, leaving everyone stunned and wide-eyed at the sight of the rock demon. After several seconds of silence, the crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. What the heck, a second beast? What kind of beast is this? I've never seen this species before. It looks like it's of the earth attribute. Such a formidable presence. Lin Ze has concealed such a trump card. Many could not help but reveal their astonishment. If it were merely that Lin Ze possessed a second beast, it would not have been particularly shocking. Yet the overwhelming aura exuded by this beast, along with its imposing stone physique, conveyed a singular message. It possesses formidable strength. Even if it is not a fourth-tier beast, it is likely not far off. At the very least, it is at the level of a third-tier 8th or 9th stage beast. This revelation was truly astonishing. Such an overwhelming presence. Wu Tianze took a deep breath, his face filled with uncontrollable astonishment. This freshman is indeed unfathomable. It is one thing to possess a fourth-tier ice attribute beast, but to also have a second beast of at least the late third-tier earth attribute is simply unimaginable for someone who is only 18 this year. Many second-year students have yet to attain such strength. After regarding Lin Ze deeply, Wu Tianze turned his gaze towards Jing Tao. What was that you just said? Jing Tao's lips twitched, diverting his gaze and pretending not to hear Wu Tianze's inquiry, while internally, he felt a wave of despair. This freshman is too monstrous. Was that not his full strength before? My heavens. Jing Tao now understood that if Lin Ze were to fight without holding back, he would likely still lose to him. The wind-cutting mantis is no match for that robust beast. Damn, how did such a monster of a freshman emerge this year? Jing Tao wore a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Zhang Man was equally stupefied. As she regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Lin Ze, the confidence and calmness she once possessed had completely vanished, replaced by an expression of profound seriousness. I must admit, your strength has truly caught me off guard. It was at this moment that Zhang Man finally regarded Lin Ze as a formidable opponent worthy of her attention. Lin Ze merely smiled faintly in response. Without further ado, both engaged in combat simultaneously. The battle erupted instantaneously. The spiked armored turtle launched the first attack, its spiked body charging forward like a battering ram towards the rock demon. Observing this, the rock demon grinned with a sinister smile, extending its arm to scoop up a layer of soil from the hardened ground, molding it into a ball and forcefully hurling it at the spiked armored turtle. A mud bomb. In comparison to the massive form of the spiked armored turtle, the mud ball appeared minuscule. However, upon impact, it detonated with the force of an explosive. The violent shockwave nearly sent the spiked armored turtle reeling. Before it could regain its balance, another mud bomb was thrown. Boom, boom. In the brief span of time, the rock demon launched 5 mud bombs, leaving the spiked armored turtle in a disoriented state. Many of the spikes on its shell were also shattered. This scene left the onlookers dumbfounded, their minds buzzing with a singular thought. A fourth-tier pet beast. This is undoubtedly a fourth-tier pet beast. This revelation stunned everyone into silence. It was one thing for a second-year student to possess 2 fourth-tier pet beasts, but for Lin Ze, a mere freshman, to have the same was simply astonishing. Even the second-year students, Jing Tao and Wu Tianze, wore expressions of shock. In plain view, as soon as they clashed, the rock demon had imposed its dominance over the spiked armored turtle. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui was also gaining the upper hand in her battle against the sand lizard. Although the sand lizard was agile and swift, it found itself at a disadvantage against Xiao Shui's relentless barrage of wide-area skills. After observing for a while, Lin Ze had already come to a conclusion. Both the spiked armored turtle and the sand lizard were at approximately the second stage of the fourth tier, with their levels unlikely to exceed the third stage of the fourth tier. They were significantly weaker compared to Xiao Shui and the rock demon, who were at the sixth stage of the fourth tier. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Zhang Man naturally recognized this, her eyes filled with disbelief. She never imagined that a freshman's pet beast would overwhelm her meticulously nurtured 2 beasts in terms of rank. Had it not been occurring right before her eyes, she would have found it hard to believe. The audience soon began to take note of the battle's direction. Am I mistaken? It seems Lin Ze is gaining the upper hand? No, you are not mistaken. It is indeed Lin Ze who holds the advantage. How impressive. He operates on an entirely different level. Of course, his mere pet beast can easily overpower you. What a staggering difference there is, even among freshmen. Many were left numb with astonishment. Guisini and Tan Yong felt turbulent waves surging within them. 2 fourth-tier pet beasts, and their levels were at least at the 5th stage. Their strength surpassed theirs by several magnitudes. Such a vast disparity left no room for thoughts of catching up. Only the feeling of being in awe. Boom. After launching yet another mud bomb, the rock demon plunged its hands into the ground and exerted a powerful upward force. The once solid ground crumbled beneath its grasp like tofu, and a large chunk of rock was effortlessly excavated. Empowered by the earth element, the surface of the rock was instantly cloaked in a deep gray hue. The next moment, with a fierce roar, the rock demon hurled the stone, which shot forth like a cannonball, striking the spiked armored turtle. The impact was thunderous. The dull thud reverberated, causing a tightness in the chest. The massive, heavy stone shattered upon impact, and the spiked armored turtle let out a mournful cry, its thick shell now marred by numerous cracks. Such formidable long-range dominance. Zhang Man's expression shifted, her demeanor changing momentarily before she clenched her teeth and resolved herself. As if receiving a command, the spiked armored turtle's surface suddenly gleamed with light, forming a heavy, earthy yellow barrier. Following this, it charged forward with thunderous steps towards the rock demon. Seeking to engage in close combat? A smile flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Sensing its master's intent, the rock demon grinned menacingly, allowing the spiked armored turtle to approach before it unleashed a powerful punch. Typically, if a pet beast excels in elemental manipulation, it tends to be weaker in melee combat. Zhang Man assumed the rock demon would be no exception. However, the ensuing events left her utterly astounded. The rock demon displayed exceptional prowess in close combat as well. Each punch landed on the spiked armored turtle's barrier with a sound akin to falling boulders, the resonating thuds echoing continuously. Just by observing, one could easily grasp the terrifying force contained within each blow. It was evident that the rock demon's imposing physique was not merely for show. In an instant, the spiked armored turtle not only failed to turn the tide, but instead found itself in an even graver disadvantage. How could it possibly be so strong in close combat? What manner of monster is this? Zhang Man's eyes widened as she mumbled to herself, engulfed in intense shock. Chapter 46. What use are soul techniques? The evolution path of the rock demon follows a divine route, simultaneously enhancing both its melee and earth element manipulation abilities, whether in long-range suppression or close combat. It surpasses other pet beasts of the same rank. Unfortunately, Zhang Man was unaware of this. Not long after entering close quarters, the barrier enveloping the spiked armored turtle shattered under the relentless strikes of the rock demon. Heavy fists then rained down upon the spiked armored turtle. Boom, boom. The successive dull sound struck like a drum, sending shivers down one's spine. In mere moments, the spiked armored turtle was battered and bruised. Its once thick and resilient shell now riddled with a web of cracks. It appeared battered and tragic. In contrast, while the rock demon had also sustained injuries, the damage was negligible for a tenacious earth-type beast. On the other side, the sand lizard was faring no better. Ice falls, frost nova, and the sigh of the snow maiden. These wide-area skills unleashed in succession left the sand lizard struggling to evade, ultimately resulting in its sustaining injuries. In an instant, it was covered in frost. The bone-chilling cold slowed the sand lizard's movements. Finally reaching close to Xiao Shui, its assault was thwarted by an unexpectedly materializing ice shield. Just as it attempted to maneuver around the attack, the frigid chains appeared out of thin air, binding it firmly in place, leaving it helpless as Xiao Shui distanced herself again. This series of combos thoroughly extinguished the sand lizard's fighting spirit. The spectators watched in astonishment. This pet beast possesses an excessive number of skills. Moreover, it has a complete range of defenses, attacks, and controls. This is nothing short of a nightmare for melee pet beasts. After several rounds of combat, the sand lizard was left battered and exhausted, barely able to catch its breath. Observing the situation, Zhang Man sighed internally, aware that she had no chance of victory. Not one to stubbornly refuse defeat, she called out loudly, "That's enough, I concede." Both pet beasts immediately ceased their attacks. Lin Ze nodded toward Zhang Man. "Thank you for the match, senior." Despite losing to a freshman, Zhang Man exhibited little sign of disappointment. Instead, she laughed heartily. "You are quite strong, junior. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." With that, she waved her hand and turned to exit the arena. The duel concluded. It was only at this moment that the surrounding candidates snapped back to reality from the earlier battle, their faces filled with awe. It is astonishing that even 2 second-year students have succumbed to Lin Ze's prowess. Only one challenger remains. It appears that Lin Ze might truly succeed in this challenge. The crowd erupted with excitement, for witnessing someone potentially shatter the previously insurmountable record set by the stone tablet is undeniably exhilarating. Guisini, Tianyong, and Li Pengyun displayed expressions of profound complexity. To witness the rise of an extraordinary genius evokes a tumultuous mix of emotions for those similarly adorned with the mantle of genius. Observing the expressions of the crowd, Jing Tao smirked and remarked, "Do not celebrate too soon. Zhe Ji's strength far surpasses mine and Zhang Man's." Although Lin Ze is formidable, he cannot possibly defeat Ze Ge. Zhang Man nodded in agreement. Their words fell upon the crowd like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing much of their fervor and excitement. Many gradually regained their composure, redirecting their gazes toward Wu Tianze, who was approaching the arena. Upon entering, Wu Tianze did not utter a word, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement of Lin Ze before summoning his beasts. In a flash of light, two formidable creatures materialized in the open space. One was a dragon-like beast, towering over 2 meters and measuring 4 meters in length, adorned with a single horn. Its robust body, covered in hard scales, exuded an aura of formidable power. The other was an enormous gorilla, its body cloaked in pure white fur and possessing an unusual 4 muscular arms. Upon recognizing the forms of these beasts, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The single-horned dragon, a 4th-tier dragon-type beast, and the 4-armed gorilla, also a 4th-tier beast. To have both beasts of the 4th tier, with one being a dragon type, is indeed a formidable challenge. This complicates matters. As Jing Tao listened to the murmurs around him, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This is far more than just a complication. Ze Ge's 4-armed gorilla has matured to a 4th-tier 8 stage, while the single-horned dragon is slightly less, at a 4th-tier 7 stage. However, the combat prowess of dragon-type beasts is well known. It is common for them to engage in battles across different stages. Given these two beasts, do you still believe Lin Ze can win? Silence fell upon the crowd. The candidates exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They began to grasp the true meaning behind Jing Tao's earlier words. Wu Tianze is indeed significantly more powerful than both him and Zhang Man. A 4th-tier 8-stage beast, accompanied by a 4th-tier 7-stage dragon-type beast. Such an imposing lineup sent shivers down their spines. So this is the real strength. Guisini murmured in disbelief. Tan Yong sighed. It appears that Lin Ze will find this challenge exceedingly difficult. In the crowd, El Gang scoffed, a flicker of twisted satisfaction crossing his eyes. Having failed in his own challenge, he naturally did not wish to see Lin Ze succeed. This is troublesome. I never anticipated that Senior Wu would be so formidable. Zhang Xiaoyan's expression was one of anxiety. Guan Ning and Lu Siyuan shared similar concerns. Yet the three could only watch, powerless to intervene. Faced with the sympathetic, worried, or even gloating gazes of those around him, Lin Ze maintained an air of calm. His serene demeanor caught Wu Tianze's attention, prompting an involuntary admiration for the newcomer. Composed and steady, he faced crisis and adversity with grace. This freshman possesses not only exceptional talent and strength, but also a mindset to match. Truly rare, Wu Tianze thought to himself. Nevertheless, he had no intention of going easy. Dispelling unnecessary distractions, Wu Tianze fixed his gaze on Lin Ze and declared, "Let the battle commence." As his words echoed, the single-horned dragon and the 4-armed gorilla unleashed fierce roars, charging aggressively toward their opponent. Yin Gue grinned menacingly, unflinchingly advancing to meet them. Meanwhile, Xiao Shui remained behind, her slender, fair hands poised to unleash her skills. However, to the astonishment of the crowd, Lin Ze also raised his right hand, palm directed toward the 4-armed gorilla. In the next moment, a discernible surge of soul energy emanated from him. Is he preparing to employ soul techniques? Including Wu Tianze. Everyone who witnessed this moment was momentarily taken aback. Though the use of soul techniques by beast tamers was not prohibited during challenges, it was evident that in battles of this caliber, such techniques would be nearly ineffective. A novice beast tamer's soul technique would hardly even tickle a 4th-tier beast. What on earth is Lin Ze thinking? The crowd was left bewildered. Just then, Lin Ze completed his soul technique. A soul arrow materialized in front of his palm. A soul arrow? The crowd gaped in astonishment. This cannot be. Not only is he using a soul technique, but it is also one of the most basic techniques. The soul arrow? What possible use could that have? Many faces displayed hints of derision. Yet, in the next instant, their expressions froze. Lin Ze gently pushed forth, and the soul arrow shot out like a bolt from a crossbow, striking the 4-armed gorilla's outstretched arm with precision. Boom. Flesh and blood splattered. To the crowd's horror, the 4-armed gorilla was sent flying backward as if struck by a cannonball. Chapter 47. The first freshman to conquer the Stone Tablet Challenge. Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone stood transfixed, unable to utter a word, their throats dry. A simple soul arrow had managed to injure a 4th-tier beast, the 4-armed gorilla. Those who witnessed this scene felt an uncanny sense of unreality, as if they were trapped in a dream. This is simply absurd. Even a bronze beast tamer cannot injure a 4th-tier beast with just a soul arrow, let alone one of the 4th-tier 8-stage caliber. Coming back to their senses, many candidates instinctively gasped, their eyes regarding Lin Ze as if he were some sort of monster. Incomprehensible. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying soul arrow. How high must its rank be? 4th tier? or perhaps 5th tier. Simply relying on a 5th tier soul arrow could not achieve such an effect. Lin Ze's soul strength undoubtedly exceeds 5. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even Guisini, Tan Yong, and others were now filled with disbelief and shock. This individual's mastery of soul techniques is astonishing. As they observed Lin Ze's figure, a profound sense of powerlessness arose within them. Individuals of such extraordinary talent, they feared they would never surpass in this lifetime. Incredible! Zhang Xiaoyan nearly leaped with excitement, her face alight with enthusiasm. Who would have thought that Lin Ge would excel so in soul techniques? Guan Ning shared her astonishment and joy. Among all present, she was perhaps the most familiar with Lin Ze. Yet, until today, she remained unaware of his remarkable prowess in soul techniques. In fact, over the past few days, Guan Ning had discerned that her previously ordinary brother was, in fact, enigmatic and unfathomable. Whenever she grew accustomed to Lin Ze's capabilities, he would invariably present her with new surprises. The more she interacted with him, the more his image in her mind transformed into something grand and mysterious. Of course, Guan Ning harbored no disdain for this. A girl in her adolescence often harbors a fervent yearning for the mysterious and the powerful. On the other hand, Jing Tao, having emerged from his shock, remained incredulous. Could it be true? Is this person genuinely only 18 years old? Did he perhaps begin his training in the womb? No one responded to Jing Tao's words. Beside him, Zheng wore an equally astonished expression. At the age of 18, being able to master a secondary soul technique was already remarkable. Yet, judging by the earlier scene, Lin Ze had at least cultivated his soul arrow to the 5th level. This was simply astonishing, not to mention that Lin Ze possessed 2 4th-tier beasts. What extraordinary talent must he possess to achieve such remarkable feats in both beast mastery and soul techniques simultaneously? Zheng found it difficult to fathom. If they were so shocked, it went without saying how much more surprised Lin, the one directly involved, must be. He remained in a daze for quite some time before finally regaining his senses. Fortunately, the stone tablet challenge did not permit attacks on beast masters. Otherwise, he could have perished multiple times in that brief moment. Just a single soul arrow wielded such terrifying power. Lin glanced at the bloodied arm of the 4-armed gorilla, and his eyelids twitched violently. What kind of monster was he battling? At that moment, Lin Ze's calm voice reached him. Senior, losing focus in battle is not a good habit. Lin turned to see Lin Ze extending his palm once more. He was taken aback and hurriedly commanded the 4-armed gorilla to evade. Unfortunately, just as it moved, Xiao Su's extreme ice chains struck with ferocity. The chains, composed entirely of pure ice elements, tightly bound the 4-armed gorilla in place. In the next instant, accompanied by a piercing sound of air bursting, a soul arrow once again struck like lightning, crashing into the 4-armed gorilla's chest. Boom! A spray of blood erupted from the gorilla's chest, and it could not help but emit a chilling scream of agony. Lin watched in silent despair. He realized he was witnessing the spectacle of a beast master with formidable soul technique mastery collaborating seamlessly with their beast. The synergy between this person and beast created an impression as if facing 2 4th-tier beasts simultaneously. It was utterly exasperating. With Lin Ze and Xiao Su's flawless cooperation, the 4-armed gorilla found itself utterly defenseless against the relentless assault. Meanwhile, the other beast, the single-horned dragon, was firmly held back by the rock demon. Although it held the advantage in battle, it could not break free to support its companion. Lin Ze had attempted to use soul techniques for assistance, but regrettably, his highest level attack soul technique was only 3rd tier, which posed no threat to Xiao Su. Left with no options, Lin Ze could only hope that Lin Ze would exhaust his soul power soon. Yet, even after the 4-armed gorilla fell heavily injured, Lin Ze showed no signs of depleting his soul power. The frequency of his soul arrows remained as rapid as ever. Following that, Lin Ze targeted the single-horned dragon with another soul arrow. As time passed, the onlookers gradually widened their eyes, revealing expressions of utter astonishment. How many soul arrows had he fired? 67? Or was it 68? No, it was over 70. I recall that the consumption for a soul arrow was 10 points of soul power, right? Indeed, it was a fixed expenditure. Hiss, does that mean Lin Ze has already consumed over 700 soul power? And he continues to cast soul techniques. Just how much soul power does he possess? This level of soul power is simply outrageous. The crowd was left speechless. This was the first time they had witnessed an apprentice beast master wielding soul techniques with such abandon, as if soul power were inconsequential. Is this fellow really just an apprentice beast master? Finally, when the single-horned dragon collapsed, Lin Ze ceased firing soul arrows. He let out a long sigh of relief. Throughout the entire battle, Lin Ze had unleashed over 90 soul arrows. Had the single-horned dragon managed to endure a moment longer, he would have had to halt his assault. Fortunately, it held on until the end. At that moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The audience stared blankly at the scene before them, their expressions dazed and mouths agape, unable to regain their composure. Lin Ze was similarly frozen in place. He gazed at Lin Ze with an expression as if he were witnessing some extraordinary creature. And indeed, this was the case. Lin Ze had never imagined that he would lose to an apprentice beast master in such a manner. The young man before him wielded soul techniques with the precision of a human artillery, his firepower nearly limitless. He had decisively overwhelmed both the single-horned dragon and the four-armed gorilla with brute force in tandem with his beast. It was unimaginable. After a significant while, Lin Ze finally emerged from his stupor, exhaling deeply. He looked up at Lin Ze and spoke with a complex expression. "Congratulations, Lin Ze. You have successfully passed the stone tablet challenge." As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden hush fell over the crowd. In the next moment, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted from the audience. Since the establishment of in College, no one had ever succeeded in the stone tablet challenge. Yet today, at this very moment, someone had finally broken through. The first freshman to pass the stone tablet challenge had appeared. Chapter 48. The Heart That Cherishes Talent. It truly happened. Incredible. A powerhouse. I never thought I would witness the stone tablet challenge being cleared in my lifetime. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes filled with shock and admiration directed at Lin Ze. The fact that he was the first freshman to pass the stone tablet challenge since the foundation of in College left everyone present in utter awe. "Brother." Gu-in rushed to Lin Ze's side, grabbing his arm with an excited expression. "You are amazing, brother." Zhing Shi Oyin and Li Syn also gazed at Lin Ze with admiration, their eyes sparkling. Achieving the title of top freshman, defeating 3 second-year students in succession, and clearing the stone tablet challenge. Any one of these feats would be an insurmountable challenge for an ordinary freshman. Yet this man had accomplished them all, in a manner that took everyone by surprise. In terms of both talent and strength, he undoubtedly surpassed all the candidates present. To label him a prodigy would not be an exaggeration. Lin Ze, however, remained remarkably calm. He simply smiled faintly at the praise and gently patted Gu-in's head. At that moment, Lin Ze approached. "Lin, as per the rules, candidates who pass the stone tablet challenge are entitled to a baptism. You just need to touch that stone tablet." Lin Ze pointed to the towering stone tablet in the distance. "I understand. Thank you, senior." Lin Ze nodded slightly and took a step towards the distant stone tablet. This fellow is truly extraordinary. Jing-to had unknowingly arrived beside Lin Ze, staring in awe at Lin Ze's departing figure. "I have never seen a freshman with such terrifying talent. It's as if he is a monster." Zhing and Lin Ze exchanged glances, surprisingly not disputing this statement. In fact, they too found it utterly remarkable. An 18-year-old apprentice beastmaster, not only possessing 2 fourth-tier beasts, but also exhibiting astonishing prowess in soul techniques. Moreover, the sheer volume of his soul power suggested an exceptionally high soul strength. He likely rivaled even bronze-level beastmasters. Such a genius was virtually unheard of. Even the current top student in the academy, a young beastmaster praised by countless teachers as a once-in-a-century talent and regarded as one of the 8 prodigies of the Federation, likely did not possess comparable strength at Lin Ze's age. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed such a genius existed in this world. Zhing sighed with a sense of wonder. After today, the academy would gain yet another dazzling new star on the rise. Jing-to and Lin Ze nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Gu-ex New York and her companions watched Lin Ze's retreating figure, each displaying a mix of expressions. Just the thought of facing such a formidable competitor in the future filled Ying with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Lin, also wearing a complex expression, sighed deeply. He had been among the first to recognize Lin Ze's formidable strength. Nonetheless, he was still profoundly astonished by Lin Ze's subsequent performance. Whether it was the pet beasts, soul techniques, or the strength of the soul, Lin Ze had left them far behind. In comparison to Lin Ze, those so-called geniuses in the eyes of ordinary people were hardly distinguishable from the average individual. This undeniable truth was certainly disheartening. Guisini bit her lip, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Ze, lost in her thoughts. Not far away, LV Gang stood there with a pale expression, still engulfed in the immense impact brought on by Lin Ze's formidable power. Jealousy, mingled with intense frustration, filled his heart, extinguishing any sense of pride he might have had. Lin Ze, oblivious to the reactions of those behind him, was indifferent. Upon reaching the colossal stone tablet, he surveyed it briefly before extending his hand to gently press against its surface. In an instant, a familiar wave of energy enveloped him entirely. The sensation mirrored that of when he first underwent the assessment baptism. Lin Ze felt a surge of vitality, rejuvenating him entirely. Shortly thereafter, a warm current erupted in his abdomen, spreading vibrant life throughout his limbs and body, as if his physique had been tempered and strengthened thousands of times. This delightful feeling lingered for several seconds before gradually dissipating. Regaining his composure, Lin Ze promptly summoned his personal panel and was pleasantly surprised to find significant enhancements in both his physique and soul attributes. Lin Ze, Physique 62, Soul 121. Level, Apprentice. Soul Power, 247-1210. Soul Techniques, Soul Guardian, 2nd level. Soul Arrow, 5th level. Soul Impact, 1st level. Pet Beasts, Xuannu, Yin Gui. Achievement Points, 318. The strength of his soul had increased by 23, while his physique had risen by 12. Lin Ze nodded to himself, acknowledging that this enhancement was indeed comparable to a medium difficulty apprentice baptism. With a soul strength of 121, he had already matched the elite among the Bronze Beast Masters, whose soul strength typically ranged between 8 to 10, with a few exceptional individuals reaching above 12. Lin Ze's current soul strength precisely positioned him within this tier. Even without undergoing the Bronze Baptism, it was foreseeable that once he passed the Bronze Assessment and completed the baptism, his soul strength would undoubtedly surpass all Bronze Beast Masters. Despite the challenges posed by the stone tablet, the rewards were indeed substantial. A smile flickered across Lin Ze's face as he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Just as he was contemplating this, the scenery before him suddenly blurred, and a disorienting sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. Lin Ze's expression shifted, and he promptly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his vision cleared, revealing that he had returned to the outer square. Compared to the beginning of the assessment, the number of people in the square had significantly diminished. Those who had been eliminated had already departed, leaving only 1,000 successful candidates still in the square. Silence reigned. Gao Wenba's steady voice resonated, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. There will be no more unnecessary words. You may now return. Please report to the academy by 9 o'clock tomorrow, where senior students will be present to welcome you. The candidates responded in unison and then joyfully departed. For most candidates, gaining admission to Ningjiang Academy was already a remarkable achievement. Rankings were a secondary concern. Just as Lin Ze was about to leave with Guan Ning and the other two girls, he caught a glimpse of Gao Wenba approaching. Teacher Gao. The group paused and greeted him. Gao Wenba first slightly nodded at Guan Ning and the other two girls before directing his gaze toward Lin Ze, a rare warm smile breaking through his typically stern demeanor. Your performance during the assessment was outstanding. Even we were quite astonished. I hope you will continue to strive for excellence and never become complacent. The teachers accompanying Gao Wenba exhibited peculiar expressions. Gao Wenba was renowned for his cold and serious demeanor. Having presided over admissions for many years, he had never spoken so many encouraging words to any candidate before. This clearly indicated his admiration for Lin Ze. Upon reflection, it was understandable. He was the first freshman to pass the Stone Tablet Challenge. In terms of prestige, this surpassed that of being the top freshman. More importantly, at just 18 years of age, he possessed a 4th-tier pet beast, and his talent in soul techniques was extraordinarily remarkable. As long as he did not falter along the way, he was destined to become one of the pinnacle powerhouses within the Federation, with the potential even to become a royal beast master. Such an extraordinary talent was certainly deserving of Gao Wenba's admiration. Chapter 49, Achievement of Top Freshman. Thank you, teacher. I understand, Lin Ze replied earnestly, demonstrating the appropriate respect towards such a prestigious golden beast master. Gao Wenba nodded, refraining from further comment, and turned to leave the square. The other teachers promptly gathered around, eager to offer their encouragement to Lin Ze. Even the academy faculty could not resist the allure of befriending such an extraordinary talent destined to become a peak powerhouse. Seeking to invest in him early on, Lin Ze, however, found it difficult to engage with these teachers as he would with other students. After a struggle of more than 10 minutes, he finally managed to extricate himself. Upon exiting the square, Lin Ze immediately wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a lingering sense of trepidation. It was truly exhausting, even more so than the Stone Tablet Challenge. Guan Ning stifled a laugh at the sight. Brother, everyone else would be thrilled to be valued by so many teachers. Only you find it bothersome. Indeed, even teacher Gao holds Lin Ge in high regard. It's said he is usually stern with students, so it's clear how much he appreciates you. Zhang Xiaoyan exclaimed proudly. Lu Siyuan beside her nodded in agreement. The compliments from the beautiful girls were undeniably uplifting, prompting Lin Ze to smile and clap his hands. All right, to celebrate our successful admission, let us go out for a grand feast. It's on me. Hooray. The girls cheered exuberantly, quickly pulling Lin Ze toward the exit of the academy. The three lively young women encircled him, drawing countless envious glances along their path. However, just as they reached the school gate, a figure suddenly burst forth. Big brother. Lin Ze paused for a moment, recognizing the plump figure before him as Zhou Hong, the informant he had met not long ago. Big brother, you were absolutely incredible today. You actually passed the legendary stone tablet challenge. That's amazing. Zhou Hong exclaimed, his admiration flowing freely. I knew at first glance you were no ordinary person. I was right. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river. His chubby face beamed with delight, showering Lin Ze with flattering remarks that made him cringe. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Ze interjected, stop. After halting Zhou Hong's flattery, he helplessly inquired, what are you doing here? I was waiting to congratulate you. Big brother. When Teacher Gao was speaking with you earlier, I didn't want to interrupt, so I waited here, Zhou Hong replied, rubbing his hands together. His overly sycophantic demeanor causing Guan Ning and the other two girls to stifle their laughter. Although Zhou Hong had previously sought to curry favor with Lin Ze, it had never been as overt as it was now. After witnessing Lin Ze's performance during the Stone Tablet Challenge, Zhou Hong understood just how terrifying Lin Ze's talent and strength truly were, placing him on an entirely different level from other candidates. To put it bluntly, the other four candidates were not even worthy of carrying Lin Ze's shoes. A person like Lin Ze was destined for an extraordinary future. Undoubtedly, it is a thigh of extraordinary girth. If one does not seize the opportunity to embrace it tightly, what are they waiting for? It is precisely for this reason that Zhou Hong's demeanor has undergone such a dramatic transformation, as he desperately seeks to curry favor with Lin Ze. Lin Ze, fully aware of Zhou Hong's motives, remains indifferent. Should Zhou Hong demonstrate any semblance of value, Lin Ze would not hesitate to extend a gesture of kindness towards him. Have you also passed the assessment? Lin Ze inquired. Indeed, elder brother, though my results pale in comparison to yours. I rank only over 500. Far behind the beautiful ladies, Zhou Hong replied. Lin Ze nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. Zhou Hong, displaying a keen sense of awareness, promptly took his leave. Elder brother, I shall not disturb you further. Here is my contact information. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. After leaving his contact details, Zhou Hong departed without another word. That fellow is rather amusing, Zhang Xiaoyan remarked with a smile. Is that so? Lin Ze mused. Observing Zhou Hong's receding figure with a glint in his eye, I perceive him as quite astute. Celebrations continued until evening, when Lin Ze finally returned to his hotel room. Upon settling onto the sofa, he immediately began perusing his messages. Achievement unlocked. Enrollment. Successfully obtained an admission notice from any Beastmaster Academy. Achieving this milestone grants 300 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 body strengthening crystal. Completed. Rewards pending collection. New student valedictorian. Became the current valedictorian of Ningjiang Academy's new students. Achieving this milestone grants 500 achievement points, 1 soul crystal, and 1 body strengthening crystal. Completed. Rewards pending collection. The enrollment achievement had been accomplished some time ago, so he chose to overlook it. What delighted Lin Ze, however, was that he had also completed another new student valedictorian achievement during this assessment. The combined rewards from both achievements amounted to a staggering 800 points. Additionally, he received 2 soul crystals and 2 body strengthening crystals. An indisputable bounty. Without hesitation, Lin Ze utilized the soul crystals and body strengthening crystals. After experiencing the familiar sensation of elevation, his soul strength increased to 139, while his physical attributes rose to 82. A single soul crystal only enhanced my soul strength by 0.9. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. The enhancement effect of soul crystals fluctuates based on the user's existing soul strength. Evidently, as his soul strength has risen, the efficacy of the soul crystals has begun to wane. Nonetheless, a 0.9 increase remains commendable, comparable to a novice's baptism at a lower difficulty level. The effect of the body strengthening crystal, however, remained consistent with past experiences. Sensing the changes within his body, Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. His physical prowess now exceeded that of an ordinary human, rivaling that of lower-tier ferocious beasts. Without employing soul techniques, I should be able to easily handle ferocious beasts below the 2nd rank with my current physical condition. However, 2nd-rank beasts may pose a challenge. Of course, if he were to utilize soul techniques, Lin Ze was confident he could independently slay any ferocious beast below the 4th rank. As for his soul strength, it surpassed that of over 99% of bronze beastmasters. Should other beastmasters become aware of Lin Ze's current soul strength, they would likely be left in utter shock. Regaining his composure, Lin Ze switched to the pet panel. After a series of battles that day, both Xiao Shui and Yin Gui had experienced varying degrees of growth. Xiao Shui's growth progressed from 47 to 58, while Yin Gui increased from 25 to 31. Observing the panel, Lin Ze was slightly taken aback. Xiao Shue's growth was understandable, having vanquished numerous ferocious beasts during the hunt. However, Yin Gui had only participated in 2 battles, yet his growth surged by an impressive 6. It was noteworthy that previously, such growth would require an entire day of hunting in the wild. Chapter 50, the ranking board on the stone tablet. It appeared that engaging in fierce battles against opponents of equal or higher rank significantly enhanced growth rates. Lin Ze's eyes glimmered with intrigue, returning his focus to the panel. He noted that after surpassing a growth level of 50, Xiao Shui unlocked a new skill, Ice Crystal Mirror, an advanced defensive skill of the Ice Shield. It manipulates ice elements to form a mirror of ice crystals, deflecting attacks while rebounding a portion of the damage. Unlocking requires a growth level of 50 and 300 achievement points. Without hesitation, Lin Ze unlocked this skill. Name, Xuan New Element, Ice. Level, 4th rank, 7th tier. Growth level, 58. Skills, Icefall, Sigh of the Snow Maiden, Frost Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Frost Nova. Queen Route, Next Evolution, Frost Blue Maiden. Requirements, Growth level 100. 30 superior ice element essences, 1 tier of ice blue. Yin Gui, on the other hand, still needed some growth. Among the new skills, the minimum requirement for unlocking was a growth level of 50. Name, Yin Gui. Element, Earth. Level, 4th rank, 7th tier. Growth level, 31. Skills, Earth Spikes, Stone Bullet Projection. Clay Bomb, Divine Route. Next Evolution, Spirit of the Earth. Requirements, Growth level 100, 30 superior earth element essences, 3 spirit stones. Both of his pets successfully advanced to 4th rank, 7th tier, enhancing their strength yet again. Lin Ze gazed at the panel, a smile of joy gracing his face. If this trend continues, both Xiao Shui and Yin Gui are likely to break through to 5th rank before reaching their maximum growth levels. At that point, they could participate in the qualification assessment for Bronze Beast Masters. Until then, he would focus on increasing their growth levels while seeking opportunities to earn money. Lin Ze had calculated that to gather the necessary evolution materials for both of his pets, he would require approximately 10 million credit points. Presently, he only had a little over 5 million at his disposal, leaving him nearly half short. Before his pets reached their evolution threshold, he needed to devise a way to earn the remaining amount. I wonder if there are any other quick ways to make money aside from bounty tasks. Lin Ze murmured to himself, lost in thought. The following morning, after finishing breakfast at the hotel restaurant, Lin Ze and Guan Ning set off for Ningjiang Academy. As anticipated, once they exited the hotel, Lin Ze attracted the attention of countless onlookers. Their gazes were filled with a spectrum of emotions, astonishment, envy, jealousy, admiration, and awe. Along the way, many students approached him, eager to engage in conversation, and some even blushingly requested his contact information, much to Lin Ze's chagrin. Guan Ning and her companions wore stern expressions, clearly displeased, particularly with the girls seeking Lin Ze's contact details. It wasn't until they reached the entrance of Ningjiang Academy that they finally escaped this predicament. The registration desk was already bustling with a long line. Numerous upperclassmen adorned with armbands were diligently working, registering new students while maintaining order. Occasionally, one could see an upperclassman leading a group of new students into the academy. Just as Lin Ze and his companions were about to queue, a voice suddenly called out from the side. "Ah, good morning, Junior Lin Ze." Lin Ze turned to see Jing Tao approaching with a broad smile. "Senior Jing," Lin Ze greeted, glancing at the armband on Jing Tao's arm, understanding dawning upon him. It appeared that the reception for new students was being handled by second-year students. Guan Ning and her friends promptly greeted Jing Tao as well. Jing Tao smiled in response, then waved his hand, saying, "You need not stand in line, just follow me." Noticing the puzzled expressions on Lin Ze and his companions, he added, "This is an instruction from Teacher Gao, who asked me to show you around the academy and explain some important details. This is a privilege reserved for the valedictorian of new students." Lin Ze glanced around. Other new students were clustered in groups of 10 to 20, each accompanied by a single second-year student. They were indeed receiving special treatment, being a group of 4 escorted by 1. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ze, without any pretense, expressed his gratitude and accepted the invitation. The group then passed through the historically rich entrance, making their way into the academy. What greeted them was an incredibly vast square, even larger than the one where the admissions assessment took place the previous day. The granite pavement was meticulously laid out, featuring orderly arrangements of stone benches and greenery, complemented by a fountain that added to the aesthetic appeal of the overall layout. However, the most striking elements were the 4 colossal stone tablets standing in the very center of the square. This was the central plaza, leading forward to the teaching area, and to the right, the accommodation area. As they walked, Jing Tao provided insights about the surrounding buildings. Zhang Xiaoyun pointed towards the stone tablets in the distance and curiously inquired, Senior Jing, what are those? Having entered Ningjiang Academy through a different door during the examination the day before, they had not seen these 4 stone tablets. Lin Ze and Guanning also felt a sense of curiosity. The existence of the source stone tablets often imbued them with special significance within the Beast Master community. Upon seeing the tablets in the plaza, everyone's attention was naturally drawn to them. Jing Tao silently gestured for everyone to follow him closer. As they approached, Lin Ze and the others soon realized that these were not stone tablets at all, but rather monumental electronic screens designed to resemble stone tablets. On them, small yet clear black text displayed rows of ranks and names, with Lin Ze's name prominently positioned at the very top of the first electronic screen, 1 Lin Ze. This was the leaderboard, showcasing student rankings from the 4 grades from left to right. Jing Tao elaborated. They actually display the rankings in such a conspicuous location right upon entering the school. Zhang Xiaoyun gasped in astonishment. Jing Tao shrugged. This is also intended to motivate students to improve. So, Senior Jing, what is your ranking? Jing Tao pointed to a position towards the upper middle of the second electronic screen, where his name was displayed, 256 Jing Tao. 256? That is impressive. Lu Xiyan exclaimed. For a girl ranked over 400, being in the 200s was indeed a commendable position. However, upon hearing this, Jing Tao could only smile wryly. Please don't mock me. Don't forget there's a first-place individual standing right next to you. Guanning and Zhang Xiaoyun stifled their laughter. Lin Ze chuckled helplessly and continued searching the second-year electronic screen. Before long, he discovered the rankings of Zhang Man and Wu Tianze, 188 Zhang Man, 98 Wu Tianze. Guanning quickly noticed their rankings and exclaimed, 188 and 98. Senior Zhang Man and Wu Tianze are impressive as well. Mid-sentence, Guanning suddenly realized and looked up at Lin Ze. Doesn't that mean that Wu Tianze, ranked 98, was defeated by Lin Ze? That implies Lin Ze's current strength is sufficient to place him among the top 100 of the second year? Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyan also came to this realization, gazing at Lin Ze with admiration. Chapter 51, The Importance of Rankings. Ranked 98. While seemingly not very high, is significant when considering that these are second-year students. All students admitted to Ningjiang Academy are elite among their generation, having an additional year of cultivation time. Therefore, in terms of strength, they undoubtedly surpass the newcomers. In this context, being able to defeat a student ranked among the top 100 is genuinely astonishing. Now you understand how surprised I was yesterday, Jing Tao remarked, looking at Lin Ze with a contemplative sigh. To defeat a top 100 second-year student right upon entering school. Such an extraordinary individual as you is a rarity among all past newcomers. Lin Ze felt at a loss for words. Was this a compliment or a jab at him? After lingering for a moment, the group departed from the plaza and headed towards the accommodation area. Jing Tao explained along the way. New students are assigned to dormitory levels based on their class. The first-class students reside in the highest-tier single luxury apartments, while classes 2 through 5 stay in double apartments, classes 6 through 10 in 4-person dormitories, and the remainder in 6-person dormitories. Lin Ze and Guanning were fortunate, as both belonged to the first class and could occupy single luxury apartments. However, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyan felt a bit disheartened. Their assessment rankings were both over 400, which meant they would be assigned to class 9, naturally residing in a 4-person dormitory. How wonderful. I also wish to stay in a single apartment. At the very least, a double apartment would be nice. I imagine a 4-person dormitory will be quite cramped. The 2 girls expressed their concerns. Jing Tao, without looking back, reassured them, don't worry, the accommodation environment and facilities at the academy are top-notch. Even a 4-person dormitory is quite spacious. Of course, it cannot be compared to the single luxury apartments, which are akin to villas. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoyun and Lu Xiyan felt even more envious. This is the competitive principle upheld by the academy. The more outstanding the student, the better the treatment they receive, and it is all-encompassing. Jing Tao turned back, casting a meaningful glance at them. If you wish to reside in better accommodations, strive to improve your class rankings and aim for entry into higher-ranked classes. So, how do we improve our rankings? Zhang Xiaoyun eagerly inquired. At the end of each month, the academy arranges an assessment, and based on the results, class assignments are adjusted. The first monthly exam for new students will take place in 30 days, and today happens to be the first, Jing Tao replied. Lin Ze felt a wave of emotion. It was no wonder that Ningjiang Academy was renowned for its fierce competition. Every aspect encourages students to strive for excellence. Even if one does not aim to improve their ranking, the fear of being placed in a lower-ranked class with drastically reduced benefits compels them to enhance their strength. Subtly, the overall strength of the students naturally rises at an accelerated pace. It is no wonder Ningjiang Academy ranks among the top 10 Beast Master Academies in the Federation. Indeed, they have a system in place. Furthermore, students from different classes receive varying amounts of resource points each month. Jing Tao continued his explanation. Resource points? Guan Ning's face displayed a look of confusion. Resource points are a unique currency circulating solely within our academy. They can be exchanged for various beast materials, for usage time of various facilities, and even for hiring renowned teachers for one-on-one guidance, among other uses. They are one of the most important benefits for students. Guan Ning and the other two girls' eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this. The prospect of exchanging for beast materials was enticing enough, but the latter two uses were exceedingly rare. It is known that beast masters are often referred to as bottomless pits of gold, not only due to the substantial amount of money spent on materials, but also because of the need for numerous auxiliary devices. For instance, specialized areas are required for cultivating soul techniques. Many powerful soul techniques can only be practiced in specific venues. Attempting to perform them at home is akin to demolition. Additionally, training the skills of beasts requires specific auxiliary equipment, most of which are prohibitively expensive for ordinary families. To utilize them, one must rent them temporarily at specialized venues, which also comes at a steep price. However, within the academy, the costs are likely much lower than those outside, and the variety is certainly more comprehensive. As for guidance from renowned teachers, it is particularly appealing for students from ordinary families. Unlike the elite offspring of Beastmaster families, who have had the benefit of guidance from family elders since childhood, they have only received the standardized basic education provided by schools. In reality, it is not much different from self-study. If they could receive guidance from esteemed teachers, they might avoid many detours. The importance of this is self-evident. At this thought, Lu Ziyin could not help but ask, how many resource points will we receive each month? Jing Tao pondered for a few seconds before slowly responding. Class 1 receives a monthly allocation of 5,000 resource points, while Class 9, if memory serves, is granted approximately 3,400 points each month. The disparity is substantial. Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Xiyuan pouted slightly, realizing that Class 1's resource points are nearly 1.5 times that of Class 9. This significant difference served as a stark reminder of the importance of rankings and class distinctions. It is worth noting that a single piece of intermediate elemental essence costs only 400 resource points within the academy. Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. The market price for intermediate elemental essence outside is approximately 20,000 credit points. By this calculation, the value ratio between resource points and credit points is roughly 150. Admittedly, this calculation is rather crude. However, it underscores the preciousness of resource points. An allocation of 5,000 resource points is roughly equivalent to 250,000 credit points. And receiving such an amount monthly reflects the Academy's remarkable generosity. Lin Ze silently marveled. According to Jing Tao's account, the monthly distribution of resource points to students at Ningjiang Academy likely exceeds 100 million credit points. Such expenditure is beyond mere extravagance. In addition to the fixed monthly distribution, students can also earn resource points by completing tasks assigned by the Academy, akin to the reward tasks of the Beastmaster Association. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already arrived at the accommodation area. Jing Tao guided them through the registration process, confirming their lodgings and distributing keys, before leading them towards the teaching area. The Academy offers considerable freedom regarding courses, allowing students to choose whether or not to attend classes, provided they pass the theoretical courses at the end of the term. After touring the teaching area, Jing Tao proceeded to take them to the training area, where facilities for soul technique cultivation and pet training were concentrated. Depending on usage time, a fee of varying resource points is required for each session. However, the prices are quite reasonable, especially compared to external rates. Yet, the next location was of paramount importance. Jing Tao halted at the entrance of a room, playfully raising his hands in a cheer. Welcome to the realm of virtual combat. Chapter 52, The Glory of the Virtual Realm. Virtual combat? Lin Ze and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Senior Jing, what is virtual combat? Guan Ning inquired curiously. Jing Tao smiled mysteriously, leading them into the room. To their surprise, the interior was vast, nearly equivalent to a standard gymnasium. The spacious and well-lit area was partitioned into rows with a central aisle, and each row was further divided into semi-enclosed small spaces. Almost half of these compartments were occupied. You are all aware of the virtual realm, I presume? Jing Tao suddenly asked after pausing. Lin Ze and the others nodded. Both the apprentice evaluations and yesterday's enrollment assessments were conducted within the virtual realm. They were certainly familiar with it. Jing Tao nodded gently and continued. The virtual realm originates from the source stone tablet. Different source stone tablets yield virtual spaces of varying sizes and internal regulations. Some virtual realms can give rise to various ferocious beasts, suitable for assessments or competitions, as was the case with yesterday's virtual realm. Others, like the one here, are designed for simulated combat among beast masters. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ze and his companions noticed that the individuals seated in the compartments were all with their eyes closed. A more careful observation revealed that they were tightly gripping copper tokens. Those are the keys to enter the virtual realm. Zhang Xiaoyan exclaimed softly. Indeed. Jing Tao affirmed with a nod. Are you familiar with the Glory virtual realm? Lin Ze and his companions shook their heads in unison. Jing Tao, undeterred, continued explaining. Since the Great Catastrophe, the Federation has discovered over 10,000 source stone tablets, leading to the existence of countless virtual realms. A portion of these has been allocated to the Beastmaster Association and various Beastmaster Academies, but the majority remains under the control of the Federation military. Among them are the 7 largest virtual realms, each designated with a title. The Glory virtual realm is one of them. Jing Tao spoke eloquently, and Lin Ze and the others listened intently. Just recently graduated from high school, they had never encountered such secrets and were filled with curiosity. The Glory virtual realm does not spawn ferocious beasts, but features a well-established combat mechanism for beastmasters, and more importantly, it has an extensive coverage area. As long as one possesses a key, they can access it anywhere within the Federation. Consequently, the Federation military specifically developed the Glory virtual realm into a virtual combat world, granting access rights to various Beastmaster Academies and the Beastmaster Association, allowing Beastmasters to engage in combat and improve their practical skills. At this point, Guan seemed to recall something and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. My high school teacher once mentioned a highly popular combat circle among Beastmasters that almost everyone participates in. Could it be referring to the Glory virtual realm?" Jing Tao smiled and nodded. That is likely correct. Only apprentice level and above Beastmasters can enter the Glory virtual realm, besides students from Beastmaster Academies. Other Beastmasters can only access it by renting devices from the Beastmaster Association. It is quite normal that you were unfamiliar with it before. Additionally, the Glory virtual realm is divided into different combat areas based on the level of the Beastmasters, such as Apprentice area, Bronze area, and so forth. Each area has its own corresponding rankings, and victories in combat yield points. The more points one accumulates, the higher their rank. To encourage students to engage in practical combat, the Academy offers resource point rewards each month to students who achieve a certain ranking. Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan's eyes brightened at once. Their recent experiences had already made them acutely aware of the significance of resource points, and upon hearing of a method to acquire them, they immediately took notice. What ranking is required? Jing Tao smiled broadly, extending his right hand with a single finger raised. Within the top 10,000, Zhang Xiaoyan and Lu Siyuan were momentarily stunned. The requirement didn't seem overly demanding. Jing Tao, seemingly anticipating their thoughts, smirked and remarked, "Do not be misled into thinking that breaking into the top 10,000 is easy. This is not the same as the enrollment assessments. The Glory virtual realm hosts not just examinees, but Beastmasters from across the entire Federation. In the apprentice area alone, there are hundreds of thousands of apprentice Beastmasters. To stand out among such a multitude and reach the top 10,000 is far more challenging than gaining admission to Ningjiang Academy." Guan Ning and the other 2 women inhaled sharply. Even Lin Ze was somewhat moved. Indeed, the enrollment assessments at Ningjiang Academy were conducted among high school seniors from dozens of cities surrounding Ningjiang City. In contrast, the combat in the Glory virtual realms apprentice area features opponents from all over the Federation, including not only students, but also seasoned apprentice Beastmasters who have been promoted for quite some time. These individuals have accumulated considerable strength over their lengthy experience at the apprentice level, making them formidable adversaries. It is worth mentioning that within the Glory virtual realms apprentice area, it is not uncommon to find apprentice Beastmasters possessing 4th-tier pets. Jing Tao exchanged a meaningful glance with Lin Ze. Lin Ze and his companions fell silent, not questioning this statement. Although typically, apprentice Beastmasters with 3rd-tier pets can attempt the bronze assessment, many choose to delay their advancement to gather more strength for the mid to high difficulty challenges. Among these Beastmasters, those with 4th-tier pets are plentiful, with some even possessing more than one. While Lin Ze's strength is undoubtedly superior to that of new students, he may not hold an advantage against those seasoned Beastmasters who have lingered at the apprentice level for years, possessing deep-rooted capabilities. Sensing he might have sounded overly alarmist, Jing Tao quickly followed up with reassurance. There is no need for concern. At the very least, Lin Ze will effortlessly secure a place within the top 10,000. And even breaking into the top 1,000 should pose no challenge. I have great confidence in you. The girls nodded in agreement. Given Lin Ze's prowess, it would indeed be peculiar if he were unable to rank within the top 10,000. Numerous similar virtual battle rooms exist on the same floor. If you are interested, you may come here and give it a try, as it can undoubtedly enhance your abilities. Of course, entering the Glory virtual realm incurs a fee of 10 resource points per hour, yet compared to the rewards for the top 10,000, this cost is negligible, remarked Jing Tao casually. Lin Ze nodded lightly, already feeling a spark of interest within. The previous day's enhancement of Yen Gui was still vivid in his memory. Engaging in combat with opponents of similar skill levels could very well be an effective means of rapidly increasing the growth of his pet beasts. Moreover, one could earn resource points in the process, making it a win-win situation worth exploring. Lin Ze quickly formulated a plan in his mind. After leaving the training area, Jing Tao led them to another venue, and it was not until noon that their tour concluded. Lin Ze and the girls returned to the hotel to pack their belongings, and with great excitement, they moved into the academy dormitory. Chapter 53, Declaration of Sovereignty. Lin Ze had little luggage, and within an hour, he had completed his packing. The apartment had already been thoroughly cleaned by dedicated staff, looking exceptionally tidy. It must be said that Ningjiang Academy excels in this regard. Students can simply move in with their bags. After tidying up the apartment, Lin Ze had dinner with Guan Ning and the other girls before returning to his dormitory to commence his daily routine. He activated the Soul Guardian. Ever since discovering the achievement related to soul techniques, Lin Ze had made it a habit to practice his soul techniques each night before bed, continuing until his soul power was entirely depleted. In truth, were it not for the fact that his pet beast skills were not suitable for indoor use, he would have also worked on that achievement. As his soul power increased, the number of soul techniques he could unleash each night also grew. Now, with his soul power reaching a remarkable 1390, depleting it entirely would allow for 139 instances of the minimum Soul Guardian. After nearly half an hour, he had completely exhausted his soul power. Lin Ze let out a long sigh, concluding his work for the night. He was only a few attempts away from hitting a total of 1,000 soul technique activations, which should trigger a new achievement. Glancing at the sky, he noticed that night had fallen. Lin Ze got up to take a shower and then went to bed early. The next morning, as was his custom, Lin Ze met up with Guan Ning and the other girls. After enjoying breakfast at the academy cafeteria, the group proceeded to the teaching area. Class 1 and Class 9 were located in different buildings. The four parted ways at the intersection, with Lin Ze and Guan Ning heading directly to Class 1. Upon entering the classroom, countless gazes were instantly directed towards him. The previously noisy classroom fell silent, all students fixated on Lin Ze. "Good morning," Lin Ze greeted, maintaining a calm demeanor as he casually chose a seat. Guan Ning stepped forward, promptly occupying the seat closest to Lin Ze. Many girls who were eager to claim a spot displayed expressions of disappointment upon witnessing this. "Humph," Guan Ning let out a slightly triumphant hum. Just then, a melodious voice unexpectedly rang out. Guosini, having appeared beside Lin Ze at some point, hesitated momentarily before pulling out her phone and, biting her lip, asked, "Lin Ze, would you mind sharing your contact information?" A hush fell over the surroundings, soon followed by a flurry of whispers. "No way. Even Guosini is trying to strike up a conversation. What's so surprising? Lin Ze is handsome and talented. It's not odd for Guosini to have a crush on him. How infuriating, my goddess Gua. I'm so envious. Lin Ze is surrounded by another stunning beauty. Is he trying to juggle two relationships? Ah, such is the treatment of a genius." The voices of the classmates were low, yet Guosini still heard them. A faint blush creeping onto her lovely face. Good heavens, she merely admired Lin Ze and wished to get to know him better. It was far from the romantic sentiments these individuals were suggesting. If one were to say there was a hint of admiration, it could be true, but it certainly was not as they claimed. Lin Ze was not overly concerned, responding with a smile. After all, they were classmates who would likely spend the next 4 years together, so exchanging contact information was quite normal. After sharing their numbers, Guosini returned to her seat. Her cheeks still flushed. Lin Ze put away his phone, only to find Guan Ning pouting at him. "What's wrong? Brother, you really are quite popular," Guan Ning remarked with a hint of jealousy. The previous girls who had approached him were one thing, but she felt confident that her own looks and talent could easily outshine them. However, Guosini posed a new threat, one whose beauty matched her own and whose talents were even more formidable. The thought stirred a strong sense of urgency within her. Lin Ze was oblivious to Guan Ning's thoughts and merely chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Just then, Tan Yong and Li Pingyun approached to engage him in conversation, causing the dialogue between Lin Ze and Guan Ning to pause momentarily. Following the Stone Tablet Challenge, Lin Ze's position as the top newcomer remained unassailable. Even the proud and confident Tan Yong and others had come to respect him and were inclined to form a friendship. Before class began, they intended to foster a connection with Lin Ze. Only Lu Gang sat in silence, his expression dark, showing no inclination to join in. Most courses at Ningjiang Academy are theoretical, focusing on the history of beast tamers, ferocious beast encyclopedias, and pet cultivation, resembling high school in many respects, albeit with greater depth. While Lin Ze found the lectures engaging, he resolved to minimize his attendance in the future. After all, these topics could be easily gleaned from books, and the efficiency of self-study surpassed that of attending classes. In fact, according to Jing Tao, the majority of students followed this practice. Beast tamers generally invest their energies in nurturing their pet beasts and honing their soul techniques. Only those aspiring to become pet cultivation experts dedicate significant time to theoretical studies. After class, Lin Ze left the classroom directly. "Brother, where are you headed?" Guan Ning hurried after him, naturally linking her arm with his to subtly assert her claim in front of the other girls. Many who had intended to approach paused involuntarily. Lin Ze, unfazed by her gesture, replied without a second thought, "To the virtual battle room. I want to go too," Guan Ning declared immediately. Lin Ze saw no reason to object. The two soon arrived at the training area and casually selected a virtual battle room with ample vacant compartments. After registering their identities at the front desk with their student IDs, they quickly received a copper key. The student ID, which they had received upon enrollment, served not only as identification but also as a means of payment for all expenses within the academy. This morning, Lin Ze discovered that the first month's allocation of 5,000 resource points had already been credited to his student ID. Moments later, Lin Ze and Guan Ning found two adjacent compartments to settle into. Clutching the copper key, Lin Ze took a deep breath and swiftly closed his eyes. The familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped him entirely. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a pristine white space, with a semi-transparent screen hovering before him. 3 options are displayed at the top: personal information, leaderboard, forum. Lin Ze first opens his personal information. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Level, apprentice. Points, 0. Matches, 0. Win rate, none. Ranking, 573620. Login location, Ningjiang Academy. Lin Ze's gaze lingers on the ranking section. As a newcomer, he is undoubtedly among the lowest ranks. In other words, there are at least over 570,000 apprentice beast tamers in the apprentice zone. Chapter 54, My luck is quite good. What an astonishing number. Lin Ze silently marvels. However, upon further reflection, it is hardly surprising given that the federal population surpassed 2 billion last year. With such a vast population base, the emergence of hundreds of thousands of beast tamers is not extraordinary, especially since the apprentice level is the most populous. The hierarchy of beast tamers resembles a pyramid. As one ascends, the numbers diminish exponentially. Shaking his head, Lin Ze dispels unnecessary thoughts and clicks on the leaderboard. 1. Tao Xingwen, 9,843 points. 2. Xiang Junming, 9,815 points. 3. El Yen, 9,798 points. 100. Hyang, 8,061 points. All top 100 scores exceed 8,000 points. Lin Ze quickly scrolls down. The score for the 1,000th rank is also 4,200 points. According to the rules of virtual combat, players earn between 5 to 10 points for each victory. Naturally, losses incur a similar deduction. In other words, players within the top 1,000 have won several hundred more matches than they have lost. He aims to break into the top 1,000 within a week. Lin Ze's eyes gleam momentarily. He glances at the forum, filled with players boasting and chatting. Finding no valuable information, Lin Ze soon loses interest and returns to the initial interface, clicking on the battle matchmaking in the upper right corner. Matchmaking in progress. An opponent has been matched for the player. The battle will commence in 30 seconds. Please prepare. 30, 29, 28. As the countdown reaches 0, Lin Ze's vision blurs momentarily. When it clears, he finds himself on an immensely spacious arena. As he steadies himself, his gaze immediately darts to the opposite side of the arena. With a flash of light, his opponent appears, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a beard. The man also looks over and, upon seeing Lin Ze's youthful visage, momentarily freezes, then exclaims, "You must be a student, participating in virtual battles for the first time?" Lin Ze raises an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. While it is not shocking for someone to deduce his student status from his age, the ability to instantly recognize him as a novice player is quite unexpected. Seemingly sensing Lin Ze's confusion, the bearded man chuckles. There's no need to be so surprised. After participating in many battles, one naturally learns to distinguish between veterans and newcomers. It's an instinct. Moreover, every year at this time, a large influx of new students entering Beast Tamer Academy floods into the Glory virtual realm, making it easy to match with players like you. Lin Ze then understands. The bearded man, his face lighting up, laughs heartily. Looks like I'm in luck today to encounter a newcomer. This battle is mine for the taking. Not so fast, Lin Ze replies with a faint smile. The bearded man disregards the warning, excitedly rubbing his hands. In the apprentice zone of the Glory virtual realm, the easiest opponents to deal with are undoubtedly students, particularly the fresh entrants into Beast Tamer Academy. They often have only first or second tier pets, making them relatively easy to defeat. Of course, there are some exceptionally talented students, but they are in the minority. The bearded man is convinced he won't be unlucky enough to face one of those prodigies. With a grin, he summons his pet, a second-tier phantom wolf. Observing this, Lin Ze comprehends that the bearded man likely passed the apprentice assessment with a medium to low difficulty, hence not acquiring a second contract slot. Otherwise, a seasoned apprentice beast tamer like him would certainly have raised a second pet. Indeed, those who can pass the higher-level assessments possess considerable talent. How could they still be stuck at the apprentice level at such an age? Especially with such a low ranking in virtual combat? Typically, opponents matched in virtual battles have rankings that do not differ significantly. Lin Ze, ranked over 570,000, would generally be matched with someone ranked no higher than 550,000. As thoughts swirl in his mind, Lin Ze's actions remain swift. With a mere thought, Xiao Shui appears beside him. Ah, an unfamiliar pet. The bearded man scrutinizes Xiao Shui suspiciously. As his gaze lands on her exquisite face, he is momentarily taken aback, then reveals an envious expression. Wow, young man, you have quite the fortune to have contracted such a beautiful humanoid pet. Impressive. Sensing the bearded man's lewd gaze, Xiao Shui raises an eyebrow, slightly annoyed, and wrinkles her nose. She slowly lifts her fair palm, pointing it at the bearded man. Unfazed, he chuckles and commands the phantom wolf to attack. If he can finish the battle within half a minute, he should score around 70 to 80 points, potentially boosting his ranking by several hundred places. Lost in his thoughts of triumph, the bearded man's smile suddenly freezes. Crack, crack, accompanied by the crisp sound. Countless sharp ice blades abruptly materialize in the air above the arena. A bone-chilling cold instantly envelopes the entire platform. The bearded man shivers violently, his smug smile vanishing completely, replaced by sheer horror. What is this? Even the slowest person can sense the terrifying power contained within the ice blades, given the rapidly dropping temperature around them. Without a doubt, this young lady's pet is far beyond his initial assessment of merely first or second tier. Perhaps it is third tier? Or even fourth tier? The bearded man, stunned into silence, loses his capacity for thought. Before he can ponder further, Xiao Shui suddenly sweeps her hand. The multitude of ice blades shoots forth, engulfing him and the phantom wolf in a frigid torrent. The sound of ice blades tearing flesh melds with the rush of air, barely perceptible. A violent shockwave accompanied by countless shattered ice particles radiates outward. By the time the ice storm subsides, the arena floor is coated with a thin layer of frost, and the bearded man along with his phantom wolf has vanished without a trace, leaving behind not even a drop of blood. Battle concluded. Winner, Lin Ze. Player Lin Ze earns 10 points. The highest score? A glimmer of joy flashes in Lin Ze's eyes. The points awarded for a victory primarily depend on the winner's performance in combat. It is evident that the quicker the battle concludes, the higher the points earned. Lin Ze then glances at his personal information, observing that his ranking has risen from 573,620 to 572,884, a leap of over 700 places. Lin Ze is not surprised. The lower the rank, the more competitors share similar scores. Gaining a single point can elevate one's rank by dozens or even hundreds, which is entirely normal. Without needing a break, Lin Ze directly initiates his next battle. Chapter 55, a momentum of rapid ranking ascension. Meanwhile, as Lin Ze busily enhances his ranking, the Glory Virtual Realm forum buzzes with activity. Early in the morning, numerous posts regarding the new students of the Yuki-onna have emerged like mushrooms after a rain. One exclaimed, encountered a novice. Today's triumph is secured. Another noted, overall rankings have surged from over 560,000 to more than 590,000, with this year's new student count estimated to exceed 30,000. A wave of fledgling players is on the rise. I am finally not in last place. At this time each year, the realm of Glory's virtual world invariably welcomes an influx of novice players, with a staggering 99 hailing from various Yuki-onna. These newcomers generally possess limited abilities, rendering them ideal targets for seasoned players seeking to amass points. Thus, this period is celebrated as a time of jubilation in Glory's virtual world, with veteran players rejoicing in their conquests. However, some unfortunate souls encounter elite trainees, resulting not only in a lack of points, but also in an additional defeat. These individuals likewise take to the forums to lament their misfortunes. Amidst the fervent discussions, a post suddenly emerged, capturing everyone's attention. Incredible new talent spotted. Their pet beast is suspected to be of the 4th tier. The essence of the post detailed how the author encountered a newcomer that morning, discovering upon inquiry that this individual was indeed a freshman of the current year, leading to the author's elation. Initially anticipating an easy score, the author was taken aback when the newcomer unexpectedly annihilated their pet beast. This post created quite a stir in the forum, prompting numerous players to respond. Many speculated that the author must still be groggy, questioning how a freshly admitted student could possess a 4th-tier pet beast, with even 3rd-tier being a lofty achievement. Others pointed out that seasoned apprentice trainers rarely possess 4th-tier pet beasts, let alone freshmen. Surely, the author must be making excuses for their defeat. How could the author determine that the newcomer's pet was indeed 4th-tier? Upon reviewing the author's ranking of 492, 852, it was clear their pet was likely only of 2nd-tier status, easily vanquished by any 3rd-tier beast. Perhaps the newcomer was merely a hidden gem from a prestigious Yuki-onna. The post's popularity skyrocketed, garnering over 1,000 replies in under 30 minutes. Though most were filled with skepticism or mockery, few believed the claim of a 4th-tier pet beast. Yet, the author soon replied, "I have accessed the newcomer's battle record. See below." Accompanying was an image detailing the following: name, Lin Ze, gender, male, level, apprentice, points, 340, matches, 34, win rate, 100, ranking, 478, 992. The revelation of this image sent shockwaves through the forum. Could it be true? A 100 win rate? Astonishing. Doubts arose regarding the legitimacy of the image. Upon further investigation, it was confirmed that the statistics were genuine. Consequently, the speculation of forgery was swiftly dispelled, leaving many in utter astonishment. Yet, a few remained obstinate, arguing that such a record did not necessarily indicate a 4th-tier pet beast. Possessing a 3rd-tier beast could easily yield a spree of victories at this ranking. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that Lin Ze was an extraordinary freshman, potentially a prodigy from one of the top 10 Yuki-onna in the Federation. Many expressed envy for these individuals, who were already formidable at the tender age of 18. Suddenly, a shout arose, "Look! The newcomer's ranking has risen again." Indeed, it had surged to 476, 998, an increase of nearly 2,000 positions. Players were left stunned as they checked Lin Ze's record, discovering that within mere moments, he had secured 3 additional victories, boosting his score by 30 within less than 3 minutes. What astounding speed! Excluding matchmaking wait times, he was winning matches in under 10 seconds. Players were left in awe of this unprecedented display. Previously, while there had been newcomers with 3rd-tier beasts, none had demonstrated such a remarkable ascent. Winning 3 matches consecutively within 3 minutes, excluding waiting and communication times, could only suggest he was dispatching opponents with extreme efficiency. Even for a genius student, this performance was astonishing. This was merely the beginning. As players watched in disbelief, Lin Ze's ranking skyrocketed, ascending hundreds or even thousands of positions approximately every minute, achieving the maximum score of 10 in each match, truly unfathomable. As time passed, Lin Ze's ranking continued to climb, 450, 000, 430, 000, 410, 000. Soon, he breached the top 400, 000. His points also surpassed the 500 mark. Players closely monitoring his progress were left spellbound. They had never witnessed such an exceptional freshman. Finally, they could ascertain that Lin Ze was indeed securing victories in remarkable fashion. Otherwise, such rapid advancement was inconceivable. With the growing excitement, the forum administrator pinned the post to the top, leading to widespread dissemination of the news about this monstrous newcomer. More players flocked to the post, including those who had fallen to Lin Ze's prowess. "This newbie is too strong. My pet beast was instantaneously defeated." Others chimed in. "Mine too. My pet was a 2nd-tier 9 Dan, yet it fell within a single round. I can guarantee that Lin Ze's pet beast exceeds 3rd-tier 5 Dan." In the entire Federation, there were scarcely a handful of freshmen possessing 3rd-tier 5 Dan pet beasts. The title of genius was indeed well-deserved. Consequently, a significant portion of the forum's players began to follow Lin Ze's battles with rapt attention, incessantly refreshing his record as they witnessed his ranking shatter through the 300, 000, and 200, 000 thresholds. Eventually, when Lin Ze's rank finally stabilized, he found himself within the top 100, 000. Name, Lin Ze, gender, male, level, apprentice, points, 1. 040, matches, 104, win rate, 100, ranking, 98, 427. The sight of Lin Ze's remarkable 100 win rate and rank sent the entire forum into a frenzy. A newcomer, freshly admitted to the Yuki-onna on his first day in Glory's virtual world, had ascended from over 500, 000 to within the top 100, 000 in less than 2 hours, truly unprecedented. Which Yuki-onna does he represent? This question occupied the minds of many as they pondered. Chapter 56, The First Day S-1000. In the virtual battle room, within a corner booth, Lin Ze opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. 2 hours of battling had left him somewhat impatient. The process was exceedingly monotonous, as he had solely commanded his pet, Xiao Shui, to unleash skills to obliterate opponents, devoid of any challenge. Upon summoning his pet S panel, he noted that its growth had scarcely improved. However, given the lower skill levels of his opponents, this was unavoidable. He could only strive to enhance his ranking swiftly. Stretching, Lin Ze rose from the booth. Guan Ning had long since exited Glory's virtual world and, upon hearing the commotion from next door, promptly came out. "Brother, you are incredible." The girl beamed at Lin Ze, her eyes sparkling with joy. In just a single morning, he surged into the top 100,000, and now the entire forum is abuzz with discussions about him. The forum? Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He has never been particularly interested in the opinions of others. On the contrary, Guan Ning seemed to revel in it. As if she were the one being praised. Lin Ze affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and said with a smile, "Let us go, it's getting late. We should have lunch and return in the afternoon." All right. The two left the combat room and made their way to the dining hall. Lin Ze couldn't shake off the feeling that people were pointing him out along the way. As they drew closer, he could faintly hear snippets of conversation. "Look, Lin Ze is here. I heard his combat ranking has soared over 90,000. I'm so envious. I entered the Glory virtual realm first thing this morning, and I'm still hovering around 560,000. The key is he accomplished that in less than 2 hours. Indeed, the entire forum is in an uproar." Upon hearing this, Lin Ze finally understood. It seemed that news of his combat achievements had spread like wildfire. The speed of this dissemination was astonishing. A hint of helplessness flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. Meanwhile, Guan Ning's eyes sparkled with delight, as though she shared in the glory. Just as they approached the dining hall, Zhou Hong unexpectedly popped up from nowhere. "Hey, big brother. Your face is beaming like a chrysanthemum," he exclaimed. "You've made quite a name for yourself. The whole academy is talking about your combat ranking. How did this news spread so quickly?" Lin Ze asked, somewhat exasperated. Perhaps others were keenly interested in fame, but he had little desire for such attention. Being the subject of public scrutiny while walking down the street was hardly a pleasant experience. Ningjiang Academy has an internal forum. Any minor incident within the academy quickly finds its way there, Zhou Hong explained cheerfully. "To be honest, I was equally astonished when I first heard the news. Making it into the top 100,000 on the first day of enrollment is an achievement that rivals overcoming the Stone Tablet Challenge." Lin Ze had already gained considerable notoriety as the top freshman and the first to conquer the Stone Tablet Challenge. With this latest accomplishment, his reputation had spread throughout the academy, not only among the first and second years, but even the rarely present fourth-year students had heard of Lin Ze. It could be said that Lin Ze had become an undeniable figure of prominence at Ningjiang Academy. Consequently, Zhou Hong felt increasingly justified in his decision to befriend Lin Ze. After chatting for a bit, Lin Ze suddenly recalled something and turned to Zhou Hong. "Do you know of any ways to quickly acquire resource points?" Ever since he learned that resource points could be exchanged for pet materials, Lin Ze had taken an interest. Compared to purchasing pet materials with credit points, exchanging resource points with the academy was undoubtedly more cost-effective. Zhou Hong nodded without hesitation. Aside from achieving a high ranking in combat, the fastest way to obtain resource points is by exploring secret realms. Secret realms? Lin Ze searched his mind and quickly recalled relevant information. During the Cataclysm, numerous dimensional rifts appeared, some connecting to otherworldly realms inhabited by civilizations akin to humanity. Some of these civilizations were allied with the Federation, while others were hostile, embroiled in endless conflict. Furthermore, some had become colonies of the Federation. It was said that several of the Federation's most prestigious beast tamers families controlled one or two small civilizations as colonial territories. Other dimensional rifts connected merely to incomplete half-dimensional realms, which typically lacked civilized species and were teeming with fierce beasts. Early human pets primarily originated from these realms, which are referred to as secret realms. Unlike the colonial territories controlled solely by the Federation or elite beast tamer families, secret realms were far more common. Virtually every beast taming academy possessed at least one or two secret realms. Ningjiang Academy, being one of the top 10 academies in the Federation, had no fewer than 2 secret realms. It was through the abundant resources obtained from these realms that Ningjiang Academy was able to grow rapidly and attain its current scale. While Lin Ze reflected on the information regarding secret realms, Zhou Hong continued, "The academy publishes exploration tasks for secret realms every month, calling on students to collect specific resources from these realms, with the reward being resource points. If your strength is sufficient, you could easily earn thousands of points in a single exploration task. Given your prowess, this method suits you perfectly." Lin Ze found himself intrigued. This approach, which allowed him to engage in combat while enhancing the growth of his pets and earning resource points, aligned perfectly with his goals. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Ze quickly devised a plan. Once the combat ranking was concluded, he would undertake a secret realm exploration. Maintaining his ranking was essential, as it would ensure a monthly reward of resource points from the academy. This steady source of resource points was not something to be forsaken. Regaining his focus, Lin Ze smiled and nodded at Zhou Hong. I understand now. Thank you for the information. No problem. I'm glad to be of help to you, big brother. Zhou Hong replied, repeatedly waving his hands. If you have no further instructions, I'll take my leave and not disturb your time together. Lin Ze playfully scolded him and waved him off. Guan Ning, with her cheeks slightly flushed, bit her lip and smiled without saying a word. After finishing their lunch, Lin Ze and Guan Ning returned to the virtual combat room. Guan Ning had only played 15 matches so far. Due to her low ranking, she faced relatively weak opponents, maintaining a 100% win rate. However, her points were only 124, placing her around 530,000. Guan Ning was not particularly concerned, as with her current strength, it was nearly impossible for her to break into the top 10,000 and receive the Academy's resource point rewards. Thus, she was in no hurry to improve her ranking. Settling cross-legged in the partitioned space, Lin Ze quickly entered the Glory virtual realm and resumed his focus on combat. Time flew by. By evening, astonishing news erupted in the Glory virtual realm forum like a whirlwind. A newcomer named Lin Ze, with a flawless record of 422 wins and a total score of 4,220, had breached the top 1,000. Instantly, the entire novice area was in an uproar. Unbelievable. He made it into the top 1,000 on the first day? Is this guy really a freshman this year? It seems so. I saw a post stating that Lin Ze is the top freshman of Ningjiang Academy this year. Wow. The top freshman. No wonder he is so impressive. Come on, which year hasn't he had a dozen or so top freshmen? Have you ever seen someone as formidable as Lin Ze? Indeed, making it into the top 1,000 on the first day, I've truly broadened my horizons today. The news of Lin Ze's ascendance into the top 1,000 detonated like a bomb, igniting the entire forum. Countless players were left stunned, bewildered, and questioning. In the many years since the Glory virtual realm opened, no newcomer from any beast taming academy had ever reached the top 1,000 on their very first day. It was simply unprecedented. In no time, many were inquiring about information regarding Lin Ze. While the Glory virtual realm forum was in a frenzy, Ningjiang Academy's forum echoed with the same excitement. In the training area, within a soul technique training room, Wu Tianze, who had been practicing for over 2 hours, paused, exhaling deeply as he walked to the side to grab a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Jing Tao staring at his phone, wide-eyed in shock, and casually asked, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Jing Tao snapped back to reality, looked up at Wu Tianze, and replied with a wry smile, "Lin Ze has made it into the top 1,000 of the Glory virtual realm novice area." Wu Tianze was stunned for several seconds before suddenly reacting, "Top 1,000? You can't be serious." Jing Tao pursed his lips and expressed a preference for the notion that he was merely jesting. Wu Tianze fell silent, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Although he had long anticipated that Lin Ze would undoubtedly penetrate the top 1,000, he could hardly fathom the swiftness of Lin Ze's ascent. Within just a day, he had surged into the top 1,000 of the apprenticeship zone. This achievement had undoubtedly shattered the records of Ningjiang Academy, or rather, the entire federation. While similar occurrences had transpired before, the individuals involved were invariably seasoned apprentice beast masters, who had accumulated extensive experience at the apprenticeship level, thus attaining such remarkable prowess. Yet, Lin Ze was merely a newly admitted student of the Beastmaster Academy. To achieve such a feat was indeed astonishing. It had long been known that Lin Ze was an anomaly, but no one had anticipated such an extreme level of talent. In comparison, Jing Tao felt as though his own 2 years of training had been in vain. With a sigh, he bore an expression of solitude and gloom. After a moment of silence, Wu Tianze murmured, "Such individuals are outliers. Comparisons are futile." Amidst the uproar at Ningjiang Academy, due to Lin Ze's exploits, the protagonist remained blissfully unaware as he returned to his apartment. Settling onto the couch, Lin Ze summoned his pet interface. Throughout the day's battles, he had exclusively called upon Xiao Shui for combat. By the end of the day, Xiao Shui's growth had reached 6434, an increase of 634. Although this enhancement was not particularly significant, it was evident that as his rank improved and he encountered increasingly formidable opponents, the potential growth for his pet would undoubtedly escalate. Contestants ranked within the top 1,000 typically possessed 2 pets, each at a minimum of the 3rd tier. Future battles would likely not be as effortless as today's skirmishes. In his final match of the day, Lin Ze faced an opponent ranking 1,000, who commanded 2 3rd-tier pets. one at the 3rd tier, 5th stage, and the other at the 3rd tier, 8th stage. Nevertheless, Lin Ze remained unperturbed. The stronger the opponent, the greater his delight, for it signified a higher yield of experience points. While other beast masters could bolster their pets through practical combat, their rate of enhancement could not compete with his own. Given that he alone possessed the proverbial golden finger, he pondered whether virtual battles might yield achievements. Lin Ze mused aloud. According to historical patterns, battles associated with rankings or competitions typically activated corresponding achievements. Even if such achievements existed, they would likely require reaching the pinnacle to unlock. For instance, the freshman top achievement from the enrollment assessment followed this precedent. Notably, the monthly rewards for ranking within the top 1,000 of virtual battles amounted to 1,000 resource points, while those within the top 900 received 1,500 points, and those within the top 800, 2,000 points, and so forth. Those ranked within the top 200 earned 5,000 points, while those within the top 100 received 6,000 points. Achieving a place within the top 10 would yield a staggering monthly reward of 8,000 resource points, and for the one who reached the zenith, a monthly bounty of 10,000 resource points awaited. Of course, as of now, no one from Ningjiang Academy had ever claimed this reward. The highest ranking achieved by a freshman was merely within the top 500. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Ze regained his focus, closed the interface, and commenced his nightly ritual of soul technique release. Moments later, a familiar notification resounded in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Mastery of soul techniques. Accumulated usage of soul techniques reached 1,000. Achievement grants 500 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Finally, he had accomplished it. Lin Ze exhaled with relief, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain. With renewed determination, he promptly utilized the soul crystal. As expected, the increase in soul strength remained at 0.9. Lin Ze. Physique, 82. Soul, 148. Level, Apprentice. Soul Power, 10 2014-80. Soul Techniques, Soul Guardian, 2nd tier. Soul Arrow, 5th level. Soul Impact, 1st level. Pets, Xuannu. Yingui. Achievement points, 1318. The achievement points had surged significantly. However, Lin Ze deliberated and decided to refrain from using them for the time being. The remaining skills for Xiao Shui and Yingui required precisely 1,300 achievement points for unlocking. As soon as their growth reached the threshold, they could be unlocked instantaneously. Emerging from his moment of joy, Lin Ze continued to increase his soul technique usage. After reaching 1,000, the next target was 10,000. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. The following day, Lin Ze awoke early, influenced by his biological clock. After sharing breakfast with Guan Ning before the morning theory class, they proceeded to the classroom together. As anticipated, the moment Lin Ze entered the classroom, all eyes converged upon him. Numerous classmates eagerly approached him, inundating him with a cacophony of voices. Lin Ge, I heard you made it into the top 1,000 of virtual battles. Is that true? Lin Ge, the forums say you defeated your opponents in seconds. That's incredible. Lin Ge has 2 4th-tier pets. How could anyone ranked outside the top 1,000 possibly contend with him? I heard Lin Ge only used 1 pet throughout all his battles yesterday. Wow, Lin Ge, you are amazing. I truly admire you. The classroom erupted into a lively atmosphere reminiscent of a bustling market. From an outsider's perspective, Lin Ze appeared to be engulfed by the crowd, a testament to the enthusiasm and excitement surrounding him. Not far away, Li Pengyun and Tan Yong exchanged glances, shaking their heads with wry smiles. Each student from Class 1, if placed outside, would be regarded as a talented elite. Yet, when confronted with Lin Ze, they were no different from the ordinary students who had previously showered them with flattery. That said, Li Pengyun and Tan Yong were not surprised by this scene. After all, Lin Ze was indeed a figure worthy of admiration. As fellow freshmen and members of the same class, he stood as the singularly exceptional presence. In comparison, everyone else present appeared no different from typical students. By the way, you also visited the virtual battle room yesterday, right? What rank did you achieve? Li Pengyun suddenly inquired of Tan Yong. Over 450,000. How about you? A bit lower than that. Over 470,000. The two sighed in unison. Such a score would be considered commendable among previous freshmen. Unfortunately, this year bore witness to the emergence of Lin Ze, rendering what would have been a remarkable achievement utterly overshadowed. On the other side, Guisini refrained from approaching, remaining in her seat. However, her gaze remained fixed on Lin Ze, her eyes flickering, betraying her thoughts. Chapter 58. Competition for clubs. It was not until the class bell rang that Lin Ze finally extricated himself from the throng. These individuals were exceedingly zealous. Settling into his seat, Lin Ze could not suppress a long sigh of relief. Beside him, Guan Ning stifled a laugh. Brother, many would envy you for this treatment. Lin Ze chuckled and shook his head, swiftly dismissing the interlude as he turned his thoughts to the day's agenda. He resolved to head to the virtual battle room and elevate his rank to its utmost potential. The rewards for Ningjiang Academy's virtual battle rankings were distributed at the beginning of each month. On the first day of each month, students received corresponding rewards based on their battle rankings. Thus, he needed to enhance his rank as much as possible before the upcoming first of the month. After class, Lin Ze immediately pulled Guanning away. He had no desire to be ensnared by the enthusiastic classmates again. However, upon exiting the teaching building, Lin Ze was astonished to discover a large crowd gathered outside for reasons unknown. They stood in small clusters, distinctly separated from one another. As soon as Lin Ze emerged, the crowd instantly perked up and surged towards him. "Hello, Lin Ze, may I have a moment to chat? Have you joined a club yet, Lin Ze? Lin Ze, would you be interested in joining the Handong Club?" Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback. Upon closer inspection of the surrounding individuals' uniforms, he realized that the badges on their chests were of the second-year style. It turned out they were the seniors from the clubs. Ningjiang College has a club system where multiple students gather to form mutual benefit organizations, assisting one another and growing together. Generally, clubs carry affiliations with specific attributes. Students possessing a particular type of pet typically join the corresponding club. For instance, a student with an ice attribute battle pet would usually join the Handong Club, which is comprised of many students with similar ice attribute pets. Additionally, there are the Colossus Club for earth attribute pets, the Inyao Club for light attribute pets, and so forth. Joining a club not only allows one to expand their network, but also provides guidance from senior students. Furthermore, depending on the size of the club, the college allocates a monthly financial subsidy, which serves as an additional income for club members. The advantages are evident. Thus, at Ningjiang College, over 80% of the students apply to join various clubs. Naturally, not everyone can fulfill their desires. Clubs also have their selection criteria. New students who do not possess exceptional qualifications or outstanding abilities may find it nearly impossible to join a club. Even if they apply, their requests may be outright rejected. Conversely, once extraordinarily talented freshmen are identified, clubs will rush to recruit them. The top 10 newcomers each year typically experience such treatment. This year, it was particularly pronounced with Lin Ze, a prodigy, freshman champion, the first to clear the Monument Challenge, and having surged into the top 1,000 of the virtual combat area on the very first day of school. With such a multitude of accolades surrounding him, Lin Ze had already become a dazzling star at Ningjiang College, known by all. Such an extraordinary genius would undoubtedly not escape the attention of various clubs. Upon learning of Lin Ze's presence in the classroom today, numerous clubs swiftly dispatched individuals to surround him, leading to the current scene. The cacophony of voices from all directions made Lin Ze's head throb. Reluctantly, he raised his voice to interject. "Dear seniors, I apologize, but I do not intend to join a club at this time." However, the enthusiasm of the surrounding crowd showed no signs of waning. No sooner had Lin Ze finished speaking than voices erupted. "Lin Ze, it's too early to say that. Why not learn more about our club before making a decision?" "Indeed. Lin Ze, you have an Earth attribute pet. Joining our Colossus Club would greatly assist you in nurturing your Earth attribute pet. Or join our Handong Club. You have an Ice attribute pet, right? I can personally teach you how to better nurture Ice attribute pets." How shameless, resorting to charms. "Lin Ze, you should join our Yuming Club instead." "Bah, your Yuming Club is for the undead attribute. What are you doing here? That is not quite fair. Learning about undead attribute pets might actually benefit Lin Ze." "Nonsense. Lin Ze, do join our club." The clamor continued, resembling a chaotic dance of demons. The Handong Club and Colossus Club, being related to Lin Ze's pet attributes, were understandable, but even the Yuming Club, and Yao Club, and Qilian Club, which were irrelevant, joined in. After all, these club members were not foolish. They knew that a prodigy like Lin Ze was akin to a rare elixir. Whichever club he joined would undoubtedly ascend to the top position within 2 years, as the most significant factor impacting club performance evaluations was combat power. Lin Ze's potential was evident. The atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous. Lin Ze had scarcely spoken, yet the club members had already begun to bicker among themselves, leaving him both amused and exasperated. At that moment, Tan Yong and Guasini emerged from the classroom, gazing at the scene before them with bewilderment. "Those must be second-year students, right?" "Yes, they are indeed wearing second-year badges. It seems they are all from various clubs." "Oh, so they are here for Lin Ze." The realization dawned on the group. Logically, as the most elite class of the first year, the students within should be prime targets for recruitment by various clubs. However, with Lin Ze present, they were regrettably overlooked by the club members. Amidst the clamorous discussions, a sudden commotion erupted at the periphery of the crowd. "The Gaoshan club members have arrived." Gasps filled the air as the crowd parted, revealing a clear path. A group of individuals strode forward, heads held high. led by a tall youth exuding an air of superiority. Upon seeing them, many second-year students furrowed their brows. What are those Gaoshan Club members doing here? Surely they aren't here for Lin Ze? Surely not. When has the Gaoshan Club ever regarded commoners? Hearing the whispers around him, Lin Ze displayed a hint of confusion. Noticing Lin Ze's expression, Guan leaned in to provide a quiet explanation. After hearing the girl's words, Lin Ze finally understood. The Gaoshan Club is one of the most prominent clubs at Ningjiang College, yet it is rather exclusive. When recruiting new members, they not only consider talent and strength, but also impose stringent requirements regarding background. In essence, they only accept students from Beastmaster families. Those from common backgrounds are categorically rejected. With such recruitment criteria, one can imagine the Gaoshan Club's attitude towards common students. Consequently, the Gaoshan Club's reputation among common students is quite poor. Even some students from Beastmaster families find the Gaoshan Club's arrogant behavior intolerable. As Lin Ze and Guan conversed, the leading youth approached Lin Ze. He appraised Lin Ze from head to toe, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. So you are Lin Ze? Chapter 59, The Invitation from the Gaoshan Club. The youth's demeanor carried an unmistakable air of superiority, and even the tone of his inquiry felt condescending. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes at the obvious question, choosing not to respond. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd trailing behind the youth, stating solemnly, Lin Ze. This is Senior Luo Han from the second year, also an officer of the Gaoshan Club. Upon hearing this, Lin Ze turned to see that the speaker was his classmate, El Gang, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Lin Ze had sensed from the very beginning of the school year that El Gang's attitude towards him was less than amiable, tinged with an undercurrent of hostility. Despite this, El Gang had never provoked him, and Lin Ze chose to ignore him. Now, he was taken aback to see El Gang mingling with the Gaoshan Club members. Observing El Gang standing among the Gaoshan Club members with an air of confidence, Lin Ze began to comprehend the source of El Gang's animosity. It seemed this individual was also a proponent of elitism. Is that El Gang? Indeed. How did he end up with the Gaoshan Club? It's obvious. El Gang must have joined the Gaoshan Club. I always suspected El Gang looked down on us. It turns out he and the Gaoshan Club members are cut from the same cloth. Whispers of discontent rippled through the crowd. El Gang, hearing the remarks, shot a furious glare at the speaker before turning his attention back to Lin Ze. Lin Ze, consider yourself fortunate. Senior Luo Han has expressed a desire to accept you as a member of the Gaoshan Club. A sudden silence enveloped the area. Many individuals gazed in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It is well known that Gaoshan Shi only admits students from distinguished Beastmaster families and has consistently looked down upon commoners. Why then has it extended an olive branch to Lin Ze today? With Lin Ze's rising fame during this period, his background has been thoroughly investigated. Indeed, he hails from a commoner lineage, one even less fortunate than the average. What could be the reason behind this unusual action from Gaoshan Shi? With Luo Han stepping forward, it seems unlikely that this is a mere fabrication. There is no need for further contemplation. Lin Ze's extraordinary talent must have captivated Gaoshan Shi, prompting their desire to recruit him. One cannot blame them. Who wouldn't be drawn to a genius like Lin Ze? It is truly enviable. Despite many commoner students disparaging Gaoshan Shi in their words, it is largely a manifestation of their insecurities. Deep down, they hold a significant respect for the organization. As one of the most powerful societies within Ningjiang Academy, Gaoshan Shi boasts a profound heritage. Should they alter their stance to recruit them, 9 out of 10 commoner students present would eagerly accept the offer. After all, joining a formidable society would greatly benefit their future prospects. In that moment, many around Lin Ze cast glances imbued with subtle envy. How fortunate it is to be a genius, consistently receiving such admiration wherever one goes. Even the lofty Gaoshan Shi is willing to compromise its usual rules for Lin Ze. Lin Ze, you must understand that this is a rare opportunity. Embrace it with gratitude, remarked El Gang, his emotions swirling within. He was deeply envious of Lin Ze's talent and strength. It took him considerable effort to gain admission to Gaoshan Shi, whereas Lin Ze, without lifting a finger, received an exceptional invitation from them. The disparity between the two was staggering, fueling his jealousy further. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ze merely responded with a calm expression, saying, I'm sorry, but I do not wish to join Gaoshan Shi. The surroundings fell silent instantly, many faces reflecting shock. Even El Gang wore an expression of disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. After a lengthy pause, he regained his composure and, with a grim countenance, exclaimed, Lin Ze, do not be ungrateful. Gaoshan Shi has never accepted commoners. This invitation is a rare exception, extended by Senior Luo Han due to your impressive talent. Many commoner students yearn for such an opportunity, but have yet to obtain it. Lin Ze shrugged, replying, I can offer this opportunity to someone else. You. Gang's expression darkened with anger, ready to retort, but was halted by Luo-han's hand. He patted Gang on the shoulder and turned to Lin Ze. Could you share your reasoning for the refusal? It's quite simple. I do not wish to associate with those who judge others based on their lineage. Lin Ze stated with a shrug. Upon hearing this, Gang and the other members of Gaoshan, she glared at him with fury. Luo-han narrowed his eyes, his gaze shifting restlessly. After a prolonged silence, he scrutinized Lin Ze deeply before turning away. Gang and the others quickly followed suit. The matter concluded rather abruptly, leaving those present in a state of confusion. Lin Ze, you must be cautious, a melodious voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Guisini had appeared beside Lin Ze. Lowering her voice as she cautioned, Luo-han is one of the top 10 elite students in his second year, known for his narrow-mindedness and vengeful nature. You have embarrassed him in front of many. He will not let this go easily, so be wary of his retaliation. Lin Ze paused briefly, smiling as he replied. I understand, thank you for the warning. Due to their proximity during the conversation, Lin Ze could clearly see the girl's flawless, porcelain-like skin, seemingly devoid of pores. A faint, enchanting fragrance wafted from her hair. Lin Ze instinctively inhaled deeply. This small gesture did not go unnoticed by Guisini, whose cheeks flushed slightly, yet surprisingly, she said nothing. Just then, Guanning suddenly squeezed between them. Brother, what are you and Guisini discussing? She asked cheerfully, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Guisini. Resembling a cat eyeing its prey, causing Guisini's expression to falter momentarily. Oh, it's nothing. Guisini was just kindly reminding me to be cautious of Luo-han. Guanning nodded in understanding. Indeed, you should be careful. I noticed Luo-han's gaze earlier. He does not seem like a good person. Gaoshan, she has always looked down upon commoner students, and now that you have rejected him publicly, he may become enraged and act against you. We shall face whatever comes our way, Lin Ze responded with remarkable composure. To be honest, he harbored no fear of second-year students. The most formidable among them typically possessed beasts at the 5th tier. With his explosive growth card in hand, he felt no trepidation even in their presence. Of course, such students were exceedingly rare in the entire second year, and Luo-han was not among the strongest. Thus, Lin Ze felt no need to concern himself with him. This minor incident was soon cast from Lin Ze's mind. Noticing that the crowd around them had regained their focus and were beginning to gather once more, he quickly bid farewell to Guisini and seized Guanning's hand, making a hasty exit. Chapter 60, Speculations Among Players. In the vast, pristine white room of the honorary virtual realm, Lin Ze's figure materialized out of thin air. Today, I aim to break into the top 100, he declared, glancing at the leaderboard. The 100th position currently held a score of 8089, while his score stood at 4,200, placing him at 998th. Spending a day to breach the top 100 seemed quite feasible. Without lingering, Lin Ze promptly initiated a match. Before long, his form vanished from the room. Simultaneously, on the forum of the novice area, posts began to appear. Lin Ze is on the move, capturing an exceptionally strong newcomer. Wow, is that monster about to commence another match? It seems yesterday's scene is about to repeat. I wonder how far Lin Ze can rise today. Is there a big shot who can provide real-time updates on Lin Ze's battle status? Count me in. Me too. An increasing number of posts flooded the forum, rapidly enlivening the atmosphere. Moments later, a post emerged with the title, Real-Time Updates on Lin Ze's Battle Status. Wow, there really is a big shot. Incredible. Impressive. Bow down to the big shot. Countless players responded, and the post's popularity surged, quickly rising to the top of the homepage. More players flocked to check it out. At the top of the post was Lin Ze's personal information. Name, Lin Ze, gender, male, level, novice, points, 4250, matches, for 25, win rate, 100, ranking, 993. Below that was the real-time battle information. Previous opponent, 994 Haozhou, won by annihilation. Current opponent, 991 Qingfeiyang. Unbelievable. Defeating opponents within the top 1,000 in an instant. That's astounding. Players within this range typically have beasts of at least tier 3, 5 segments, right? Indeed, and they usually possess 2 beasts. Wow. If he can defeat them so easily, the rumor about Lin Ze having a tier 4 beast must be true. Players buzzed with excitement, marveling at the news. After Lin Ze's ascent into the top 1,000 became public, a player claiming to be a newcomer from Ningjiang Academy posted, asserting that Lin Ze was this year's top freshman and had succeeded in the Stone Tablet Challenge that no newcomer had ever completed before. More importantly, Lin Ze possesses not 1, but 2 4th-tier pet beasts. Upon the release of this post, many players were filled with skepticism. It is well known that for a newcomer to possess even a single 3rd-tier pet beast is quite remarkable. Such individuals often secure a position among the top 10 of their respective academies. In smaller Beastmaster academies, this achievement could even crown them as the top freshman. However, it has never been heard of a freshman owning a 4th-tier pet beast, let alone 2. The player who posted this information was met with a barrage of doubts and ridicule. Yet, as time passed, it became apparent that perhaps the words of this freshman were not entirely fabricated. Could it be true that Lin Ze possesses a 4th-tier pet beast? Many players found themselves wavering in their disbelief. As time progressed, the real-time battle information continued to evolve at a breathtaking pace, with intervals of about a minute between updates. Lin Ze's opponents rose from over 900 players to more than 500, and still, he emerged victorious in every match with astonishing speed. Previous opponent, 541 Huijun, defeated in mere seconds. Current opponent, 537 Dingjia. With yet another update in real-time battle information, players erupted in astonishment. Another swift victory? Goodness. I recall Huijun's 2 pet beasts were both 3rd tier, level 9. Is this for real? I can attest, it is indeed true. Incredible. If he can defeat them in seconds, Lin Ze's pet beasts must surely be 4th tier. This is irrefutable. The existence of 4th-tier pet beasts. Could this truly be a freshman? Countless players were left in shock. If they had any doubts before, they were now utterly convinced. What else could possibly obliterate 2 3rd-tier level 9 pet beasts in an instant? Soon after, Huijun himself commented beneath the post, confirming the suspicions of the crowd. Lin Ze's pet beasts are undoubtedly 4th tier and impressively ranked, terrifyingly powerful. A single area of effect attack obliterated both my pet beasts, one of which was a thornshell turtle. The thornshell turtle is an earth-type pet renowned for its formidable defense. During the Stone Tablet Challenge, one of Zhang Man's pet beasts was also a thornshell turtle, its strength nearly rivaling that of a rock demon. However, Zhang Man's thornshell turtle had been cultivated to full maturity, reaching a level of 4, tier 2. Unlike Huijun's, which was merely tier 3, level 9. Could it be that a thornshell turtle could be defeated so easily? And with an area of effect skill, no less. This suggests that Lin Ze's pet beasts are at least tier 4, level 3. It is no wonder Lin Ze's ranking has surged so alarmingly. This is a complete dimensional strike. Even with just one 4th-tier pet beast, Lin Ze could effortlessly ascend into the top 500. Players in the novice area competing for the top 500 each possess at least one 4th-tier pet beast. Following the confirmation of Lin Ze's possession of a 4th-tier pet beast, there were no longer any doubts about his ability to penetrate the top 500. The unfolding events transpired precisely as anticipated. A mere 10 minutes later, Lin Ze's score had accumulated to 6,520 points, elevating his rank to 498. Previous opponent, 500 Zhang Wu, defeated in seconds. Current opponent, 449 Gu Jiangwen. How did this opponent's rank rise so dramatically? Is the person above a novice, unaware of the hidden score system? In confusion, someone inquired about the hidden score system. Essentially, the more consecutive victories one achieves, the higher the win rate, resulting in a significant probability of facing opponents with much higher rankings. I see. Does anyone have information on Gu Jiangwen's strength? At this moment, there were at least tens of thousands of players monitoring the post. Soon, details about Gu Jiangwen were uncovered. He is a novice beast master specializing in wind-type beasts, with pet beasts at levels 4, tier 3, and 3, tier 9. His strength appears to be on par with Lin Ze's. I agree with the person above. In a one-on-one scenario, having an additional 3rd tier, level 9 enemy would indeed be quite challenging. I wonder if Lin Ze can secure victory? Regardless, achieving a position within the top 500 is already an extraordinary feat. I have never witnessed such an exceptional freshman before. The last statement garnered widespread agreement. Ascending into the top 500 within just 2 days is an unprecedented accomplishment, likely unmatched by any future newcomers. It leaves one in utter awe. While players were fervently discussing, real-time battle information suddenly shifted. Previous opponent, 449 Gu Jiangwen. Victory achieved in 9 seconds. Current opponent, 410 Zhang Ziming. In an instant, the forum fell silent. Chapter 61. This talent is simply monstrous. 9 seconds to victory? Upon the release of this news, many players were plunged into profound shock. The once bustling forum was now eerily quiet. After a lengthy pause of over 10 seconds, players finally reacted. No way, 9 seconds. Am I seeing things? He won in just 9 seconds? Incredible. That is a 4th-tier pet beast. Incredible disbelief, astonishment, shock, and incredulity swept through countless players. Previously, winning in mere seconds was understandable, as opponents were all 3rd-tier beasts. As long as one possesses a 4th-tier pet beast, achieving this is not overly difficult. Yet, one of Gu Jiangwen's pet beasts is a formidable 4th tier, level 3. Not to mention the other is a 3rd tier, level 9. In such circumstances, to resolve the match in merely 9 seconds is simply unfathomable. Just how powerful is Lin Ze's true strength? It dawned on the players that they had significantly underestimated Lin Ze's abilities. To defeat Gu Jiangwen so swiftly, Lin Ze's pet beasts must be at least 4th tier, level 7. Wait, he is merely a newcomer. A 4th tier, level 7 pet beast is too exaggerated. Indeed, the fact that a newcomer possesses a 4th tier pet beast is already outrageous. One cannot apply conventional reasoning to Lin Ze. Agreed, Lin Ze is indeed a monster. I wonder if there is another possibility. That Lin Ze actually defeated Gu Jiangwen using both his pet beasts? This speculation found considerable support. However, if that were the case, wouldn't it imply that Lin Ze truly owns 2 4th tier pet beasts? This information seems hardly more palatable than the notion of a 4th tier, level 7 pet beast. Yet, players soon found themselves free from such dilemmas. The original poster subsequently replied personally, confirming that Lin Ze had summoned only one pet beast for the battle. This undoubtedly solidified the assumption that Lin Ze's pet beast is at least 4th tier, level 7. In an instant, countless players marveled in astonishment. The spectating continued. Although the pace had slowed considerably, Lin Ze's achievements were still being updated. From the 400s, he gradually ascended to the 300s. Approximately an hour later, Lin Ze's rank reached 301, and his opponent transformed into a Beastmaster ranked 275. The spectators quickly became excited and agitated once more. Players within the top 300 typically possess 2 4th tier pet beasts. Facing such opponents, even someone as formidable as Lin Ze would likely find victory a considerable challenge. Indeed, the outcome of this duel unfolded as anticipated. Lin Ze emerged victorious, yet the battle extended for more than 2 minutes, marking the longest encounter since he entered the honorary virtual realm. Upon viewing the real-time battle information, players collectively sighed in relief. Thankfully, if Lin Ze continued to conclude battles in merely 10 to 20 seconds, that would be utterly terrifying. I concur with the person above. Today I have been astonished multiple times. I feel somewhat desensitized. As things stand, Lin Ze is likely to secure a position within the top 100 without much difficulty. However, I know of a player ranked over 130 whose 2 primary beasts are both at the 6th level of the 4th tier. If he fields such a lineup, it would be quite challenging for Lin Ze to emerge victorious. A new wave of discussions swiftly ignited, with numerous players eagerly speculating on how far Lin Ze could ascend. Based on previous battles, it is likely that Lin Ze's beasts are predominantly at the 7th level of the 4th tier. Nonetheless, their actual combat prowess may be somewhat superior. After all, according to players who have battled Lin Ze, his beasts possess at least 5 skills, indicating that their true combat strength far exceeds that of mere 4th tier 7th levels. Even so, facing 2 beasts at the 6th level of the 4th tier simultaneously remains a formidable challenge. This is only considering players ranked over 130. If he were to contend against top-tier experts around the 100 mark, Lin Ze would likely struggle to cope. It seems plausible for Lin Ze to break into the top 150, but entering the top 100 appears rather precarious. Indeed, the number of beasts is ultimately a significant factor. For a newcomer, achieving a rank within the top 150 is already an impressive feat. Replies beneath the post surged dramatically, with over 99% of players doubting Lin Ze's ability to break into the top 100. Only a few students from Ningjiang Academy expressed differing opinions, yet they were swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming tide of comments. Half an hour later, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze's ranking ascended to 148. Notably, during this process, the time Lin Ze took to conclude battles steadily increased, with his most recent match extending beyond 10 minutes. This corroborated the players' speculations regarding Lin Ze. As his rank improved, the strength of his opponents escalated, and Lin Ze gradually began to struggle. Half a minute later, the real-time battle information shifted. Lin Ze's opponent became the player ranked 133. Instantly, players widened their eyes, fixated on the real-time battle updates, fearful of missing any subsequent developments. Contrary to expectations, what was presumed to be a battle lasting at least 10 minutes concluded in under a minute. Previous battle opponent, 133 Lin Ze, victorious, duration 55 seconds. The forum fell silent in an instant. In the next moment, a flurry of rumors erupted. 55 seconds? How could that be? The original poster must have made an error, as such a situation is simply implausible. Indeed, that was a top-tier player ranked 133. Even if Lin Ze could win, finishing the battle in just over 50 seconds seems improbable. The original poster should clarify. Amidst the surge of excitement, it wasn't long before the thread's creator appeared to respond. The information was accurate. Lin Ze won, and indeed, it only took 55 seconds. He summoned a second beast during this battle, a 4th-tier beast. This revelation struck the players like a bombshell, igniting their emotions. No way. A second 4th-tier beast? The rumors were true. My goodness. It's simply astonishing. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Having one 4th tier 7th level beast is already remarkable for a newcomer. Yet now it turns out he possesses not one, but two 4th tier beasts. How on earth did he manage that? Many seasoned apprentice beast tamers do not even have two 4th tier beasts, as evidenced by the leaderboard. Among hundreds of thousands of apprentice tamers in the Federation, only about 300 possess two 4th tier beasts, and these individuals invariably have spent years at the apprentice level to achieve such prowess. Yet Lin Ze is merely an 18-year-old newcomer, having awakened for less than a year. To cultivate two 4th tier beasts in such a brief span of time is nothing short of monstrous talent. Chapter 62. Qi-Yuan Society. The forum erupted into a cacophony. Countless players were in awe, discussing Lin Ze's prowess. Could Lin Ze be a direct descendant of a top beast tamer family in the Federation? Surely not. Wasn't it said that Lin Ze's background was quite ordinary? Have you ever seen an apprentice beast tamer from a common background possess two 4th tier beasts? I tend to agree. Even the most elite families in the Federation would not have a direct descendant at this age as formidable as Lin Ze. The discussions below the post grew fervent. Their astonishment was not without reason, as Lin Ze's displayed strength was indeed extraordinary, far from that of a newcomer who had just entered the Beast Tamer Academy this year. It was hard to believe that even seasoned apprentice beast tamers, who have accumulated experience over several years, could not rival him. Regardless, upon learning that Lin Ze had two 4th tier beasts, all previous estimates were completely overturned. No one doubted his ability to break into the top 100 any longer. That had become a foregone conclusion. The developments unfolded accordingly. Before long, Lin Ze's ranking skyrocketed to 98. He became the first newcomer since the opening of the honorary virtual realm to ascend from over 500,000 virtual combatants to the top 100 in just 2 days. All players witnessing this moment were left in awe. Inside the compartment, Lin Ze slowly opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. He had finally entered the top 100. With his ranking rising, the opponents he faced became increasingly formidable. Although his strength was already considerable compared to his peers, against those seasoned apprentice beast tamers with depth, he still lacked a significant advantage. Even the mightiest of abilities require time to translate into strength. However, this was not without its benefits. After enduring a series of intense battles, the growth of his beasts had significantly increased. Name: Xuan New Type, Ice. Level: 4th tier, 9th segment. Growth: 80-21. Skills: Ice Cascade, Sigh of the Snow Maiden, Frozen Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Frost Nova. Empress Route, Next Evolution Form, Frost Blue Maiden. Conditions to meet: Growth 100, Upper Level Ice Element Essence 30. Ice Blue Tier 1. In less than a day, Xiao Shue's growth surged by nearly 16. It must be said that battling opponents of equal rank is indeed a splendid method for enhancing growth. Regrettably, as his strength increases, there are fewer and fewer suitable opponents at the apprentice level for him to face. It is foreseeable that it won't be long before employing this method to rapidly enhance growth will become quite improbable. However, at least until I reach the first place, this method remains effective. Lin Ze steadied his mind and redirected his focus back to the beast panel. Upon surpassing a growth level of 80, Xiao Shui unlocked an additional skill. Blizzard, an area damage type skill that creates a blizzard in a designated region, dealing immense ice damage to enemies and applying a slowing effect, requiring a growth of 80 and 500 achievement points to unlock. With plenty of achievement points remaining, Lin Ze did not hesitate and decisively unlocked it. This brought Xiao Shue's total skills to 6. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. Typically, 4th tier beasts possess only 3 to 4 skills. Beasts with 5 skills are already considered exceptionally cultivated. Not to mention, several of Xiao Shue's skills have undergone advancement. In this regard, she undoubtedly leaves her peers far behind. Unfortunately, the growth of Yin Gui has not improved significantly. Today's battles were predominantly characterized by the presence of Xiao Shui, with Yin Gui making an appearance solely in the final confrontation, resulting in negligible progress in his growth. Currently, Yin Gui lags behind Xiao Shui by 2 ranks. However, Lin Ze remains unconcerned, as he can always take Yin Gui to hunt in the wilderness later. At this pace, both Xiao Shui and Yin Gui should reach their full growth by the end of the month, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th tier, at which point they can embark on their evolution. Subsequently, they will be eligible to apply for the Bronze Qualification Assessment. The forum of the Honorary Virtual Realm is replete with information regarding beast tamers that is not accessible elsewhere, including details about the Bronze Assessment. Lin Ze has been perusing this information extensively over the past few days and has thus gained a general understanding of it. Generally, possessing 2 pets at the 3rd tier, ranked between 4 to 5, or 1 pet at the 3rd tier, ranked between 8 to 9, suffices for participation in the Bronze Assessment. However, this would only allow for a low difficulty level. To achieve a medium difficulty pass, at least 1 pet of the 4th tier is required. While high difficulty necessitates two fourth-tier pets, as passing without them is virtually impossible. Moreover, the ranks of the pets cannot be too low. As for the super high difficulty, no one has yet succeeded in passing it. There are tales of a beast tamer with a second-tier 5th-grade pet who attempted the challenge and ultimately failed. Consequently, many speculate that at least two 5th-tier pets are essential to pass the super high difficulty bronze assessment, a condition that is undeniably stringent. For an apprentice beast tamer, nurturing pets to the 5th tier is an arduous task, let alone managing to have two pets reach that level. Even if accomplished, it requires substantial resources and could take 5 to 6 years or even longer. During this time, others who have successfully passed the high difficulty bronze assessment and undergone a transformative experience may have already nurtured their pets to the 6th tier, possibly even more than one or two. The disparity in strength would undoubtedly become vast. Furthermore, should one fail the challenge, the losses would be exceedingly severe. Given these circumstances, few beast tamers can muster the resolve to remain at the apprentice level for 5 to 6 years, merely to grasp a sliver of hope for passing the super high difficulty bronze assessment. Various factors have contributed to the fact that, thus far, no one has managed to pass the super high difficulty bronze assessment. Of course, the inability of others does not imply that Lin Ze is incapable. His goal has always been the super high difficulty. Closing the panel, Lin Ze exited the compartment. He cast a glance next door, only to be surprised to find that Guan Ning was not inside. Where could she have gone? Lin Ze pondered, leaving the battle room and wandering the corridor. Soon spotting Guan Ning at the end, standing with two girls engaged in conversation, nodding occasionally. Notably, both girls wore second-year badges. They evidently recognized Lin Ze, smiling and nodding lightly as they exchanged a few hushed words with Guan Ning before taking their leave. Who are they? Lin Ze casually inquired. Guan Ning replied with a smile. They are seniors from the Yuki-onna Society, here to invite me to join. Chapter 63, Guan Ning's second pet. The Yuki-onna Society? Lin Ze was slightly taken aback before recalling that it was a society for fire attribute pets. Did you accept? He asked. Yes. Guan Ning nodded with a smile. My fierce eagle is a fire attribute pet, and I had already planned to join the Yuki-onna Society. Even if they hadn't invited me this time, I intended to submit my application tomorrow. Lin Ze nodded in understanding, not particularly surprised. Guan Ning currently ranked 34th. Undoubtedly an elite among the freshmen. Moreover, her fierce eagle had already reached the 2nd tier, rank 9, before the admissions assessment. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the 3rd tier. It would indeed be odd if the Yuki-onna Society did not take notice of such an exceptional talent. Their proactive invitation to her was entirely reasonable. Brother, which society do you plan to join? The Giant S Society or the Winter Society? Guan Ning suddenly asked. In her view, if Lin Ze were to join a society, it would most likely be between the Giant S Society and the Winter Society, given that his two pets were of the earth and ice attributes, respectively. To her surprise, Lin Ze shook his head in response. I currently do not intend to join any society. With his unique advantage, joining a society offered little benefit to Lin Ze. The potential resources gained would be outweighed by the costs involved. Simply participating in society activities would consume considerable time. He would prefer to hunt in the wilderness to enhance his pet's growth instead. Unless joining a society provided extraordinary advantages, he had no intention of considering it further. Guan Ning glanced at Lin Ze in surprise, but chose not to elaborate. Her experiences over these past days had elevated Lin Ze's image in her mind to an impressive stature, regardless of any astonishing decisions he made. She would not question him, but would instead support him wholeheartedly. As they exited the building, Lin Ze suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, Guan Ning, when do you plan to contract your second pet? During the apprentice assessment, Guan Ning passed the high difficulty, thus earning the right to his second pet. After hearing Lin Ze's question, Guan Ning pondered for a few seconds before shaking her head. I haven't decided yet. I want to contract a pet with higher potential, preferably above the 7th tier, but those pets are quite expensive, and I can't afford them right now. Noticing Lin Ze's intent to speak, she quickly added, but it's all right. For now, I will focus on nurturing my fierce eagle. Once it advances to the 4th tier, I can contract my second pet then. By that time, I should have saved enough money. Guan Ning was aware that as long as she asked, or even without asking, Lin Ze would surely take the initiative to help her cover the cost of purchasing a pet. However, she did not wish to do so. Beast tamers have numerous expenses, and with Lin Ze having 2 pets, he would require funds even more. She did not want to be a burden to him. Observing the girl's demeanor, Lin Ze understood her sentiments without needing to voice them. Instead, he suggested, how about this? I will help you select a pet, ensuring that it has high potential and is reasonably priced. Guan Ning was momentarily taken aback. High potential pets aren't inexpensive. The term cheap hardly applies to pets. However, seeing Lin Ze's earnest expression, she opened her mouth and ultimately nodded in agreement. Over the past period, Lin Ze had brought her numerous surprises, and perhaps this time would be no different. Once the decision was made, the two wasted no time and promptly left the academy, heading to a nearby pet store. Compared to Pinghai City, Ningjiang, as a first-tier metropolis, was undoubtedly much more prosperous. The city boasted numerous pet stores, many of which were quite sizable. Conveniently, there was a large pet store near Ningjiang Academy. Shortly thereafter, Lin Ze and Guan Ning arrived at the pet store named Fanxing. It was said that this store was part of a chain brand, with branches in over a dozen cities around Ningjiang. As they entered the store, Guan Ning whispered in Lin Ze's ear. Lin Ze nodded slightly. He had heard of Fanxing's reputation, which seemed to be a family business of a certain beast tamer lineage with a history spanning over a century, enjoying a good reputation within the beast tamer community. After politely declining the salesperson's offer for assistance, Lin Ze and Guan Ning began to browse independently. He chose to explore the section featuring mid to low-tier pets, where the potential ratings would not exceed a certain level. Correspondingly, the prices would also be significantly lower than those in the high-tier section. With a stroke of luck, they might find a decent pet. Holding on to this thought, Lin Ze meticulously sifted through the sealing orbs of numerous pets at the initial levels of Tier 3 and below. Beside them, Guan Ning observed keenly, her heart increasingly filled with doubt. While it was true that the pet beasts in this area were affordable, their highest potential rating was merely Tier 1. In other words, the ultimate level could only reach Tier 5, which fell significantly short of her expectations. However, out of trust in Lin Ze, Guan Ning kept her concerns to herself. After all, this was a large pet shop, and the variety of pet beasts available surpassed that of Pinghai City. After a little over 10 minutes, Lin Ze had already discovered 4 or 5 pet beasts that possessed hidden evolutionary paths, with their highest potential caps reaching Tiers 7 and 8. This met Guan Ning's anticipated goals. Yet, Lin Ze contemplated further searching. In his mind, while selecting a pet beast for Guan Ning, he did not necessarily require a king-tier beast, but the highest potential cap should ideally be Tier 9, preferably of the fire attribute, with ample time at their disposal. If they could not find it at Fanxing, they could always seek other pet shops. Fortunately, compared to king-tier beasts, those with a final potential of Tier 9 were undoubtedly more numerous. Indeed, luck was on their side that day, as Lin Ze soon found a suitable pet beast. Name, CWISH, Attribute, Normal. Level, Tier 3, Stage 2. Growth Value, 2151. Skills, Spike, Roar, Frenzied Trample. Optional Evolution Paths. Multi-tail Path, an evolution method that increases the number of spikes and enhances their attack capabilities, providing a boost to long-range abilities. With the next evolution form being Shuang CWISH, which can evolve up to Tier 5. Flame Path, an evolution method that awakens the fire element talent, uncovering the internal fire element bloodline and enhancing fire element control. With the next evolution form being FNYNSH, which can evolve up to Tier 9. After perusing the information displayed, Lin Ze's eyes gleamed. A fire attribute pet beast with a maximum potential cap of Tier 9 was undoubtedly ideal for Guan Ning. He promptly picked up the sealing orb and handed it to her. This one, Guan Ning, with a puzzled expression, received the sealing orb and glanced at the notes on the plaque, her confusion deepening. CWISH? But isn't this pet beast's potential cap only Tier 5? Chapter 64, Gamble. Lin Ze was well aware of Guan Ning's thoughts and had prepared for this moment. A smile crept onto his lips as he pointed to the sealing orb. In fact, CWISH has a second evolution path. Upon hearing this, Guan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. A second evolution path? I have never heard of such a thing. This is information I obtained from a powerful beastmaster. Lin Ze feigned a serious demeanor, speaking earnestly. Guan Ning paused, and then as if a realization struck her, she gasped softly. Could it be that the Shui-en has one as well? Indeed. Seeing Lin Ze nod, Guan Ning's expression shifted to one of understanding. Long before, she had been puzzled. Xiao Shueqiu was widely known for having no evolutionary potential, yet Lin Ze had managed to cultivate it into a Jing Ling Han. If it were merely a fluke, it could be explained as a rare occurrence of a beast master accidentally causing a pet beast to evolve. However, the subsequent evolution into Shui-en was beyond mere luck or coincidence. Achieving 2 consecutive evolutions could only be done with a detailed understanding of the evolution paths. Guan Ning had previously held on to her doubts, but refrained from asking due to the personal nature of Lin Ze's secret. Now, she finally understood. No wonder her brother's strength had surged recently. Beyond talent, it must also be due to the guidance of that powerful beast master. She speculated on who this individual might be, possessing such extensive knowledge of hidden pet beast evolution paths. Perhaps a reclusive master? In mere seconds, a multitude of thoughts raced through Guan Ning's mind, even concocting a series of details to support Lin Ze's narrative. Lin Ze observed her reaction, quietly amused. The tale of an ordinary youth encountering a mysterious strongman, soaring to great heights thereafter, was a common trope in novels and films, easily accepted by many. In fact, upon receiving his golden opportunity, Lin Ze had already devised a plan to explain the changes he experienced, conveniently fabricating a backing for himself. Regardless, it would certainly reduce others' skepticism about the transformations he underwent. After a considerable pause, Guanning finally regained her composure. Gripping the ceiling orb tightly, she bit her lip and earnestly addressed Lin Ze. "Brother, I understand now. You can rest assured, I won't disclose this to anyone." Her expression indicated her unwavering belief in Lin Ze's words. Lin Ze chuckled softly, ruffling Guanning's hair. "Let us proceed to settle the bill. Once we return, I will share the detailed evolution paths with you." "All right." The two turned and made their way toward the counter. From a distance, Lin Ze spotted a boy and a girl standing at the counter, conversing with the sales clerk. Both were dressed in the student uniforms of Ningjiang Academy. Yet their badges were obscured, leaving their grade unknown. For some reason, Lin Ze felt a sense of familiarity with the boy's silhouette. As they approached, snippets of their conversation reached Lin Ze's ears. "Is it ready yet? Please wait a moment. My colleague has gone to retrieve it." TSK. They claim to be a chain store, yet their service is so slow, taking this long just to fetch something. The girl among them complained incessantly, while the sales clerk offered a weary apology. The other boy stood lazily beside them, silent. At that moment, another colleague arrived at the counter, whispering something to the sales clerk while subtly gesturing towards Lin Ze and Guanning. The sales clerk's face immediately displayed an expression of resignation. It was unclear what she communicated to the pair, but soon they all turned to gaze at Lin Ze and Guanning. Upon making eye contact, the boy initially appeared taken aback, then narrowed his eyes with a hostile expression. Lin Ze's gaze shifted. The boy standing at the counter was, in fact, Luo-han, whom he had encountered not long ago, the second-year student who had invited him to join the Gaoshan Society and was also one of its officers. What a coincidence. "Lin Ze, my junior. I didn't expect to see you again so soon," Luo-han said with a forced smile, his eyes fixed on Lin Ze. "Quite the coincidence indeed." Lin Ze shrugged nonchalantly as he approached the counter, gesturing for Guanning to place the sealing orb for CWISH on the counter. "Please proceed with the checkout." The sales clerk glanced between Lin Ze and Luo-han, her expression slightly pained. "What seems to be the matter?" Lin Ze raised an eyebrow. The sales clerk hesitated before offering a wry smile. "This gentleman also wishes to purchase CWISH, but unfortunately, there is only one left in the store." Realizing the implications of their earlier actions, Lin Ze understood the situation. Guanning frowned. "So what? We selected this item first. It's a matter of first come, first served. Is there a problem?" However, before she could finish, Luo-han scoffed. "That cannot be the case. In business, the highest bidder prevails." He turned to the sales clerk. "How much for this CWISH?" 149,000. "All right, I will offer 300,000 for it," Luo-han declared. Slapping his chip card on the counter while casting a sidelong glance at Lin Ze, his gaze laced with mockery and disdain. After inviting Lin Ze to join the society only to be rejected, he had nursed a quiet resentment toward this ungrateful commoner. He had long resolved to show Lin Ze his place. To his surprise, the opportunity to assert his dominance arrived sooner than expected. With the chance to embarrass Lin Ze before everyone's eyes, Luo-han would not let it slip away. The girl beside him displayed an air of arrogance, a smug smile gracing her lips. Guanning, incensed, felt her cheeks flush as she shot a fierce glare at the two. Lin Ze, unfazed by Luo-han's provocation, turned his attention towards the salesgirl. Faced with Lin Ze's tranquil yet formidable gaze, the salesgirl's expression grew increasingly bitter. According to the rules, the item should be sold to the customer who selected it first. However, Luo-han was a regular at the store, hailing from a prominent family with deep connections. As a mere salesgirl, she dared not offend him. Yet Lin Ze clearly did not appear to be someone easy to deal with. In that moment, she was at a loss for what to do. Just as the salesgirl was on the verge of tears, Luo-han suddenly spoke up. "Lin Ze, how about this? Let us engage in a wager, with the prize being this tailed thorn lion. What do you say?" The words caused a stir among those present. Wagering was a concept not unfamiliar to the crowd. Most students were brimming with youthful exuberance, and Ningjiang City boasted several beast tamer academies, which drew a multitude of students. Daily, numerous young beast tamers found themselves embroiled in conflicts, often resolved through wagers. The parties would agree upon stakes and face off in a duel. The victor would bask in glory, while the loser would lose both their stake and their pride. Realizing the implications, Guanning could not help but cast an angry glance at Luo-han. "You, a second-year student, have the audacity to challenge my brother to a wager?" Luo-han merely chuckled dismissively, shrugging her shoulders. "Lin Ze is the top freshman and has defeated several second-year students. Is it so strange for me to challenge him?" Upon hearing this, the salesgirl and the girl next to Luo-han exchanged astonished glances. They had not anticipated that this young man was indeed the top freshman of Ningjiang Academy, and according to Luo-han, he had bested second-year students. How utterly astonishing. What is the matter? Are you afraid of losing and too cowardly to accept? Luo-han's gaze bore into Lin Ze as she taunted him. Lin Ze remained unperturbed, his expression calm as he replied, "This tailed thorn lion was originally ours. Why would I wager my own possession against you?" Luo-han assumed Lin Ze was merely feigning bravado out of fear, and she scoffed derisively. "I will raise the stakes to 500,000 credit points. If you defeat me, the money is yours. Conversely, should you lose, you will hand over the sealing orb along with an additional 200,000 credit points. How about it? Don't claim I'm bullying you. This is already a favorable deal for you. Are you brave enough to accept?" Lin Ze chuckled softly. It was no surprise that a scion of a prominent family would be so generous, starting with 500,000 credit points. Moreover, she valued the tailed thorn lion at 300,000 credit points, more than double its original worth. It was clear that she was confident in her victory. Well then, as fate would have it, he was in need of funds to purchase evolution materials. With someone presenting such an opportunity, it would be foolish to decline. As thoughts raced through his mind, a knowing smile crossed Lin Ze's face, and he nodded slightly. "Very well, I accept your wager." Chapter 65, Ascending to 5th Tier. Upon hearing Lin Ze's acceptance, the expressions of those around him varied. The salesgirl wore a look of confusion, then sighed in relief. The girl beside Luo-han displayed a look of disdain. Guan Ning was taken aback. After processing the situation, she could not help but tug at Lin Ze's sleeve, her voice low and urgent. "Brother, don't act rashly." After Lin Ze had turned down Luo-han's initial invitation, Guan Ning had discreetly inquired about Luo-han's background. She learned that Luo-han was a top 10 elite student in the second year, far surpassing the likes of Wu Tianze and Zhang Man whom Lin Ze had previously defeated. While Lin Ze was indeed gifted and powerful, facing an opponent of Luo-han's caliber could prove to be a daunting challenge. Thus, agreeing to this wager was hardly a wise decision. However, Lin Ze simply patted Guan Ning's hand reassuringly and whispered, "Do not worry, I have a plan." Meeting Lin Ze's profound and steady gaze, Guan Ning opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Witnessing this exchange, a triumphant smile spread across Luo-han's face. "Excellent. There happens to be a dueling arena nearby. Let us proceed there." Lin Ze said little, settling the bill with Guan Ning before departing the store. Luo-han let out a cold laugh and followed suit, striding out of the shop. Moments later, both parties arrived at the dueling arena. The staff here had hosted countless student wagers and were unfazed upon seeing Lin Ze and Luo-han's group. After hearing their request, they quickly began to make arrangements. The dueling arena served as both referee and witness for the wagers. Prior to the duel, the stakes would be entrusted to the arena to prevent the loser from reneging on their agreement. Soon, both sides had submitted their stakes, and the dueling platform was prepared. Lin Ze and Luo-han took their positions in the waiting areas on either side of the platform, preparing for battle. "Brother, there seem to be quite a few spectators," Guan Ning remarked suddenly. Lin Ze scanned the area and noticed that a considerable number of spectators had gathered in the stands, most clad in Ningjiang Academy uniforms. They were huddled together in small groups, excitedly whispering among themselves, which rendered the dueling arena incredibly noisy. Lin Ze glanced at Luo-han, who wore a mocking expression, and understood immediately. Clearly, Luo-han had spread the news of their wager, drawing in a throng of students from Ningjiang Academy to witness the spectacle. The intention was unmistakable, to humiliate him in front of an audience. Just as Guisini had said, Luo-han was indeed a petty and vindictive individual. Lin Ze inwardly scoffed. Is Lin Ze truly going to wager against Luo-han? With this crowd, it seems all too real. I truly admire Lin Ze's courage. He dares to challenge a second-year student. So what if she's a second-year student? Lin Ze has defeated them before. Didn't he best 3 second-year students during the Monument Challenge? It's rumored one of them was even in the top 100. Is that for real? That's incredible. But it's not the same. You don't understand. Luo-han is an elite student ranked 8th in the second year and has already ascended to the rank of Bronze Beast Tamer. Wow, 8th in the second year? Doesn't that imply she is close to 5th tier level? You're ignorant. Luo-han has a 5th tier pet beast, and her other 2 beasts are around 4th tier level, making her far stronger than any freshman. Gosh, so Lin Ze is bound to lose. Isn't that obvious? No matter how formidable Lin Ze is, he is still just a freshman. How could he possibly defeat a second-year student with a 5th tier pet beast? Hearing the discussions around her, Guan Ning felt a surge of anxiety. This was bad. She hadn't anticipated that Luo-han would be even more formidable than rumored. What if her brother lost? Guan Ning cast a worried glance at Lin Ze. The thought that this predicament stemmed from her actions only intensified her unease. Meanwhile, Luohan fixated on Lin Ze, a cold smirk playing on her lips. She was acutely aware of Lin Ze's capabilities. He had two pet beasts, one of ice attribute and the other of earth attribute, both hovering around the 7th and 8th segments of the 4th tier. The ice attribute beast possessed at least 5 skills, its combat prowess rivaling that of an ordinary 9th tier beast. But so what? In the face of such a stark level disparity, these details were inconsequential. She need not summon all her beasts. Merely calling forth her strongest 5th tier beast would suffice to easily defeat Lin Ze. The chasm between the 4th and 5th tiers was indeed vast. Lin Ze, of course, noticed the unmasked malice in Luohan's gaze, but chose to disregard it entirely. His attention was captivated by a newly unlocked achievement. In his inaugural gamble, Lin Ze triumphed over his opponent, securing victory and achieving a notable accomplishment that granted him 300 achievement points and a soul technique scroll. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that there were achievements associated with gambling, though he was reluctant to admit it. He recognized that his current strength was indeed inferior to Luohan's. Thus, when he agreed to the wager, Lin Ze had already contemplated utilizing his achievement points to enhance his abilities. Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of regret deep within. After all, he had always believed that spending achievement points on augmenting his growth was somewhat wasteful. However, activating a new achievement was not without its merits. Without further hesitation, Lin Ze summoned the beast panel. He first directed his attention to Xiao Shue's growth level, and with a decisive gesture, he unhesitatingly elevated her growth level from 80-21 to 100. As the achievement points were deducted, Xiao Shue's rank instantly surpassed the threshold of the 5th tier, soaring to the 2nd segment of the 5th tier. Following this, Lin Ze opened the panel for Yan Gui, directly consuming achievement points to raise his growth level from 31 to 70. In an instant, Yan Gui's rank ascended to the 2nd segment of the 5th tier. Subsequently, Lin Ze expended 200 achievement points to unlock a new skill for Yan Gui, Explosive Stone, an advanced skill of the clay bomb, which condenses earth elements to create a stone imbued with explosive energy, capable of causing significant damage upon impact or upon landing. The unlocking requirement was a growth level of 50 and 200 achievement points. Regrettably, he found himself lacking sufficient achievement points. Otherwise, he could have also unlocked Rock Guardian. Lin Ze felt a hint of disappointment. At that moment, the staff member serving as the referee gestured that they could take the stage. Luohan promptly ascended the platform. Observing this, Lin Ze closed the panel, casting a reassuring glance at the concerned Guan Ning before gracefully stepping onto the stage. The two soon positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena. To be honest, Junior Lin Ze, I hold a certain admiration for your courage in accepting my wager, Luohan remarked, looking down at Lin Ze with an air of superiority. I truly do not know whether to commend your audacity or to chastise your ignorance. Lin Ze remained unfazed, smiling as he replied, Is that so? I find it quite easy to believe that I can defeat you. Chapter 66. Allow me to show you true power. Such bravado. Luohan's expression turned cold. At this juncture, he felt no need to conceal his disdain. His gaze towards Lin Ze was laden with contempt. A mere commoner freshman dares to entertain the notion of besting me? Such arrogance. Today, I shall demonstrate what true power entails. His tone was infused with overwhelming confidence. Lin Ze calmly regarded him, shaking his head slightly. Words alone will not win a battle. Let us not waste time. Let the duel commence, for I am pressed for time. Luohan, infuriated yet amused, retorted, Very well, since you are eager to face defeat, I shall oblige. With that, he turned to the referee. The referee glanced at Lin Ze, noting that he was also prepared, and then raised his hand high. In the next moment, his arm came crashing down. The battle began. At the very instant the final word was uttered, both Lin Ze and Luohan summoned brilliant flashes before them, as their beasts slowly materialized. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding spectators erupted into cheers, the atmosphere charged with excitement. Every face gleamed with exhilaration and anticipation. It was well known that one contender was the recently acclaimed freshman champion, while the other was an elite sophomore ranked 8th. Also a cadre of the Gaoshan Society. Such a dual pairing was a rarity. Hence, upon hearing the news of their confrontation, many had hurriedly flocked to the arena. The audience surrounding the platform was now filled to capacity, with countless eager eyes fixed upon the stage, not daring to miss a single moment. Before the captivated crowd, both beasts soon revealed their forms. Luohan's beast was a colossal humanoid creature, reminiscent of a small mountain, towering over 3 meters in height. Its robust musculature a testament to its strength. In its right hand, it wielded a massive wolf-toothed club. The mountain giant. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the spectators. It is an earth-type beast, they exclaimed. Given its size and imposing presence, it must certainly be a 5th-tier beast. Without a doubt, The mountain giant's initial rank is already at the 4th tier, 8th segment. With minimal training, it can easily advance to the 5th tier. Such a 5th tier beast is formidable. The sentiment among many was that Lin Ze was doomed. Among the ranks of 4th tier beasts, the mountain giant's combat prowess was undoubtedly in the upper echelon. Especially known for its strength and defense. Against a lower tier opponent, it would be a complete rout. Many gazes directed toward Lin Ze were tinged with pity. Do not say I did not warn you. My mountain giant is at the 2nd segment of the 5th tier, Luohan boasted, a smug expression adorning his face. Convinced of his impending victory. However, Lin Ze paid no heed to his words, instead smiling at Xiao Shui. Xiao Shui, I entrust this to you. Xiao Shui nodded solemnly. A playful smile gracing her lips as she floated forward, her ethereal form captivatingly beautiful. The surrounding audience could not help but express their admiration. What a stunning beast. Indeed, it resembles a human so closely and is so attractive. How enviable. I wish I had such a humanoid beast. But what good is beauty if it does not contribute to combat prowess? True, but it is a pity for such a beautiful beast. May it not suffer too greatly in defeat. Whispers of doubt filled the air, with the majority of onlookers lacking confidence in Lin Ze's abilities. Their impressions of him were still rooted in the earlier virtual combat. Undeniably, among the first-year freshmen, Lin Ze's strength could only be described as extraordinary. However, when faced with a sophomore who had trained longer, especially one ranking among the elite, Lin Ze's advantages seemed to evaporate. No matter how remarkable the talent, time was necessary for it to mature into strength. Perceiving the glances from the crowd, Luohan felt increasingly triumphant. Yet Lin Ze remained composed and unperturbed, maintaining his usual calm demeanor. This demeanor momentarily halted Luohan's confidence, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed it. Surely, Lin Ze could not have elevated his beast to the 5th tier in just a single day. He was certain of his victory in this duel. With this thought firmly lodged in his mind, Luohan issued the command to attack with a sinister grin. The mountain giant bellowed, charging toward Xiao Shui with thunderous footsteps. Its menacing iron club glinting ominously. Even from a distance, the palpable aura of terror emanating from it was undeniable. Many students watching instinctively held their breath, their faces betraying fear. Yet Xiao Shui, facing the oncoming menace, remained unfazed, instead smiling softly as she extended her pale arm and lightly waved her sleeve. Suddenly, a deep, resonant howl echoed through the air. The temperature around them plummeted dramatically. Spectators near the platform shivered involuntarily, only to be stunned to find that a fierce blizzard had erupted on the stage. The biting cold wind howled ferociously, and large flurries of snow formed spontaneously, swirling rapidly in the gusts. In the blink of an eye, a violent snowstorm enveloped the entire arena. What is happening? A snowstorm? Is this the skill of that beast? Impossible. How could a 4th-tier beast unleash such a vast ability? As the spectators gazed upon the scene, they found the entire platform nearly submerged in the tempestuous storm. The crowd struggled to widen their eyes, barely able to discern the unfolding scene within. The plummeting temperature and the biting cold unmistakably indicated the formidable power of the blizzard. Indeed, as the storm descended in an instant, the mountain giant's charge came to an abrupt halt. The frigid winds, imbued with an extreme chill, relentlessly eroded its very form. Within mere breaths, a layer of visible frost rapidly enveloped the mountain giant's surface. With a thunderous roar, the mountain giant bellowed skyward, striving to charge at Xiao Shui. Yet, under the assault of the swirling snow, its body became rigid and its movements sluggish. How could this be? Luohan's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a mask of incredulity. The mountain giant was a 5th-tier beast, and even the mightiest skills of a 4th-tier beast should not exert such a profound influence on it. No, it was more accurate to say that a 4th-tier beast could not possibly unleash such a powerful skill. As far as Luohan understood, a blizzard, akin to a meteorological anomaly capable of altering local climate, could only be mastered by a 5th-tier beast, and that too, a high-ranking one. Could it be that Lin Ze's beast had already ascended to the 5th tier? A thought suddenly flickered in Luohan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chapter 67. Fortunately, my strength extends beyond this. Lin Ze possesses a 5th-tier beast. This conjecture struck Luohan like a thunderclap, rendering him motionless. Just a short while ago, he had meticulously investigated Lin Ze's capabilities, discovering that the latter's beasts were all of the 4th tier. How could it be that within a single day, Lin Ze's beast had suddenly transformed into a 5th tier? What was happening? Luohan desperately sought to dismiss his suspicion, yet the evidence was irrefutable. If Lin Ze's ice-type beast were not of the 5th tier, it could not possibly manifest such a formidable skill, nor could it suppress his mountain giant. What on earth was occurring? In that moment, Luohan felt an absurdity akin to a fantastical dream. This was simply too unbelievable. Meanwhile, the onlookers gradually began to react. Wait a moment. Lin Ze's beast was clearly only 4th tier. How could it unleash a skill as powerful as a blizzard? And judging by the mountain giant's state, it was evidently being suppressed. How could a mere 4th tier beast achieve that? Could it be that Lin Ze's beast was actually of the 5th tier? No way. Was there any other explanation? Yet this morning, during the virtual battle, Lin Ze's beast was still only 4th tier. It was evident that Lin Ze had concealed his true power. My goodness, how astonishing. A chorus of gasps echoed through the crowd as they stared in disbelief at Lin Ze, their faces etched with shock and incredulity. For a freshman to possess a 4th tier beast was already remarkable enough, making Lin Ze a figure of renown at Ninjong Academy. Many had even heard of his exploits outside the school, yet now they were being told that Lin Ze actually had a 5th tier beast. This revelation struck them like a bombshell, leaving them utterly bewildered. The spectators fell into a deep shock, sitting in stunned silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. In an instant, the arena was dominated only by the howling of the blizzard. In a certain spot near the arena, Guan Ning stared wide-eyed at Lin Ze's silhouette, her mouth agape in astonishment, a picture of cuteness. She had never anticipated that Lin Ze harbored such a trump card, a 5th tier beast, even among second-year students. Only the top 10 elite scholars possessed 5th tier beasts. And yet, Lin Ze, a freshman barely settled in, also had a 5th tier beast. If this news were to spread, it would shatter countless expectations. Brother is so impressive, Guan Ning murmured, her eyes sparkling, nearly transforming into starry orbs. Her gaze toward Lin Ze was now filled with admiration. On the arena, faced with the astonished and horrified gazes from all directions, Lin Ze remained utterly composed. With arms crossed, he leisurely observed the battle. The arena, shrouded in blizzard, had transformed into a realm of ice and snow. Beyond merely diminishing the enemy's combat capability, it also created an environment conducive to the ice-type beast's combat. Within the blizzard, any skill executed by Xiao Shui would be amplified. Crack! Amidst the rumbling winds, a sharp, clear sound suddenly rang out. Countless jagged ice blades abruptly formed above the mountain giant's head. With their tips directed downward, the glistening blades radiated a chilling sharpness. In the next moment, the multitude of ice blades surged forth, cascading down like a waterfall, aimed directly at the mountain giant. Ice cascade. Realizing the impending danger, the mountain giant attempted to evade. However, its body, already stiffened by the cold, could not react swiftly enough. In the blink of an eye, the mountain giant was engulfed by the relentless onslaught of ice blades. The sound of ice slicing through flesh echoed incessantly. Despite the mountain giant's tough exterior, it soon bore numerous ghastly wounds from the unyielding barrage of ice blades. Before blood could even flow, it was frozen by the bone-chilling cold. In an instant, the mountain giant sustained significant injuries, the frigid air compelling it to emit a heart-wrenching cry. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively gasped, their expressions one of sheer horror. They were completely taken aback by the terrifying prowess of Xiao Shui's skill. It was known that the mountain giant was renowned for its formidable defenses as an earth-type beast, yet it had been reduced to such a state by that recent skill. The sheer power of the skill was undeniable. Incredible. Such a formidable skill. The rumors must be true. Lin Ze's ice-type beast indeed possesses many powerful skills. Remarkably, this beast must be at least a 5th tier, 2nd stage. The surrounding gasps continued to resonate. However, Lin Ze merely smiled calmly at the comments, seemingly unperturbed by the situation. It was essential to note that Xiao Shui's level was not inferior to that of the mountain giant. In terms of combat prowess, it might even surpass the latter. Coupled with the blizzard's enhancement of skills, the ice cascade's extraordinary power was hardly surprising. Not far away, Luo Han's face turned ashen. The initial confidence and certainty of victory had evaporated, replaced by intense fury. He could not fathom how the situation had unraveled in such a manner. That damn fellow. Luo Han fixated his glare on Lin Ze, his heart brimming with a mix of resentment and shock. At this point, he could no longer deny that he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Ze. This fellow had undoubtedly concealed his true strength. No wonder he had the audacity to accept the wager earlier. Noticing Luo Han's gaze, Lin Ze chuckled lightly. What's the matter? Did you not wish for me to witness your true power? Is this what you meant? That truly has broadened my horizons. Lin Ze's expression, half smiling, instantly ignited Luo Han's fury. His face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth and retorted, "It's merely a 5th tier beast. Do not let it get to your head. My strength is far beyond this." As his words fell, a radiant light flickered beside Luo Han. 2 more beasts materialized from thin air. One was a dark-type Mo Shui spider, and the other a rock-type stone lizard. Both exuded a formidable aura, clearly reaching the late 4th tier. Goodness, 2 more beasts. What a surprise. Luo Han was a bronze beastmaster, Possessing 3 beasts was hardly unusual. Lin Ze found himself in a predicament. Luo Han's Mo Shuizhu and Shihua Lizard had both reached the formidable level of 4th order, 9th tier. Yet, Lin Ze possessed a second beast, albeit still one short of his opponent. The crowd buzzed with agitation. Although Lin Ze's ice-type beast temporarily subdued the mountain giant, there was no clear disparity in strength between the two sides. Should a 4th order, 9th tier adversary join the fray, the outcome would become increasingly uncertain. The fate of the battle remained to be seen. Listening to the murmurs around him, a cold smile crept across Luo Han's face. Lin Ze's performance had indeed taken him by surprise, even leaving him utterly astonished. However, it mattered little. His superior number of beasts would provide him with a decisive advantage. Regardless of Lin Ze's exceptional talent, at this moment, he was still no match for him. Luo Han waved his hand viciously, prompting his Mo Shuizhu and Shihua Lizard to charge at Lin Ze through the raging blizzard. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze remained composed. 3 beasts, he shrugged nonchalantly. Thankfully, my strength extends beyond mere appearances. As soon as he finished speaking, the imposing figure of the rock giant materialized before him. With a resounding roar, the arena reverberated with his commanding presence. Upon entering the fray, the rock giant raised both hands, summoning countless earth elements that coalesced into a visible torrent of earthy light, eagerly converging between his palms. In an instant, a massive boulder materialized out of thin air. The rock giant then let out a mighty roar and hurled the colossal stone with great force. The boulder soared through the air like a cannonball, hurtling towards Mo Shuizhu and Shihua Lizard. The 2 beasts scrambled to evade the impending impact. Just as they prepared to charge forward again, the boulder struck the ground with a tremendous explosion. The deafening blast echoed throughout the arena, sending violent shockwaves and debris in all directions, swiftly engulfing Mo Shuizhu and Shihua Lizard. In an instant, chaos erupted, and dust filled the air. When the dust settled, a vast crater remained where the beasts lay motionless at its center, battered and bruised, resembling tattered rags, breathing shallowly. A profound silence enveloped the audience, all eyes wide with shock as they beheld the scene, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 68. Did this guy start cultivating in the womb? 2 4th order, 9th tier beasts were utterly devastated within a single encounter, nearly obliterated. The implications were clear to anyone with functioning sight. A heavy atmosphere of silence descended upon the audience. As they stood frozen in place, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. After a prolonged moment, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted from the crowd. Am I seeing things? Is that also a 5th order beast? Lin Ze possessed 2 5th order beasts. Good heavens! The scene before them surpassed all expectations. They could not fathom that Lin Ze, a newcomer, harbored not just 1 but 2 5th order beasts. Such a revelation was astounding. Even Luo Han, a top 10 elite sophomore, had only managed to cultivate a single 5th order beast. Yet here was Lin Ze, a freshman, boasting 2. In the entire sophomore class of Ningjiang Academy, those with 2 5th order beasts could be counted on one hand. It was simply unfathomable. In that moment, a surreal sensation washed over the crowd. The unfolding reality felt too extraordinary to be true. Luo Han stood in a daze, his eyes vacant as he stared at the rock giant. Disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? He had invested immense time and effort, exhausting countless family resources, to finally cultivate a single 5th order beast. Yet Lin Ze, born of humble origins, possessed 2. The most baffling part was that Lin Ze had a year less of cultivation time. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, Luo Han would never have believed such an absurdity. Could this fellow have begun cultivating in the womb? Otherwise, how could he possibly possess such terrifying strength at the tender age of 18? Luo Han's mind buzzed, his lips trembling, unable to articulate a single word. Below the arena, Guan Ning's beautiful face was awash with shock and astonishment. Lin Ze's performance had once again left her deeply impressed. Despite having experienced numerous surprises and miracles from him in the past, the gravity of this moment struck her profoundly. Remarkable. The girl could not help but exclaim. A 5th order beast was already an unattainable dream for her, let alone 2. As fellow freshmen, Lin Ze's prowess far exceeded her own expectations. With this thought, Guan Ning gazed at Lin Ze with increasing admiration, along with heightened anticipation for the thorn-tail lion he had chosen for her. Listening to the ongoing gasps of awe around him, Lin Ze maintained his usual calm demeanor, his eyes focused intently on the battle unfolding at the center of the arena. Mo Shuizhu and Shihua Lizard had completely lost their combat effectiveness. However, Lin Ze did not command the rock giant to cease its assault. Instead, he ordered it to continue its onslaught, claiming the lives of the 2 beasts with a decisive strike. Subsequently, the rock giant turned to join the assault against the mountain giant. At this juncture, the battle had become a foregone conclusion. Faced with the combined assault of 2 equally matched beasts, The mountain giant had no hope of victory. In less than a minute, it was already battered and on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Luohan finally snapped out of his stupor. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, his face turned ashen. Despite his reluctance to accept defeat, the outcome had become inevitable. However, a realization suddenly struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically. It was crucial to note that the higher the tier of the beasts, the greater the cost of their revival. While losing Imo Shuizhu and Shihua Lizard was manageable, should the mountain giant perish, the resources required for its revival would cause him considerable pain. With this thought, Luohan could no longer hesitate, and quickly declared his intent to concede. Yet, just as he made a move, Lin Ze unexpectedly pointed towards him, launching a soul arrow that shot forth with precision, striking the mountain giant. Although a fifth-order soul arrow posed no real threat to a fifth-order beast, it could momentarily hinder its movements. The mountain giant trembled violently as the arrow struck, creating a gaping wound upon its exterior, momentarily halting its actions. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Shui and the rock giant unleashed their skills simultaneously. The snow maiden's sigh, earth thorns. A chilling mist enveloped the mountain giant, swiftly freezing it into a colossal ice sculpture. Before it could break free, numerous sharp earth thorns erupted from beneath, mercilessly striking the ice figure. With a resounding crack, the enormous ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions, along with the mountain giant being reduced to multiple pieces. It was utterly beyond revival. Witnessing this scene, Luohan's complexion turned a ghastly shade of gray, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. "You scoundrel!" Coming back to his senses, Luohan glared at Lin Ze with rage in his eyes. Lin Ze, unperturbed, returned a calm smile. He held no mercy for those who sought to provoke him. Ignoring Luohan completely, Lin Ze turned his attention to the referee. The latter finally regained consciousness, casting a reverent glance at Lin Ze before raising his arm and proclaiming loudly, "The battle is over. The victor is Lin Ze." As the words fell, the spectators surrounding the arena erupted into a thunderous ovation, akin to a roaring tidal wave. "Incredible. I never expected Lin Ze to truly win. Indeed, he is astonishing. Possessing 2 fifth-tier pet beasts, today has truly broadened my horizons. Unbelievable. As a fellow freshman, I only have 1 second-tier pet beast. I have decided. Lin Ze will be my idol from now on." The air was filled with exclamations of awe. Everyone's expressions were imbued with shock and admiration. The anticipated contest, initially presumed to be a lopsided affair with a predetermined outcome, turned out to be a misjudgment of strength. Surprisingly, it was Lin Ze, whom many had initially doubted, who held the upper hand. This outcome was utterly unexpected for all. The gazes directed at Lin Ze now bore a hint of respect. A strong individual, regardless of the time or circumstance, effortlessly earns the admiration of others, especially within the realm of beast masters, where strength is revered above all. Many young women gazed at Lin Ze with sparkling eyes, their cheeks flushed with excitement. However, the man himself paid no heed to his surroundings. The moment the referee announced the results, a familiar notification echoed in Lin Ze's mind. Achievement unlocked. First bet, defeated an opponent in his first betting match. Achieving victory and earning 300 achievement points, and a soul technique scroll 1, completed, reward pending collection. Without hesitation, Lin Ze promptly claimed his reward. Soul technique scroll, a wondrous scroll containing the principles of soul techniques. Upon use, it allows the designation of any soul technique of level 1. Applicable only to 5th tier and lower techniques. Chapter 69, Level 6 Soul Arrow. An item to elevate the level of soul techniques? Lin Ze's eyes sparkled with interest. This effect is indeed quite practical. His soul arrow is currently at level 5, aligning perfectly with the scroll's usage conditions. Thus, Lin Ze decisively designated the soul arrow as the target for the scroll. In an instant, the level of the soul arrow surged to level 6. Satisfied, Lin Ze nodded in approval. Upgrading a soul technique using achievement points would require 500 points to elevate the soul arrow from level 5 to level 6. The soul technique scroll undoubtedly saved him a substantial amount of achievement points. A level 6 soul arrow possesses power sufficient to threaten 5th-tier pet beasts. As one progresses in soul techniques, each level gained exponentially enhances their potency. A level 5 soul arrow could only slightly restrain a mountain giant, inflicting minimal damage. However, a level 6 soul arrow is a different matter entirely. Even the robust mountain giant would certainly feel the impact, and a 4th-tier pet beast might suffer significant harm. A 3rd-tier pet beast would likely be instantaneously eliminated. Without considering pet beasts, Lin Ze's own strength could nearly contend with a 4th-tier beast. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Ze's eyes. Although the betting match had unfolded unexpectedly, the results were exceedingly favorable. Not only had his soul arrow level risen, but he also acquired a substantial amount of credit points. Speaking of which, One must thank that individual. Lin Ze raised his gaze, a smirk playing on his lips as he looked at Luo Han across the arena. Thank you for your Stinger Lion and credit points. Luo Han's face flushed a deep crimson. He glared at Lin Ze, his mouth opening as if to say something. Yet, upon meeting Lin Ze's profound gaze, he felt as though his throat had been constricted, rendering him speechless. With more and more onlookers casting mocking glances in his direction, Luo Han could no longer bear it and hastily descended from the arena, leaving in disgrace. Brother, you are amazing, Guan Ning exclaimed, rushing onto the stage, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That was the 8th-ranked student in the second year. Even he was no match for you. Lin Ze smiled faintly, not appearing overly elated. His ambitions have never been directed at fellow students within the academy. Defeating a second-year student is hardly a cause for pride. Let us proceed to claim our bets. The two descended from the arena, approaching the staff. The procedure was swiftly completed. The seal orb of the Stinger Lion returned to Guan Ning's hands, while Lin Ze reclaimed his wager, along with an additional 2 million credit points. The financial gap for purchasing pet evolution materials was significantly narrowed. With the bet secured, Lin Ze lost interest in lingering and prepared to leave the dueling arena. Numerous excited students attempted to approach him, seeking camaraderie. But Lin Ze did not grant them the opportunity, decisively pulling Guan Ning away. The duel concluded, yet the ensuing whirlwind was only just beginning. The news of Lin Ze's victory over Luo Han spread through Ningjiang Academy like wildfire. Upon hearing the news, many scoffed at first. However, as more individuals stepped forward to testify, skepticism began to wane. Eventually, a video of the duel was posted on the Academy's forum, confirming the astonishing events. In an instant, the entire Academy erupted into a frenzy. Countless individuals were left astounded. 2 fifth-tier pet beasts. Is such power even conceivable for a freshman? This is utterly monstrous. Not to mention, even among third-year students, not everyone possesses 2 fifth-tier pet beasts. Yet, this remarkable feat was accomplished by a student who had been enrolled for less than 3 days. It shattered all preconceived notions. The Academy's forum became a bustling marketplace, with everyone discussing this extraordinary occurrence. It is simply unbelievable how a freshman could attain such strength. To think he could even defeat Luo Han. How impressive. You should have seen Luo Han's face at the time. He looked as though he was questioning his very existence. The Gaoshan Society has lost face this time. A prominent officer losing to a freshman. By the way, is Lin Ze truly of common origin? I am beginning to suspect he might be a direct descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. Perhaps he is merely experiencing life outside. One could easily assume so, given how many dramas and novels one consumes. It's disheartening to compare. As a fellow freshman, I currently possess only 1 second-tier pet beast. Countless threads sprang forth like mushrooms after rain, all expressing shock, admiration, and awe at Lin Ze's formidable prowess. In the entire century-long history of Ningjiang Academy, never has there been such an extraordinary freshman. Within the activity room of Longshin Society at Ningjiang Academy, Guisini sat in a corner, her eyes wide as she stared at her phone screen, her face a picture of astonishment. He defeated Luo Han in the betting match. Guisini blinked, her expression somewhat dazed. She had recently cautioned Lin Ze to be wary of Luo Han's potential retaliation. Yet, unexpectedly, Lin Ze had triumphed over Luo Han in the duel, leaving the latter at a significant loss. Such efficiency is astonishing. As she scrolled through the posts, Guisini's sense of shock only deepened. 2 fifth-tier pet beasts. Not just 1, but 2. Were it not for the video evidence, Guisini would scarcely believe it. After all, just yesterday, Lin Ze's pet beasts were only at the 4th tier. How could they suddenly both break through to the 5th tier simultaneously? This is utterly absurd. Cini, what are you watching? A melodious voice suddenly interrupted Guisini's reverie. Looking up, she found Lu Man, a second-year senior from her society, had unknowingly approached her side. Lu Man glanced at Guisini's phone screen, her brow arching in surprise. Lin Ze, I have heard of his feat in defeating Luo Han. It is truly remarkable. I never anticipated that such an extraordinary freshman would emerge this year. Lu Man's lovely visage was filled with admiration. Indeed, he is the first to conquer the Stone Tablet Challenge. In merely 2 days, he surged into the top 100 of the virtual combat apprenticeship zone. Today, he has even triumphed over Luo Han, who ranks 8th among the second-year students. Since his enrollment, Lin Ze's remarkable feats have been ceaseless, leaving others astonished and profoundly impacted. Countless individuals are taken aback by Lin Ze's innate talent and prowess, not only in the first year, but even among second-year students. There are very few who remain unaware of Lin Ze's name. Should a sparring session arise, I might not stand a chance against this junior, Lu Man mused. Senior, you jest, Guisini quickly interjected. Lu Man, a second-year student and the runner-up, possesses strength that surpasses Luo Han's by a considerable margin. It is hard to believe that even Lin Ze could hold the power to best such a senior. Yet recalling the series of miracles Lin Ze has achieved, Guisini felt a twinge of uncertainty. The two young women marveled at a post for quite some time. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Man, her eyes lighting up. Speaking of which, our team still requires one more member. Why not invite Lin Ze to join us? What do you think? Guisini paused, surprised. Invite Lin Ze? Indeed. The expedition team for the secret realm requires a minimum of 5 members, and we are currently 1 short. Inviting Lin Ze would be perfect. Lu Man clapped her hands, feeling pleased with her sudden inspiration. She had been troubled by this for quite a while. Team members for secret realm exploration are not just anyone. One must consider grade, club affiliation, and strength. A first-year student like Lin Ze, who possesses exceptional skill and surpasses many second-year students while not yet being part of any club, is undoubtedly an ideal choice. Guisini understood this as well and instinctively nodded, though she soon hesitated. Would Lin Ze agree? Lu Man, grinning, placed her hand on Guisini's shoulder and with a wink said, that depends on you. Huh, you are in the same year. Your relationship should be decent, right? Guisini pondered. It seemed she had only spoken with Lin Ze a few times. Their relationship hardly qualified as familiar, and this realization left her feeling inexplicably disappointed. Lu Man observed the expression on Guisini's face for a moment, recognizing her feelings. She patted her junior's shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. If Lin Ze wishes to enter the secret realm, joining us is the quickest route. The secret realms open to students at Ningjiang Academy, although fully explored, still possess considerable danger. Therefore, the Academy mandates that students entering these realms must form a team of 5, with each member's strength no lower than the 3rd tier. This means at least one must possess a 3rd-tier pet beast. This requirement effectively deters the vast majority of first-year students from seeking entry into the secret realms. If Lin Ze is interested in exploration, teaming up with second-year students is indeed the fastest method. After all, there are only 5 first-year students possessing 3rd-tier pet beasts, and it is almost impossible for them to form a team. At the very least, L Gang from the Gaoshan Club would surely harbor strong animosity towards Lin Ze. After a moment of contemplation, Guisini nodded. I understand. I will find an opportunity to invite him tomorrow. Lu Man smiled brightly. Then I shall leave it to you. Using a beauty's charm at a crucial moment is also an option. Senior, unbeknownst to Lin Ze, 2 girls were discussing him behind his back. The following day of the duel, after breakfast, he headed directly to the virtual combat room to continue his ranking ascent. Guan Ning, having classes to attend, did not accompany him, and the two parted ways at a fork in the path. Before long, Lin Ze arrived at the virtual combat building. Upon entering, he encountered a throng of students, the majority of whom cast him curious glances. Shock, intrigue, reverence, and admiration filled their eyes, each gaze distinct. The aftereffects of his victory over Luo Han were vividly manifested at this moment. Noticing a few girls approaching with laughter, seemingly eager to engage him in conversation, Lin Ze hastily quickened his pace and slipped into a virtual combat room. In recent days, he had been persistently pursued by onlookers. Their fervent enthusiasm had become quite a burden, making his escape laborious. It seemed that notoriety indeed breeds discomfort. With a bemused thought, Lin Ze selected a secluded cubicle and quickly logged into the virtual realm. The familiar pure white space soon enveloped him. After a brief adjustment, he opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Ze. Gender, male. Level, apprentice. Points, 8120. Matches, 812. Win rate, 100. Ranking, 0, 98. The difference in points between the apprenticeship period and the current first-place contender was merely 900, a relatively small gap. He aimed to reach the summit today. Lin Ze smiled faintly and began matchmaking for combat. Previously, as opponents' strengths had risen, it had become increasingly difficult for him to earn 10 points in subsequent matches. However, now was different. With his newfound strength, Lin Ze was confident in rekindling his past glory. If all went smoothly, he could surpass the first-place score in fewer than 20 matches. Lost in thought, he was alerted by the successful matchmaking notification. Lin Ze's figure swiftly vanished from the pure white space. Simultaneously, the virtual realm forum buzzed back to life. As Lin Ze's fame grew, numerous board players had begun to track his movements. Upon his initiation of matchmaking, these individuals immediately received notifications and spread the word. We've caught a super newcomer. Lin Ze has reappeared. Come and witness. Where's yesterday's big shot? Please continue real-time updates. Same request. Upon hearing of Lin Ze's return, players erupted with excitement. Flocking to the forum, once somewhat quiet, it transformed into a bustling marketplace. Many players earnestly requested those with privileges to create threads for real-time tracking of Lin Ze's matches. Their requests were swiftly met. Before long, the previous day's prominent figure emerged. Real-time updates on Lin Ze's battle status. Current opponent, Zhang Hong, rank 85. The moment this post appeared, countless players surged in like sharks catching the scent of blood. Within mere seconds, The post accumulated thousands of comments. Observing this, seasoned players couldn't help but marvel at how, in just 2 days, this newcomer had garnered such attention, eclipsing any other apprentice beastmaster on the rankings. However, it was hardly surprising. Who had ever witnessed a freshman, freshly admitted to a Beastmaster Academy, ascend to the top 100 in combat within just 2 days? With such an extraordinary feat, it was no wonder so many were captivated by him. How high could Lin Ze climb today? Surely, he would at least breach the top 50. I believe he will surpass that. Both of Lin Ze's pet beasts are at the 4th tier, levels 7 and 8, making it effortless for him to reach the top 30. I believe Lin Ze can claim the top spot. The commenter above must be joking. The first place contender, Cui Jing'an, possesses 2 4th tier, 9th level pet beasts. How could Lin Ze possibly win? Bro, you're behind on the news. Lin Ze battled a second-year student from Ningjiang Academy yesterday and emerged victorious, and that opponent had a 5th tier pet beast. No way, is that true? Really? The sudden revelation left countless players astounded. Just yesterday, Lin Ze's pet beasts were at levels 7 and 8 of the 4th tier, and now they had inexplicably risen to the 5th tier. Many expressed skepticism, while others accused the informant of seeking attention. Then, the video of the duel was released, and the entire forum fell into a momentary hush. Following this, a tremendous uproar suddenly erupted. Chapter 71. Show him a thing or two. Incredible. It's actually true. How astonishing. My heavens, 2 5th-tier companion beasts. I must be dreaming. Lin Ze has even concealed his strength. This is truly monstrous. Is this really a newcomer? It feels as though my worldview has been completely reshaped. Countless players were left dumbfounded, shocked, and amazed. A mere 18-year-old newcomer possesses 2 5th-tier companion beasts. This is simply unheard of. Even with the video evidence laid bare, many still found it hard to believe. Not to mention students. Even among the seasoned beast masters who have long entrenched themselves in the apprenticeship level, not a single one possessed even 1 5th-tier companion beast, let alone 2. Is it really that exaggerated? Although they had witnessed Lin Ze's astonishing talent before, everyone was once again left in utter disbelief. Describing his talent as prodigious is an understatement. He is nothing short of a monster. I recall that no one in the apprenticeship area seems to have a 5th-tier companion beast, right? Indeed, even the top-ranked Cui Jing'an, with the highest companion beast level, only reached 4-tier 9 stage. Does that mean Lin Ze is undoubtedly the first? Is there any doubt? The subsequent battles are likely to be swift victories. As if to validate this statement, the real-time battle information at the top of the post suddenly changed. Previous opponent, 85 Zhang Hong, swift victory. Current opponent, 79 Fei Luo. Boom. Players erupted in a clamorous uproar. It was indeed a swift victory. I knew it. He is too powerful. No one can rival Lin Ze now. Countless comments filled with awe and reverence surged forth. All players witnessing this scene were plunged into profound shock. At the beginning, who could have imagined that a newcomer would elevate his rank by over 500,000 spots in just 3 days, and was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle? Before this, anyone who dared to claim such a feat would have been met with scorn. Yet, this dreamlike event is now unfolding right before their eyes. It truly evokes an unreal sense of disbelief. Lin Ze, the talent and strength of this young man are utterly terrifying. Given time, who knows how far he will grow? Just as many were stirred with emotion, Lin Ze's rank soared rapidly as if propelled by a rocket. 79, 74, 70, 66. Each match ended in a swift victory. In less than an hour, Lin Ze's rank surged into the top 10. Previous opponent, 9 Zhengcheng, swift victory. Current opponent, 4 Mockery. A flash of brilliance. Mockery appeared on the expansive arena. He surveyed his surroundings with self-satisfaction, his expression brimming with joy. If I win this next match, my score will surpass that fellow Xiao Jinlang. The thought of soon ascending to 3rd place filled Mockery with excitement. He had been lingering between the 10th and 15th ranks for a while, unable to break into the top 10. Thus, he had resolved to spend a significant sum at the Beastmaster Association to exchange for an opportunity to explore a secret realm, subsequently delving into the depths of the unknown alone. Fortunately, despite encountering numerous dangers during his exploration, the eventual rewards were exceedingly gratifying. He obtained several rare materials. After selling them to the Beastmaster Association, not only did he recoup his costs, but he also made a considerable profit. Consequently, Maka finally had enough credit points to purchase precious resources, allowing one of his companion beasts to successfully break through to 4-tier 9 stage. With my current strength, securing a position in the top 3 is more than sufficient, Maka thought to himself with pride. He currently had 2 companion beasts, one at 4-tier 9 stage and another at 4-tier 7 stage. Scanning the entire apprenticeship area, only the top-ranked Cui Jing'an and the second-ranked Xiao Shi could surpass him. Apart from them, even the third-ranked Xiao Jinlang stood no chance against him. What a pity. If only I had a 5th-tier companion beast. In that case, even Cui Jing'an would not be my match. Mako lamented. However, he quickly chastised himself for being overly fanciful. The threshold for 5th-tier beasts is not easily crossed. In all the years that the honorary virtual realm has been open, no apprentice beast master has ever possessed a 5th-tier companion beast. No matter how self-satisfied or proud Mako felt, he would not believe he could shatter records and become that singular exception. Shaking his head, Mako dispelled unnecessary thoughts and lifted his gaze to the opposite side of the arena. Just then, a flash of light signaled the appearance of his opponent. Upon seeing the opponent's face, Mako was momentarily taken aback. Who is this? They seem far too young. Mako was familiar with nearly all the players ranked in the top 20 of the apprenticeship area, having even battled most of them. Yet, he had never encountered such a youthful visage. Given this person's age, they could scarcely be 18. Searching his memory, Mako confirmed he had never seen this individual before. Could they be a player ranked outside the top 20? But that doesn't make sense. According to the battle rules, opponents matched with players ranked in the top 50 cannot differ by more than 10 ranks. In other words, Mako's current opponent must be ranked within 14. Could it be someone who has just recently ascended in rank? But they look far too young, Mako thought in astonishment. Players who can break into the top 50 are typically seasoned beast masters who have spent considerable time at the apprenticeship level. None of them are under 20 years of age. Meeting such a young individual is a first. One can only imagine the exceptional talent they possess. They are likely a direct descendant of a prestigious beastmaster family. Mako mused, having spent the past few days in the secret realm and just emerged last night. He had not yet had the opportunity to browse the forum, and thus was unaware of the recent events. Curiosity piqued. Mako wished to exchange a few words with the young man before him. However, before he could speak, the countdown to battle had already begun. With no choice, he began summoning his companion beasts. Despite his opponent's youth, Mako did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately summoned all his companion beasts, followed by casting a soul guardian on himself. There are no regulations in the honorary virtual realm prohibiting direct attacks on beastmasters. Simultaneously, the young man across from him summoned his companion beast, which appeared as a beautifully ethereal girl clad in white, exuding an air of icy elegance. A humanoid companion beast. An envious glint appeared in Mako's eyes. A beautiful humanoid companion beast, especially one that bears a striking resemblance to a human female, is the dream contract beast for many male beastmasters. Not to mention, the one before him is undoubtedly a gem among its kind. However, Mako's brow soon furrowed. He noticed that after summoning one companion beast, the young man made no further moves. Is he planning to rely on just one companion beast for this battle? How disrespectful. A fleeting flash of anger crossed Mako's face. A player who can reach the top 20 must have more than one companion beast. Yet this young man chooses to do so, which can only imply his arrogance. Such a presumptuous individual. Even Cui Jing'an would not dare to face me with merely one companion beast. Mako resolutely decided to show this young man a lesson. Charge. Sensing their master's furious intent, both companion beasts charged forward with a roar. In the blink of an eye, they had closed half the distance. At that moment, the exquisite humanoid companion beast slowly raised her slender, pale arm. In Mako's puzzled gaze, an intense coldness manifested as pure white mist surged forth, fanning out in a sweeping arc. The Snow Maiden's sigh. The temperature in the air plummeted drastically. In just a heartbeat, the vast expanse of the arena was engulfed by a pure white mist of ice. With a crackling sound, two rushing pet beasts collided head-on with the icy fog. Unable to resist, instantly transformed into transparent ice sculptures. In the next moment, a frigid wind howled past, shattering the two enormous ice figures into countless fragments that dissipated into the air. Silence. A deathly silence. Mako stared blankly at the spectacle before him, his mouth agape. Rendered speechless, a singular thought reverberated in his buzzing mind. Five-tiered pet beasts. Chapter 72, Ascend to Glory. Mako felt as if he had plummeted into an icy abyss. Taking a considerable time to regain his senses, he gasped as he beheld the scene before him. Undoubtedly, the only explanation for the instant annihilation of his two pet beasts was the presence of a 5-tiered creature. Yet, this was supposed to be the novice zone. How could a 5-tiered pet beast possibly appear here? A wave of confusion and horror washed over him, leaving his head spinning. Who on earth are you? Mako stammered, his perception of the youth before him deepening into unfathomable mystery. Unfortunately, the other party showed no inclination to respond. As the battle concluded with a clear victor, Marco's surroundings shimmered, and he was abruptly transported from the arena back to his personal space. He remained in a daze for an extended period before hastily accessing the forum. A player possessing a 5-tiered pet beast within the novice zone was certainly not an insignificant figure. Surely, he could find information about the individual on the forum. And indeed, he did. Lin Ze, a freshman who had just enrolled in the Beastmaster Academy this year. What a joke. How could a newcomer possibly possess a 5-tiered pet beast? Incredible. Not just one, but multiple. Was this individual a monster? What? Today marked merely the 3rd day since he entered the realm of glory? In such a short span of time, he had already secured a position among the top 5? Marco's astonished exclamations echoed within the pure white space. The more he delved into the information, the more pronounced the shock on his face became. Everything concerning Lin Ze left him utterly astounded. His heart experienced an overwhelming impact. What manner of monster have I encountered? Previous match opponent, Marco, defeated by instant annihilation. Current match opponent, Xiaoxi. The outcome of the battle came as no surprise to the onlookers. Once again, it was an instant victory. This exemplified the formidable nature of 5-tiered pet beasts. In the novice zone, no player could withstand the might of a 5-tiered creature, let alone 2. The next opponent was Xiaoxi. Following this match, Lin Ze would likely face Cui Jing'an. Perhaps, Cui Jing'an might not even be online. There was no need to speculate. Everyone should check Lin Ze's score. What? When did his score rise so high? Just 6 points shy of Cui Jing'an. What? Does this mean that if he wins this match, Lin Ze will ascend to the top? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted among the crowd. Although they had long anticipated Lin Ze's ascent, the moment arrived with such swiftness that it left them reeling. Nevertheless, given Lin Ze's terrifying strength, each battle resulting in an instant victory, one could hardly expect otherwise. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Ze's battle with Xiaoxi concluded swiftly, propelling his rank above Cui Jing'an, officially claiming the top position. Instantly, the entire forum erupted with excitement. The first novice beast master to attain the top rank in just 3 days had emerged today, and he was merely 18 years old. While the world buzzed with Lin Ze's triumph, the young man himself had already exited the realm of glory. The moment he opened his eyes, a familiar notification resonated in his mind. Achievement unlocked. Ascend to glory, novice zone. Raise the battle ranking in the novice zone of the realm of glory to 1. Achieving this milestone grants 500 achievement points and 1 soul crystal. Already achieved. Rewards awaiting collection. As anticipated, a new achievement. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. His suspicions had proven correct. Matters concerning rankings or competitions typically yielded corresponding hidden achievements. Without hesitation, he utilized the soul crystal. Following the familiar sensation of ascension, his soul strength rose to 158. This level of soul strength surpassed that of 99% of bronze-ranked beast masters. Lin Ze nodded in satisfaction. Even among the talented bronze-ranked beast masters, few possessed a soul strength exceeding 15. The vast majority hovered around 8 to 10. In this regard alone, Lin Ze eclipsed nearly all bronze-ranked beast masters, and this was without undergoing the bronze baptism. It was foreseeable that upon passing the bronze evaluation and completing the baptism, his soul strength would likely rival that of silver-ranked beast masters. Returning from his surprise, Lin Ze summoned the pet panel for his rock demon. He recalled that the rock demon had one skill yet to be unlocked, and he presently had sufficient achievement points. Rock Guardian, a defensive skill that summons earth elemental stones to encircle and protect against attacks from any direction. Requires an achievement length of 70 and 300 achievement points to unlock. After consuming 300 achievement points, the rock demon finally acquired its 4th skill, a defensive one. Consequently, the already formidable defense of the rock demon was further enhanced along its path as a tank. Only one skill, Boulder Charge, remained, requiring an achievement length of 80 to unlock. Lin Ze felt a twinge of regret. Currently, his Snowy had achieved an accomplishment length of 100 and was merely waiting to gather the necessary materials for further evolution. The rock demon, however, still lagged significantly behind, with an accomplishment length of only 70. Yet, there was no cause for concern. As long as he took the rock demon out hunting, it would not take more than a week to reach full accomplishment length. The evolution materials for Snowy and the rock demon were estimated to cost around 10 million credit points, yet he currently possessed only 8 million, leaving him short. However, he could first procure the materials needed for Snowy's evolution and allow her to evolve. With a plan in mind, Lin Ze promptly departed from the academy, heading to the nearby large pet shop, Starry. The purchase of the higher-tier ice elemental essence went remarkably smoothly. However, he was taken aback to discover that the other primary material needed for Snowy's evolution, ice blue tier, was out of stock. How can a large chain store like yours be out of stock? Lin Ze exclaimed in disbelief. Apologies, sir, the sales clerk replied with a wry smile. Ice blue tier is an exceedingly rare pet material. Typically, we sell only 1 or 2 a month, so our stock is quite limited. The few remaining were purchased just last week. When will you have more in stock? That is uncertain, but the earliest would be in half a month. Lin Ze felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. With no other option, he ventured to other pet shops. However, disappointment followed him as he found no ice blue tear in several stores. I underestimated how rare this item is, Lin Ze sighed. The main material for the rock demon's evolution, Spirit Stone, was plentiful in stock. Reluctantly, he opted to purchase the other materials. Upon exiting the shop, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. The academy also sold pet materials. Perhaps they had it in stock. Slapping his forehead, Lin Ze decisively returned to the academy. To his delight, the logistics department's exchange list indeed featured ice blue tier. However, a new problem arose. The academy only accepted resource points for material exchanges, not credit points. The exchange price for ice blue tier was a staggering 28,800 resource points. Unfortunately, Lin Ze currently possessed only a little over 4,000 resource points. Far from enough for the exchange. Class benefits and ranking rewards would not be distributed until the beginning of the month. Lin Ze felt a twinge of frustration. With more than 20 days remaining until the beginning of the month, he was unwilling to wait for such an extended period. It appeared necessary to devise a method to acquire resource points. Within Ningjiang, there existed numerous avenues to obtain these resource points. However, the most expedient was undoubtedly through the exploration of secret realms. With a stroke of fortune, one could procure tens of thousands of resource points in a single expedition. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze swiftly formulated a plan. Let us proceed. Chapter 73. Having made up his mind, Lin Ze immediately set off towards the designated task issuance location. The exchange of materials and acceptance of tasks were both conducted at the logistics office, albeit in different departments. The exploration of secret realms also fell under the purview of tasks. Before long, Lin Ze located the venue. Upon entering the building, he was greeted by a spacious and well-lit hall. After surveying his surroundings, Lin Ze approached the nearest counter, lightly tapping on its surface and addressing the middle-aged man seated behind it. Hello, I wish to undertake the secret realm exploration task. Student ID, the middle-aged man replied. Lifting his gaze to glance at Lin Ze with a neutral expression, Lin Ze produced his student ID and handed it over. The middle-aged man accepted the ID and lowered his gaze to examine it. Upon reaching the grade section, his brows furrowed in surprise. First year? The secret realm task is premature for you. Perhaps you should consider other tasks. Mid-sentence, the middle-aged man abruptly halted, his eyes widening as he fixated on the names section of the student ID. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly looked up, astonished, and exclaimed, You are Lin Ze? Yes, the new student champion, ranked first in combat, Lin Ze? Indeed. The middle-aged man inhaled sharply, regaining his composure, and promptly sprang to his feet, his face alight with enthusiasm. Greetings, Lin Ze. It is an honor to meet you. The stark contrast in demeanor left Lin Ze momentarily taken aback. However, he soon found himself smiling wryly. His recent experiences had afforded him a clear understanding of his burgeoning reputation, which, to be frank, he did not particularly relish. Being observed as if he were a rare specimen wherever he went was hardly a delightful experience. Unaware of Lin Ze's sentiments, the middle-aged man continued to fawn over him. You wish to undertake the secret realm task, correct? Please hold on a moment while I print the list. Had it been any other first-year student inquiring about the secret realm task, the middle-aged man would have hastily dismissed them. After all, first-year students typically did not meet the criteria to undertake such tasks. However, Lin Ze was different. As the new student champion, the first in the honor combat rankings, and a holder of a fifth-tier pet, any one of these titles commanded respect. Moreover, Lin Ze, adorned with numerous accolades, was a student destined to become a formidable force in the future, deserving of utmost courtesy regardless of his eligibility for the secret realm task. In no time, the middle-aged man printed the task list and handed it to Lin Ze, enthusiastically elaborating. Currently, it has 3 secret realms open to students, 2 of which are exclusively for second-year students and above. The only one first-year students may enter is this. Lin Ze focused on the list, which contained essential details about including the types and levels of fierce beasts, numbering in the hundreds. The lowest level was Tier 3, while the highest reached Tier 6. Although first-year students were permitted to enter they were required to possess at least one Tier 3 pet. Furthermore, entry necessitated a team of at least 5 individuals. The middle-aged man continued his explanation. Upon hearing his words, Lin Ze furrowed his brow in dismay. He had not anticipated such stringent regulations for entering the secret realm. While the requirement for a Tier 3 pet seemed manageable, assembling a 5-member team posed a considerable challenge. Including himself, there were only 5 first-year students who possessed a Tier 3 pet. Among them, he had fallen out with El Gang and need not consider him. His relationships with Tan Yong and Li Pengyun were also quite ordinary, leaving only Guisini as a potential ally. Forming a team under these circumstances was no small feat. The middle-aged man, evidently accustomed to such dilemmas, recognized the turmoil in Lin Ze's expression and promptly offered a suggestion. It is quite unlikely for first-year students to assemble an exploration team. If you are determined to enter the secret realm, why not consider joining a team of upperclassmen? Upperclassmen teams? Lin Ze replied, somewhat taken aback. Would they be willing to accept lower-year students? The middle-aged man chuckled. Ordinary first-year students are unlikely to be accepted, but I believe many second-year students would be eager to have you on their team. After all, you can easily defeat Luo-han. Your strength surpasses that of the vast majority of second-year students, and I would wager you could rank within the top 5. It would be foolish for second-year students to refuse a powerhouse like him. Lin Ze nodded in understanding. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to give it a try. Expressing his gratitude, he departed the hall with the list in hand. Upperclassmen teams, however, where would he find one? Just as he pondered, a sudden exclamation pierced through the air. Lin Ze? Lin Ze paused, turning to the source of the voice. Not far off, Guosini was hastening toward him, her face radiant with joy. I finally found you. I searched for you in the classroom and the virtual combat room, only to discover you were here. Lin Ze inquired, do you need something? Well, yes, I do, Guosini replied, her expression marked by hesitation. Although she had been encouraged by Sister Lu Man to seek out Lin Ze, she was momentarily at a loss for how to extend an invitation. As she hesitated, her peripheral vision caught sight of the list in Lin Ze's hand. Upon reading its contents, her eyes widened in surprise. You also plan to go to the? Also. Lin Ze's expression shifted slightly as he nodded. Indeed, I intend to venture into the, however, that requires entry in a team, and I am currently troubled by the task of finding teammates. Hearing this, Guosini's heart leaped with joy, and she promptly suggested, if you don't mind, why not join our team? Your team? Lin Ze was momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing, upperclassmen? Guosini confirmed, yes, it is our club, and aside from me, the other 3 are all second-year students. Lin Ze pondered briefly. He had heard from Guanning that Guosini had joined the Longshin Society, a club comprising beast tamers with dragon-type pets. Dragon-type pets were renowned for their formidable combat abilities, far surpassing those of most pets of the same tier. Thus, members of the Longshin Society were typically the cream of the crop within their grade. Teaming up with them seemed like an excellent choice. After a short deliberation, Lin Ze swiftly reached a decision and nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall join your team. Guosini's eyes sparkled with delight, and she could hardly contain her excitement. That's wonderful. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized her reaction was somewhat excessive, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Clearing her throat, she added, in that case, let us go meet the other senior sisters. Senior sisters? Lin Ze was taken aback, but said nothing further, nodding and accompanying Guosini as they departed. Chapter 74. The second-year senior sisters. Lin Ze felt something was amiss when Guosini mentioned the senior sisters. Upon arriving at the CAF where they were to meet, his suspicions were confirmed. 3 second-year senior sisters awaited them. The entire team, apart from him, consisted solely of females. Sini, over here. Spotting Lin Ze and Guosini entering the CAF, one of the 3 girls, dressed in a white long coat and exuding youthful exuberance, stood and waved enthusiastically at Guosini. As they approached, the girl smiled warmly at Lin Ze. You must be Lin Ze, the junior. Hee. Just as handsome as the rumors say. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lu Man. Lin Ze's expression subtly shifted as he instinctively scrutinized Lu Man. After his duel with Luo-han, he had specifically researched the ranking status of the second-year students. Naturally, he was aware that Lu Man held the esteemed position of second in her year. She was renowned not only in her grade but throughout the entire Ningjiang Academy as a prodigious young talent, reputed to possess 3 fifth-tier pets. Her strength surpassed that of Luo-han by a significant margin. Lin Ze acknowledged that with his current abilities, unless he resorted to soul techniques and explosive cards, he would likely be no match for Lu Man. Hello, he said, while his mind raced with thoughts, maintaining a composed exterior. As he greeted her, he extended his hand. To his surprise, Lu Man did not shake hands. Instead, she stepped forward and embraced him directly. The unexpected gesture left both Lin Ze and Guosini momentarily stunned. The other 2 senior girls rolled their eyes, exhibiting a resigned expression, evidently accustomed to Lu Man's antics. After several seconds, Guosini finally reacted, exclaiming, Senior. Lu Man released Lin Ze with a playful smile. My sincere apologies. Lin Ze Jr. happens to be exactly my type. I couldn't contain myself upon seeing him. All right, Lu Man, stop teasing the juniors, remarked another senior who stood up. She was adorned in a deep green dress that revealed her fair shoulders. Her demeanor was poised, and her exquisite features radiated an intellectual charm. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Song Ting. The other senior also nodded slightly at Lin Ze. Guilingyan. In contrast to the vivacious Lu Man and the composed Song Ting, Guilingyan exuded a more aloof air. Even while greeting him, her expression remained rather neutral, lacking embellishment. However, Her voice was melodious, carrying an ethereal quality. After the introductions, the five of them resumed their seats at the table. Once they placed their orders and the waiter served their coffee, they delved into the main topic. First and foremost, we welcome Lin Ze Jr. to our exploration team. Song Ting smiled at Lin Ze. Your strength surpasses that of many second-year students, and with your addition, I believe we can attempt to enter the second ring area of the Ning Stone Secret Realm. On their way to the CAF, Lin Ze had thoroughly reviewed the information regarding the Ning Stone Secret Realm. Upon hearing Song Ting's words, relevant details flooded back into his mind. Different secret realms vary in internal environment and form. The Ning Stone Secret Realm essentially comprises a vast underground city. It is divided into 5 distinct areas based on the density and strength of the ferocious beasts. The outermost 5th ring area leads to the innermost 1st ring area. The deeper one ventures, the greater the peril becomes. The 3rd ring area is already home to 5th-tier beasts. Teams without 5th-tier pets would find it virtually impossible to navigate this area. The 2nd ring area is even more treacherous. Even second-year students must be part of elite teams to dare venture there. Considering this, Lin Ze glanced at Guosini. Lu Man was certainly formidable. Song Ting and Gu Lingyan were also elite students ranked in the top 10 of their year, with the former holding the 4th place and the latter the 7th. Both possessed 5th-tier pets, ensuring sufficient means for self-preservation even in the 2nd ring area. However, Guosini was different. She only had a 3rd-tier pet. Such strength would struggle to survive in the 3rd ring area, let alone the 2nd, where even a single beast could tear her apart. This was evidently a danger rather than a boon for Guosini. Seemingly sensing Lin Ze's concerns, Lu Man cheerfully clarified. Cini possesses a rare artifact that will greatly aid our exploration, and with that artifact, she will have the means for self-defense even in the 2nd ring area. So there is no need for worry. Lin Ze looked at Guosini in surprise. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that Guosini, hailing from a family of beast tamers as a direct descendant, would possess 1 or 2 rare items. We have already accepted the Secret Realm mission and obtained the entry permit, with the expedition set for tomorrow. How does that sound? Song Ting surveyed the group. Lu Man, Gu Lingyan, and the others readily agreed, and Lin Ze nodded as well. He was eager to gather sufficient resources to exchange for the ice blue tier. Observing this, Song Ting continued. Furthermore, all rewards acquired within the secret realm will be distributed according to the strength of the team members. Lu Man and Lin Ze Jr. will each receive 25, while Gu Lingyan and I will take 20, and Cini will receive 10. What does everyone think? No one raised any objections. The distribution seemed quite reasonable. Very well, it is settled then. We shall meet at the Stone Tablet Plaza at the main entrance tomorrow at 9. Please ensure you each prepare food and drinking water, Song Ting concluded decisively. Once the arrangements were made, they exchanged a few more words before parting ways. Watching Lin Ze's retreating figure, Lu Man cheerfully approached Guosini, elbowing her gently in the side, and whispered with a sly grin, "This exploration is a rare opportunity. You must seize it." Guosini's cheeks flushed as she stammered. "What are you talking about, senior? Now you're shy? Everyone can see through your thoughts." "Senior." Lu Man was about to say more when Song Ting pulled her away. "All right, you, an innocent girl who has never dated, should stop pretending to be experienced. Let us go. Don't you still have things to buy?" The group laughed and chatted as they exited the CAF. Upon returning to the apartment, Lin Ze found Guan Ning waiting at the door. "Brother," she greeted him eagerly. Lin Ze ruffled the girl's hair and casually inquired, "Is there something you need?" Guan Ning nodded with a smile. "I will be going into the wilderness for training with the seniors from my club tomorrow, possibly for 2 or 3 days, so I thought I should let you know." It was quite common for beast tamers to engage in wilderness training, and even students from the Beast Taming Academy were no exception. The lenient schedule at Ningjiang Academy took this into consideration. Lin Ze was not surprised by her news and nodded in acknowledgement, sharing that he would also be heading to the secret realm the next day. Upon hearing that Lin Ze had joined Guosini's team, Guan Ning's eyes widened in astonishment. How infuriating. That guy is using this method to get closer to brother. I should have gone to the secret realm as well. A flicker of regret crossed her eyes. Chapter 75, Entering the Secret Realm. Early the next morning, Lin Ze purchased food and water from the store, packing everything into his tactical backpack before heading to the Stone Tablet Plaza. When he arrived, he was somewhat surprised to find Guosini, Lu Man, and the others already present. To his astonishment, all 4 girls were empty-handed. Had they not prepared food and water? A look of confusion crossed Lin Ze's face. Yet before he could voice his inquiries, Lu Man raised her hand and called out, "Junior, why don't you let Cini hold onto your backpack?" As she spoke, Guosini reached out to take his tactical backpack. In an instant, without any visible action on her part, the backpack vanished into thin air. Witnessing this, Lin Ze suddenly understood Guosini possessed a spatial item. It was no wonder, being a direct descendant of a prominent family, that she had such fine possessions. Lin Ze silently marveled. As far as he knew, humanity had yet to develop the means to artificially create spatial items. All existing spatial items had emerged during the era of great catastrophe, alongside the dimensional rifts, and were exceedingly rare. Consequently, spatial items were tremendously valuable. Even a spatial ring with an internal volume of just 1 cubic meter could fetch over 20 million credit points on the market, and most of the time, they were more valuable than available. As their strength increased, the time spent in the wilderness would inevitably extend, and possessing a spatial item would undoubtedly prove to be immensely convenient. If given the opportunity, Lin Ze resolved to find a way to acquire one. Once the group had gathered, the 5 did not delay and set off immediately. The secret realm was located in the heart of Ningjiang Academy. Passing through the teaching area, they soon arrived at a grand white building. At the entrance, a security checkpoint was established, manned by dedicated guards. As the team leader, Lu Man stepped forward and presented a chip, which she swiped on a machine that exuded a futuristic aura. Moments later, the red light on the machine turned green. Observing this, the guards opened the passageway. All set, let us proceed, Lu Man beckoned. Lin Ze and the others exchanged glances before stepping forward. Though referred to as a building, the secret realm was actually situated deep underground, requiring a special elevator to access. After a brief moment, Lin Ze found himself before an imposing steel door, towering over 5 meters and spanning more than 2 meters in width. The door's surface was intricately engraved with a multitude of enigmatic patterns. These patterns intertwined and coiled, subtly depicting a vividly lifelike and bizarre beast. Merely gazing at it evoked a primal and fierce aura, instilling an illusion that the beast was alive. Lin Ze and Guosini were momentarily entranced by this overwhelming presence before breaking free. Lu Man and the others stood nearby, their expressions reflecting a familiarity with the spectacle. It is indeed breathtaking. Anyone witnessing this steel door for the first time is bound to be momentarily dazed. Even a silver beastmaster cannot escape its allure. Lu Man explained with a smile. Lin Ze nodded and inquired, what kind of beast is depicted on it? I do not know, replied Song Ting, shrugging her shoulders. According to the Federation's public records, no one has ever seen the beast on this door. However, beastmasters privately refer to it as the Shukong Shou. Shukong Shou? Lin Ze mused, glancing at the engraved beast. Its form resembled that of a giant eagle, yet it possessed 3 pairs of wings, 2 long and 1 short. Its tail was extraordinarily robust, measuring several meters in length. All right, let us move on. Song Ting's voice pulled Lin Ze back to reality. With a resounding rumble, the steel door slowly creaked open. Behind it lay a scene reminiscent of rippling waters, shimmering with translucent waves. Under Lu Man's guidance, the group stepped into the mysterious realm. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Ze found himself in a spacious corridor. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the firm earthen floor beneath his feet, flanked by uneven stone walls that rose overhead. The walls were adorned with bioluminescent moss, providing the only source of illumination in the otherwise dim passageway, rendering visibility nearly non-existent beyond 20 meters. A deep, shadowy ambience enveloped the area, punctuated by distant, indistinct sounds that seemed to echo the roars of some ferocious beast. Overall, the environment was perfectly suited to the description of an underground dungeon. After a moment of observation, Lin Ze called forth Xiao Shui and Yan Gue. As they materialized, Xiao Shui joyfully approached Lin Ze, while Yan Gue let out a low growl infused with excitement. In such a terrain abundant with earth and stone, it was an ideal environment for earth-type pets. The other 3 girls, aside from Guosini, were encountering Lin Ze's pets for the first time and could not help but examine them with curiosity. What a beautiful humanoid pet. It looks just like a stunning beauty. Lu Man and Song Ting commented on the 2 creatures. Guolingyan, equally captivated, stared intently, her fair features gradually revealing a hint of confusion. Noticing her change in expression, Guosini asked curiously, what is wrong, senior? Guolingyan hesitated before frowning. I do not recognize these 2 pets. What? Lu Man and Song Ting exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. While others might be unaware, they knew well that Guolingyan possessed extensive knowledge, having nurtured a passion for studying beast-related subjects since childhood. It was rare for her not to recognize a pet. The fact that even Guolingyan was unfamiliar with Lin Ze's 2 companions suggested that they were exceptionally rare. In an instant, the 4 girls regarded Xiao Shui and Yan Gue with newfound wonder. However, pets were typically a closely guarded secret for beastmasters, rarely disclosed unless in a relationship of great intimacy. Thus, while they were undeniably curious, they restrained themselves from asking questions. Lin Ze observed their reactions but had no intention of providing explanations, as it would be difficult to articulate. Soon, Lu Man and the others summoned their own pets. Considering the perilous journey ahead, all but Guosini summoned 5th-tier beasts. Song Ting had a lightning dragon beast, while Guolingyan summoned a blade thorn dragon, both belonging to the steel attribute. Lu Man's pets were particularly striking. 3 fifth-tier creatures, a dragon lion with a dragon's head and lion's body, covered in hard scales. A fire elemental giant spirit, half-human in its upper body, shrouded in a misty red vapor, and a silver centaur, robust and wielding a long spear. The dragon lion's combat prowess was unquestionable, while the silver centaur, a rare light attribute beast, excelled among its peers. Although the fire elemental giant spirit was slightly weaker, its unique phasing ability rendered it immune to most physical damage, making it a formidable adversary against many melee beasts. This formidable lineup was undoubtedly impressive, prompting Lin Ze to contemplate the sheer strength of Lu Man, the second-best student in her year, who overshadowed Luo Han completely. Chapter 76, The Pale Wall. A total of 7 fifth-tier beasts surrounded Lin Ze and his companions, forming a protective barrier around them. Considering that the third-tier steel pattern young dragon would offer limited assistance to the team and might even hinder their progress, Guosini refrained from summoning a pet. Instead, she produced a delicate little box, appearing wooden and adorned with exquisite cloud patterns, exuding an ancient charm. As Guosini opened the box, a visible pale mist wafted forth, enveloping her in an ethereal embrace. Before long, much of her figure was shrouded in the white mist, her silhouette becoming faint and indistinct. This is a wondrous item known as Mist Spirit, Song Ting explained softly, having approached Lin Ze, who seemed taken aback. The Mist Spirit is a combat-type artifact that can attach itself to its wielder. In addition to protecting the holder from harm, it can also manipulate them to launch attacks, making it a rare and formidable item that excels in both offense and defense. It sounded akin to a pet that existed symbiotically with its owner. Lin Ze could not help but gaze at the Mist Spirit with renewed interest. According to Lu Man's earlier statements, Guosini, with the assistance of this wondrous item, could exert power comparable to that of a 5th-tier beast. To wield 5th-tier strength at a 3rd-tier level was a remarkable feat, indeed making the Mist Spirit a powerful artifact. Once all preparations were complete, the group set forth, delving deeper into the secret realm. The 5th ring area of the Ningxia secret realm was primarily inhabited by 3rd-tier beasts, with occasional appearances of a few 4th-tier creatures. As they progressed, Song Ting began to share insights about the Ningxia secret realm. Among the 5 members of the team, 3 second-year students were seasoned explorers of the secret realm. Having visited countless times before, only Lin Ze and Guosini, as newcomers, were experiencing it for the first time. As they advanced, the passageway gradually widened, eventually exceeding 20 meters in breadth, significantly enhancing visibility. Lin Ze and his companions also discovered numerous corpses of formidable beasts scattered across the ground. Each specimen appeared emaciated, their bodies wrapped in yellowed bandages. These were mummies, a common 3rd-tier beast found in the 5th ring area. Guolingyan cast a quick glance, her expression contemplative. There were a total of 15, all dispatched with a single blow. The ground around them was marked with numerous human footprints, leading onward. It seemed a capable team had traversed this path before them, likely composed of second-year students. Encountering other student teams within the secret realm was quite ordinary, and Lu Man and the others, upon hearing this, paid it no mind and continued on their journey. As they progressed, they came across several more mummy corpses. Thanks to the previous team, Lin Ze and the others were spared the trouble of clearing the beasts. They pressed onward without pausing, swiftly passing through the 5th ring. The 4th ring area was far more expansive, characterized by numerous complex pathways. Walking through the dim, eerie corridors felt akin to an adventure in a dungeon. Perhaps by chance, Lin Ze and his group diverged from the preceding team's path, and they no longer encountered any beast corpses. Instead, after traversing a distance, they began to hear strange rustling sounds ahead. Soon after, 7 or 8 creatures, resembling mummies but with pale gray bandages and larger physiques, emerged from the darkness. The air was instantly filled with a nauseating stench, accompanied by a series of raspy, low growls. Attracted by the presence of the living, the necromancers charged towards Lin Ze and his companions upon detecting their existence. Their previously sluggish movements transformed into a swift, predatory rush. These were necromancers, the evolved form of mummies, classified as 4th-tier pets. Song Ting promptly alerted the others. The combat style of necromancers primarily revolves around physical attacks. Their rigid bodies provide formidable defense, coupled with the unique vitality of undead creatures, making them quite challenging even among the ranks of 4th-tier beasts. However, for the 5 individuals present, this was clearly not a concern. Lin Ze was the first to act. Sensing his master's intent, the rock demon stomped heavily, causing the ground beneath to crack, and numerous sharp spikes erupted, racing towards the necromancers. The first few necromancers, caught off guard, were instantly impaled by the spikes. Despite their resilient life force, they did not perish immediately but lost their footing, flailing helplessly in midair. This disruption caused chaos among their ranks. Seizing the opportunity, the rock demon conjured a massive boulder between its palms. With a deafening whoosh, the boulder was hurled like a cannonball, crashing into the horde of beasts. The explosion was immediate. A tremendous roar resonated as a violent shockwave spread outwards. The necromancers at the epicenter of the blast were obliterated before they could react. In that fleeting moment, all 7 or 8 formidable fourth-tier beasts were annihilated. Gu Lingyan and Song Ting, witnessing the spectacle, exchanged astonished glances. Despite having heard of Lin Ze's formidable strength, witnessing his prowess firsthand left them breathless. Was he truly a freshman? Had it been either of them, even working together, they could not have dispatched the necromancers with such ease. Moreover, Lin Ze had only employed a single pet. His power was nothing short of astounding. Perhaps only Lu Man could rival him. Guisini and Lu Man shared similar sentiments, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Lin Ze remained oblivious to the girl's expressions. He commanded the rock demon to lead the way. The fourth ring area was primarily inhabited by third and fourth tier beasts, posing little threat to the rock demon. It was an excellent opportunity to enhance its growth. Although the increase might be slight, every bit counts. Lin Ze harbored hopes of elevating the rock demon to its full potential during this exploration of the secret realm. As they continued, they encountered several waves of beast attacks, all swiftly dealt with by the rock demon. Neither Lu Man nor the others had the chance to intervene. Unbeknownst to the girls, Lin Ze's intention was to enhance his pet's growth, leading them to believe he was gallantly shouldering the task of clearing the lesser beasts, earning their silent admiration. After more than an hour, the group successfully traversed the fourth ring area and arrived at the entrance to the third ring. Before Lin Ze stood a towering, expansive white wall, the Pale Wall, as Song Ting identified it. This wall separated the third ring from the fourth, encircling the core first ring area entirely. Lin Ze gazed upwards, barely able to discern the summit of the wall, and considering its vast circumference, its grandeur was evident. Chapter 77, The Crow's Mouth. Truly, it was a marvel from the era of the Great Cataclysm. Lin Ze marveled inwardly. The Pale Wall was essentially circular, yet its curvature was nearly imperceptible to the diminutive human eye. There were 4 entrances to the wall. Following its length would lead them to one. Lu Man took the lead, veering to the right. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally spotted a massive door embedded in the wall, crafted from stone. The door stood firmly shut, its surface rugged yet smooth, exuding an earthy, substantial quality from a distance. At Lin Ze's command, the rock demon stepped forward, placing its sturdy palms against the door and exerting a sudden force. A deep rumble echoed as the heavy doors slowly creaked open, revealing a gap wide enough for 2 to pass through. Having a pet with such strength makes it easy, Lu Man remarked with a smile. In the past, we needed several pets working together, taking considerable time to push this door open. Lin Ze smiled silently, not pausing. Without delay, the group entered through the massive door. Be cautious, the beasts in the third ring area are significantly more numerous than in the previous 2. Song Ting warned, explaining the differences to Lin Ze and Guisini. Moreover, the majority are fourth-tier beasts, with even some fifth-tier among them. Occasionally, we may encounter beast hordes, though they are not large, consisting of only 1 or 200. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. Lin Ze nodded slightly. A horde of 1 or 200 beasts seemed manageable, especially compared to the tens of thousands encountered in the Bell Toll Canyon. However, if all these beasts were fourth tier, the threat level would be entirely different. Even with 8 fifth-tier fighters in their ranks, facing 100 fourth-tier beasts would not be a simple task. Their objective was the second ring area, and it was best not to expend too much energy here. Thus, on the upcoming path, they agreed to avoid confrontations unless absolutely necessary. This expedition into the secret realm was scheduled for about 3 days, accounting for travel time, leaving them with no more than 2 days to linger in the second ring area. Time was precious. It should not be squandered in other regions. As they proceeded, they encountered numerous beasts, managing to evade most. Those they could not avoid were quickly dealt with to prevent prolonged battles that might attract more beasts. In such circumstances, Lu Man and her companions' pets joined the fray. It must be noted that the combat prowess of 5th-tier dragon-type pets was formidable, whether it be Lu Man's Dragon Lion, Gu Lingyan's Blade Thorn Dragon, or Song Ting's Lightning Leap Dragon Beast. The attacks were exceptionally fierce and relentless. The 4th-tier Mu Shui Hai Ling often could not withstand even a single encounter under their onslaught. Meanwhile, Lin Ze finally witnessed the combat style of Wu Ling. Without any apparent action from Guisini, the white mist surrounding her suddenly parted, coalescing into a vividly lifelike giant hand. It then struck forcefully, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, crashing into a Mu Shui Hai Ling and forcibly driving it into the ground. When the giant hand withdrew, The unfortunate Mu Shuehai Ling had been reduced to a mere pile of flesh, utterly lifeless. Such a remarkable phenomenon, Lin Ze exclaimed in awe. However, he soon noticed that Guisini produced a vial of potion and tilted her head to drink it. This was a soul power potion, as the name suggests. Its effect was to restore expended soul power. Nevertheless, compared to the soul recovery potions obtained through achievements, its efficacy was considerably inferior. Even the highest quality soul power potion could not instantaneously restore all soul power. Observing Guisini consuming the potion, Lin Ze understood. It seemed that while this phenomenon was indeed powerful, it also demanded a significant expenditure of soul power. It was only logical. To enable a third-tier apprentice beastmaster to wield the strength of a fifth-tier being so effortlessly, it was implausible to assume there were no side effects. After observing for a while, Lin Ze retracted his gaze and opened the pet panel. After a considerable battle, the growth rate of Yin Gui had increased by over 4 percentage points. The density of ferocious beasts within the secret realm was indeed much higher than that in the wild. In the wilderness, it would be challenging to even achieve a 10% increase in such a short time. It's still about 5% away once it reaches 80. I can unlock giant stone impact, Lin Ze murmured to himself. Just as he pondered this, the battle concluded, and the group continued onward. Speaking of which, aside from Mu Shuehai Ling, what other ferocious beasts inhabit the third ring? Lin Ze seized a moment to inquire of Song Ting. The list obtained from the logistics department previously only detailed the fifth ring's ferocious beast information. It seemed the academy did not anticipate first-year students venturing into the third ring, hence the lack of information on that front. Without missing a beat, Song Ting answered, the Bai Bai Wei Ji. This is a type of undead beast, with strength levels generally ranging from the 2nd to 7th tier of the 4th stage. Furthermore, their evolved form, Bai Bai Ling Zhu, is exceptionally formidable, boasting a strength level of up to the 8th tier of the 5th stage. The 8th tier of the 5th stage, you say? Lin Ze mused, not overly concerned. Given the team's current strength, they could easily handle a 5th tier 6th stage ferocious beast. Seemingly perceiving Lin Ze's thoughts, Song Ting solemnly cautioned. While a single Bai Bai Ling Zhu is not particularly troublesome, its true terror lies in its leadership ability. The Bai Bai Ling Zhu can summon lower-tier members of its kind, and whenever it appears, it is accompanied by a legion of Bai Bai Wei Ji. A portion of the beast horde in the third ring is indeed a military force led by the Bai Bai Ling Zhu. Upon hearing this, both Lin Ze and Guisini's expressions grew more serious. The combat capabilities of a beast horde led by a high-tier ferocious beast are entirely different from those without one. The latter is merely a disorganized rabble, easily disregarded, while the former resembles an army, instilling fear. Lin Ze recalled this from his experience in the Sangzhong Gorge. Had it not been for the presence of the Sangzhong Zhouzha, the beast masters would not have been forced into retreat under the relentless assault of the swarm, nearly facing annihilation. However, there was no need for excessive worry, as the Bai Bai Ling Zhu typically slumbered underground and rarely ventured out. Noticing the change in their expressions, Song Ting added a reassuring note. Unless luck is exceedingly poor, it is generally unlikely to encounter a Bai Bai Ling Zhu. As her words fell, Lu Man burst into laughter, shouting, your words are quite prophetic. Song Ting rolled her eyes at her friend. Don't jinx us. Before she could finish, Lin Ze suddenly felt a shift in the atmosphere. A ferocious beast is approaching. Gu Longyan's expression turned serious as she gazed ahead, stating, there are many of them. The other three were momentarily stunned and quickly peered into the distance. The group was currently standing on a small hillside, affording them an excellent view of the surroundings. They beheld a cloud of dust rising 1,000 meters away, where a large group of armored, sword-wielding skeletal beings was charging towards them. These were undoubtedly the Bai Bai Wei Ji they had just mentioned, numbering no less than 200. The sight left Lu Man and the others exchanging glances. Could it be that accurate? Chapter 78. The Wounded Bai Bai Ling Zhu. The Bai Bai Wei Ji are not typically social creatures. They usually operate in groups of no more than 10. The current scenario, with hundreds appearing simultaneously, can only be explained by the presence of a Bai Bai Ling Zhu orchestrating them. For a moment, the group felt a sense of disbelief. Gu Longyan dryly remarked, what a jinx. Lu Man and Song Ting shared a glance, both managing a wry smile. Who would have expected that mentioning the Bai Bai Ling Zhu would lead to its sudden appearance? Indeed, the good omens are often unfulfilled, while the bad ones come true. Prepare for battle, Lu Man, as the team leader, quickly regained her composure and decisively instructed. The Bai Bai Wei Ji charged at a brisk pace. Given that undead beasts do not experience fatigue, pursuing them in open terrain would undoubtedly be unwise. The best approach was to confront them head-on. The 5 present were all elites, and though their expressions were solemn, there was no hint of fear or panic. Under their command, their pets swiftly arranged themselves for the impending confrontation. At that moment, The Bai Weiji had already closed within 300 meters. Lin Ze narrowed his eyes and soon spotted a towering figure behind the horde of ferocious beasts. It was a humanoid creature, over 2 meters tall. Its body clad in a bone-like armor, wielding a broad-bladed bone sword, seated atop a massive skeletal steed. It stood behind the Bai Weiji, silently observing Lin Ze and his companions from 300 meters away. Despite the distance, they could still distinctly feel the chilling aura emanating from it. "It's the Bai Lingzhu," Gu Longyan whispered. Upon realizing the presence of the Bai Lingzhu, the group's expressions grew even more somber. Shortly thereafter, the Bai Weiji surged to within 200 meters. Seeing this, Lin Ze and the others sprang into action. Pets with ranged attack skills acted immediately. The flash dragon beast lashed its tail, creating a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped pale light blade formed out of thin air, hurtling towards the ferocious beasts. The thorn dragon lowered its head slightly, and the dense array of spines along its back suddenly detached, shooting towards the enemy like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, the silver centaur hurled its long spear, while the fire elemental giant unleashed a series of explosive fireballs. Even Guisini summoned the Wu Ling to conjure countless misty spikes, which cascaded down upon the foes. Lin Ze, too, did not hold back, commanding both Yin Gue and Xiao Shui to attack simultaneously, with 8 fifth-tier combatants launching their offensive. The charging Bai Weiji were met with a fierce counterattack. In the blink of an eye, over 10 Bai Weiji were shredded by the blades, fireballs, and explosions. Yet the undead beasts remained undaunted, their advance unwavering, though their formation became slightly more dispersed to avoid being decimated by area attacks. Lu Man and the others frowned at the sight. This was the challenging aspect of a beast horde led by a high-tier ferocious beast. They adapt their strategies based on the battlefield situation, rather than blindly charging forward as they once did. The 200 meters vanish in an instant, and both sides quickly engage in direct combat. The battle rapidly escalates into a fierce confrontation, facing hundreds of 4th-tier monstrous beasts, even with 8 5th-tier warriors on their side. They cannot claim an advantage. The situation momentarily reaches a stalemate. Yet, even in such circumstances, Yin Gue and Xiao Shui's performance remains remarkably outstanding. Summoning the Rock Guardian, Yin Gue conjures earth element stones that encircle him, charging boldly into the throng of beasts as if it were an uninhabited realm. The earth element stones, only the size of basins, emit a soft earthen glow that envelopes Yin Gue's massive form entirely. The sharp bone blades of the White Guardian strike against the shield, creating only faint ripples without inflicting any damage. It is worth noting that Yin Gue excels in defense, and with the enhancement of the Rock Guardian, his defensive capabilities soar to astonishing heights. He plows through the monstrous horde like a tank. In just over a dozen breaths, the number of White Guardians that perish at his hands reaches double digits. On the other side, Xiao Shui stands calmly in the rear, skillfully executing her abilities. Ice Falls, the Sigh of the Snow Woman, Frost Nova, Blizzard. Each strike unleashes a wide-range attack skill. In no time, much of the battlefield transforms into a frozen landscape. Countless White Guardians either become ice sculptures or are torn to shreds by the raging winds and icy blades. Just Xiao Shui alone accounts for the total kills of all the other beasts combined. Lu Man, Song Ting, and others stand by, astounded. The formidable combat prowess displayed by Xiao Shui far exceeds their expectations. Even the usually composed and rational Gu Lingyan cannot help but reveal her astonishment upon witnessing this scene. How impressive! She has mastered so many area attack skills. Remarkable. The girls murmur in hushed admiration, although they had heard of Lin Ze's exceptionally powerful spellcasting beast, which possesses at least 6 skills. Witnessing Xiao Shui continuously unleash wide-range attacks to decimate the White Guardians leaves them with an indescribable impact. This beast is practically a walking artillery. Under Xiao Shui's barrage of skills, numerous White Guardians fall consecutively. The balance of victory gradually tips in Lin Ze's favor. However, a puzzling sight catches everyone's attention. The distant White Lord remains immobile, watching as they slaughter his minions, showing no intent to join the fray. What is that fellow doing? Guisini cannot help but voice her confusion. Gu Lingyan and Song Ting shake their heads slightly. They do not comprehend either. Lin Ze merely shrugs and chuckles. Isn't it better that he does not participate? We can take this opportunity to eliminate the cannon fodder first. The girls agree and refocus their attention on the battlefield. After more than 10 minutes, the ranks of the White Guardians have been shattered. The once dense horde of beasts now dwindles to less than 50. Just as Lin Ze and his companions prepare to press on and wipe out the remaining monsters, the distant White Lord finally stirs. Accompanied by a horse neigh, the White Lord charges towards them on horseback at a rapid pace. In the glow of the surroundings, the wide-bladed bone sword in his hand glints with a chilling sheen. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ze and the others immediately don expressions of vigilance. Yet, as the distance closes, their surprise grows. They discover that the skeletal armor adorning the White Lord is riddled with cracks, with several marks that unmistakably resemble those left by some beast's claws. It is evident that this White Lord has recently endured a fierce battle. Lin Ze's eyes flicker with realization. Now he understands why the White Lord refrained from joining the fight earlier. However, a new question arises. Who has wounded this White Lord? Chapter 79. The new characteristics of the 6th level soul arrow. Everyone is momentarily perplexed, but now is not the time for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, the White Lord has closed in. Yen-Gui is the first to confront him. Undeterred by the White Lord's aggressive charge, he strides forward as if he were a charging tank. In an instant, the two collide fiercely at the center of the battlefield. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberates, causing an involuntary tightening in their chests. Centered around the two beasts, a violent shockwave erupts, sweeping in all directions. Nearby White Guardians are hurled away as if they were mere rags. The pale skeletal bodies shatter midair with a series of crackling sounds. Yen-Gui, ultimately at a slight disadvantage, is forced back several steps, and one of the earth element stones surrounding him shatters with a sharp sound. The White Lord, however, stands calmly in place. The others are not surprised. The White Lord's strength is at 5 tiers and 8 segments, and even injured, his combat prowess surpasses any beast present. The fact that Yen-Gui can withstand a direct clash without harm is a testament to his formidable strength. The White Guardians are yours. Lu Man decisively commands Song Ting and the others. She then instructs her 3 beasts to abandon the minions and attack the White Lord instead. In an instant, the White Lord finds himself besieged by 4 beasts. However, even so, the situation still slightly favors the White Lord. After all, among the 4 attacking beasts, only the Dragon Lion is at 5th tier 4 segments, while the other 3 are only at 5th tier 2 segments, a significant disparity in strength. Seeing that they cannot suppress the White Lord, Lu Man and the others furrow their brows. Gu Lingyan and Song Ting wish to assist, but their beasts are currently entangled with the White Guardians, unable to break free to help. Gu Xini finds herself in a similar predicament. The situation momentarily falls into a stalemate. Among them, only Lin Ze remains calm and composed. He glances at Xiao Shui beside him. After previously casting numerous skills, the Beast Girl has expended considerable energy, considering they still need to proceed to the second ring. Lin Ze ponders and ultimately dismisses the idea of having Xiao Shui confront the White Lord. It seems he must intervene personally. With a sigh, Lin Ze channels his soul power, preparing to execute his soul technique. The girls immediately sense the fluctuations of soul power in the vicinity and quickly scan their surroundings. Soon, they notice a soul arrow formed from condensed soul energy materializing before Lin Ze. Soul arrow? Lu Man and the others are momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with confusion. What could a mere soul arrow, one of the most basic soul techniques, accomplish against a White Lord of 5 tiers and 8 segments? I've heard that Lin Ze's soul technique proficiency is quite high. Gu Lingyan suddenly interjects. Lu Man and Song Ting are momentarily stunned, instinctively looking towards Gu Xini. Among those present, she is undoubtedly the most familiar with Lin Ze, being a fellow first-year student. Gu Xini regains her composure and hesitantly responds. Lin Ze's soul technique skills are indeed impressive. He once wounded a 4th-tier beast with a soul arrow. Lu Man and the others are collectively astonished. To injure a 4th-tier beast with a soul arrow would require it to be cultivated to at least level 5. Such proficiency in soul techniques appearing in a first-year student is indeed astonishing. There are quite a few remarkable aspects about this junior. Lu Man cannot help but exclaim. However, she soon furrows her brow again. Even if Lin Ze has truly mastered the 5th-level soul arrow, it would not suffice to deal with the White Lord. If it were a 5th-tier 2 or 3-segment beast, perhaps the 5th-level soul arrow might pose some threat. It is unlikely that even the Pale Lord at the 5th rank and 8th stage could be merely tickled. The few young ladies present, all hailing from prestigious families and possessing exceptional insight, were acutely aware of this fact. Consequently, they were even more perplexed by Lin Ze's actions. Although they had only just met him, they could discern that Lin Ze was a person of composed temperament, one who acted only after careful deliberation. Logically, he should not be engaging in fruitless endeavors at such a moment, wasting valuable soul power in vain. While the girls were engulfed in confusion, Lin Ze had already prepared his soul technique. In the next instant, the soul arrow shot forth with explosive velocity, tearing through the air and creating a deafening sonic boom. In the blink of an eye, the arrow traversed a distance of over 100 meters and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, struck the Pale Lord's chest with unyielding force. The impact was akin to being struck by a high-caliber shell, as the skeletal armor on the Pale Lord's chest shattered explosively, sending countless bone fragments flying. The Pale Lord staggered back as if struck by lightning, retreating several steps. When it finally steadied itself, a gaping hole the size of a basketball had formed in its chest, revealing the stark whiteness of its ribcage. Lu Man and the others gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape, utterly astonished by the scene before them. It was indeed a wound inflicted upon the Pale Lord. It was well known that even the attacks of fifth-rank beasts like the Dragon Lion and the Silver Centaur could only leave shallow indentations on the Pale Lord's skeletal armor. Multiple strikes to the same spot were required to create even the slightest crack. However, Lin Ze's single-soul arrow had penetrated the Pale Lord's skeletal armor directly, exhibiting a power that surpassed the combined efforts of several fifth-rank beasts. The sheer magnitude of this feat was almost unimaginable. The girls stood spellbound, overwhelmed by a surreal sense of disbelief. A sixth-level soul arrow, Gu Lingyan exclaimed suddenly. This typically calm and rational girl could not conceal her shock and wonder. Lu Man and Song Ting inhaled sharply, their faces filled with astonishment, yet they refrained from voicing any objections. The ability to inflict such damage upon the Pale Lord could only be attributed to a sixth-level soul technique, leaving no room for alternative explanations. Yet, this was precisely what left them in a state of profound shock. It was important to note that even Lu Man, the second-year student ranked second in her class, possessed soul techniques of no higher than the fourth level. Even so, many regarded Lu Man's talent in soul techniques as exceptionally impressive. However, compared to Lin Ze, she felt as if she were a mere amateur. In an instant, the girls were engulfed in intense astonishment, rendered speechless. Lin Ze, undistracted by their reactions, reveled in the exhilarating power of the sixth-level soul arrow. After advancing to the sixth level, his soul arrow gained a new characteristic. Much like the Guardian of Souls, it could further infuse soul power into the basic consumption, thereby enhancing the technique's potency. In that previous arrow, Lin Ze had infused a full 100 points of soul power, ceasing only when he reached the limit and could no longer continue. The outcome was indeed gratifying. Regrettably, he could only infuse a maximum of 100 points. Had he been able to channel all of his 1,500 points of soul power, he might have been able to vanquish the Pale Lord in an instant. Lin Ze thought to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, squinting towards the enraged and bellowing Pale Lord in the distance. With over 1,400 points of soul power remaining, he had ample resources to deal with this formidable foe. Chapter 8, the third-year team. Lin Ze's intervention shattered the stalemate in an instant. The Pale Lord, despite facing 4 attacking beasts, maintained an air of ease until it was struck by Lin Ze's soul arrow, which incited a profound rage within it. It swiftly recognized Lin Ze as a significant threat and contemplated abandoning its beasts to charge at him. However, before it could make a move, the rock demon had already positioned itself in its path. Simultaneously, the Dragon Lion, Silver Centaur, and Fire Elemental Giant converged, once again cornering the Pale Lord. It roared in fury, yet could not break free from the encirclement. From 100 meters away, Lin Ze calmly observed the unfolding battle, having already conjured a new soul arrow before him. However, he refrained from acting hastily, choosing instead to wait until the Pale Lord attempted to evade an attack, its body momentarily stiffening. In that instant, he waved his hand decisively. The sharp sound of air being sliced echoed once more. The spectators barely caught a glimpse as the soul arrow traversed the battlefield and struck the Pale Lord with force. The skeletal armor on its right shoulder exploded, bone fragments cascading down to reveal the stark whiteness of its shoulder bone beneath. The Pale Lord's fury intensified upon receiving yet another blow. Unfortunately, aside from its futile roars of anger, it found itself with no viable options. Although the rock demon and the other beasts could not defeat the Pale Lord, they were more than capable of preventing its escape. In this scenario, Lin Ze could comfortably remain at the periphery of the battlefield, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his soul techniques. Boom, boom. The open field reverberated with the sound of explosions akin to cannon fire. In less than 10 minutes, the Pale Lord had endured 8 soul arrows. The skeletal armor that had once enveloped it was now shattered beyond recognition, leaving only a few forlorn bone plates hanging from its frame. With its once formidable defensive capabilities stripped away, the attacks from the rock demon and other beasts finally began to inflict genuine damage. The balance of victory and defeat gradually tilted in Lin Ze's favor. Observing the Pale Lord in its pitiful state, Lu Man and the others could not help but exhale in relief. What had initially seemed like an exceedingly troublesome stalemate was effortlessly resolved thanks to Lin Ze's intervention. The unexpected turn of events left them all somewhat taken aback. Lu Man shot a glance at Lin Ze, her expression a mix of admiration and complexity. Although she had previously acknowledged Lin Ze's exceptional strength, a part of her had still believed she held the upper hand. This confidence stemmed from her own abilities as well as her pride as a gifted individual. However, the unfolding scene had ruthlessly shattered that confidence and pride. Perhaps in terms of beast combat prowess, she excelled over Lin Ze. But when factoring in the strength of a beast master, Lin Ze's overall capabilities were not significantly inferior to her own. Should a true contest arise, Lu Man found herself lacking confidence in her ability to best Lin Ze. It was astonishing that a mere first-year student could possess such formidable strength, making him an almost monstrous figure in her eyes. Lu Man sighed, her thoughts a whirlwind of complexity. Song Ting and Gu Lingyan shared similar sentiments, grappling with their own feelings of inadequacy as second-year students overshadowed by a first-year's might. Anyone with a modicum of ambition and competitiveness would find little joy in such a situation. Among them, Guasini displayed the most unadulterated admiration, her eyes sparkling brightly as she gazed at Lin Ze's back, filled with an adoration that was unmistakable. As time passed, the Pale Lord sustained more injuries, becoming increasingly beleaguered under the relentless assault of the beasts, its defeat imminent. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Ze unleashed yet another soul arrow, striking true and finally bringing the Pale Lord crashing to the ground with a roar of defiance. In a short while, the ethereal flames of its soul extinguished, fading into nothingness. Meanwhile, the participating Pale Guardians were systematically dispatched by the Thorn-Blade Dragon and the Leaping Dragon Beast. The unexpected battle finally came to a close. Lu Man and the others sighed in relief, their faces alight with joy. Following the battle came the time to collect the spoils, not to mention the Pale Guardians. The Pale Lord, as a 5th-rank leader-class beast, was bound to possess an abundance of valuable items. Fragments of its skeletal armor could enhance the defensive capabilities of bone-type beasts upon consumption. Soul ashes, precious materials belonging to the undead category. Nightmare bones, rare skill materials with a small chance of enabling undead-type beasts to awaken the skill to summon mounts. Gu Lingyan meticulously sifted through the remains of the Pale Lord. Enumerating the various materials, she uncovered with great enthusiasm. Lin Ze observed with quiet intrigue. No wonder Lu Man and the others regard Gu Lingyan as a knowledgeable young talent. She truly lives up to that reputation. Before long, a small pile of spoils was assembled on the ground. Ultimately, Gu Lingyan shattered the skull of the Pale Lord and, from the debris scattered about, grasped a translucent orb as smooth and lustrous as a gem, the pure white bone orb, the most precious material from the Pale Lord. The Academy's acquisition price for it reached a staggering 25,000 resource points. As Gu Lingyan's words fell, astonishment spread across the faces of all present. 25,000 resource points equate to a remarkable 12,500 credit points. Just this single pure white bone orb ensured that their expedition to the secret realm was far from futile. Adding in other spoils, they had nearly amassed 40,000 resource points. Song Ting, her face aglow with joy, remarked that despite the perilous nature of the battle, the rewards were unexpectedly generous. A glimmer of delight also flickered in Lin Ze's eyes. They had yet to enter the second ring, and already their gains approached 40,000 resource points. If all went smoothly, by the end of their journey, the allocated resource points might well suffice to exchange for the ice blue tier. Our beasts have expended considerable energy. Let us find a place to recuperate, suggested Lu Man. The others nodded in agreement. Since they had already gathered substantial rewards, there was no need to hasten towards the second ring. It would be wiser to allow their beasts to recover from injuries and regain strength before proceeding. Just as they prepared to move, they suddenly noticed something swiftly approaching from a distance. A ferocious beast? Song Ting furrowed her brow, signaling the Flash Leap Dragon beast to be ready for battle. It's not a ferocious beast, it's people, Lin Ze clarified. At this point, the group could also see clearly that the ones charging towards them were not a horde of ferocious beasts, but a team of beast tamers. A total of 12 individuals encircled by over 20 powerful beasts, none of which appeared to be below the 4th tier. Among them, 7 or 8 beasts clearly belonged to the 5th tier. They are third-year students, Gu Lingyan whispered. At least 2/3 of the newcomers wore third-year badges on their chests, clearly indicating that this was an exploration team primarily composed of third-year students. It was no wonder so many 5th-tier beasts accompanied them. Before long, the team arrived nearby, led by a tall, dark-skinned young man. Upon seeing the scattered remnants of the Pale Lord's skeleton, especially the tattered corpse, his expression turned exceedingly grim. It's you. A voice filled with astonished anger rang out. Lin Ze turned towards the voice and saw Luo Han glaring at him, teeth clenched. Chapter 81, The Ownership of Prey. Luo Han. Lin Ze raised an eyebrow, glancing at the opposing group. So, this is the Gaoshan Society's team? He cast an inquiring look towards Lu Man. She nodded slightly and whispered, this is the exploration team from the Gaoshan Society, and their leader is their vice president, Su Bing. The vice president? Lin Ze understood. At Ningjiang Academy, once students reached the 4th year, most began to immerse themselves in various factions, rarely participating in academy courses or activities. Consequently, the heads of the various clubs were predominantly 3rd-year students. As far as Lin Ze knew, aside from the president, the Gaoshan Society had 3 vice presidents, all of whom were among the top 50 elite students of the 3rd year. While Lin Ze and Lu Man were quietly conversing, the Gaoshan Society's team suddenly became agitated for some reason. They gazed at the ravaged remains of the Pale Lord, their faces turning an ashen hue. Many cast furious glances at Lin Ze and his companions. Luo Han stepped forward, coldly demanding, "Hand over the spoils." Lu Man narrowed her eyes, frowning at him. "What are you saying? Don't play dumb. Hand over what you obtained from the Pale Lord." Gu Sini exclaimed in shock and anger, "Why should we?" Luo Han sneered. "Just because that Pale Lord was our prey. You are well aware of the unspoken rule against seizing the prey of other teams in the secret realm, aren't you?" As soon as he spoke, Lu Man and the others exchanged glances, finally understanding why the Pale Lord bore wounds. It turned out it had been attacked by the Gaoshan Society. However, for some unknown reason, the Pale Lord had escaped their assault and fortuitously encountered them. Having grasped the situation, Song Ting scoffed and boldly retorted, "You can't accuse us unjustly. Who seized your prey? From the moment you allowed the Pale Lord to escape, it ceased to belong to you." As soon as Song Ting finished speaking, Lu Man and Gu Sini immediately echoed her sentiments. "Precisely. If you lack the strength to handle the ferocious beasts, don't shamelessly claim it as your prey. I'm embarrassed for you." The girl's words left the members of the Gaoshan Society with ashen faces, inciting their anger. "What did you say? Do you want to die? Watch as I tear you apart." Faced with countless malevolent glares, the girls remained steadfast, defiantly raising their chins and coldly regarding their adversaries. Observing this scene, Lin Ze felt a hint of surprise. Although the current conflict stemmed from the ownership of prey, the speed at which tensions escalated seemed rather swift. It felt as though, even without the dispute over ownership, both sides held a deep-seated aversion towards each other. Could it be that the Gaoshan Society and the Long Xian Society had a particularly poor relationship? A thought flashed through Lin Ze's mind. Just as the atmosphere became charged, Su Bing, the leader, suddenly snorted coldly and turned to leave. "We're leaving." Luo Han and the others were momentarily taken aback. But after regaining their senses, they appeared somewhat at a loss. Ultimately, fearing Su Bing's usual authority, they dared not say much, casting one last furious glare at Lu Man and the others before hastily following Su Bing's lead. A group of pretentious fools. Lu Man made a face at the retreating Gaoshan Society members, her expression playfully mischievous. Beside her, Song Ting nudged her waist with her elbow. "Hey, Junior Lin Ze is still here. Mind your image." Lu Man quickly realized, glancing at Lin Ze, who had nonchalantly turned his gaze away, pretending not to notice. "All right, let's South leave this place quickly, find somewhere to rest for a bit, and then continue our journey." Song Ting clapped her hands to draw the team's attention. Although Lu Man was the captain, since entering the Ningstone secret realm, it had been Song Ting who coordinated the team's itinerary. Both Lu Man and Gu Lingyan appeared accustomed to this arrangement, clearly indicating it was not the first time. "According to the map, if we walk for about another hour, we should reach the second ring." The group nodded in unison and promptly set off. After walking for a distance, Luo Han finally could not contain himself and rushed to Su Bing's side, asking urgently, "President, why did we let those people go? That Pale Lord was clearly our prey." The surrounding members also wore expressions of indignation. Not to mention the conflict with the Long Xian Society, that Pale Lord alone, along with the hundreds of Pale Guards, possessed materials worth at least 30 to 40,000 resource points. Divided among everyone, it would be a significant income. To simply relinquish it to others is truly painful. Su Bing shot Luo Han a glare, coldly stating, "What do you propose we do? Seize it from them? What happens if they report us to the academy afterward? Ultimately, they are in the wrong. Once the prey escapes and falls into someone else's hands, they naturally lack the leverage to reclaim it. Otherwise, given Su Bing's usual domineering demeanor, he would not have turned away without a word." Luo Han understood this, yet his resentment simmered beneath the surface. At that moment, Su Bing inquired, "Who was that boy just now? It seems you have some history with him." Upon mentioning this, Luo Han's expression became somewhat awkward, and after a lengthy pause, he gritted his teeth and replied, "That person is Lin Ze." The defeat he suffered at Lin Ze's hands had long become a source of immense humiliation for Luo Han. Many of his rivals had mercilessly ridiculed him over this incident. Now, seeing Lin Ze again, Luo Han felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Su Bing, appearing enlightened, was left somewhat perplexed. How could Lin Ze be associated with the members of Long Xian Shi? Had he perhaps joined Long Xian Shi? As he pondered this, Su Bing's expression turned grave. The inclusion of a prodigious talent like Lin Ze in Long Xian Shi would spell trouble for Gaoshan Shi. The two factions had always been at odds, often clashing. If Lin Ze's membership significantly bolstered Long Xianxi's strength, Gao Shan she would face dire challenges in the future. As thoughts raced through his mind, Su Bing had already made a decision, narrowing his eyes as he commanded, "Turn around. We shall follow the members of Long Xianxi." Luo Han was taken aback for a moment, but then quickly reacted, his expression filled with joy. "President, are you planning to deal with them?" Su Bing's gaze flickered. Yet he offered no verbal response. The chilling smile on his face conveyed everything. If it were merely due to the Pale Lord, he would not harbor ill will. However, with Lin Ze in the mix, he could not refrain from taking action. Threats must be quashed in their infancy. Luo Han excitedly rubbed his hands together and asked, "President, what shall we do? Have you forgotten our purpose for entering the secret realm?" Su Bing shot a sidelong glance at Luo Han. The latter's eyes shifted, and he quickly grasped the situation, a sinister grin involuntarily spreading across his face. Chapter 82, The Grey Blood Valley. An hour later, Lin Ze and his companions finally stepped into the second ring area. A circular massive wall separated the second ring from the third. Unlike the Pale Wall, the enormous wall encircling the second ring was entirely black, resembling deep obsidian, thus dubbed the Deep Shadow Wall. Upon passing through the gate of the Deep Shadow Wall, they were greeted by an expansive gray landscape. There was not a single plant in sight, only countless jagged stones and weathered bones scattered across the terrain. "Our destination is the Grey Blood Valley," Song Ting said, spreading the map and pointing to a marked location. "We head northwest. Within 5 kilometers, we will arrive." The Grey Blood Valley is renowned for its abundant gray bloodstones, a rather rare material. A 1-kilogram gray bloodstone fetches a staggering 2,000 resource points at the Academy's logistics department. Moreover, among the various locations in the second ring, the Grey Blood Valley is considered one of the safer spots, low risk and high reward. Consequently, most students exploring the second ring of the Ningxia secret realm would choose to venture to the Grey Blood Valley for mineral collection. Naturally, Lin Ze and his companions were no exception. Furthermore, with Guasini's spatial tools, they could gather and store gray bloodstones far beyond the capacity of ordinary teams. It was evident that this expedition would yield substantial gains. "Be cautious. From here on, a multitude of 5th-tier ferocious beasts lurk," Song Ting warned solemnly. While 5th-tier ferocious beasts were relatively rare in the third ring, they were abundant here. Given their team's strength, they could handle a few 5th-tier beasts. But should they encounter more than 20, a hasty retreat would be their only option. The others nodded solemnly at her words. Only Lin Ze, while outwardly nodding, inwardly hoped to encounter even more ferocious beasts. Having spent just over a day in the Ningxia secret realm, the growth of his rock monster had already exceeded 10, soaring to 8023. Its level had also risen to the third segment of the 5th tier. The efficiency of strength enhancement here far surpassed that of wilderness hunting, as the ferocious beasts within the secret realm were of a higher level and density. Lin Ze silently marveled. Even if he were not collecting materials to earn resource points, the secret realm was undoubtedly an ideal training ground for enhancing growth. Lin Ze resolved that once Xiao Shui and the rock monster evolved, he would seek an opportunity to enter the secret realm alone for further training. The Academy's secret realm had a population limit, but the Beastmaster Association did not, albeit entry required a fee. While lost in thought, Lin Ze took a moment to summon the rock monster's pet panel. His gaze fell upon the last unlocked skill. Giant Stone Impact, an advanced skill for stone projectile projection, condensing earth elements to create a massive rock and hurling it at enemies. Requires 80 growth length and 300 achievement points to unlock. Lin Ze still had over 500 achievement points remaining. Without hesitation, he immediately unlocked the skill. In an instant, the information on the panel changed. Name: Rock Monster. Attribute: Earth. Level: 5th tier, 3rd segment. Growth length: 8023. Skills: Earth Spikes, Giant Stone Impact, Exploding Stone, Rock Guardian. Divine Path. Next evolution form: Spirit of the Earth. Requirements: Growth length 100, 30 upper tier Earth Element Essence, 3 Spirit Stones. Closing the panel, Lin Ze looked ahead. Just as his gaze shifted, a sound reminiscent of cracking stones echoed from the darkness ahead. The group immediately halted, assuming battle stances. In the next instant, more than a dozen humanoid skeletons wielding bone weapons emerged slowly from the shadows. The ground trembled as the monsters marched in perfect unison, their synchronized heavy steps raising clouds of dust. The deep rumble reverberated in their eardrums. Although their numbers were not overwhelming, they created an imposing atmosphere akin to an advancing army. "It's a Di Shengguai," Gu Lingyan whispered. The girl's expression was somewhat grave. Di Shengguai were 5th tier ferocious beasts with both earth and undead attributes. Most of the time, they lay buried deep in the earth, slumbering until prey is detected, at which point they awaken and burst forth from the ground. Their skeletal bodies bore sharp protrusions resembling armor. While they appeared fragile, they were as solid as rock. Attacks below the 5th tier were nearly ineffective against them. Moreover, they possessed immense strength, decent speed, and could skillfully wield their bone weapons. Although a single Disheng was not a significant threat, allowing them to gather in numbers and form formations akin to an army would be quite troublesome. The sheer number before them was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Without waiting for the Disheng to advance, the group instinctively launched their attacks simultaneously. In an instant, countless ranged attacks rained down upon the Disheng like a tempest. The rock monster acted swiftly, conjuring a giant stone the size of a millstone between its hands. It then hurled it fiercely towards the Disheng. Giant stone impact. Accompanied by a piercing sound of rushing air, the massive stone descended with ferocious energy, crashing into one of the foremost Disheng. The hard skeleton, capable of withstanding a cannonball, shattered with a resounding crack under the impact of the stone. Countless fragments of bone scattered in all directions. The Disheng struck by the giant stone was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground and struggling to rise. With just a single blow, a 5th-tier Disheng was severely injured. Witnessing this scene, the girls widened their eyes in astonishment. Lu Man and Song Ting exchanged glances, both recognizing the shock and amazement mirrored in each other's eyes. Why did it seem that Lin Ze's earth attribute ferocious beast had grown significantly stronger? Furthermore, the skill just demonstrated appeared to have increased in potency as well. Their impressions still lingered on the stone projectile projection before the evolution, making them utterly astonished at the enhanced power of the giant stone impact. Lu Man couldn't help but steal a glance at Lin Ze's profile. The more they interacted, the more mysterious qualities she perceived in this junior, enhancing the sense of enigma surrounding him. The battle persisted for nearly half an hour. Despite their individual prowess surpassing that of their adversaries, the group exerted considerable effort to vanquish the monstrous beasts, which outnumbered them 2-1. After gathering the materials, Lin Ze and his companions did not linger but continued their journey. They meandered along the path, successfully dispatching several waves of ferocious creatures without incident. After nearly 3 hours, they finally arrived at the Husu Shng. Upon entering, they were met with a vast expanse of ashen gray, characterized by steep rock walls, scattered rubble, and winding depressions, all of which exuded a chilling, eerie gray hue. Only occasionally could one catch a glimpse of a minuscule crimson hue, which indicated their target. The Husu Sh. With their companion beasts leading the way, the group cautiously stepped into the valley. Shortly after their entry, Su Bing and his companions also arrived nearby. Chapter 83, The Condensed Stone Dragon. Indeed, that group had entered the Husu Shng. Luo Han gazed at the footprints that trailed into the valley, a conspiratorial smile gracing his face. Su Bing squinted, a glimmer of triumph flickering in his eyes. Our fortune is favorable. The individuals from the Long Xian, she have inadvertently lent us a great hand. Let us commence our actions, adhering to the previously established plan. An array of malicious chuckles echoed around them. The members of the Gaoshan she swiftly summoned their companion beasts, soon assembling over a dozen flying-type creatures. Sufficient. Su Bing surveyed the scene and whispered instructions. Exercise caution. We must not lose our target before it is lured to us. Yes, President. In no time, the flying beasts, under the adept control of their tamers, flew towards the southern part of the valley. Within the Husu Shng, Lin Ze and his companions divided into 2 groups to search for the Husu Sh. Lin Ze, Guisini, and Song Ting formed one group, while Lu Man and Gu Lingyan constituted the other. Both groups boasted a balanced distribution of 4 members with 5th-tier combat strength. With a crack, Lin Ze commanded the Yn Gu to scale the gray-white rock wall, dislodging a piece of Husu Sh the size of an egg. Dust cascaded down, coating the Yn Gu, which remained unfazed, its robust form nimbly leaping upon the rock face. In an environment dominated by walls and rocks, Earth-type companion beasts thrived. The task of extracting the Husu Sh was ideally suited for the Yn Gu, whereas the non-humanoid Sh was ill-equipped for such labor. The spirit-consuming Ing was similarly unsuitable for this work. Thus, Song Ting and Guisini were tasked with standing guard nearby to prevent any surprise attacks from the ferocious beasts. Approximately 2 hours later, the trio had collected 5 to 6 kilograms of Husu Sh. At this rate, they could amass around 40 to 50 kilograms over 2 days, translating to roughly 100,000 resource points. Lin Ze nodded in silent satisfaction. The resources he would acquire from this expedition would surely suffice to purchase the ice blue tier. Just then, a low growl resonated nearby. Lin Ze turned, astonished to discover that the sound emanated from the Shnul, which had lowered its body and was scratching at the ground with evident unease and agitation. What is it? Lin Ze and Guisini exchanged puzzled glances with Song Ting, who was also soothing the companion beast, her expression mirroring their confusion. I am uncertain. It seems to sense some kind of danger. Lin Ze and Guisini looked at each other in concern. The SHNUL and SHU possessed acute senses and could typically detect approaching beasts beforehand, having thwarted numerous attacks in the past. Yet, it had never exhibited such behavior before, not even when the Pale Lord had appeared. Could it be that a beast more formidable than the Pale Lord was near? This thought flashed through the minds of the trio, though uncertainty lingered. A creature capable of instilling such trepidation in the SHNUL and SHU would surely be at least a 6th-tier beast. However, the second ring predominantly harbored 5th-tier beasts, and there were no records of 6th-tier beasts roaming these regions. I recall that the 6th-tier beasts in the Ning SH secret realm are typically found in the first ring, Lin Ze pondered aloud. Indeed, Song Ting confirmed. The Ning SHML Ing usually resides deep within the first ring and has never been reported to venture into other areas. The Ning SHML Ing is a dual-element beast of darkness and dragon lineage, with adult specimens possessing strength equivalent to approximately 6 5th-tier levels and reaching 8th tier in maturity. The Ning SH secret realm is named after them, as they represent the most powerful beast species within the realm. However, their activity is confined to the first ring, and no one has encountered them in other areas. At the mention of the Ning SHML Ing, the expressions of the group turned grave. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ze decisively stated, to be cautious. We should first regroup with Senior Lu Man and the others and find a place to conceal ourselves while we assess the situation. Song Ting and Guisini nodded in agreement. Whatever was causing the SHNUL and SHU's distress was undoubtedly perilous. It was wise to avoid danger for the time being. The three promptly set off in the direction of Lu Man and Gu Lingyan. However, scarcely had they run 100 meters when a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. An oppressive, powerful aura suddenly descended. In an instant, the group felt a weight pressing upon their chests, as though shackled by invisible chains. Their hearts tightened, and a sense of panic surged within them. Guisini and Song Ting, both well-versed in the ways of dragon-type beasts, recognized this feeling all too well. Their expressions shifted dramatically. Lin Ze turned to look skyward and immediately understood the source of this disquieting sensation. Dragon might. Unlike the hybrid bloodlines of the SHNUL Ing SHU and the LZHJL Ing, only pure dragon lineage could exude such dragon might. In the shadowy expanse of the sky, a colossal dragon, enveloped in dark scales and resembling a small mountain, soared through the air, hurtling towards them with the speed of lightning. The Ning SHML Ing. Song Ting gasped in astonishment, her face draining of color. How could the Ning SHML Ing appear here? Lin Ze's expression hardened. However, he soon noticed that the Ning SHML Ing seemed to be in pursuit of something. As the distance closed, he discerned that it was 5 or 6 flying creatures. Are such beasts present within the Ning SH secret realm? Lin Ze recognized the types of the flying creatures. To his knowledge, such beasts did not exist in the Ning SH secret realm. Yet, now was not the time for such thoughts. The Ning SHML Ing was exceedingly swift. In mere moments, it had caught up to the flying creatures. Some were torn asunder by its jaws, while others were obliterated by its fiery breath. In the blink of an eye, all the flying creatures were slaughtered. Soon, only the Ning SHML Ing remained in the sky. With its quarry gone, the dragon continued to roar in fury, circling the area in a frenzied rage. Then, it spotted Lin Ze and his companions on the ground. Without hesitation, the Ning SHML Ing let out a furious roar and charged towards them. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Ze and the others turned pale. Run, Lin Ze commanded in a low voice, rousing the two girls from their stupor. Simultaneously, without needing Lin Ze's orders, Xiao Shui and Yan Gu had gathered by his side, ready to act. Extreme ice chains. Massive rock impact. Brilliant blue ice crystals materialized from thin air, transforming into frigid chains that ensnared the Ning SHML Ing. The latter's downward plunge abruptly halted. Before it could break free, colossal boulders, accompanied by a thunderous roar, surged towards it. Boom. A resounding explosion reverberated through the sky. The sky was filled with swirling smoke and dust. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ze resolutely grabbed the two girls and turned to flee. In Chapter 84, the situation was not as dire as it seemed. The two groups searching for the location of the Hui Shuesher were not far apart. The moment the deafening roar erupted, Lu Man and Gu Longyan immediately heard the sound. They exchanged glances, and without a word, they swiftly headed towards the source of the noise. In no time, they encountered Lin Ze and the others rushing towards them, as well as the enraged, pursuing Ningshi Imo Long in the sky not far behind. Ningshi Imo Long? How could such a monster appear here? Lu Man's expression changed dramatically. revealing an uncontrollable shock. Even the usually calm and rational Yuki-onna could not help but change her demeanor. A dragon-type beast of the 6th tier was far beyond their capacity to handle. Being targeted by such a ruthless and powerful creature was undoubtedly a chilling prospect. The 5 quickly regrouped, and without time for conversation, they took off running. Along the way, Song Ting succinctly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Lu Man and Yuki-onna exchanged glances, immediately realizing the peculiarities of the situation. However, before they could voice their thoughts, Lin Ze spoke up first. It must have been deliberately lured here. Lin Ze's eyes flickered as he openly expressed his suspicions. The monsters that Ning-Shi-Mo pursued were all of a type not found within the secret realm. If his assumptions were correct, those creatures were likely the pets of other beast tamers. At this revelation, a shadow of gloom descended upon the girls' faces. Yuki-onna bit her lip, her expression filled with indignation. So, someone intentionally attracted that Ning-Shi-Mo? What could their purpose be? This was not hard to deduce. Lu Man, with her wealth of experience in secret realm exploration, reflected momentarily and quickly grasped the situation. Either someone encountered the Ning-Shi-Mo, could not defeat it, and thus decided to divert its wrath towards us, making us the chosen scapegoats. Or someone harbored ill will towards us and aimed to use Ning-Shi-Mo to bring about our demise. Yuki-onna's eyes widened in disbelief, her delicate face a mask of shock and horror. Only students from Ningjiang Academy could enter the Ning-Shi secret realm. Thus, the identity of the mastermind was abundantly clear. She could hardly fathom that a fellow student would commit such an act. Were they not all classmates from the same academy? Having recently entered the academy, her naive heart found it impossible to accept this reality. Lin Ze, however, offered no rebuttal. Human nature is intricate. Whether driven by fear of death or by hatred and rage, individuals could be compelled to act irrationally. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, the presence of Ning-Shi-Mo here remained inexplicable. Lu Man furrowed her brow, stating, "Now is not the time to ponder this. We must first consider how to deal with that behemoth behind us." In the short span of a few hundred meters, Ning-Shi-Mo rapidly closed the distance. Now within a mere 100 meters. At this range, it could unleash its dragon breath at any moment. The heavy and terrifying aura of the dragon enveloped everyone, sending a chill down their spines. Hearing the approaching sound of slicing air behind them, Lin Ze's gaze flickered, and he sighed softly. "We can no longer run like this." Suddenly, he halted, turning to face Ning-Shi-Mo. Pursuing a flying creature like Ning-Shi-Mo on flat ground was undoubtedly a foolish endeavor. It would not be long before they were caught. Lu Man and the others naturally realized this too. Seeing Lin Ze stop, they instinctively came to a halt as well. Yuki-onna pressed her lips together and said solemnly, "Rather than fleeing until we are utterly exhausted, it would be better to make a desperate stand while we still possess strength." Lu Man, Song Ting, and Yuki-onna exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Reaching a consensus, they commanded their pets to attack. The flashing dragon beast, being the fastest, leaped forward, its form shimmering in the air as it instantly covered several dozen meters to confront Ning-Shi-Mo, unleashing a translucent column of light. Simultaneously, the silver centaur's spear, the thorn blade of the thorn dragon, and the explosive fireballs from the fire elemental giant all converged towards Ning-Shi-Mo. A torrential wave of attacks enveloped the creature in an instant. However, in the face of such fierce and ferocious onslaughts, Ning-Shi-Mo exhibited no fear whatsoever. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed its dragon breath. The pale black breath fanned out in a cone, obliterating all incoming attacks in its wake. Following this, Ning-Shi-Mo opened its maw once more, this time expelling a mist tinged with faint blood. The blood mist surged forth at an alarming speed, engulfing the unsuspecting flashing dragon beast before it could even emit a cry of despair. The creature's body stiffened suddenly, a grayish hue emerging from its forehead and rapidly spreading throughout its entire form. In the blink of an eye, the flashing dragon beast was transformed into a stone sculpture. Crack! Ning-Shi-Mo dove down, crushing the stone sculpture with a single paw. The flashing dragon beast was lost. In just a fleeting moment of confrontation, they had already suffered the loss of a 5th-tier combatant. This scene caused Lu Man and the others to turn pale with shock. The blood mist of Ning-Shi-Mo Yuki-onna's face turned ashen as she murmured softly. The blood mist was the signature skill of Ning-Shi-Mo. Unless one possessed a high-level resistance skill, any creature of a lower tier than Ning-Shi-Mo would be turned to stone upon contact with the blood mist. With this terrifying ability, it was not an exaggeration to describe Ning-Shi-Mo as a slaughtering machine when facing lower-tier opponents. Crack! Just as Lu Man and her companions were paralyzed with horror, the silver centaur and the thorn dragon followed suit. succumbing to the blood mist and transforming into stone before being shattered. Among all the pets, only the rock demon, a creature of the earth element impervious to petrification, and the small snow creature, which had remained in the rear casting spells, could barely withstand Ning Shi-Mo-Long's onslaught. Nevertheless, even this would prove futile. At this rate, total annihilation was merely a matter of time. This is impossible. We cannot win. Song Ting and the others' faces were pale, their eyes wide with dread as they stared at Ning Shi-Mo-Long. They had often heard tales of the creature's might and terror, but facing it directly was a first. Its ferocity far exceeded their expectations. It was only at this moment that they truly comprehended the vast chasm between Tier 6 and Tier 5. Just a single tier gap felt insurmountable, akin to the divide between heaven and earth, instilling a sense of helplessness. Despair etched itself onto Gu Xianyi's face. Witnessing this, Lu Man's expression shifted through various emotions before her resolve solidified. I will hold off Ning Shi-Mo-Long. You all take the chance to escape. The others looked at Lu Man in astonishment, noticing a small, sleek black bell in her hand that they had not seen before. I can only delay it for 10 minutes at most. During this time, you must hurry and leave Huishui Valley, finding a place to hide. Gu Long Yin seemed to recognize the bell in Lu Man's hand, her expression turning grave. Qian Chongling. Gu Long Yin's demeanor became exceedingly solemn. Using the Qian Chongling will also bind you in place, rendering you immobile. Are you intending to sacrifice yourself? Upon hearing this, Gu Xianyi's eyes widened in horror. Senior sister, before she could finish, Lu Man interrupted her. With a determined gaze, she cast a glance at her companions. Sacrificing one of us is far better than letting everyone perish together. Yet, it was not only Gu Xianyi. Even Gu Long Yin and Song Ting wore expressions of turmoil and sorrow. They found it impossible to abandon Lu Man, trading the life of their friend for their own survival. However, failing to act would ultimately lead to everyone's demise. Seeing them remain motionless, Lu Man felt a surge of anxiety and turned to Lin Ze, urging him, Junior, take them away. Unexpectedly, Lin Ze resolutely shook his head. I'm sorry, Senior, but I cannot do that. Lu Man was taken aback, her expression growing increasingly anxious. Are you also so indecisive? Lin Ze's demeanor remained calm as he replied. There's no need to panic, Senior. The situation is not as dire as it seems. His composed attitude astonished the girls present. In such a critical moment, how could Lin Ze still utter such words? Was the current predicament not dire enough? However, before they could comprehend Lin Ze's meaning, he had already turned his gaze back to the battlefield. With a slight shift in his thoughts, a translucent panel suddenly materialized before him. Chapter 85. The Radiance of Evolution. On a hillside 300 to 400 meters away from Lin Ze and the others, Su Bing and several members of the Gaoshan Society crouched low, exposing only their heads, intently watching the distant battle. Upon witnessing the Ning Shi-Mo-Long unleash its petrifying blood mist and swiftly eliminate 3 pet beasts, Luo Han could not help but reveal a triumphant smile. They are doomed. Luo Han's eyes were fixed on Lin Ze, filled with satisfaction and resentment. It was this detestable commoner who had caused him great embarrassment, subjecting him to ridicule and scorn from many. When had he, a prominent member of the Gaoshan Society and a direct descendant of a distinguished family, ever suffered such a loss? All of it was due to Lin Ze. However, he would finally have his revenge. With this thought, a sinister smile crept across Luo Han's face. Among the members of the Gaoshan Society behind him, several displayed hesitation, their faces marked with unease. After exchanging glances for a moment, one finally could not restrain himself and spoke. President Han Ge, is this really the right course of action? Though the Gaoshan Society was known for its brazen and overbearing behavior, it was the first time they had resorted to such despicable means, plotting to endanger fellow students. Many present were deeply unsettled. Luo Han cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, scoffing, what is the problem? Those despicable creatures stole our prey. They must be prepared for retaliation. When has the Gaoshan Society ever swallowed their losses? Yet, even so, isn't this method a bit excessive? If, by any chance, one of them survives and reports to the academy, won't we face dire consequences? Luo Han sneered dismissively. You're overthinking it. That's the Ning Shi-Mo-Long, a 6th-tier dragon-type beast. With Lin Ze and Lu Man, how could they possibly stand against it? Just watch. In a few minutes, they will turn to stone. The might and terror of the Ning Shi-Mo-Long were no secret among the 2nd and 3rd-year students. The members of the Gaoshan Society did not believe that Lin Ze and his companions could escape the clutches of the Ning Shi-Mo-Long. However, as this was their first time engaging in such actions, they could not help but feel anxious, fearing exposure and the dire consequences that would follow. Nevertheless, since the decisions were made by Su Bing and Luo Han, they reluctantly accepted it. Luo Han continued, besides, if we don't do this, who will help us fend off the Ning Shi-Mo-Long? Do you really want to confront it head-on? The members of the Gaoshan Society shook their heads vigorously. Who would want to battle such a monster? Even with a dozen fifth-tier pet beasts in our ranks, we would never be the match for the Ning Shi Mo Long. The vast disparity in strength between tiers could not simply be bridged by numbers. If they truly faced the Ning Shi Mo Long, it would be their sides suffering heavy casualties. With this thought, the earlier uncertainty among them dissipated, replaced by a sense of justification. Better for others to perish than for themselves. All right, we must act quickly. Lu Man's group cannot hold off the Ning Shi Mo Long for long. Su Bing spoke solemnly, interrupting the discussion. During this time, let us quickly secure the dragon egg. At the president's command, the group immediately perked up. Their purpose for entering the Ning Shi secret realm was indeed to acquire the dragon egg. Just 3 days prior, a small second-year team from the Gaoshan Society had inadvertently discovered traces of the Ning Shi Mo Long in the second ring. Astonished, they followed the trail and eventually found that the Ning Shi Mo Long had built a nest in a secluded cave within the second ring, which contained an incubating dragon egg. This news sent shockwaves through the Gaoshan Society. After deliberation, they quickly discerned the underlying reason. The Ning Shi Mo Long must have migrated to the relatively safer second ring to ensure the successful hatching of its offspring. This revelation thrilled the members of the Gaoshan Society. After all, it was the dragon egg of the Ning Shi Mo Long. It is well known that a dragon of such pure lineage holds immense potential, certainly worthy of being a king-tier beast. The value of a king-tier pet beast is indescribably precious. Even if one cannot utilize it, selling it would yield a substantial fortune. Thus, the Gaoshan Society promptly organized a team to enter the secret realm. Their original plan was to sacrifice some flying pet beasts to distract the Ning Shi Mo Long while they stealthily snatched the dragon egg. As long as they could evade the Ning Shi Mo Long's search and pursuit, their plan would be deemed a success. The appearance of Lin Ze and his companions significantly increased the chances of success for the Gaoshan Society's plan. With them holding the Ning Shi Mo Long at bay, the Gaoshan Society could effortlessly steal the dragon egg and depart at leisure. Reflecting on how his brilliant idea had reduced the difficulty of executing the plan, Su Bing's eyes glimmered with pride. He glanced at Lu Man and her companions, who were valiantly battling, a cold smile forming on his lips. You shall use your lives to help me delay the Ning Shi Mo Long. Just then, the situation on the field suddenly shifted. Name, Yen Gue. Attribute, Earth. Level, 5th tier, 3rd stage. Growth length, 8561. Skills, Earth Spikes, Boulder Charge, Explosive Stone, Rock Guardian. Divine Path, Next Evolution Form. Spirit of the Earth, Requirements. Growth length, 100. Superior Earth Element Essence 30, Spirit Stone 3. Gazing at the data on the panel, Lin Ze's eyes flickered. Initially, he had contemplated that with their strength, they might be able to repel the Ning Shi Mo Long. However, its overwhelming power exceeded expectations, effortlessly decimating their pet beasts. Truly, it was a 6th-tier dragon beast. Its might beyond comparison. Nevertheless, Lin Ze maintained an air of calm throughout. After all, he held more than one trump card. One of them, naturally, was the evolution of his pet beast. Plans often fall short of changes, and given the current circumstances, he could only expend achievement points. Resolute in his decision, Lin Ze hesitated no longer. With a flicker of thought, he decisively consumed achievement points to elevate Yen Gue's growth length to 100. Subsequently, Lin Ze turned to Guisini, gesturing for her to retrieve his backpack. Though uncertain of Lin Ze's intentions, Guisini complied without question. The materials needed for Yen Gue's evolution had been procured long ago. Moreover, to be cautious, Lin Ze had ensured that all materials were placed in his tactical backpack before entering the secret realm. Sensing his master's intent, Yen Gue quickly retreated to the back. Reaching out to take the superior earth element essence and spirit stone, Lin Ze handed over, promptly stuffing them into its mouth and chewing eagerly. The expressions of Lu Man and the others were filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend Lin Ze's actions. However, they soon found themselves no longer perplexed. As the materials entered its body, Yen Gue was soon enveloped in a dazzling radiance. That is the radiance of evolution. Chapter 86, The Spirit of the Earth. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, the figure of the Yen Gue shrinks at a visibly rapid pace, its height diminishing from nearly 3 meters to around 2 meters. However, the imposing aura it emanates only intensifies, filling every inch of the surrounding space with a heavy and oppressive presence. The air itself seems to thicken, and all witnesses to this spectacle feel as if a massive stone has plummeted onto their hearts, leaving them gasping for breath. The stone dragon, engaged in battle, immediately cast its gaze upon this transformation, its vertical pupils reflecting a human-like mixture of fear and fury. In the void before Lin Ze, a semi-transparent panel displayed rapidly changing data. Name, Spirit of the Earth. Attribute Earth. Level 6th rank, 5th stage. Growth length 0. Skills: Earth spikes, boulder impact, explosive stones. Rock Guardian. Divine Path. Next evolution form. Rock God Soldier. Requirements: growth length 100. 10 lower earth elemental source stones. 1 boundless soil. Upon reaching a growth length of 100, the Yin Gui's level has transcended to 6th rank, 5th stage. With its evolution into the spirit of the earth, its level astonishingly leaps across a major realm. Ascending to the remarkable 6th rank, 5th stage, the strength it possesses has been dramatically amplified. Before long, as the light dissipates, the Yin Gui, or rather the spirit of the earth, reveals its form anew. It retains a semi-transparent quality, showcasing a robust body entirely enveloped in earthy hues. Yet, it no longer resembles the monstrous visage of before, but has transformed into a tall and imposing warrior clad in armor, exuding an indomitable essence akin to the very earth itself. Lu Man and the others stand in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to utter a word. While it is not unheard of for a pet beast to surpass its limits and evolve into a new form during combat, such occurrences are exceedingly rare, akin to winning the lottery. However, if that were the only factor, Lu Man and her companions would not be so astonished. What truly left them in shock was the fact that Lin Ze's pet beast was the one undergoing evolution. They were well aware that Lin Ze's Earth-type pet had only evolved less than a month prior. Yet, in such a brief span, it astonishingly achieved another evolution. It was simply unfathomable. Typically, pet beasts require months or even years to evolve. Lin Ze's rate of cultivation is nothing short of extraordinary. How could this be accomplished? The members of the Gaoshan Society nearby wore expressions of disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. To evolve at this moment, what sheer luck. My goodness. This kid's fortune is beyond measure. Wait, that doesn't seem right. I recall Lin Ze's Earth-type pet had only recently evolved, right? One person suddenly exclaimed. This reminder jolted others into realization, their faces reflecting utter incredulity. The Gaoshan Society, having conducted thorough investigations into Lin Ze, knew that his second pet beast was purchased from a store, a stubborn rock creature, which had evolved shortly after. Many had expressed their astonishment at Lin Ze's apparent stroke of luck at that time. Yet, who could have anticipated that within less than a month, this pet beast would undergo yet another evolution? This could no longer be attributed to mere luck. It was unbelievable. How could this be possible? Is this kid a monster? The members of the Gaoshan Society gasped in shock, their faces betraying their overwhelming astonishment. Luo Han was particularly horrified, his face ashen, seemingly on the verge of tears. He had never imagined that Lin Ze's pet beast would evolve at such a critical juncture. Originally, the Yin Gui was already at the 5th rank level. With this evolution, it had undoubtedly broken through to the 6th rank. A first-year student, barely a newcomer, now possessed a 6th rank pet beast. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Among the entire second year, not a single person possessed even one 6th rank pet beast. Luo Han had previously thought that although he lost to Lin Ze in the duel, their strengths were relatively comparable. With diligent training, he believed he could eventually surpass Lin Ze and reclaim his honor. However, gazing at the spirit of the earth in the distance, that notion dissipated entirely. A prodigy with such exceptional talent was not merely to be surpassed. Even keeping pace with him felt like an extravagant wish. In that moment, Luo Han was overwhelmed by despondency. Yet, soon after, a surge of jealousy ignited within him. He had always prided himself on being a genius. Born into a prestigious family with abundant talent and resources, yet he found himself overshadowed by someone of common origin. How could his pride endure such a blow? With this thought, Luo Han's gaze towards Lin Ze turned venomous, wishing fervently for the stone dragon to swallow him whole. Beside him, Su Bing, though equally stunned, managed to regain composure more swiftly than the others. Stop dawdling. Let's grab the dragon egg while we can. Despite the unforeseen circumstances, the situation was not without its advantages for them. The stronger Lin Ze became, the longer he could hold the stone dragon at bay, allowing them ample opportunity to retrieve the dragon egg. The president's command spurred the others into action, shaking off their stupor. Luo Han gritted his teeth, suppressing his envy, and departed the slope with his companions. Roar! The stone dragon emitted a furious roar, its rage palpable. Unlike the other smaller creatures, it sensed a profound threat emanating from the spirit of the earth, a formidable adversary capable of jeopardizing its very life. Thus, the stone dragon decisively abandoned its other opponents, redirecting its focus towards the spirit of the earth. With a powerful flap of its wings, it surged forward like a tempest, unleashing a torrent of dragon breath. The spirit of the earth, previously under duress, had accumulated a wealth of pent-up frustration. Now, empowered, it charged forward without hesitation. As it advanced, 4 stone shields materialized around it, enveloping its form in a radiant, earthy glow. The intensity of the light, a manifestation of its rock guardian skill, had amplified to at least 4 or 5 times that of its pre-evolution state. The defensive strength surged beyond measure. The dark breath of the dragon collided with the spirit of the earth, momentarily dimming its protective light, yet it sustained no damage. Simultaneously, the spirit of the earth surged forward, its fist clenched tightly, delivering a powerful blow to the abdomen of the stone dragon. The disparity in size was stark, akin to a giant confronting a child. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the massive stone dragon, upon receiving this punch, reacted as though struck by lightning, letting out a cry of agony as it was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a nearby mountainside. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, fracturing the mountainside with a web of cracks, as countless stones cascaded down. Lu Man and her companions stared in a daze at the unfolding scene, feeling as if trapped in a dream, their mouths agape and speechless. Chapter 87. The Cost of Failed Schemes. The adult stone dragon typically possesses a strength level around 6th rank, 5th stage, while the evolved spirit of the earth matches this level. Moreover, its combat prowess is exemplary among its tier, not inferior to that of dragon-type beasts. In reality, the disparity in strength between them is minimal. Despite the stone dragon's heightened vigilance, it underestimated the spirit of the earth's capabilities. Caught off guard, it suffered a minor setback. Once it recovered from the pain, the stone dragon was consumed with fury, roaring as it charged once more at the spirit of the earth. The battle erupted anew, escalating rapidly into a fierce confrontation. Both combatants were immensely powerful beasts, their every movement accompanied by the resounding echoes of chaos. Even from several dozen meters away, the fierce wind stirred up by the aftermath of the battle caused Lu Man and her companions to momentarily lose their breath, nearly gasping for air. They had no choice but to retreat another 10 meters to regain their composure. As they beheld the earth's spirit locked in a fierce struggle with the Ning Shi Mo Long, the girls widened their eyes in unison, a blend of surprise and joy illuminating their faces. What they had presumed to be a dire situation with no chance of survival had unexpectedly turned around. With Lin Ze's formidable companion by their side, even if they could not defeat the Ning Shi Mo Long, their safety was assured. The perilous predicament had transformed into a state of security, inciting uncontainable jubilation among them. Yet, after the initial ecstasy, they were struck by an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This was a pet capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the powerful Ning Shi Mo Long. Its master was but a first-year student. This revelation undoubtedly left a profound impact on them. Lin Ze, the junior, was astonishingly powerful. Lu Man could not help but murmur to herself. Song Ting and Gu Lung Yan also wore expressions of dazed disbelief. A first-year student possessing a 6th-tier pet was truly unprecedented. Under normal circumstances, had someone told them that a first-year student could cultivate a 6th-tier pet, they would have scoffed at the absurdity. Yet, such an implausible event unfolded before their very eyes. The 3 girls were momentarily engulfed in a dreamlike stupor. Gu Xine E, in particular, was filled with delight and admiration, gazing at Lin Ze's silhouette, her eyes nearly sparkling with wonder. Oblivious to the shifting emotions of the 4 girls, Lin Ze remained wholly focused on the ongoing battle. The Ning Shi Mo Long and the Earth Spirit were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. Even the remaining pets on their side, including Xiao Shui, were powerless in such a high-stakes confrontation, relegated to mere spectators. Lin Ze was eager to assist, yet regrettably, his 6th-tier soul arrow proved ineffective against the 5th-tier pet, yielding minimal results against the Ning Shi Mo Long. It seemed unlikely that even its rigid scales could be breached. Thus, the battle descended into a stalemate. After observing for a while, the girls finally regained their senses. Gu Longyan exchanged a glance with Song Ting, who approached Lin Ze and whispered, "Junior, this place is not suitable for a prolonged battle. We should retreat." Lin Ze contemplated for a moment and nodded in agreement. While he possessed other trump cards that could potentially vanquish the Ning Shi Mo Long, doing so would not be in his best interest. The total value of the materials from the Ning Shi Mo Long could not compare to the trump cards he held. He had no intention of engaging in such a losing endeavor. Once an agreement was reached, they wasted no time. Taking advantage of the Earth Spirit's distraction of the Ning Shi Mo Long, they turned to leave. However, at that very moment, a deep, thunderous roar reverberated from a distance. The sound was eerily familiar. Lin Ze and the others paused in astonishment, only to realize that it was the roar of the Ning Shi Mo Long. Yet, upon glancing back, they found the Ning Shi Mo Long entangled in a fierce battle with the Earth Spirit. Where, then, had that sound originated? Confusion swirled in their minds. But their thoughts were soon interrupted. A massive shadow suddenly soared into the sky from 1,000 meters away, flapping its wings majestically. As Lin Ze and the others focused their gaze, their eyes widened in shock. Was that shadow not the Ning Shi Mo Long? What on earth was happening? Why was there a second Ning Shi Mo Long? Gu Xin glanced at the Ning Shi Mo Long battling the earth spirit, then back at the one hovering in the sky, her expression a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. The appearance of a second Ning Shi Mo Long in the second ring was already bizarre enough. How could there be another? The others shared her confusion. Lin Ze observed as the distant Ning Shi Mo Long circled in the air, continuously unleashing its breath in a mist of condensed blood, seemingly engaged in combat with something. Moments later, it suddenly swooped toward them at high speed, breathing fire and diving in attack, appearing to be in pursuit of something. As it drew nearer, Lin Ze discerned that this Ning Shi Mo Long was smaller than the one currently engaged in battle. Moreover, its form bore a slightly more graceful contour. It was a female dragon. Gu Longyan suddenly remarked, her eyes glimmering with contemplation. A female dragon? The others were momentarily taken aback. Dragon-type creatures are typically solitary, and pure-blooded dragons like the Ning Shi Mo Long are even more so. It is exceedingly rare to encounter two dragons coexisting in the same area. Sensing the group's bewilderment, Gu Longyan softly elaborated, dragons are generally solitary, except in one circumstance, when they intend to hatch their offspring. In such cases, a male and female dragon will coexist until the dragon eggs successfully hatch. Upon hearing this, the group experienced a sudden epiphany. No wonder the Ning Shi Mo Long had suddenly appeared in the second ring. They had chosen this location to hatch their eggs. Lu Man murmured in realization. While they conversed, the Ning Shi Mo Long had already covered a distance of 1,000 meters, entering the Grey Blood Valley. It was only then that Lin Ze and the others could clearly see the creatures being pursued by the Ning Shi Mo Long astonishingly. It was the members of the Gaoshan Shi whom they had encountered not long ago. The once numerous group of over 10 had dwindled to merely 4 or 5, all in disarray and visibly terrified. The leaders, Su Bing and Luo Han, appeared pale, their earlier confidence and composure completely shattered. The Ning Shi Mo Long seemed to harbor a deep-seated vendetta against the Gaoshan Shi, relentlessly pursuing them. With each dive, one of their pets was torn to shreds. The 4th and 5th tier pets were as fragile as paper against the might of the Ning Shi Mo Long. How could it be them? Gu Xin exclaimed in shock. Her simple mind could not comprehend why the members of the Gaoshan Shi were present here, being pursued by the Ning Shi Mo Long. However, Lin Ze and the second-year students quickly grasped the underlying truth, their expressions darkening immediately. It was evident that the instigators who had lured the Ning Shi Mo Long, nearly leading them into a dire predicament, were none other than Su Bing and his companions. Their intention was clear, to use them as bait to distract the Ning Shi Mo Long while they seized the dragon eggs. Yet, the Gaoshan Shi members had evidently underestimated the danger of having 2 Ning Shi Mo Longs guarding the area during the hatching process. Consequently, one had inadvertently fallen into the grip of the female dragon, suffering tremendous losses. It was a classic case of losing the chicken while trying to catch the rice. The horrifying roar echoed from behind, sending chills down the spines of the fleeing Gaoshan Shi members, their faces paling further. The fear of death gripped their hearts like an invisible hand, tightening its hold. Even as their lungs burned with pain, they dared not slacken their pace. Terrified that any hesitation would result in being torn apart or turned into stone by the pursuing Ning Shi Mo Long. Damn it. How did it turn out like this? Luo Han gasped for breath as he ran, his mind spiraling in despair. His pallid face was contorted with fear. None had anticipated that the cave containing the dragon eggs would harbor a second Ning Shi Mo Long. They had barely begun to revel in the prospect of obtaining the dragon eggs before being met with the sudden onslaught of the terrifying dragon, resulting in a bloodbath. There had been no time to react. In an instant, over half their team had perished. Even Su Bing, the strongest among them, could not withstand the might of the Ning Shi Mo Long for more than a minute before he was turned to stone, forever entombed within the cave. Only then did Luo Han truly comprehend the formidable and terrifying nature of the Ning Shi Mo Long. Consequently, he found Lin Ze's ability to contend with it increasingly incredible. Brother Luo, what do we do? If we keep running, we will soon be caught. Think of something. I don't want to die. The remaining Gaoshan Shi members cried out in terror. Luo Han's eyes twitched violently. Just then, they burst into the Grey Blood Valley. Looking up, they could finally see Lin Ze and the others, along with the Earth Spirit fiercely battling another Ning Shi Mo Long. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Han's gaze flickered momentarily, prompting him to hasten towards Lin Ze and his companions. His fellow associates, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained their composure and followed suit. It was evident that they intended to employ the same cunning strategy, diverting the calamity elsewhere. As Lin Ze and Lu Man returned to their senses, they promptly noticed the movements of the members of Gaoshan Shi. The girls, filled with a mixture of astonishment and fury, were incensed by the audacity of these ruffians attempting to harm them once more. Lu Man gritted her teeth in anger, while Gulong Yan's eyes glinted coldly, ready to act. However, Lin Ze was quicker. He raised his palm towards the oncoming Luo-han and his group, and an invisible soul force materialized from his hand, coalescing into a shockwave that surged forth. The soul force impact reverberated through the air with a thunderous boom. Luo-han and his companions were utterly unprepared for Lin Ze's decisive action, and they were caught off guard by the force of the blow. Despite Lin Ze's soul force being merely at the first level and their own protective barriers mitigating injury, they were still thrust back several paces. In that brief delay, the Ningxia magic dragon roared as it charged forward, its claws slicing through the air with ferocity, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. The remaining few beasts were instantly torn to shreds, blood splattering everywhere. Following this, the Ningxia magic dragon violently swung its tail, a massive appendage that struck the members of Gaoshan Shi like a stone pillar. A direct hit from a 6th-tier beast was insurmountable even for a silver beastmaster, let alone a few bronze beastmasters. They barely had time to scream before their protective soul barriers shattered, and the terrifying force of the dragon's tail crashed upon them. In an instant, they were violently hurled away, their bodies mid-air echoing with the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Before they could hit the ground, they were beyond saving. In stark contrast, Luo-han appeared to have utilized some peculiar artifact, enduring the blow, yet still sent sprawling against the unyielding mountainside. The impact sent debris flying and dust swirling. As the haze cleared, it revealed Luo-han lying amidst the rubble, drenched in blood. A jagged shard of stone embedded deep in his abdomen, blood gushing forth and pooling on the ground. His eyes widened in shock. A grimace of agony etched upon his face. Having vanquished the members of Gaoshan Shi, the Ningxia magic dragon remained seething with rage, unleashing a series of furious roars. The next moment, its gaze shifted towards Lin Ze and his companions. Upon witnessing this, Lu Man and Song Ting's faces drained of color. They had barely managed to contend with one Ningxia magic dragon, relying on Lin Ze's prowess to hold their ground. The prospect of facing another was daunting. Yet, despite their awareness of the dire situation, Lu Man and the others felt utterly powerless. Fleeing? Had they been able to escape, they would have done so long before. Fighting, their strongest ally, the Earth Spirit, was currently preoccupied in battle. The few remaining 5th-tier beasts were no match for the Ningxia magic dragon. The realization etched bitter expressions upon the girls' faces. Just when they thought they could finally escape the Grey Blood Valley, another Ningxia magic dragon emerged. It seemed that misfortune had reached its zenith, as even a sip of water would result in calamity. Lu Man forced a smile as she glanced at her companions. Song Ting and Gulong Yan's faces were pale, their lips pressed tightly together. Yet surely, this time, they would heed my counsel. Lu Man shook the Qianzhong Ling in her hand, her expression resolute. She reiterated her earlier decision. I will hold it back, allowing you to escape. When Song Ting attempted to interject, Lu Man immediately cut her off. If it weren't for my suggestion to venture into the Ningxia secret realm, none of this would have occurred. I shall bear the responsibility for my mistake. Song Ting frowned and replied, this was a decision made collectively. It is not solely your fault. Gulong Yan and Gua Xin nodded in agreement. Even at this moment, they refused to abandon their shared responsibility or cast blame upon one another. I declare, just then, Lin Ze's calm voice interjected, halting the girls' dispute. In truth, the situation was not as dire as they perceived. Lin Ze had previously expressed similar sentiments, and as he spoke once more, the girls found themselves momentarily at a loss. They turned to Lin Ze, their gazes resting upon his composed and tranquil countenance, and a singular thought flashed through their minds. Junior, Lu Man gulped, an odd expression crossing her face as she inquired, do you have a way to confront that mother dragon? The other 3 girls widened their eyes, fixated on Lin Ze. Despite his previous unexpected displays of ability, including the rare evolution of beasts to the 6th tier in the midst of battle, they were not inclined to anticipate another miraculous turnaround. Surely, he could not facilitate the evolution of yet another beast during combat, could he? Such a feat seemed impossible. And indeed, Lin Ze was unable to procure the Binglong Lei in time to enable Xiao Shui's evolution. However, even without this option, he possessed means to address the current predicament. Amidst the girls' confusion, Lin Ze flipped his wrist, revealing a card in his palm. Explosion card. Chapter 89. This fellow is truly a monster. On the ground strewn with rubble, Luo-han lay motionless, his abdomen bleeding profusely, nearly saturating his body. Without needing to think, he could feel the warmth ebbing from his body, signaling the imminent arrival of death. The dread of dying contorted Luo-han's face into a mask of agony. Unwillingness, despair, and regret flooded his mind, ultimately morphing into a deep-seated resentment. He laboriously turned his head, casting a venomous glare at Lin Ze. Were it not for this individual, he would not have found himself in such a dire state. Yet soon, a chilling smile crept across Luohan's face. Even in death, he would ensure that Lin Ze and the members of Long Xian Shi accompanied him into the abyss. They too would soon meet their end at the claws of the Ningxia magic dragon. The tumultuous hatred within him widened his eyes. He longed to witness Lin Ze and the others perish at the hands of the Ningxia magic dragon before he himself succumbed. As if sensing Luohan's gaze, Lin Ze turned his head to meet his eyes. Upon encountering those tranquil, deep-set eyes, Luohan was momentarily taken aback. Why? Why could that fellow remain so composed in such dire circumstances? Did he truly believe he could contend with two Ningxia magic dragons? How could that be possible? The very moment this thought crossed his mind, Luohan was startled to realize that Lin Ze had somehow acquired a card. As Lin Ze raised his hand, the card transformed into a streak of light, merging into the earth spirit before them. The earth spirit shuddered slightly. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of those present, the aura surrounding the earth spirit began to surge dramatically, rapidly ascending to a new pinnacle. A formidable presence enveloped the area, causing the very air to feel heavy and stifling. Luohan stood agape, disbelief written all over his face. Lu Man and the others shared similar expressions of confusion and bewilderment. What is happening? Gua Xian murmured. No one answered her query. Everyone was engulfed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. How could the earth spirit's aura have intensified so dramatically? The ferocity was palpable. The two stone dragons promptly sensed an immense threat and froze in place. The stone dragon facing the spirit of the earth instinctively took a step back. Its vertical pupils fixed intently on the spirit. It emitted a series of low, menacing growls, creating a momentary hush. Both humans and beasts were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, until Lin Ze's calm voice shattered the silence, commanding them to eliminate the threat. As his words echoed, the spirit of the earth lunged forward, raising its colossal paw high. In response, countless pale yellow earth elements surged forth, coalescing almost instantly into a massive boulder. In the next moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the boulder was propelled like a cannonball. The impact was swift. The stone dragon barely had time to react before the boulder collided with it like a speeding locomotive. With a resounding crash, the once formidable stone dragon, which had withstood the boulder's assault moments ago, let out a chilling wail as its iron-hard scales shattered and flesh was torn apart, blood spraying everywhere. To the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the gargantuan stone dragon was sent hurtling away like a ragged cloth. Even in midair, the sound of its bones fracturing echoed ominously. Reminiscent of the members of the Gaoshan society it had previously flung aside. The massive dragon crashed onto the ground with a thunderous thud, a cloud of dust billowing around it. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld the once mighty stone dragon, now bloodied and battered, barely clinging to life. Its body nearly devoid of unscathed flesh. Silence descended, a deathly quiet enveloping the scene. All present stared in shock, as if trapped in a dream, unable to comprehend the reality before them. With a single strike, the imposing six-tier, five-segment stone dragon had been reduced to a state of near death. The surreal spectacle left everyone in disbelief. Was this truly the same spirit of the earth they had witnessed just moments prior, locked in a fierce stalemate with the stone dragon? Yet, in the blink of an eye, the spirit's power had surged dramatically, dispatching the stone dragon with almost effortless ease. This abrupt transformation plunged the spectators into a state of profound shock. It was Gu Lingyan who first regained her composure. The girl's previously serene and indifferent demeanor was now replaced by uncontrollable astonishment. Her lips parted slightly, murmuring two words, seven-tier. The ability to incapacitate the stone dragon with a single blow could only be attributed to a seven-tier beast. Lu Man, Song Ting, and Guisini soon followed suit. Quickly realizing that the spirit of the earth had clearly utilized some extraordinary artifact, likely the card Lin Ze had just produced. Such a formidable item that allowed a beast to transcend its tier was virtually unheard of. Song Ting could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Among the rarest of artifacts, those that enhance a beast's combat capabilities were undoubtedly the most coveted. Yet, the majority of combat artifacts could only elevate a beast's strength by 3 or 4 segments and could not bridge the major tier gap. However, the artifact Lin Ze employed had propelled the beast from the 6th to the 7th tier, and it appeared to be more than just the initial stages of tier 7. It was at least in the mid to high segments of that tier, signifying a leap of an entire major tier, a truly terrifying enhancement. Even the most prestigious beast taming families, with their profound heritage, may not possess such a rare and powerful artifact. As this realization dawned upon her, Song Ting cast a glance at Lin Ze. Her expression tinged with awe. How could a seemingly ordinary student have acquired such a precious artifact? In an instant, Lin Ze became an enigma cloaked in mystery in her eyes. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the excitement and admiration of Lu Man and others, Luo-han was engulfed in fury and disbelief. How could this be? He could not fathom that Lin Ze held such a trump card. An artifact capable of causing a beast's strength to soar a full major tier, a rarity even his family lacked. Why had it appeared in the hands of a mere commoner? No one could answer the tumult of questions in his mind. As he watched the spirit of the earth dispatch the second stone dragon with another crushing blow, despair and regret surged within him. Had he known, he would never have dared to provoke Lin Ze. This individual was nothing short of a monster. The intensity of his emotions caused him to spit out blood once more, an icy chill sweeping over him. The encroaching darkness enveloped him, drowning out his final consciousness. As Chapter 90 unfolds, with Luo-han drawing his last breath, the spirit of the earth concluded its battle. The two stone dragons, barely alive, met their demise as the spirit effortlessly snapped their necks. Only then did Lu Man and Guosini release a sigh of relief. Their purpose had merely been to collect the Hui Shui stones, and they had not anticipated encountering such terrifying creatures, let alone two of them. Thanks to Lin Ze's intervention, they had avoided a dire fate. Reflecting on this, Lu Man felt immensely grateful for her decision to invite Lin Ze to join their exploration team. This junior was indeed a figure shrouded in mystery. As she observed Lin Ze's silhouette, she could not help but marvel inwardly. Although she had previously admired his talent, a sense of pride had lingered within her, leading her to believe she could easily surpass him. However, after witnessing Lin Ze's array of formidable abilities in the secret realm, that notion had vanished without a trace. Staring at the lifeless bodies of the two stone dragons, even her pride could not convince her that she was stronger than Lin Ze. Song Ting and Gu Lingyan shared similar sentiments. They exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and admiration in each other's eyes. Even without considering that formidable artifact, Lin Ze was unmatched among all second-year students. Even among third-year students, few could hope to defeat him. For a first-year student to possess such strength was unprecedented. If word got out, many would surely be left speechless. After a considerable time, the girls finally snapped back to reality at Lin Ze's call, assisting in the collection of materials from the stone dragons. As dragon-type beasts, the rare pureblood lineage of the stone dragons boasted an abundance of valuable materials. Dragon blood, horns, scales, hides, and even flesh could serve as nourishment for dragon-type beasts, significantly aiding in their growth. The only unfortunate aspect was that they could not carry all the materials with them. Even Guosini's spatial ring had a mere 1 cubic meter capacity, leaving little room after accounting for previously stored items. Reluctantly, they had to be discerning, selecting only the most valuable materials to take with them. While the girls gathered materials, Lin Ze, accompanied by the spirit of the earth, followed the path Luo-han and the others had fled. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a cavern. The cave mouth was spacious, and its interior was remarkably vast, nearly hollowing out half of the mountain. The dim light cast an eerie atmosphere as one looked up, revealing depths that seemed to stretch infinitely. In this world, dragon-type beasts did not exhibit the legendary habit of hoarding treasures. So Lin Ze found no riches, but rather an array of bleached bones, both of beasts and humans alike. After a thorough search, Lin Ze discovered 7 or 8 lifelike stone sculptures near the entrance. To his astonishment, they were members of the Gaoshan she had encountered before, including Su Bing. If only he had known, there would have been no need for such initial efforts. Lin Ze sighed deeply. The members of Gaoshan she had gone to great lengths to steal the dragon egg, even using him and Lu Man as bait. In the end, not only did they fail to achieve their goal, but they also lost their lives. Those who harm others ultimately harm themselves. Shaking his head, Lin Ze refocused and continued searching the surroundings, with the goal of finding the dragon egg of the Ning Shi Mo Long. Strangely, despite scouring the entire cave, he could not find the dragon egg. Where could it have gone? Lin Ze furrowed his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he slapped his forehead. If the dragon egg were still in the cave, how could the mother dragon have left? It was likely that Luo-han and the others had succeeded, prompting her relentless pursuit to the Hui Shui Valley. With this thought in mind, Lin Ze turned and made his way back to the valley. Upon seeing Lin Ze return empty-handed, Lu Man and the others looked puzzled. Lin Ze offered no further explanation and went straight to Luo-han's corpse to examine it closely. Soon, his gaze fell upon a ring on Luo-han's right index finger. This was a spatial artifact. At some point, Guosini had approached Lin Ze from behind and gasped in surprise as she watched him remove the ring from Luo-han's hand. The intricate patterns engraved on the ring bore a striking resemblance to her spatial wristband. Clearly, this was also a spatial artifact. Unlike some treasures, spatial artifacts do not have the restriction of requiring blood to recognize their master. Anyone can utilize them once they are in possession. With Guosini's explanation, Lin Ze quickly grasped how to use the ring. His vision shifted, and he was instantly transported into a space filled with various items. It was quite spacious. After surveying the area, Lin Ze was pleasantly surprised to find that the internal space of the ring was nearly equivalent to a small room, approximately 3 to 4 cubic meters in size, significantly larger than Guisini's. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Furthermore, Lin Ze indeed found the dragon egg inside. The dragon egg of the Ningshi Mo Long was about the size of a face, entirely crimson, yet exuding a weighty, earthy essence. Could this be an egg capable of evolving into a king-tier beast? Lin Ze felt a surge of joy within. Without a doubt, this dragon egg was the most significant reward of this expedition. After admiring it for a moment, Lin Ze exited the ring and shared the news with Lu Man and the others, who were instantly filled with excitement. With such a capacious spatial artifact at their disposal, they could carry away even more precious materials. Overwhelmed with joy, the group quickly sprang into action. After nearly 2 hours of effort, they finally filled the spatial ring and Guisini's wristband to the brim, discarding numerous trinkets in the process. With the dragon egg and various materials from the Ningshi Mo Long, the Hui Shui stone no longer held any allure. Moreover, there was no extra space to store additional materials. Thus, the group unanimously decided to conclude their exploration and embark on their return journey. After a fierce battle with the Ningshi Mo Long, the team's beasts had suffered significant casualties. Aside from the Earth Spirit and Xiao Shui, among the participating 5th-tier beasts, only the Fire Elemental Giant and the Dragon Lion had survived, albeit with serious injuries, and were recalled by Lu Man to recuperate in the summoning space. Fortunately, with the presence of the 6th-tier Earth Spirit, the group felt assured they would not encounter any dangers on their way back. The journey was uneventful. In the early hours of the morning, the steel door deep underground creaked open, and Lin Ze and his companions emerged. Finally, they had returned. Lu Man let out a sigh of relief. The others bore expressions of having survived a calamity. Though it had only been a short day, this expedition was far more perilous than any they had previously undertaken. Fortunately, they had returned safely, and their rewards were exceptionally bountiful. Let's head to the logistics office, Song Ting proposed. The others readily agreed. With the exploration over, it was now time to allocate their gains. However, before that, they needed to exchange all the materials at the logistics office for resource points. Chapter 91, The Frost Blue Maiden. Both Ningshi Mo Long were slain by our junior, so we shall not take this portion of the spoils. It will all belong to him. No objections? Upon arriving at the logistics office, Lu Man suddenly announced. Song Ting and Gu Lingyan clearly had similar thoughts beforehand and nodded in agreement without surprise. Guisini naturally had no objections either. Since Lin Ze had single-handedly slain the Ningshi Mo Long, they felt it inappropriate to claim a share of the spoils. Moreover, had it not been for Lin Ze, they likely would not have made it out of Hui Shui Valley. Lin Ze, however, shook his head in refusal. In order to free up space for the materials from the Ningshi Mo Long, they had discarded everything obtained along the way. If he were to monopolize the materials from the Ningshi Mo Long, it would mean Lu Man and the others would receive almost no loot. That would render this expedition for naught. He could never do such a thing. After much back and forth, it was ultimately decided that Lin Ze would receive 80 of the total gains, while the remaining 20 would be divided among the 4 of them. Naturally, the most valuable treasure, the Ningshi Mo Long dragon egg, would go to Lin Ze. Materials such as dragon skin, dragon horns, and dragon scales were all exchanged for resource points. The dragon meat and dragon blood were retained, given to Lu Man and the others to offset their corresponding resource points. As their beasts were all of the dragon lineage, and these materials could be used to enhance their beasts. In the end, aside from the dragon egg, Lin Ze accumulated a total of 198 resource points, converted into credit points, that amounted to approximately 63 million, a staggering figure. Indeed, the exploration of the secret realm proved to be lucrative. Lin Ze mused inwardly. However, he also understood that the bountiful rewards stemmed from encountering 2 Ningshi Mo Long. Typically, a secret realm exploration in the second ring area would yield only about 50 to 60,000 resource points, and that was the total income for the entire team. Divided among the members, it would be even less. Of course, if an ordinary team were to encounter a Ningshi Mo Long, even survival would be a luxury, let alone discussing spoils and rewards. The girls were equally elated, as the harvest this time was extraordinarily fruitful. Even Guisini, who received the least, obtained over 10,000 resource points, which was a considerable sum for a first-year student. After exiting the logistics office, it was already quite late, and the group bid farewell and parted ways. Before leaving, Lu Man smiled at Lin Ze, saying, "Junior, we owe you a great deal this time. If you encounter any issues at the academy in the future, feel free to seek our assistance." Song Ting and Gu Lingyan both nodded gently in agreement. "I too feel the same," Guisini hurriedly added. Lin Ze, not wishing to be polite, smiled and accepted the offer. Lu Man and her companions hailed from prominent families. Possessing ample connections and resources, it was possible that he might genuinely need their help someday. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Ze immediately focused his mind to sense the information in his mind. A message quickly materialized. Achievement unlocked. First secret realm exploration. Successfully completed a secret realm exploration. Slaying at least 100 fierce beasts, achieving an exploration rate of over 10, thereby unlocking the achievement. Reward. 500 achievement points. 1 explosion card. Achievement completed. Reward pending collection. Lin Ze had already received the achievement notification upon exiting the secret realm, but only now did he have time to examine it closely. Excellent. He had received another explosion card. A glimmer of joy appeared in Lin Ze's eyes. The practicality and power of the explosion card had been proven through his previous 2 uses. It was a trump card that could turn the tide in crucial moments. Such a life-saving method was undoubtedly better in abundance. Overall, while Lin Ze had used 1 explosion card during this secret realm journey, he was rewarded with another for the achievement. Lin Ze acquired a dragon egg with the potential of reaching the royal tier, along with a plethora of resource points. This venture was not merely a break-even. It could be deemed an overwhelming success. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin Ze summoned Xiao Shui and subsequently produced a crystalline teardrop-shaped gem. This was the ice blue tier. While exchanging materials at the logistics office, Lin Ze had fortuitously purchased the ice blue tier. The gem, entirely enveloped in a deep azure hue, shimmered with an ethereal glow under the light. Although it was an ice attribute material, it felt warm to the touch, clearly indicating that its energy was fully contained, condensed deep within the core of the gem. Lin Ze offered the ice blue tier to Xiao Shui, who blinked in surprise and instead took the gem into her mouth, inadvertently including Lin Ze's fingertips as well. A soft, velvety sensation traveled from his fingertips, causing his heart to skip a beat. Observing the playful expression on Xiao Shui's face, Lin Ze could not help but chuckle softly. Fortunately, Xiao Shui did not prolong her mischief and soon released her grip. In the next moment, she radiated a dazzling azure glow. The evolution had commenced. Unbeknownst to him, a fine mist of white had filled the air. Frost began to form on the floor beneath Xiao Shui, and the temperature in the living room plummeted significantly. Even Lin Ze, with his robust physique, felt the chill. Reluctantly, he enveloped himself in a layer of Soul Guardian. Thankfully, this condition did not persist for long. After approximately 2 minutes, the radiant glow around Xiao Shui finally dissipated, revealing her form once more. She retained her graceful silhouette and striking beauty, but her formerly light blue hair had transformed into a stunning deep blue, cascading down like a waterfall to her waist. Her skin was as pale as freshly fallen snow, slightly translucent. The air of ethereal elegance surrounding her became more pronounced, reminiscent of an ice spirit. Name: Frost Blue Maiden. Attribute: Ice. Level: 6th tier, 2nd segment. Growth length: 0. Skills: Icefall, Sigh of the Snow Maiden, Extreme Ice Chains, Ice Crystal Mirror, Frost Nova, Blizzard. Queen Route: Next evolution form, Extreme Ice Princess. Requirements: Growth length: 100, lower level ice element source Stone 10, Millennium Extreme, Ice 1. Finally, the evolution was complete. Lin Ze exhaled in relief. This meant he now possessed 2 6th tier beasts, significantly enhancing his power. In the center of the living room, Xiao Shui gazed down at her transformed body, and after a moment, turned her attention back to Lin Ze, her face blossoming into a radiant smile akin to a flower. She stepped closer, playfully nestling into Lin Ze's embrace, her delicate face affectionately rubbing against his chest, her eyes brimming with unreserved admiration and closeness. Lin Ze coughed awkwardly. While the original appearance of Xiao Shui resembled that of a 15 or 16-year-old girl, her post-evolution form was indistinguishable from that of a 17 or 18-year-old youthful maiden. In this intimate proximity, Lin Ze could distinctly feel the soft, alluring curves of her body, stirring an involuntary flutter within him. No wonder so many were enamored with humanoid female beasts, he mused. However, meeting Xiao Shui's pure and innocent gaze, he quickly composed himself, gently ruffled her hair, and pushed her away slightly, subsequently summoning the beast panel. His gaze settled on the skills section. Chapter 92, A Natural Prodigy. Upon evolving, every beast acquires new skills. And this instance was no exception. Lin Ze's eyes shifted downward to the skill unlocking section. Cataclysmic Ice, an advanced skill of Frost Nova. An area damage type skill that summons otherworldly extreme ice, inflicting explosive ice attribute damage on a designated area. Unlock requirements: 20 growth length, 500 achievement points. Frost Ray compresses a substantial amount of ice elements into a singular point, transforming it into a ray to attack a specified target, dealing immense ice attribute damage and applying a freezing debuff. Unlock requirements. 30 growth length, 500 achievement points. Ice Dragon Strike. Manipulates ice elements to form an ice dragon, autonomously attacking multiple specified targets. Unlock requirements. 50 growth length, 800 achievement points. Frost Blue Domain. An advanced skill of Blizzard. An area damage type skill that transforms the surrounding area within a kilometer into an ice attribute domain, continuously inflicting significant ice attribute damage on enemies and applying a slowing effect. When within this domain, one's attack power is greatly enhanced. Unlock requirements. 80 growth length. 1,000 achievement points. In total, 4 new skills emerged. Just by reading the descriptions, it was evident that each skill was exceptionally powerful. Lin Ze's heart surged with excitement, eager to unlock them all immediately. Regrettably, he currently possessed only over 500 achievement points, sufficient to unlock merely one skill. Moreover, Xiao Shui's growth length did not meet the unlocking criteria. Shaking his head, Lin Ze shifted his focus to the attributes panel of the Earth Spirit. Having evolved from the Rock Demon to the Earth Spirit, new skills had emerged as well. Earthquake Wave, an advanced skill of Earth Spike, stomping heavily onto the ground, causing earth-shattering damage to all targets within a linear distance of 50 meters. Unlock requirements. 20 growth length, 300 achievement points. Mountain Smash, a powerful punch that condenses all one's strength, inflicting massive earth attribute damage on the target, accompanied by a shattering effect. Unlock requirements. 30 growth length, 500 achievement points. Crystal Shield, an advanced skill of Rock Guardian, summoning earth element crystals to surround oneself for protection against attacks from any direction. Unlock requirements. 50 growth length, 600 achievement points. Giant Transformation, summoning the power of the earth to envelop oneself, significantly increasing defense and attack power. Unlock requirements. 80 growth length, 800 achievement points. Once again, 4 new skills appeared, albeit with easier unlocking conditions compared to Xiao Shui's. However, the Earth Spirit also did not meet the unlocking criteria at present. Setting this aside for now, it was time to apply for the Bronze Qualification Assessment. Lin Ze pondered briefly. With 2 6th-tier beasts, his strength had surged tremendously, and he felt confident in his ability to pass the exceedingly challenging Bronze Assessment. Moreover, passing would not only enhance the growth length of his beasts, but also yield a substantial amount of achievement points, further augmenting his strength. The Bronze Qualification Assessment was imperative. Lin Ze checked online and discovered that the next Bronze Qualification Assessment was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Excellent. He decided to apply for the assessment then. As time swiftly passed, the day of the Bronze Qualification Assessment arrived. Early in the morning, after breakfast, Lin Ze made his way directly to the Beastmaster Association branch in Ningjiang City. It is worth mentioning that the news of Su Bing and Luo Han's demise had not yet spread. After all, it was entirely normal for secret realm explorations to last 2 or 3 days, and no one had realized that they had met with misfortune. Lin Ze and Lu Man, along with the others, naturally refrained from making such news public. Although Su Bing and the others had perished at the hands of the Stone Dragon, it was unrelated to them, and they were, in fact, victims. However, to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Lin Ze and Lu Man maintained a tacit silence. Regardless, instances of students perishing in secret realms were not uncommon, and even if the Academy and the Gaoshan Society noticed the disappearance of Su Bing and the others, they would not suspect them. Shaking his head, Lin Ze gathered his thoughts and strode into the Beastmaster Association's building. The spacious and bright lobby on the first floor was already filled with numerous individuals, their expressions ranging from anxious and apprehensive to excited and enthusiastic. These were all novice Beastmasters attending the Bronze Qualification Assessment, the vast majority of whom were students from various Beastmaster academies, including Ningjiang Academy. Shortly after Lin Ze entered the lobby, a student from Ningjiang Academy recognized him. "Isn't that Lin Ze? Lin Ze? Where? No way, it really is him. Is it true that he is participating in the Bronze Qualification Assessment? What is so strange about it?" With Lin Ze's prowess, he should have applied for the Bronze Assessment long ago. Indeed, even if the difficulty is high, it would be a piece of cake for Lin Ze. Unlike us who can barely manage the intermediate level, the disparity between individuals is truly disheartening. An increasing number of students from Ningjiang Academy began to recognize Lin Ze, whispering among themselves. This peculiar scene quickly drew the attention of many. A young man, barely 20, participating in the Bronze Assessment is hardly an uncommon occurrence. So why all the astonishment? Could it be that this fellow is some sort of celebrity? A young man with a buzz cut, unable to suppress his curiosity, turned to a nearby student from Ningjiang Academy and inquired, "Brother, who is that person? Why is everyone talking about him?" The student, turning around with a proud stance, replied, "You mean Lin Ze? He is the top freshman of our academy this year." "I see," the buzz-cut youth exclaimed, internally scoffing. While the top freshman of Ningjiang Academy is indeed impressive, Is it really worthy of such a fuss? Sensing the youth's skepticism, the student chuckled and continued. Lin Ze is also the first student in our academy's history to have cleared the stone tablet challenge. How remarkable. The buzzcut youth's expression shifted. He had heard of the stone tablet challenge at Ningjiang Academy. For a freshman to pass such a trial undoubtedly signifies exceptional strength and talent. Lin Ze also possesses 2 fifth-tier pets. What? The buzzcut youth was genuinely astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. 2 fifth-tier pets? And he is still a freshman? How is that even possible? Moreover, Lin Ze is ranked first in the apprentice zone of the Glory virtual realm. The student cast a sidelong glance at the buzzcut youth. You haven't logged into the Glory virtual realm for a long time, have you? Otherwise, how could you not have heard of Lin Ze? The buzzcut youth stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. A first-year freshman, actually ranking first in the apprentice zone? This is utterly preposterous. It is simply unfathomable. Though he wished to doubt the veracity of the claims, the expressions of those around him clearly indicated that the other person was not lying. In that moment, a tempest surged within him. As he gazed at Lin Ze, an uncontrollable sense of shock and reverence washed over him. A prodigious talent indeed.